Zhao Lidong, you worthless parentless wretch who can't even scrub a pot clean, and you dare aspire to be a chef. You'd better crawl back home to gnaw on your cornmeal buns. A thunderous shout struck him like a blunt knife, cutting deep into his consciousness. Ouch! It wasn't the sting of insults that hurt. It was a real pounding in his head, as if someone were relentlessly hammering his temples. Zhao Lidong abruptly opened his eyes. The world before him resembled an old television with a misaligned channel, blurred and flickering between light and dark. Instinctively, he blinked twice until his vision slowly sharpened. A large pitch-black iron pot, a grease-stained grimy cloth apron, and a pair of hands as rough as sandpaper. They were his own hands. Zhao Lidong froze in disbelief. His hands should not look like this. They should be clean, slender, with neatly trimmed nails. These were the same hands that had wielded a master chef's knife for 20 years, each finger meticulously cared for. Because for a Michelin 3-star chef, one's hands are the very instruments of creation. But now they were thick as tree bark, palms laden with calluses, and with grime lodged beneath the nails. These were not his hands. Zhao Lidong, are you deaf? Another bellow erupted, accompanied by a strong whiff of dried tobacco. Looking up, Zhao Lidong saw a dark, ruddy, square face looming right before him. That face belonged to a man of about 50 with thick, bushy brows and eyes as wide as bronze bells. He held a dried tobacco pipe between his lips, with ashes falling steadily as he spoke. Just as Zhao Lidong began to speak, a torrent of memories burst forth, overwhelming his mind like a dam breaking. The memories rushed in with such intensity and ferocity that he grasped the stove for support, nearly losing his balance. The load of information was overwhelming. Yet Zhao Lidong was no stranger to the grand world. In his past life, he had clawed his way through the kitchens of Paris, Tokyo, and New York for 20 years. What kind of tumult had he not witnessed? He clenched his teeth, enduring the onslaught of memories. In just a few seconds, every piece of information in his mind aligned into a clear, coherent narrative. He was Zhao Lidong, 20 years old. He lived in Fula Yuan, a sprawling courtyard complex near Nanluoguxiang in Suzhou City. His parents had passed away 3 years ago, leaving him alone to occupy a modest only-and-a-half-room dwelling in the East Wing. Currently, he was an apprentice at the 7th branch of the state-run Donglishun restaurant, having trained for 2 years under Master Zhou Dimeo at the second stove. And the stern-faced man glaring at him was none other than his master Zhou Dimeo. As for the time, Zhao Lidong's eyes swept to the wall beside the stove and fell upon a crumpled calendar. It was October 17, 1962. A heavy feeling settled in his heart. 1962, a year whose significance he knew all too well. The 3 years of difficult times had only just ended, and across the nation supplies were extremely scarce. Urban dwellers subsisted on rationed grain, roughly 20 or so jin per man, each month, mostly coarse cereals. Meat, eggs, sugar, and oil were all rare commodities available only by voucher. For a former Michelin 3-star chef who had savored the world's finest ingredients, this was nothing short of a hellish start. I'm talking to you. Did you scrub that pot or not? Zhou Dimeo thundered, slapping his palm onto the stove so hard that the lid jumped in response. Zhao Lidong cast his eyes down at the large iron pot. Its bottom bore a thin layer of char with scattered oily spots along its edges. Had this pot been in his former kitchen, no dishwasher would have dared leave it in such a state. He'd have had them packing their bags on the spot. But in this era, an iron pot like this. In his mind, Zhao Lidong knew all too well the pot was inherently rough, and with so little oil and such fierce heat, the charred layer left after cooking could never be completely scrubbed off. He wasn't sure if his former self had cleaned it properly, but now he had to contend with his short-tempered master. Master, I did scrub it. The pot's condition is just like this. Don't argue back. Zhou Dimeo tapped his tobacco pipe against the stove, sending ashes scattering. Look at the pot your senior scrubbed, and then compare it with yours, Wang Taiju. A young man of about 25 or 26 peeked from the kitchen corner, a subtle smirk tugging at his lips. Master, did you call me? Come here and show this kid the pot you scrubbed yesterday. Wang Taiju wiped his hands as he approached, casting a sidelong glance at Zhao Lidong. In that glance, there was disdain, smug satisfaction, and a trace of hidden schadenfreude. Zhao Lidong took it all in with clear, unerring insight. Having roamed the elite culinary circles for 20 years in his past life, who hadn't he seen? Some people's intentions were written all over their faces, no guesswork needed. Wang Taiju lifted the lid of another pot on the stove. The surface looked notably cleaner compared to the one before Zhao Lidong. Yet with one glance, Zhao Lidong simply shook his head in silent resignation. The bottom of that pot had a small patch turned white, from being scrubbed harshly with a steel wool that had stripped away its protective oily layer. This cleaning method might appear to leave it spotless, but next time food would undoubtedly stick, and without that protective film the pot would rust all too quickly. The uninitiated merely watch the spectacle, while the experts understand the intricacies. This senior Wang Taiju was merely average in skill. Yet Zhao Lidong said nothing. Having just taken over this body, he refused to waste energy on petty squabbles. His recollections reminded him that Master Zhou, though quick to temper, was essentially a craftsman, stern with his disciples yet protective when it truly mattered. As for Wang Taiju, he was the true troublemaker. A man consumed by jealousy, always eager to curry favor with the master, a mediocre technician with a silver tongue, who constantly undermined Zhao Lidong behind his back. Enough. Zhao Lidong waved his hand in exasperation, his face filled with disappointed ire. When this afternoon's batch of cabbages arrives, you're to receive them. Forget about chopping today. Go and stack the firewood in the backyard. To be denied the task of preparation and instead forced to stack firewood. This was tantamount to being kicked out of the kitchen and dumped among the menial workers. A slight twitch of Zhao Lidong's eyelid betrayed his discomfort. In his past life, this wasn't the first time such things occurred. Whenever Wang Taizhu put on airs before the master, Zhao Lidong would invariably be exiled to do the menial work. Meanwhile, Wang Taizhu seized every opportunity to monopolize the stove for practice. With each passing moment, his basic skills grew stronger, while Zhao Lidong found himself increasingly sidelined. It was like boiling a frog slowly, a cunning tactic indeed. Yet Zhao Lidong merely nodded, saying, "Understood, master." Zhao Lidong glared at him, his dissatisfaction with Zhao Lidong's worthlessness palpable. With a snort and a puff of his tobacco pipe, he turned and walked away. Wang Taizhu squinted at Zhao Lidong, and in a lowered voice said, "Junior brother, work carefully. Don't give the master any more cause to worry." His tone was kindly and full of concern. As Zhao Lidong looked at him, he suddenly smiled. A rarity that caught Wang Taizhu off guard, for Zhao Lidong had never smiled before. Whenever scolded by the master, he would shrink in silence. When slighted by his senior, he would blush and hang his head. But now that smile was so subtle. It was almost as if he were looking upon a mere buffoon, leaving Wang Taizhu strangely uneasy. "Thanks, senior." Zhao Lidong uttered those few words before turning and heading toward the backyard. By the time he left the restaurant, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. In October in Suzhou City, the autumn wind carried a chill. Zhao Lidong wrapped his faded blue cotton jacket tighter, mounted his rickety bicycle with a broken chain, and pedaled home slowly. The street scenes along the way for a soul from the 21st century were a series of shocks. Gray alleys, gray walls, gray faces. Occasionally a bus would roar past with labored breaths, its exhaust causing pedestrians to cough violently. Outside a station shop, a long queue had formed its end, marked by a counter vending coarse salt. Even coarse salt required a queue. He drew a deep breath. This was 1962. 20 minutes later, Zhao Lidong steered his bicycle through the gates of Fulayuan. This sprawling courtyard, once a two-courtyard Sihiyuan, had been divided among several families after liberation, with 4 households in the front, 3 in the back, and an additional gatekeeper's room. In all, 7 households, elders and youngsters alike, totaling roughly 30 to 40 people crowded into that single courtyard. Barely had Zhao Lidong stepped through the gate when he saw at the very center of the courtyard a small table with a man in his 50s seated beside it, sipping water from an enamel jar. This was the venerable Lu Guangfu of Fulayuan, a street office official whose word carried weight over both major and minor matters in the courtyard. "Lead on your back." Lu Guangfu nodded at him. Old Lu, Zhao Lidong greeted. "What brings you back so late? Did your master reprimand you again?" Before Zhao Lidong could reply, the curtain of a nearby room was flung open, and a round, plump head peeked out. "Oh, Zhao Lidong, you're back. Does your restaurant have any leftover food today? If so, spare a little for old me." Zhao Lidong looked toward the direction of the voice. It was Jia Donglai, the second elder of Fulayuan, aged in his 40s, always sporting a beaming smile and eyes that danced animatedly. In his memories, Elder Jia was infamous in the courtyard as a shrewd man. Some would say meticulously calculating, others would call him someone who loved to pocket every little advantage with skin as thick as a city wall's corner. "Elder Jia, I'd never dare take food from the restaurant. It's the state's property," Zhao Lidong replied. For a moment, Elder Jia's smile faltered before quickly returning as he waved dismissively and said, "I was merely making idle conversation." As he withdrew, Zhao Lidong faintly heard a muttered "Pa, what a pauper." From inside, Zhao Lidong paid no heed. Pushing his bicycle through the front yard, he arrived at the door of his modest east wing dwelling, his only asset in this world. As he pushed the door open, a musty stench of mold and dust assaulted his senses. The furnishings were extremely sparse. A hardboard bed, a gray quilt, a chipped enamel basin, a battered wooden table, and atop it a half-hardened corncob bun. In the corner stood a small stove with a tiny handleless aluminum pot. The chopping board beside it was cracked, and though there was a kitchen knife, it was as dull as a slab of iron. Newspapers yellowed with age were pasted over the window, letting in a dim, gloomy light. Standing in the middle of the room, Zhao Lidong surveyed his surroundings in prolonged silence. In his previous life's kitchen, there were over 20 knives, Japanese, German, Schwangler, and models French carbon steel, all worth a small fortune. The countertop was marble. The cookware was original German imports, complete with advanced ventilation, refrigeration, and vacuum packing machines, a sum of equipment worth enough to buy an apartment downtown. And now all his possessions amounted to just these few items. "At least I have a room and a pot," he muttered to himself. He walked to the table and picked up the half corncob bun. Made of cornmeal, it was as hard as stone, its color a dull yellow-gray with surface cracks. Zhao Lidong broke off a small piece and placed it in his mouth, chewing it a couple of times. It was rough, abrasive on the throat with a faint hint of mold. He closed his eyes, savoring the taste in quiet contemplation. As a top chef, his palate was far keener than most. This corncob bun's cornmeal was ground too coarsely, and perhaps even adulterated with something else, maybe sweet potato flour, or maybe sorghum flour. He couldn't tell for sure. But one thing was certain: this food was utterly unpalatable. "What a waste of ingredients," he murmured in that old familiar refrain. Barely had his words faded when ding! A crisp alert sound burst in his mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. Immediately thereafter, a translucent light screen materialized before him out of thin air. On the light screen, golden text began to appear line by line. Host spirit and body compatibility detected. Divine chef system binding in progress. Binding progress 10, 30, 60, 100. Binding successful. Welcome host to the divine chef system. The screen continued with core system functions are as follows. 1. Turn food into gold. Active skill. Analyze the optimum culinary approach for any ingredient, providing precise second-by-second cooking guidance. 2. Ingredient ascension. Passive skill. Permanently enhance the taste and texture of any ingredient the host handles. Current level LV 1 with an enhancement of 15. 3. System mall. Currently unavailable. Complete tasks to earn points, which can be exchanged for lost ancient recipes, special seasoning formulas, and rare culinary techniques. 4. Culinary skill tree. Currently unavailable, featuring 4 branches. Knife skills, heat control, seasoning, and plating. Newbie task issued. Task: create a dish that evokes genuine admiration. Reward: basic divine knife skill, permanent, and 100 system points. Task duration: 48 hours. Zhao Lidong stared at the light screen before him, silent, for a full 5 seconds. Then he lowered his gaze to examine the half-hardened corncob bun on the table, the handleless aluminum pot on the stove, and the kitchen knife as dull as a slab of iron resting on the chopping board. Finally, a subtle smile crept onto his lips. Now this is interesting, he murmured, then turned and walked to the stove, bending to open the small cabinet beneath it. Inside the cabinet lay a half-wilted cabbage with a rough cloth pouch beside it containing roughly 2 tails. In a corner was a small paper packet. Upon opening it, Zhao Lidong discovered a scant amount of pork cracklings, presumably saved from his previous life. A half-wilted cabbage, a pinch of coarse salt, a small handful of pork cracklings. These were all his ingredients. To any ordinary person, such items would merely prompt a sigh and a makeshift meal of stewed cabbage. But Zhao Lidong was no ordinary man. He was the one who had once earned a French president's approving thumb at his dining table, the man who created an entire dessert spread from a single lychee, leaving Tokyo's food critics speechless. A half-wilted cabbage. Enough. A peculiar gleam began to flicker in his eyes, a gleam of excitement and intense focus that only a top chef shows when faced with ingredients. But he was in no hurry. First, he needed to understand his situation and learn the rules and intricacies of this time, since tomorrow at the restaurant would be the real test. Half a cabbage. Zhao Lidong murmured to himself, his fingers gently caressing the limp cabbage, a smile tugging lightly at his lips, a smile understood by him alone. Let you serve as my very first dish in this era, he declared. At night, Zhao Lidong hardly slept. It wasn't because the hard bed was uncomfortable. Back in his early days in his previous life, the rented basement in Paris was even worse, but rather due to the information on the system panel, which he had been scrutinizing all night. At the break of dawn, Zhao Lidong rose. In October in City 49, the early morning already carried a chill. He exhaled a puff of white breath, rubbed his hands together, and first went to the communal tap in the courtyard to fetch half a basin of water for washing his face. The water was so icy it cut to the bone. Shivering from the shock, Zhao Lidong was instantly revitalized. Little Zhao, up this early. A hoarse, yet vigorous voice came from the direction of the gatekeeper's room. Turning his head, Zhao Lidong saw the half-open door of the small gatehouse, where a tall, thin old man sat on the doorstep, holding a broom, as if he had just finished sweeping the yard. Old Xingtou, the gatekeeper of Fulai Courtyard, and native Beijinger in his 60s. In his earlier memories, this old man had been the kindest towards Zhao Lidong, offering nothing more than the occasional nod or a cigarette. Yet in his past life, when everyone ignored or even bullied him, such small kindnesses felt like rare warmth. Good morning, Xingya. Zhao Lidong smiled at him. Old Xingtou was momentarily taken aback. He had known Zhao for nearly 2 years. The young man had always been as silent as a sealed gourd, walking with his head down pressed against the wall, never initiating greetings. Today that smile seemed somewhat unfamiliar to old Xingtou. The sun is rising from the west today, and you dare to smile. Old Xingtou chuckled. It's cold. Smile to warm yourself up. Zhao Lidong, carrying a basin, paused momentarily as he passed by the gatehouse, saying, Xingya, one day, I'll serve you a bowl of delicious food. Oh, come off it, with your cooking skills. Old Xingtou laughed heartily, though the wrinkles around his eyes betrayed a hint of surprise and satisfaction. Back in his room, instead of rushing out to the restaurant, Zhao Lidong first did something else. He activated the system panel and carefully studied the active skill, Dian Shi Qingjin. Dian Shi Qingjin. Function description: conducts a comprehensive analysis of the target ingredient, including, but not limited to, moisture content, sugar level, fiber density, optimal cooking temperature range, best cutting method, and flavor enhancement plan. Cooldown 30 minutes after each use. Note, this skill cannot create ingredients from nothing. It only analyzes and optimizes existing ones. After reading through it, Zhao Lidong nodded. This skill wasn't revolutionary, but for him, it was sufficient. His previous life's experience combined with the analytical aid of this system was like equipping a top driver with a premier navigation system. He already knew how to drive, and now even the road conditions were mapped out. As for the passive skill, Shikai Xinghua, Zhao Lidong picked up a half piece of cornbread from the table. Let's try it. He broke off a small piece with his hand and put it into his mouth. The very moment it hit his tongue, Zhao Lidong's brows twitched slightly. This cornbread was still rough, still scratchy at the throat, and still carried a faint musty odor. Yet compared to yesterday, it seemed to have gained a hint of sweetness. No, not sweetness, but rather the natural grain aroma of the cornmeal being subtly amplified, allowing the once hidden fragrance to surface. It was extremely subtle, almost imperceptible, yet Zhao Lidong's refined palate could distinguish it. A 15 improvement. With top-grade ingredients, such a boost might go unnoticed. But with such poor-quality rough ingredients, the effect was all the more remarkable. Inferior ingredients naturally have a greater margin for enhancement. Interesting, Zhao Lidong murmured again. He then tucked the remaining cornbread into his pocket. This would be his lunch for the day, before locking the door and riding his bicycle out of the courtyard. Donglishun State-owned restaurant Branch 7, located on Gulu East Street. Though it bore the name, it had little to do with the main establishment. It was just a namesake. The shop was small, the front hall held 6-8 immortal tables, and the cramped kitchen, where 3 stoves were squeezed together, made turning around a chore. Zhao Lidong parked his bicycle at the back door and slipped into the kitchen. Coming. A woman in her 30s, busy wiping tables with a rag, noticed Zhao Lidong and greeted him warmly. Sun Yulan, the restaurant waitress, a cheerful northern woman with a boisterous voice. In his past memories, she had always treated Zhao Lidong kindly, often speaking well of him to his master. Yulan Jie, good morning, Zhao Lidong nodded. Oh, you seem especially energetic today. Sun Yulan glanced him over and remarked, I heard about your master's scolding yesterday. Don't take it to heart. Master Zhou may be sharp-tongued, but he truly has your best interests at heart. I know. Zhao Lidong smiled lightly, put on an apron, and began his cleaning duties in the kitchen. By 7:30, the entire kitchen crew had arrived. Zhou Dimeo, with a pipe clenched in his mouth, was the first to enter. Without so much as glancing at Zhao Lidong, he strode straight to his stove to check today's ingredients. Wang Taizhu followed close behind. As he entered, he accidentally bumped against Zhao Lidong's shoulder, saying make way, with a hint of a smug smile reminiscent of yesterday lingering at the corner of his lips. Zhao Lidong sidestepped to let him pass. Today the restaurant had received over 200 gen of cabbages, winter storage vegetables allocated by the district, which needed to be quickly processed into sauerkraut before they spoiled. Zhao Lidong. Zhou Dimeo finally called out, go move that batch of cabbages inside, and arrange each one neatly for this afternoon's pickling. Okay. Zhao Lidong immediately rolled up his sleeves and set about moving the cabbages. Over 200 gen of cabbages were piled in the backyard, and he made repeated trips to carry them into the kitchen. It was hard work, but he managed it swiftly. In less than 40 minutes, he had finished moving them. Afterwards, he proceeded to sort the cabbages one by one, removing rotten leaves and stacking them neatly. While arranging the cabbages, his finger brushed against a leaf, and suddenly the system's alert tones sounded in his mind. Ding. Detected ingredient: cabbage winter storage use. Dian Shiqing gene for analysis. In a flash of inspiration, Zhao Lidong decided yes. Whoosh. A detailed analysis panel unfolded before his eyes. Food analysis report. Name: cabbage winter storage, variety Shandong. Freshness grade B, approximately 72 hours post-harvest with slight dehydration on the outer leaves. Moisture content 91. 3. Sugar 2. 1. Fiber density slightly below medium. Recommended cooking methods. Option 1, stir-fried cabbage with vinegar recommended. Option 2, cabbage with pork stewed with vermicelli recommended, but lacks pork and vermicelli. Option 3, boiled cabbage, simplified version recommended, requires a robust broth with pork cracklings substituting part of the fresh flavor. Option 4, cold tossed cabbage heart recommended for fresher cabbage. Special note: the heart of the cabbage is dense and plump, concentrating the sugar. It is advised to use the heart for the best flavor. Zhao Lidong's eyes narrowed slightly. Option 3, boiled cabbage. This dish was no simple matter. Boiled cabbage was the pinnacle of Sichuan cuisine. What appeared to be a thin broth belied an impressive culinary mastery. Authentic boiled cabbage required a premium clear broth made from old hen's hem-dried scallops and more, simmered and repeatedly clarified until the broth was as clear as water and as rich as the sea. In 1962, trying to procure an old hen and ham. Forget it. Yet the system had indicated that pork cracklings could partly substitute for the fresh flavor. Zhao Lidong recalled the meager amount of pork cracklings he had at home, mentally calculating their potential. On its own, the pork cracklings weren't rich in flavor, but if boiled first in a little water to extract the residual fat and meatiness, then filtered to obtain a clear broth. No, something was still missing. If the umami was still lacking. Zhao Lidong thought of another element, a cabbage root. The root of the cabbage, which most people would simply discard during cooking. In fact, cabbage roots are rich in amino acids. When simmered gently, they release an umami akin to MSG. This insight wasn't provided by the system. It was a deduction he arrived at during his studies of traditional Chinese cooking in his previous life. The fat from the pork cracklings plus the amino acids from the cabbage root combined with the saltiness of coarse salt would yield a simplified, yet distinctively refined broth. That was enough. That night, he would prepare this dish. With his plan firmly in mind, he worked with even greater efficiency. After the morning's work was done, it came time for a meal. The restaurant provided the staff with a simple lunch: 2 corn buns and a bowl of vegetable soup. Despite its elegant name, the soup was merely water in which a few vegetable leaves had been boiled with a couple of drizzles of oil on top. Sitting in a corner of the kitchen, Zhao Lidong held his bowl, took out the half corn bun he'd kept, crumbled it, and stirred. Wang Taizhu passed by with his own bowl, glanced at the remnants in Zhao Lidong's bowl, and smirked. "Junior brother, your meal is too meager. Shall I share half of my corn bun?" Zhao Lidong looked up at him and replied, "No thank you, senior brother." Wang Taizhu shrugged and found a place to sit. But Zhao Lidong noticed that Wang Taizhu's corn bun was noticeably larger and a brighter yellow, made from finer cornmeal rather than the coarse bread issued by the restaurant. This fellow clearly had his own channel for quality ingredients. Zhao Lidong discreetly averted his gaze and lowered his head to sip his soup. At that moment, the kitchen door was pushed open and a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit entered. It was the restaurant manager, old Ma. "Master Zhou," he called as soon as he entered. "This afternoon, guests from the district will be arriving for an inspection, accompanied by Minister Chen. You are to prepare 2 main dishes." Zhou Dimeo, still holding his pipe, didn't even spare Zhao Lidong a glance. He strode straight to his stove and began checking the day's ingredients, asking what specifications. "Specifications aren't high, but they must be presentable. Just 2 tables. Do as you see fit. And the ingredients? Use whatever you find in the kitchen storeroom." Zhou Dimeo paused for a moment before adding, "All right, Tiezhu, you'll assist me." "Yes, master." Wang Taizhu immediately stood up, his face beaming with excitement. Assisting the master was a golden opportunity to shine before the higher-ups. Zhao Lidong quietly finished his soup without displaying any discontent or jealousy. In his previous life, he too had clawed his way up from the bottom, knowing full well that opportunities were created, not waited for. And before all this, the most important task remained: sharpening his knife. One day, he would become as sharp as a well-formed. In the afternoon, Zhao Lidong was assigned to pickle sauerkraut. The task was simple enough: wash the cabbages, layer them in a large jar, sprinkle coarse salt on each layer, and finally press them down with a heavy stone. But to pickle sauerkraut properly, there was a method to it. While washing the cabbages, Zhao Lidong quietly cut off the roots of a few, wrapped them in a damp cloth, and tucked them into his apron pocket. Those cabbage roots would be the source of umami for his boiled cabbage later that night. While he worked, the sounds and aromas of stir-frying echoed from the rest of the kitchen. Zhou Dimeo was in charge at the stove, with Wang Taizhu assisting by chopping and passing ingredients. The master and apprentice operated with remarkable coordination. Zhao Lidong could sense that today Master Zhou was preparing both a red braised pork dish and a stir-fried liver dish. The red braised pork sugar color was perfected, although Zhao Lidong guessed that too much soy sauce might mute its sweetness with saltiness. Conversely, the liver dish was cooked to the ideal high-heat sear, replete with the distinctive flavor of a well-wielded wok. This Master Zhou really has his skills, Zhao Lidong thought silently, but he's only at the level of the current era's second-rate kitchen. Compared to my past life? No, I shouldn't compare. After around 4 p.m., the leadership inspection ended and the restaurant returned to normal. Zhao Lidong tidied his pickling tools and was about to leave when Zhou Dimeo suddenly called out to him. "Zhao Lidong." "Master." Zhou Dimeo regarded him for a moment, his expression still stern, but his tone a bit gentler than the day before. "Tomorrow morning you'll be at the stove doing chopping and prep." Zhao Lidong was taken aback. "I see your cabbage stacking during pickling was impeccable today, with perfectly even cuts," Zhou Dimeo added, clarifying, "Just don't embarrass me." "Understood, master." Zhao Lidong nodded and turned to leave. "Wait a moment." Zhou Dimeo reached under the stove, producing an oiled paper package, and said it would be a waste to throw away today's leftovers. "Take it home to eat." Zhao Lidong accepted the package and opened it to find a small bowl of red braised pork trimmings, roughly 2 ounces, with its gravy. He said nothing in gratitude, merely nodded seriously at Zhou Dimeo. Zhou Dimeo snorted and turned back. Zhao Lidong carefully tucked the oiled paper package close to his chest, mounted his bicycle, and rode home. The wind surged through the alley, carrying the chill of deep October autumn. Yet the red braised pork in his arms was still warm. He pedaled rapidly. Because tonight he would prepare a dish. A dish that might change his entire circumstances in this era. Not only did he have 2 ounces of red braised pork trimmings on hand, but also a few cabbage roots in his apron pocket, half a cabbage at home, a small amount of pork cracklings, and 2 ounces of coarse salt. That was enough. In his mind, Zhao Lidong already had a detailed plan. Using the cabbage roots and pork cracklings to simmer a clear broth, supplementing it with the red braised pork's gravy for extra fat and umami, and using the tender heart of the cabbage to create an improved version of boiled cabbage. In his past life, this dish was a state banquet-level classic. In 1962, in City 49, if he could, with these modest ingredients, capture even 70% of its spirit. No, he wanted to achieve perfection. He pushed his bicycle through the alley at Fulai Courtyard and suddenly slammed the brakes, the wheel emitting a shrill screech as it skidded along the pavement. At the gate, a woman stood holding a little girl. The woman, about 25 or 26, wore a faded floral cotton jacket with her hair pinned by a wooden hairpin, and her features were ordinary, yet her eyes. Zhao Lidong returned to his room without wasting a single second. He closed the door first, not out of fear of prying eyes, but to prevent the aroma of cooking from wafting out too soon. In this era, aroma was a signal flare. Once it drifted out, half the courtyard would follow the scent. He started with the cabbage roots. He washed 3 cabbage roots and crushed them with the cleaver. Though the blade was dull, it sufficed for this task. The crushed roots revealed tender white fibers releasing a light vegetal fragrance. Next came the lard cracklings. The small handful had hardened slightly. Zhao Lidong crushed them with the back of the knife and divided them into 2 portions. One portion would go into the pot with the cabbage roots to simmer into soup, while the other was set aside for a final garnish. He lit a fire in the stove. In those days there were no gas stoves, only honeycomb briquettes. The flames licked the bottom of the pot lazily. Zhao Lidong brought half a pot of water to a boil, then tossed in the crushed cabbage roots and half the lard cracklings. Low heat, slow simmer. He murmured to himself, stirring the contents gently with chopsticks. Control of the heat was the soul of cooking. When Zhao Lidong studied French cuisine in Paris in his past life, his French mentor once said, "Cuisine is patience." He was exceedingly patient. While waiting for the soup to simmer, he began to prepare the cabbage. The outer leaves of the half cabbage had already wilted slightly. Zhao Lidong peeled off the outer leaves one by one until he reached the heart of the cabbage. The heart was a tender pale yellow with firm plump leaves that exuded a crisp vitality. Using the dull cleaver, he carefully extracted the cabbage heart. The blade was dull, but his hands were steady, the product of 20 years as a head chef. Every angle, force, and speed of each cut was as precise as if measured in advance. Once the heart was extracted, he cut it vertically into 4 pieces and rinsed it gently with clean water. The moment his fingers touched the cabbage heart, ding! Passive skill, ingredient sublimation. Triggered target ingredient cabbage heart, tender core flavor enhancement. 15 effect. The natural sweetness of the cabbage heart is significantly elevated. Fibers are further softened, enhancing the melt-in-the-mouth texture. Zhao Lidong could feel a subtle transformation in the cabbage heart beneath his fingers. The leaf texture became finer, and the color shifted from pale yellow to an almost translucent light gold. All right, the ingredients were ready. Now to wait for the soup. 40 minutes later, Zhao Lidong lifted the lid, and a faint savory fragrance wafted up. The water in the pot had transformed into a slightly yellow clear broth. The essence of the cabbage roots and lard cracklings had fully dissolved into the water. Zhao Lidong used chopsticks to remove the residue from the pot, then performed one more step, clarifying the soup. For authentic boiled cabbage, the clear soup needed to be clarified with chicken puree to absorb impurities, leaving it crystal clear. He had no chicken puree, but he had cabbage leaves. Zhao Lidong took 2 of the discarded outer leaves, pounded them repeatedly with the knife's back into a paste, then added the paste to the pot in 2 batches. The paste slowly dispersed in the hot soup, absorbing fine impurities, and gradually settled at the bottom. He filtered it twice through a clean piece of gauze. Actually, a piece of cotton cloth washed countless times. What remained was a bowl of clear, nearly transparent broth. Beautiful. Zhao Lidong lifted the bowl and examined it against the last rays of light streaming through the window. The soup was pristine with a faint amber sheen. He took a shallow sip. Savory. A gentle, yet rich umami melted on his tongue. It wasn't the sharp, artificial savoriness of MSG, but a rounded, lingering umami. The amino acids from the cabbage roots and the fat from the lard cracklings had achieved a perfect union over slow heat, amplified by the 15 boost from ingredient sublimation. It's no worse than the base broth I made with an old hen for 3 hours in my past life. Zhao Lidong made the assessment in his mind. Though he knew it was a slight exaggeration, the ceiling of the ingredients was limited. Under the conditions of 1962, reaching this level was already a miracle. Next came the most critical step. Zhao Lidong reheated the pot, poured the clear broth back in, and added a pinch of coarse salt to season. Then, the packet of braised pork trimmings from Chef Zhao. Zhao Lidong opened the oil paper, carefully draining the braising liquid, about 2 spoonfuls. He wanted only the liquid, not the meat. That liquid concentrated the essence of soy sauce, rock sugar, and pork belly, a deep brown, richly aromatic. Zhao Lidong divided the liquid into 3 portions, taking only one, about half a spoonful, and gently drizzled it into the clear soup. The soup's color instantly shifted from clear to a warm light tea hue. A layer of robust savory sauce aroma and a hint of sweetness joined the umami. That's the flavor. The final step, adding the cabbage heart. Zhao Lidong placed the cut cabbage heart into the gently simmering broth and simmered it on low heat for exactly 3 minutes. 3 minutes, no more, no less. 1 second more and the cabbage heart would become overcooked, losing its crisp tenderness. 1 second less and the soup's flavor wouldn't penetrate enough. After 3 minutes, Zhao Lidong turned off the heat. He found the only bowl in the house without a chip, a blue and white porcelain bowl left by his original parents. Rinsed it clean first, arranged the cabbage heart in the bowl, then slowly poured the clear broth along the edge. Finally, he ground the remaining lard cracklings into a fine powder, pinched a small amount, and gently sprinkled it over the soup's surface. The crackling crumbs fell into the soup, forming a few tiny oil droplets that glimmered gold on the surface. It was done. Zhao Lidong lifted the bowl and examined the dish. In the bowl, the soup was like jade, the cabbage heart, a translucent pale yellow immersed in the broth with a faint amber sheen, resembling a warm piece of jade. A few oil droplets scattered across it like flecks of gold leaf. There was no ornate plating or decoration, but the dish possessed a beauty of utmost simplicity. Boiled cabbage, Zhao Lidong said softly. Even compared to my past life, it's nothing to be ashamed of. He lifted the bowl and took a sip of the soup first. The moment the soup entered his mouth, Zhao Lidong's eyes reddened slightly. Not because the flavor was astonishing, though it truly was, but because this was the first time he had truly cooked since arriving in this world. That long-missed sense of achievement and satisfaction of transforming humble ingredients into a work of art with his own hands washed over him like a tide. He was Zhao Lidong. Whether in the kitchen of a Michelin 3-star restaurant or before this small stove in a dilapidated room in 1962, he was still Zhao Lidong, a chef. These ingredients. He looked down at the cabbage heart in the bowl, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Not wasted. Ding. Newbie quest progress updated 30. Note the host has completed the dish, but the quest requires eliciting heartfelt admiration from another. Please have at least one person taste it and offer their approval. Time remaining 39 hours. Zhao Lidong glanced at the notification and pondered for a second. Have someone else taste it. He looked down at the dish in the bowl. It was barely enough for 2 people. Who should he share it with? Just then, dong dong dong. A knock at the door. Zhao Lidong. Zhao Lidong, are you home? It was Zhao Lidong frowned. Why was Zhao Donglai here at this hour? He placed the bowl of boiled cabbage at the far end of the stove, covered it with a lid, and went to open the door. As the door opened, he saw Zhao Donglai's round smiling face. But behind him stood another person. Lu Guangfu, the first elder. Lu Guangfu looked somewhat embarrassed while Zhao Donglai wore an expression of total self-assurance. What's the matter, you two? Zhao Lidong leaned against the doorframe, showing no intention of inviting them in. Zhao Donglai sniffed the air, inhaling deeply. Whoa, Lidong. What's that smell in your room? Zhao Donglai's eyes darted. I was wondering what that aroma was in the courtyard. Did you smell it, Elder Lu? Lu Guangfu coughed. Donglai Lidong is cooking, so don't. I smelled it. Zhao Donglai cut Lu Guangfu off mid-sentence, craning his neck to peek into Zhao Lidong's room. Lidong, what delicious food are you making today? That smell doesn't seem like cornbread to me. Zhao Lidong didn't move, subtly blocking Zhao Donglai's line of sight. Uncle Zhao, do you need something? Oh, nothing major, Zhao Donglai said, rubbing his hands together and smiling more ingratiatingly. I heard you're an apprentice at the restaurant, right? The water pipes in the yard froze again today. I was thinking of asking you if your restaurant has any antifreeze methods. Zhao Lidong saw right through it. What antifreeze methods for pipes? A flimsy excuse. The old fox was just here to scrounge a meal, drawn by the smell. He was about to speak when a childish voice rang out from the yard. Uncle Dong. Uncle Dong. Xiaoman. Qin Shufan's daughter Qin Xiaoman had somehow run over. Her little legs pattered up to Zhao Lidong's door. She looked up, holding something up with both small hands. Uncle Dong, my mom asked me to give you this. Zhao Lidong looked down. It was a pair of gloves, made of coarse cloth with neat tight stitches, clearly hand-sewn. Your mom said it's getting cold and your hands will get cold riding the bike, so you should wear these. Xiaoman repeated her mother's words earnestly, then added, Uncle Dong, I'm cold too. At those words, even Zhao Donglai chuckled. Zhao Lidong crouched down, took the gloves, and glanced across the yard. The curtain of Qin Shufan's room stirred slightly, but she didn't come out. A warmth spread through his heart. Xiaoman, have you had dinner yet? Xiaoman shook her head, then quickly nodded, as if unsure whether to say yes or no. Zhao Lidong looked at that little face. Her cheeks were thinner, her fingers red from the cold, but her eyes were still bright and black like 2 glass beads. He made a decision. Wait. Zhao Lidong turned and went back into the room, walked to the stove, lifted the lid, and brought out the bowl of boiled cabbage. Then he took a few pieces of the braised pork trimmings from the oil paper packet. He had planned to bring them to the restaurant for lunch tomorrow, sliced them thinly, and arranged them neatly beside the cabbage heart. The bowl wasn't large, but it was now full. He carried it out the door and crouched in front of Xiaoman. Here, have a taste. Zhao Donglai's eyes nearly popped out. He craned his neck to see what was in the bowl, and his Adam's apple bobbed instantly. Oh, Lidong, what dish is this? That soup looks so. Uncle Zhao. Zhao Lidong didn't look up, his tone flat. This is for Xiaoman. Zhao Donglai's smile froze on his face. Xiaoman hesitated as she took the bowl. She looked at Zhao Lidong, then back toward her own home. Uncle Dong, my mom says I shouldn't take food from others just like that. Your mom gave me gloves, and I'm offering you a bowl of soup. That's not just like that. Zhao Lidong's voice was gentle, but his tone brooked no refusal. Drink. Xiaoman hesitated, then took a small sip of the soup. Then her eyes flew wide open. Her round eyes stared like brass bells, her mouth slightly agape. Her expression shifted from hesitation to shock, then quickly, unreservedly, to pure joy. So delicious. Xiaoman's voice was high and crisp, ringing out clearly in the quiet courtyard. She took another big gulp from the bowl, even eating a piece of the cabbage heart. The tender yellow cabbage heart melted after just a couple of chews in her mouth. The savory sweet broth swirled on her little tongue, and she squinted her eyes in satisfaction. Uncle Dong is amazing. This is 100 times better than my mom's cooking. 1,000 times. Lu Guangfu was stunned. Zhao Donglai's Adam's apple bobbed again. Even Qin Shufan, who had somehow appeared at her own doorway holding half a finished shoe sole, was frozen in place. Everyone in this courtyard knew that Zhao Lidong couldn't even learn to be a proper apprentice at the restaurant. How good could his cooking be? But Xiaoman's reaction, children couldn't fake it. That heartfelt surprise was impossible to counterfeit. Uncle Xiaoman spotted the slices of braised pork in the bowl, pinched one with her small fingers, and stuffed it into her mouth. As the meat entered her mouth, she hummed with happiness and began to eat seriously, alternating between soup and vegetables. That bowl of boiled cabbage was eaten clean by a 5-year-old girl down to the last drop of soup. Ding. Newbie quest progress updated 100. Evaluation: the taster offered a sincere admiration beyond expectations. Purity bonus 2. Quest complete. Rewards distributing. Obtained beginner divine knife skill permanent. Obtained system points 100. Beginner divine knife skill description: knife speed increased by 200, precision increased by 300, enabling fine cuts impossible for ordinary chefs. Unlocks basic decorative cutting techniques. Zhao Lidong felt a warm surge of energy flow from the crown of his head down his spine and into both arms, finally converging in his 10 fingers. His fingers tingled slightly, followed by an unprecedented dexterity that filled his hands. He instinctively flexed his fingers. Every joint felt as if it had been re-lubricated, nimble, precise, with strength perfectly calibrated. This feeling surpassed even his peak in his past life. Uncle Dong. Xiaoman hugged the empty bowl, tilting her head at him. What's wrong with your hand? Nothing, just exercising my fingers. Zhao Lidong snapped back to the present and took the empty bowl from Xiaoman. Just then Qin Shufan walked over. Lidong, you. She started, but didn't know what to say. Finally, she just took Xiaoman's hand. Xiaoman, did you return the bowl to Uncle Dong? Mom, Uncle Dong's cooking is so good. Xiaoman tugged at her mother's hand, her face alight with excitement. Better than the cafeteria? 100 times better. Qin Shufan looked down at the empty bowl. It was spotless, not a trace of soup left. She looked up at Zhao Lidong again, a mix of curiosity and surprise in her eyes. Those gloves. Thanks, Zhao Lidong said with a nod to her. It was nothing. Qin Shufan pursed her lips. You're cooking. They'll bring you two another bowl when I make something good. Zhao Lidong interrupted her with a smile, took the bowl, and turned. The door closed behind him. Zhao Lidong leaned against the door panel, looking at the system panel before him. Beginner divine knife skill. 100 points. This was just the beginning. Tomorrow, he would go to the restaurant's kitchen for cutting and preparation. Zhao Lidong walked to the stove, opened the drawer under the chopping board, and took out the dull cleaver. He raised the cleaver before his eyes and gently ran his thumb over the blade. The knife was still dull, but the one wielding it had changed. Tomorrow at the stove, Chef Zhou had assigned him to cutting. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Zhao Lidong's mouth. 200 gene of cabbage cutting and preparation. He wanted to see, with the boost of this beginner divine knife skill, how much Wang Taizhu could still gloat under his blade. Just as he thought this, a new message suddenly popped up on the system panel. Ding. Detected that the host's workplace, Donglishun state-run restaurant 7th branch, is about to face a major event. In 3 days, the Municipal Food and Beverage Service Company will organize a citywide young chef knife skills competition for state-run restaurants. Each branch must recommend one chef under 35 to participate. Main quest about to unlock. Zhao Lidong's eyes narrowed slightly. A citywide young chef knife skills competition for state-run restaurants. He looked down at his hands, the hands that had just acquired the beginner divine knife skill. Interesting. That night, Zhao Lidong slept soundly. But the other residents of Fulai Courtyard, especially Jia Donglai, couldn't rest so easily. Jia Donglai returned to his room and tossed, and turned unable to sleep. His mind was filled with the expression on Xiaoman's face as she ate that dish. The shock and happiness on that child's face couldn't be faked. When did that kid Zhao Lidong develop such skill? In the western side room of the back courtyard, Qin Shufan sat on the edge of the Kong for a long time after coaxing Xiaoman to sleep. Xiaoman's words still echoed in her ears. Uncle Dong's cooking is so delicious. This usually quiet, unremarkable neighbor Zhao Lidong. She looked down at Xiaoman's flushed little face, the rosy glow of a full stomach. In these times, being able to fill a child's belly with good food was a remarkable skill. Qin Shufan tucked the blanket around Xiaoman and blew out the oil lamp. Meanwhile, Zhao Lidong had no idea that the knife skills competition 3 days later would bring more than just a contest. Seated on the judging panel for that competition would be a certain person. Minister Chun of the District Logistics Department. A man who loved food, understood food, and held the power of personnel assignments for all state-run restaurants in the district. More crucially, Minister Chun had received a task this year to select and reserve chef talent for an important banquet next year. The scale of that banquet was far beyond what a district-level restaurant could imagine. A dull knife, a dilapidated room, half a cabbage. Zhao Lidong's story was just beginning. Fulai Courtyard. Early morning. Lidong, come out for a moment. We're having a courtyard meeting. It's about you and the knife skills competition 3 days from now. As Lu Guangfu's words fell, the cunning light in Jia Donglai's roving eyes almost overflowed. He grabbed Lu Guangfu, who was about to turn away. Hey Uncle Lu, we need to talk this over properly. When has our courtyard ever decided on model workers or representatives without a group discussion? Why is the spot for the knife skills competition given directly to him? Jia Donglai's voice wasn't loud, but in the quiet of the night, it was clear enough for every eavesdropping household in the courtyard to hear. Zhao Lidong leaned against the door, silent, just watching Lu Guangfu. He knew Uncle Lu would handle this. Lu Guangfu indeed frowned, lowering his voice. Donglai, what are you shouting about? This notice came from the street office instructing each unit to recommend outstanding young participants. Our courtyard got a spot because Lidong works at the state-owned restaurant. It's a professional match. Besides, this is just a recommendation. Whether he gets selected is another matter. Why are you stirring up trouble? Lu Guangfu, a street cadre, spoke with finesse, quickly dismissing Jia Donglai's unreasonable fuss. Jia Donglai was choked, the fat on his face twitching as he wanted to say more. But Zhao Lidong spoke, then his voice calm and flat. Uncle Lu, Uncle Jia, it's getting late. How about we discuss this tomorrow? I just got off work and haven't eaten yet. At his words, Lu Guangfu seized the excuse to back down. Right, silly me. Lidong just got home. All right, everyone disperse. We'll talk tomorrow. Lu Guangfu said, half pushing and half shoving the reluctant Jia Donglai toward the central courtyard. Jia Donglai kept looking back, his eyes like a wolf that hadn't eaten in 3 days, spotting meat. Zhao Lidong ignored him, nodded at Lu Guangfu, turned and closed the door. The door panel blocked the outside view, leaving him alone inside. He walked to the stove, looked at the blue and white porcelain bowl licked clean by Xiaomon, and couldn't help but curl his lips. The knife skills competition. He spread his hands. The warm sensation had faded, but his 10 fingers felt reborn, brimming with strength and coordination. This was just the beginning. That night, Zhao Lidong slept exceptionally well. The next morning, as dawn barely broke, the courtyard was filled with various faint sounds. Zhao Lidong pushed open the door, greeted by a rush of crisp air. He took a deep breath, feeling utterly refreshed. In the center of the courtyard, Uncle Lu Guangfu was sweeping fallen leaves with a large broom. Seeing Zhao Lidong emerge, Lu Guangfu paused, a kind smile spreading across his face. Lidong up so early. The smile carried more genuine warmth than yesterday. Good morning, Uncle Lu. Zhao Lidong nodded. He carried his enamel wash basin toward the communal tap in the yard. As he passed the central courtyard, the curtain of second Uncle Jia Donglai's door lifted a crack. Jia Donglai was squatting on the threshold, gnawing on a cornbread, his eyes scanning the yard like a radar. When he saw Zhao Lidong, he forgot to chew, staring intently, his nose sniffing hard, as if detecting any meat scent in the air. Zhao Lidong pretended not to notice and walked straight past. "Tch, such a fuss washing your face," Jia Donglai muttered indistinctly, biting hard into his cornbread. The cornbread was dry and stiff, scraping his throat raw. He couldn't help but recall Xiaoman's happy expression eating that bowl of vegetables last night, his heart itching like a cat scratching. Zhao Lidong filled his basin under the tap, the icy water invigorating him. As he straightened up, he saw Qin Shufan approaching with a large wooden basin. The basin was piled with clothes topped with Xiaoman's small floral cotton jacket. Today, Qin Shufan wore a blue Dacron shirt under a gray coat, her hair neatly tied back, revealing a stretch of. In the morning light, that delicate skin was especially lovely. Sensing Zhao Lidong's gaze, she looked up, their eyes meeting in midair. A faint blush crept across Qin Shufan's cheeks, quickly fading to her usual composure, though her eyes were evasive. "Sister Qin, good morning." Zhao Lidong spoke first. "Morning." Her voice was low. She walked to the sink, set down the basin, and began. Her hands were graceful with long fingers, but years of labor had thickened her knuckles. After a while in the icy water, they turned red from cold. Zhao Lidong looked at those hands and suddenly spoke. "Sister Qin, those gloves fit you perfectly." He shook his own. Qin Shufan paused in her scrubbing, looked up, and saw the faint smile on Zhao Lidong's face, her heartbeat quickening. She pursed her lips and murmured, "That's good." The atmosphere grew subtly tense. Just then, old man Xing from the gatehouse strolled out with a birdcage, chuckling at the sight of them. "Oh, Lidong, Shufan, both up early." Old Xing's voice scattered the budding hint of intimacy completely. "Grandpa Xing," Zhao Lidong greeted. Qin Shufan just nodded, burying herself in washing, though the blush on her. After washing up, Zhao Lidong carried his basin back. Passing Jia Donglai's door, his wife poked her head out, speaking sarcastically. "Oh, Zhao Lidong off to the market today. Dressed so sharp, don't get scolded by your master, and sent home early again." Zhao Lidong didn't stop or look back. "Thanks for the kind words," he replied flatly, leaving Jia Donglai's wife rolling her eyes behind him. Back in his room, Zhao Lidong took out the 2 ounces of braised pork scraps Master Zhou had given him last night and ate them with cornbread dipped in the sauce. It was the most decent breakfast he'd had since coming to this world. After eating, he pushed his old bicycle ready to head. Today, Master Zhou had him on the cutting board. He wanted to see how Wang Taizhu would try to bully him this time. Just as he pushed the bike to the courtyard gate, he saw Qin Shufan done with washing, struggling to carry the large basin toward the clothesline. Xiaoman followed her like a little tail. Seeing Zhao Lidong, she ran over, tilting her face up. "Uncle Dong." "Yeah." Zhao Lidong smiled, patting her head. His gaze shifted past Xiaoman to Qin Shufan. A thin layer of sweat beaded on Qin Shufan's forehead, stray hair stuck to her cheeks, and her lips were pressed tight from exertion. "Let me help," Zhao Lidong said, not waiting for her response, striding over. With one hand steadying the bike, he easily lifted the other side of the basin. A faint scent of soap berries mixed with the warm feminine aroma drifted into Zhao Lidong's nose. Qin Shufan stiffened, wanting to refuse, but his strength was great, and the basin steadied instantly. "No need, I can manage," she said weakly. "It's just a few steps." His tone left no room for argument. They walked together, one in front and one behind, carrying the basin to the clothesline. The whole thing took only a dozen seconds. But for Qin Shufan it felt like an eternity. She could clearly feel the warmth radiating from the man beside her and the heat of his breath as he spoke. This ordinarily unremarkable man seemed to have changed overnight. He had become someone almost too dazzling to look at directly. "All set." Zhao Lidong set down the basin, smiled at her. "I'm off to work." He mounted the bike, pedaled twice, and glided out of Fulai Courtyard's gate. Qin Shufan stood there staring at his retreating figure, frozen for a long moment, until Xiaoman tugged at her hem. Mom, Uncle Dong's hands are so strong. Qin Shufan snapped back, her face heating again, and she playfully tapped her daughter's head. You talk too much. Come on, help me hang the clothes, she said, picking up a wet garment from the basin, but her gaze unconsciously drifted back toward the gate. What had gotten into Zhao Lidong? Meanwhile, riding on the old bicycle, Zhao Lidong's mind was calm. He just thought Qin Shufan, a single mother, had a hard time, and he was simply lending a hand. As for anything else, he hadn't thought that far. His mind was full of the restaurant kitchen and the upcoming knife skills competition. The bike turned onto Gula East Street, and the faded sign of Donglashan Restaurant came into view. Zhao Lidong parked and entered the kitchen through the back door. The moment he stepped in, a roar erupted. Shredded potatoes. I told you to cut shredded potatoes. You've given me even a pig farmer would find them too thick. Get out of the way. Zhou Dimeo was yelling at an apprentice's face. Wang Taizhu stood by, arms crossed, a smirk of schadenfreude on his lips. Seeing Zhao Lidong enter, Wang Taizhu's expression shifted instantly, the smirk turning into undisguised provocation and jealousy. Zhou Dimeo also noticed Zhao Lidong stopped his scolding and jerked his chin. So you finally showed up. Get over here. So you finally decided to show up. Get over here. Zhou Dimeo's roar froze the air in the entire kitchen. The scolded apprentice, as if granted a pardon, scurried away, clutching his potato shreds, which were as thick as chopsticks. All eyes fixed on Zhao Lidong, who had just entered. Zhao Lidong's expression remained calm as he unhurriedly approached Zhou Dimeo and addressed him, Master. Zhou Dimeo, with his tobacco pipe clenched between his teeth, scrutinized Zhao Lidong from head to toe, his gaze resembling that of a man inspecting a tool. Zhao Lidong had left work early yesterday and arrived just on time this morning, which had already irritated Zhou Dimeo. But recalling the vinegar-cooked cabbage that Director Chun had praised yesterday, half of his anger subsided. You remember you're supposed to be on the stove for prep today, right? Zhou Dimeo snorted through his nose. I remember, Zhao Lidong replied curtly. Just as he was about to head to the chopping board, Wang Taizhu spoke up first. Master. His face wore an expression of sincere concern for his master. Junior apprentice is still young and lacks solid fundamentals. Yesterday was just like a blind cat catching a dead mouse. There's a lot of work in the kitchen today, so maybe let him start with the odd jobs. He can get on the stove once his basics are solid. His words were heartfelt, highlighting Zhao Lidong's inadequacy while elevating his own steady image. Zhou Dimeo was still hesitant. He did admire the knife work on yesterday's cabbage, but Zhao Lidong's usual pathetic demeanor was deeply ingrained in his mind. What if it was just a fluke? If he let him on the stove today, and something went wrong, it would be Zhou Dimeo's reputation on. With that thought, Zhou Dimeo took a puff of his pipe and waved his hand amidst the swirling smoke. Taizhu has a Zhao Lidong unload the new batch of coal in the backyard today, fill the water vats, and scrub the stove top with boiling water until it's clean. This series of tasks was the dirtiest and most labor-intensive work in the kitchen. Hearing this, Wang Taizhu's face lit up with smug satisfaction. He shot Zhao Lidong a provocative glare silently, saying, Kid, you think you can compete with me? You're still green. The rest of the kitchen staff watched with amused expressions. It was clear to everyone that the senior apprentice was giving the junior one a hard time. Zhao Lidong didn't even lift his eyelids. He simply nodded calmly. Understood, master. With that, he took off his jacket, rolled up his sleeves, and turned toward the backyard. Not a single complaint, not a hint of discontent. His submissive demeanor left Wang Taizhu, who had been eager to see him squirm, feeling as though he had punched a cushion, unsatisfied. Zhou Dimeo watched Zhao Lidong's retreating figure and frowned. This kid really seemed different today. In the past, being publicly humiliated like this would have left him with his head hanging low on the verge of tears. Why was he so composed today? Of course Zhao Lidong was composed. In his eyes, these so-called provocations were nothing but child's play. In his past life working in a Parisian kitchen, he hadn't even touched the stove in his first year. His daily task was peeling potatoes, an entire year of it. Compared to that, what was unloading coal and carrying water? He walked to the backyard, saw the mountain of honeycomb briquettes, and without a word picked up a shovel and baskets to get to work. One basket, two baskets. His movements weren't fast, but they were rhythmic. Every bend, every rise, every unload seemed calculated with no wasted motion. This conserved his energy considerably. An hour later, the mountain of briquettes was neatly stacked like a wall. He then grabbed a shoulder pole and buckets to fetch water. The distance from the backyard well to the kitchen's large vat was over 20 meters. The two buckets weighed at least 70 or 80 jin. Zhao Lidong carried them with steady steps, the pole bobbing on his shoulder, yet not a single drop of water spilled. Sun Yulan, a waitress passing by, was stunned. Wow, Lidong, impressive. Your water-carrying skills rival old Lise, who's been doing it for 10 years. Sun Yulan was straightforward and couldn't keep things to herself. She leaned in close and lowered her voice. I heard that Director Chun praised your cabbage cutting yesterday. That Wang Taizhu is just jealous and trying to trip you up. Don't take it to heart. Work hard and show Master Zhou your real skills. Zhao Lidong smiled, sweat trickling down his cheeks, glistening in the morning light. Thanks, Sister Yulan. After fetching water, he moved on to scrubbing the stove. The stoves from the 60s burned coal, producing heavy grease. Over time, a layer of black, sticky grime built up on the surface, incredibly hard to clean. Wang Taizhu had assigned this task, knowing full well how difficult it was. Zhao Lidong first boiled a large pot of water, then poured the scalding water evenly over the stove. A sizzling sound rose as white steam billowed. The grease softened under the high heat. Instead of using a steel wool pad which would damage the brick surface, Zhao Lidong grabbed an unassuming spatula. Using a deft technique, he scraped off the softened grease in strips moving in one direction. His motions resembled not cleaning, but a sculptor crafting a work of art. In less than half an hour, the once blackened stove revealed its original bluish-gray bricks, spotless and bright. He finished all this before 10 in the morning. Zhao Lidong tidied up his tools, wiped his sweat, and walked back into the kitchen. Wang Taizhu was lounging in a chair sipping tea and raised an eyebrow at his entrance. Done. Done. So fast. Wang Taizhu was skeptical. He stood up, walked to the kitchen door, and glanced. One look, and he froze. The coal in the yard was stacked like tofu blocks, the water vats were full, and even the ground nearby had been swept clean. He then rushed to the stove and touched it. It was dry and smooth without a trace of grease. Wang Taizhu's face. He had hoped these grueling tasks would exhaust Zhao Lidong or cause him to slip up, giving him a reason to complain to their master. But the kid had silently finished everything, and done it flawlessly. Fine, since you're done, peel those scallions over there, Wang Taizhu said, unable to save face, assigning another task. Zhao Lidong, still without a word, grabbed a bundle of scallions, sat on a small stool, and began peeling them one by one. His peeling technique was unique. With a gentle pinch at the root, a tear and a smooth strip, the dry skin of each scallion came off intact, fast and clean. As he peeled, his ears remained alert. He listened to the sounds of the kitchen, the rhythm of Zhou Dimeo's spatula clashing with the wok, the weight of Wang Taizhu's knife on the cutting board as he sliced meat, which burner had the hottest flame and which had the... He also observed. He noticed the chaotic storage of ingredients, fresh vegetables mixed with those days old. These potatoes are a shame, sprouted ones can't be eaten, he muttered inwardly as he saw Zhou Dimeo discard several sprouted potatoes. He also saw Wang Taizhu gutting a fish, tossing away the swim bladder after scaling it. That swim bladder is a waste, to dried it makes top-quality fish maw for soup. These basic errors in kitchen management from his past life were rampant here. Zhao Lidong watched silently, committing everything to memory. He was like a sponge, quietly absorbing all information about this era and this kitchen. He knew it wasn't yet time. He needed an opportunity, a chance to stand before the stove and pick up the spatula. At lunchtime, it was still cornbread with vegetable soup. Zhao Lidong ate his meal in silence. Wang Taizhu passed by with his bowl and deliberately exclaimed, "Oh, junior apprentice, you've been doing manual labor all morning and eating this. Can it fill you up? Wanting to share a piece of meat from my bowl?" In Wang Taizhu's bowl were two conspicuous pieces of braised pork, leftovers from yesterday's meal for the officials, tacitly allowed by Zhou Dimeo. Zhao Lidong looked up at him and shook his head. "No thanks, senior brother. Eating too much makes me drowsy for afternoon work." Wang Taizhu again felt like he had punched a cushion. He snorted heavily, walked aside, and ate his meat noisily, smacking his lips with exaggerated relish. Zhao Lidong ignored him, finished his meal quickly, and prepared to wash the dishes. Just then, manager Lao Ma rushed into the kitchen like a whirlwind, his face etched with anxiety. Chef Zhou, trouble." Zhou Dimeo, who had been dozing in his chair with eyes closed, jolted at the shout. "What's all the fuss? Has the sky..." Lao Ma gasped for breath, pointing toward the front hall, barely able to speak. "Worse than the sky falling. Director Chun from the district's logistics department is here for an impromptu meal. No notice. He just ordered a dish, vinegar-cooked cabbage." Zhou Dimeo's brow furrowed deeply. "Vinegar-cooked cabbage is vinegar-cooked cabbage. What's the problem?" "The problem is..." Lao Ma slapped his thigh. "Director Chen specifically requested it. He wants the same knife work as yesterday. He said if it's not up to that standard, he won't eat." As Lao Ma finished, every pair of eyes in the kitchen snapped to Zhao Lidong, who was still peeling scallions by the sink. In the Donglishun kitchen afternoon, Wang Taizhu's face turned pale in an instant. Director Chun, that was the high-ranking official who controlled the finances and personnel transfers of all state-owned units in the district. Not to mention a mere second chef like him. Even his master Zhou Dimeo had to bow his head before Director Chun. Now this great leader was specifically requesting yesterday's knife work. Who had done yesterday's cutting? A buzzing sound filled Wang Taizhu's mind as he instinctively looked toward Zhao Lidong in the corner. Zhou Dimeo's expression also turned grave. He struck his tobacco pipe heavily against the table and stood up. "What's there to panic about? It's just a vinegar-cooked cabbage." His words were bold, but his heart was pounding. He had clearly seen the knife work on that cabbage dish from yesterday. That was no ordinary cutting. It was a display of skill. Every strand of cabbage was uniform in thickness and length, arranged on the plate like a work of art. Not to mention Wang Taizhu, even if he himself had taken the knife at his very best, he might not have been able to cut so beautifully. He looked at Zhao Lidong with a complex expression. Was this kid truly hiding his talents, or had he just been incredibly lucky that one time? "Master." Wang Taizhu's voice trembled. "What do we do?" Sweat beaded on his forehead from anxiety. If this task was botched and Director Chen grew angry, he would never get ahead in this kitchen. Zhou Dimeo shot him a glare. "Useless brat," he cursed, but his gaze ultimately settled on Zhao Lidong. Zhao Lidong. Zhao Lidong put down the scallion he was holding and stood up. "Master, you cut that cabbage." Zhou Dimeo stared into his eyes. I did, Zhao Lidong answered without a hint of hesitation. Director Chun is sitting in the front hall right now asking for your work from yesterday. Zhou Dimeo spoke deliberately. Can you still cut it? As soon as the question was asked, the entire kitchen fell silent, leaving only the crackling of flames in the stove. Everyone watched Zhao Lidong waiting for his answer. Wang Taiyi's heart was in his throat. He half hoped Zhao Lidong would say no so he wouldn't be shown up, yet he feared Zhao Lidong really couldn't do it, and the whole kitchen would suffer the consequences. Zhao Lidong didn't answer immediately. He walked to the cutting board and picked up a cleaver. It was the dullest knife in the kitchen with a few nicks on the blade usually used for chopping bones. The moment Wang Taiju saw him take that knife, his heart sank. It's over. This guy is going to give up completely. But Zhao Lidong simply weighed the dull knife in his hand, then looked at Zhou Dimeo, his tone as calm, as if asking, Master, where's the cabbage? Zhou Dimeo was stunned. He hadn't expected this reaction from Zhao Lidong. No nervousness, no fear, not even a flicker of emotion. That composure didn't belong to a 20-year-old apprentice. It was like a veteran chef who had spent decades in the kitchen. Manager Old Ma pointed to a vegetable basket in the corner. Zhao Lidong walked over and picked a medium-sized, tightly packed cabbage from the basket. He carried the cabbage back to the cutting board. Without rushing to cut, he first rinsed it clean with water, then peeled off the outer leaves one by one, leaving only the tenderest heart. His movements were unhurried, but each step carried an indescribable steadiness and precision. The peeled cabbage heart was a tender, translucent yellow, fresh and crisp. Wang Taiju watched from the side, sneering inwardly. Putting on an act. I don't believe you can work miracles with that dull. Zhao Lidong placed the cabbage heart vertically on the board, gently holding it with his left hand, while raising the dull cleaver in his right. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his entire aura transformed in an instant. If he had seemed like an insignificant apprentice moments before, he was now the sovereign of this small cutting board. Then the blade fell. There was no earth-shattering crash, only a series of rhythmic rapid thud-thud sounds. Thud, 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 thud. The sound was as continuous as a thread, fast and steady, striking deep into their hearts. Zhao Lidong's wrist moved, but his arm was as steady as a mountain. That dull knife seemed to come alive in his hand, flipping up and down, leaving only streaks of afterimages. The cabbage heart on the board disintegrated before their eyes. First, the cabbage leaves were sliced into sheets as thin as cicada wings. Then, with a turn of the blade, those sheets were cut into fine shreds. Slice after slice after slice. With each stroke, a row of uniform cabbage shreds fell neatly. They were as fine as hair, each strand distinct. They were all the same length as if measured by a ruler. They were crystal clear, glistening with a moist sheen under the light. 1 minute later, a soft thud, and Zhao Lidong stopped. The entire cabbage heart had become a neatly piled mound of shreds. The kitchen was dead silent. Everyone's eyes were wide, mouths agape, staring at the pile of cabbage shreds on the board, as if witnessing an incredible miracle. Wang Taiyi's eyes nearly popped out of his head. His tea mug crashed to the floor and shattered. He stared at the shreds, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Cutting cabbage shreds finer than embroidery needles with a bone-chopping dull knife. This isn't something a human can do. This is sorcery. Zhou Dimeo was also completely stunned. The tobacco pipe in his mouth had fallen to the ground without him even noticing. He had cooked all his life, wielded a knife all his life, and believed his knife skills ranked in the top 10 across the entire city of Beijing. But today he had been taught a lesson by an apprentice he had trained for 2 years and always looked down upon. He looked at Zhao Lidong, his eyes filled with shock, confusion, and a trace of excitement. This is a genius. A buried culinary genius. Excellent knife work. Manager Old Ma was the first to react, stammering out a compliment, looking at Zhao Lidong as if he were a treasure. But Zhao Lidong acted as if he had done something trivial. He used the flat of the blade to gather the cut shreds, gently pushed them, and neatly arranged them on a plate. Then he placed the dull knife back on the board and turned to Zhou Dimeo. Master, it's cut. Zhou Dimeo finally snapped out of his daze. He stepped forward, lowered his head, and carefully examined the shreds on the plate, even picking up a strand with his rough fingers. The more he looked, the more shaken he felt. This knife work was beyond his understanding. Taiju. Zhou Dimeo raised his head and bellowed with a full voice. Huh. And master. Wang Taiju shuddered with fright. What are you standing around for? Fire up the wok. Cook. Zhou Dimeo kicked Wang Taiju on the backside. If you ruin this dish today, pack your things and get out tomorrow. Yes. Yes, master. Wang Taiju scrambled to the stove and frantically began preparing to cook. But his hands kept trembling and his mind was in utter chaos. Zhou Dimeo ignored him and turned to look at Zhao Lidong with a fresh, appraising gaze. You've been hiding your skills deep, kid. Zhao Lidong just smiled and said nothing. A few minutes later, a steaming plate of vinegar-cooked cabbage was ready. Though Wang Taiju was flustered, he had a few years of experience, so this homely dish wasn't ruined. Sun Yulon carefully carried the plate on a tray to the front hall. The atmosphere in the kitchen remained strange. Wang Taiju slumped against the stove as if his backbone had been removed. The others occasionally cast odd, furtive glances at Zhao Lidong. Zhou Dimeo said nothing, picked up his tobacco pipe from the floor, relit it, and puffed heavily, lost in thought. Zhao Lidong, however, acted as if nothing had happened, returning to his corner to sit on a small stool and continue peeling scallions. It was as if the person who had stunned everyone wasn't him at all. After about 10 minutes, the front hall curtain was pushed aside, and Sun Yulon rushed back in like a gust of wind, her face brimming with barely contained excitement. She went up to Zhao Lidong and lowered her voice, but the volume was still loud enough for everyone to hear. Chef Zhao, Director Chen finished that dish and didn't say a single word. Zhao Lidong's heart sank. What? Not satisfied? No. Sun Yulon slapped her thigh. He didn't speak because he picked up the plate and drank all the sauce from the bottom. After finishing, he asked just one question. Sun Yulon paused, cleared her throat, and mimicked Director Chen's tone. Old Ma, what's the name of the chef who cut this dish? Give him an extra level on this month's bonus, and have him represent your restaurant at the Young Chef Knife Skills Competition in 3 days. In the kitchen of Donglishan at dusk, Sun Yulon's words exploded like a thunderclap in everyone's ears. Let him represent your restaurant in the Young Chef's Knife Skills Competition 3 days from now. Wang Tai's face turned paler than the ash beneath the stove. The spot for the knife skills competition. He had been preparing for this opportunity in secret for nearly half a year, bribing the master with gifts and slaving away in the kitchen, all to earn the chance to compete and shine before the leaders. But now, because of a single plate of vinegar cabbage, his long-cherished dream was snatched away effortlessly by Zhao Lidong. He glared at the figure peeling scallions, his eyes brimming with venom and resentment. Zhao Lidong's reaction was entirely different. He slapped his thigh, his wrinkles spreading into a wide grin. Good. Excellent. He repeated the words twice, then strode over and clapped Zhao Lidong on the shoulder, nearly knocking him off balance. You little rascal. You've made your old man proud. Zhao Lidong was genuinely elated. Who was Minister Chun? He was the authority who decided the restaurants, rating their wages and their future. Zhao Lidong's knife skills had not only satisfied Minister Chun, but also brought glory to the restaurant. This pleased Zhao Lidong more than winning an award himself. Master, go easy on me, Zhao Lidong said, rubbing his shoulder with a resigned smile. Huh? Zhao Lidong roared with laughter. From today, you're done with the chores. You'll stay by the chopping board. Tieju, you handle the dicing from now on. Lidong takes charge of the slicing. These words effectively announced Zhao Lidong's rise in the kitchen's hierarchy. From a mere apprentice doing odd jobs, he leaped to become the master of the board, second only to the head chef and sous chef. Wang Taiju swayed, nearly collapsing to the floor. He knew he was finished. From now on, he could never surpass Zhao Lidong in the kitchen. Zhao Lidong remained unruffled, merely nodding. Understood, master. To him, this was merely reclaiming what was rightfully his. The aftermath of this event soon became apparent. That afternoon, Manager Ma personally delivered a first-class bonus voucher worth 5 yuan, enough to cover half a month's groceries for an average family in these times. At the end of the shift, Zhao Lidong even called Zhao Lidong aside and pressed a package wrapped in oil paper into his hands from his locker. Take this. Build yourself up. Don't embarrass me at the competition. Zhao Lidong unwrapped it to find a half-catty piece of pork belly, perfectly marbled and of excellent quality. Such a treasure was hard to come by even with ration coupons. Thank you, Master, Zhao Lidong said with genuine gratitude. He cycled back to Fulai Courtyard, his mood light and carefree. The next day was his day off, and he allowed himself a rare lien. After waking, he decided to delve into another core function of the system, ingredient sublimation. This passive skill permanently enhanced the taste and texture of ingredients he handled by 15%. Yesterday's knife work was the technique, but ingredient sublimation was the true Tao, the key to transforming the mundane into the miraculous. He retrieved the last bit of cornmeal from his cupboard. Cornmeal was a coarse grain, yellowish with a gritty texture and a faint earthy smell. Steamed buns made from it were rough and hard to swallow. Zhao Lidong wanted to see how much a 15% flavor boost could improve such inferior ingredients. He followed the standard steps, mixing, kneading, and resting the dough. The moment his fingers touched the dough, ding. Passive skill ingredient sublimation activated. Target ingredient, flavor enhancement 15%. Effect, the macromolecular starch structure of the ingredient is optimized, coarse fibers are partially softened, and the natural sweetness of the grain is awakened. Zhao Lidong looked down to see a subtle change in the yellow dough in his hands. Its color had deepened to a richer gold, and the once rough surface now bore a delicate sheen. He shaped the dough into small buns and placed them in the steamer. Soon an unusual aroma wafted out from the pot. It wasn't the earthy smell of ordinary cornmeal, but a toasty, sweet fragrance reminiscent of roasted corn with a hint of caramel. The scent drifted through the window cracks and filled the entire courtyard. Qin Shufan, washing clothes in the yard, paused and sniffed the air. What's that smell? So fragrant. She traced the source to Zhao Lidong's closed window. Inside, Zhao Lidong lifted the steamer lid. Amidst the rising steam, several golden buns came into view. They were fluffier than ordinary ones, with smooth surfaces and an enticing aroma. He picked one up and broke it open. Inside was a spongy web-like texture, like a fine flour steamed bun. He took a... As it touched his tongue, Zhao Lidong's eyes lit up. Soft, fragrant, sweet. There was none of the coarse grain's roughness or scratchiness, just a dense, delicate sweetness with a faint cereal note. If he closed his eyes, he might have thought it was a mixed flour bun with white flour. This is incredible. Zhao Lidong was amazed by the effect. A 15% boost on the poorest ingredients yielded such astonishing results. He gazed at the buns in the steamer, and a new idea struck him. He took 2 of the best-looking ones, placed them in a clean bowl, and stepped outside. In the yard, Qin Shufan was still washing clothes, with Xiao Man squatting beside her playing in the mud. Seeing Zhao Lidong, Xiao Man jumped up. Uncle Dong. Zhao Lidong smiled and walked over offering the bowl. Sister Qin, I just steamed some buns. Let Xiao Man try them. Qin Shufan hesitated, staring at the 2 golden, plump buns in disbelief. These are cornmeal buns. She made them every day herself, but hers were dark, hard, and rock-like, a world apart from these 2. Yes, give them a taste. Zhao Lidong extended the bowl. While Qin Shufan still hesitated, Xiao Man couldn't resist and grabbed one, stuffing it into her mouth. Delicious. Xiao Man took a big bite, her eyes curving into crescents. Mom, this bun is sweet. It doesn't scratch my mouth at all. Qin Shufan looked at her daughter's blissful face, astonished and curious. She hesitantly picked up the other bun and took a tiny bite. The next moment she froze. The soft, sweet texture instantly captivated her taste buds. In her 20-plus years, she had never tasted such a delicious cornmeal bun. Lidong, this. Qin Shufan stammered, looking at him. Where did you buy this cornmeal? Why is it so fragrant? Zhao Lidong found her stunned expression amusing, but kept a straight face. He leaned and, lowering his voice, his warm breath almost brushing her earlobe. Sister-in-law, it's not about the flour. Qin Shufan's body trembled slightly, and her cheeks flushed involuntarily. A playful smile curled at Zhao Lidong's lips, his voice carrying a hint of intimacy meant only for her. It's about the technique. His gaze lingered on her red, slightly parted lips. Don't just stare at me, sister-in-law. His half-serious, half-flirtatious remark made her heart skip a beat. She quickly looked down at the bun in her hand, her ears turning crimson. But their intimate exchange was observed by a pair of eyes not far away. Jia Donglai's wife stood at her doorstep, holding a bowl of porridge, staring wide-eyed. She sniffed the sweet aroma in the air, then glanced at her own watery porridge, her eyes burning with envy. She turned and went inside, calling out to Jia Donglai, who was counting something on the Kong. Husband, come out and see. Zhao Lidong and that widow Qin are flirting in broad daylight, and he's giving her food. That bun smell is wafting right into our pot. Jia Donglai sat up on the Kong. Aroma. His mind immediately flashed to Zhao Lidong's bowl of clear broth cabbage that had haunted his dreams. That kid definitely had secrets at home. His eyes darted cunningly, and he slid off the Kong, slipped on his shoes, and headed out. I need to check this out. He reached the door, just as Zhao Lidong and Qin Shufan finished talking, and Zhao was about to return inside. Jia Donglai instantly plastered on his signature oily smile and hurried over. Brother Lidong. At home. Let me talk to you about something. At Fulai Courtyard in the morning. Brother Lidong. Home. Got a thing to talk over with you. Jia Donglai's gregariousness preceded him before he even arrived. Zhao Lidong paused, his hand that was about to close the door, turned to look at Jia Donglai with a beaming smile, and responded in a lukewarm tone. Uncle Jia, something up? Seeing Jia Donglai approach, Qin Shufan, clutching a half-eaten cornbread, made an excuse to hurry back into her room with Xiaomon, though her flushed cheeks had yet to fully fade. Jia Donglai's eyes traced Qin Shufan's slender figure before settling back on Zhao Lidong, a sly grin spreading across his face. Well done, Brother Lidong. A true master keeps his cards close. He tried to edge his way into Zhao Lidong's room as he spoke, but Zhao Lidong subtly shifted his stance, still. Uncle Jia, if you have something to say, let's say it here. My place is small and messy. Jia Donglai, undeterred by the polite refusal, squinted his small eyes, trying to peer inside, sniffing the air like a dog. What's that smell? Heavenly. He rubbed his hands together, looking ravenous. Lidong, I hate to say it, but why keep such a skill hidden? That soup last night, and these cornbreads today. Be straight with your uncle. Did you score some top-notch stuff from your restaurant? That was Jia Donglai's real motive. He was convinced Zhao Lidong had pulled some strings to get premium ingredients meant for internal supply. How else could a poor apprentice keep producing such fragrant food? Zhao Lidong saw right through him. Dealing with someone like Jia Donglai meant you couldn't confront him heated. It would only make him more persistent, thinking you had something to hide. Nor could you reveal your hand. That would be like inviting a wolf into your home. The best tactic was to let him see, let him taste, but keep him utterly baffled. Zhao Lidong suddenly smiled. Uncle Jia, you're doing me an injustice. The restaurant's supplies belong to the state. I wouldn't dare take them home. As for the aroma. He turned and went back inside, retrieving an ordinary-looking cornbread from the pot and holding it out to Jia Donglai. It's just this, made from cornmeal. If you're not too proud, have a taste. Jia Donglai eyed the unremarkable cornbread skeptically. This could smell so good. He took a bite. A single bite made Jia Donglai's pupils dilate. The soft, sweet flavor exploded in his mouth, a world apart from the rough, pebbly lumps he was used to. He stood there stunned, chewing mechanically while his mind churned. Same cornmeal, same cornbread. How could the taste be? Could it really be about skill, not ingredients? The moment this thought struck, Jia Donglai's look toward Zhao Lidong. If before he saw Zhao Lidong as just a lucky channel for good stuff, now he realized Zhao Lidong himself might. In this era of scarcity, what did a cook who could make coarse grains taste like fine ones mean? It meant meat. It meant grease. It meant a good life. Jia Donglai's expression shifted. He grabbed Zhao Lidong's hand with an affection more intense than for his own father. Oh, my good brother. I was blind not to see your talent. I was wrong. Lidong, your skill is nothing short of having someone like you in our courtyard is a blessing for all of Fulai. He showered Zhao Lidong with flat. Look, we're neighbors. A close neighbor is better than a distant relative, right? Don't ever forget your uncle. When good fortune, we brothers should help each other, share the joy, share the meat, share the cornbread. Isn't that right? Zhao Lidong subtly withdrew his hand, a faint smile on his lips. Uncle Zhao, you flatter me. I'm just an apprentice messing around. There's no good fortune to speak of. He neither agreed nor refused, simply deflecting. Zhao Donglai, rebuffed, felt a burning frustration, but was powerless. He knew this young man wasn't easily fooled. To gain anything, he'd have to pay a price. Well, Lidong, Zhao Donglai's eyes darted as a new idea struck. You know, living alone can be lonely. Your uncle here has some connections. I can get discounted cold briquettes cheaper than market price and longer lasting. If you need any, just say the word, and he'll get them for you. He was starting to invest. Zhao Lidong found it amusing. Zhao Donglai was indeed someone who wouldn't release a hawk without seeing a rabbit. Thanks, Uncle Zhao. If I need any, he'll definitely come to you. Zhao Lidong played along. Seeing an opening, Zhao Donglai's hopes revived. He licked his lips and probed. Brother Lidong, what about that knife skills competition in 3 days? Before he could finish, Zhao Lidong cut him off. Uncle Zhao, that's my workplace's business. I'm just there to make up the numbers, don't worry about it. With that, Zhao Lidong yawned. I'm feeling sleepy after that meal. I need to rest. This was an unmistakable. Zhao Donglai, though reluctant, knew further pressing was futile. This kid was as slippery as a loach. All right, you rest. Your uncle won't bother you. Zhao Donglai shuffled away, looking back every few steps. He still clutched the half-eaten cornbread, cherishing it, as if he couldn't bear to take another bite. He had to take it back to show his wife. Watching Zhao Donglai disappear, Zhao Lidong finally closed the door. He knew that cornbread had thoroughly whetted Zhao Donglai's appetite. From now on, Zhao Donglai wouldn't dare trouble him anymore. Instead, he'd try every way to curry favor. With one cornbread, he had temporarily neutralized the courtyard's troublemaker. Stove diplomacy sometimes worked better than fists. Zhao Lidong stretched and was about to head back inside when elder Lu Guangfu appeared at the courtyard entrance. Unlike last night, Lu Guangfu's expression was exceptionally stern today. He walked straight toward Zhao Lidong's home, followed by a few resident representatives, Third Detz's wife, and Aunt Zhang from the back courtyard. This looked like a formal courtyard meeting. Zhao Lidong had a hunch it was about the recommendation slot for the knife skills. He opened the door and stood at the threshold. Elder Lu. Lu Guangfu approached and nodded, his face grim. He glanced at the retreating figure of Zhao Donglai and frowned deeper. Then he turned to Zhao Lidong and spoke gravely. Lidong, come out. We're having a courtyard meeting. The official notice from the street committee has come down about the recommendation slot for the young chef knife skills competition in 3 days. Lu Guangfu paused as if choosing his words and finally looked at Zhao Lidong with a complex expression. There's been a change. If you like courtyard night, there's been a slight change of plans. Lu Guangfu's words fell like a pebble into the newly quiet yard, stirring ripples. Zhao Lidong leaned against the doorframe, observing the word dilemma etched across Lu Guangfu's wrinkled face, and had already formed a guess in his mind. Sure enough, before Lu Guangfu could finish his sentence, a shrill voice cut through the crowd behind him. Uncle Lu, you can't. Zhao Donglai's wife, the plump woman known for stirring up trouble, stood with her hands on her hips, her face full of indignation. What do you mean a slight change? This matter should have been brought before the whole courtyard. The recommendation for the knife skills competition represents the face of our entire Fulai courtyard. Why should Zhao Lidong get to go just because he says so? My Donglai's nephew works as a head cook in the steel mill's canteen, and his skills are no worse. Her outburst was like lighting a powder keg. Sandezi, a usually quiet man standing behind Lu Guangfu, also spoke up in a muffled voice. Young Uncle Lu, this needs to be fair. Just because Zhao Lidong works at the state-run restaurant, all the good fortune shouldn't fall on him alone. Aunt Zhang from the back courtyard curled her lip and said sarcastically, exactly who knows if his skills are real or fake? None of us in the yard have ever seen them. What if he goes to the competition and brings shame on our Fulai courtyard? What then? A cacophony of chatter. These were mostly people who had long envied Zhao Lidong for having a room and a half to himself, or had been subtly stirred up by Zhao Donglai and his wife. Now seeing a chance to trample on Zhao Lidong while earning a reputation for defending collective interests, they all jumped at the opportunity. Lu Guangfu's old face flushed crimson and his lips trembled with rage. Nonsense. Utter nonsense. He pointed a trembling finger at the loudest complainers. This is a professional competition organized by the Municipal Food Service Company. It's not a children's game. Lidong's abilities were witnessed by the restaurant's leadership and personally approved by Minister Chun. What do you know? Oh, Uncle Lu, the way you talk. Zhao Donglai ambled slowly out from behind the crowd, his face still wearing that smiling expression, but the shrewd glint in his eyes was unmistakable. We're just country bumpkins, we don't understand grand principles. But we do know that matters of the courtyard should be decided by the people of the courtyard. Besides, who is this Minister Chun? We've never had the chance to meet him. We can only see what's right in front of us. He paused, shifting his gaze to Zhao Lidong, who had remained silent, and spoke with loaded meaning. Lidong, it's not that your second uncle wants to criticize you. If you truly have the skill to earn this spot, then well, I'll be convinced. But if you don't have the mettle for the job, don't. If word gets out that someone from our Fulai courtyard got the spot through backdoor connections, it would disgrace the entire court. This was an insidious speech, placing Zhao Lidong squarely on the spot. If he backed down, it would confirm that he was guilty and lacked skill. If he didn't back down, he would have to prove his ability in front of the entire courtyard. Lu Guangfu was so furious he could barely breathe, pointing at Jia Donglai and stammering, you, without forming a coherent sentence. The atmosphere in the courtyard became tense and explosive. Just then Zhao Lidong suddenly smiled. He stepped forward, standing in the moonlight at the center of the yard, and spoke in a voice that was not loud, but reached every ear clearly. Uncle Zhao is right. Jia Donglai was startled, not expecting Zhao Lidong to agree with him. The courtyard's honor is indeed more important than my personal interests. Zhao Lidong's calm gaze swept over everyone present. Since everyone has doubts about my skills, that's easy to solve. He paused and looked around. It's getting late, and it wasn't easy to call everyone out. I wouldn't want you all to have come for nothing. He turned and called out toward his own house, his voice soft, but carrying an undeniable authority. Xiaomon, lend your uncle that big radish you were playing with. As soon as he spoke, everyone was stunned. A radish? What did he need a radish for at a time like this? Before anyone could react, the curtain over Qin Shufan's door was pushed. Qin Xiaoman poked her little head out from behind the door, clutching a plump, white radish in her arms. One she had dug out of the cellar that afternoon to play with. Uncle Dong, do you want my radish? Yes, lend it to your uncle for a moment. He'll give it right back. Zhao Lidong gave. Xiaoman looked at Zhao Lidong, then at the tense atmosphere in the yard. Though she didn't fully understand what was happening, she obediently ran over with the radish. Zhao Lidong took the radish from her hands and weighed it. Then he pulled a small knife from his pants pocket. It wasn't a kitchen knife, but a small folding knife for sharpening pencils, its blade thin as a cicada's wing. He had bought it for 2 cents at the general store and used it for delicate tasks. Under everyone's bewildered gaze, Zhao Lidong held the radish, thicker than his palm, in his left hand and the tiny folding knife in his right. He didn't use a cutting board or any support. He just stood there, took a deep breath. The next moment his wrist moved. There was no sound. If slicing cabbage in the restaurant kitchen was like a torrential rain of thud, 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 this was like a spring drizzle of rustle, rustle, so faint it was nearly inaudible. The tiny folding knife seemed to come alive in his hand. The tip danced across the white radish like a supremely skilled ballet dancer gliding gracefully across an icy stage. Everyone held their breath. They couldn't make out Zhao Lidong's movements. All they could see were wisps of radish peel finer than strands of hair fluttering down from his fingers like snowflakes spiraling to the ground. And the white radish in his hand was undergoing a breathtaking transformation under his blade. It was no longer just, it was a lantern. A lantern made of countless hair-thin radish strands, hollow, translucent, and gently swaying in the breeze. A radish lantern. 1 minute. It took only 1 minute. Zhao Lidong stopped. He raised his creation. Under the moonlight, the lantern, carved from a whole white radish, had a uniform lattice thin as rice paper and even had a small radish pillar inside that could serve as a wick. He gave it a gentle shake, and the entire radish lantern wobbled in his hand, as if it might be blown away by the next breeze. The entire Fulai courtyard fell into a deathly silence. Everyone seemed frozen in place, their mouths agape and eyes wide, staring at the miracle in Zhao Lidong. The smile on Jia Donglai's face had long since frozen, replaced by a look of utter horror, as if he had seen a ghost. His wife's plump face was now as pale as a sheet of paper. Sandezi and Aunt Zhang stumbled back a few steps, as if afraid the thing might suddenly come to life. This is... Lu Guangfu stammered, pointing at the radish lantern, unable to form a complete sentence. Zhao Lidong ignored the crowd's astonishment. He crouched down and handed the exquisitely crafted radish lantern back to Qin Xiaoman. Here, I didn't break it, did I, eh? Qin Xiaoman stared at the lantern, more beautiful than any painting, her eyes sparkling like stars. She cautiously reached out and poked it, then let out a delighted cheer. Wow, Uncle Dong, you're amazing. Is this magic? Zhao Lidong stood up, brushed the radish shavings off his hands, and fixed his gaze back on Jia Donglai, his tone still calm and flat. Uncle Jia, are my skills acceptable? Jia Donglai's Adam's apple bobbed up and down, his lips quivered, but he couldn't utter a single word. Acceptable? Was that even a question? This was something no human should be capable of. Zhao Lidong turned to look at the others. Neighbors, does anyone still think they'll bring shame to our Fulai courtyard by representing it in the competition? The entire courtyard was silent save for the chirping of autumn insects. Those who had been shouting the loudest now wished they could crawl into a hole. Bring shame? Are you kidding? If this skill was considered shameful, then every chef in the world might as well quit. Lu Guangfu finally snapped out of his profound shock. He straightened his back, feeling the pent-up frustration in his chest vanish, replaced by an unprecedented sense of pride and vindication. He cleared his throat, his voice booming like a bell. Now, does anyone still object to Li Dong representing our courtyard in the knife skills competition? Silence. A deathly silence. Lu Guangfu's gaze cut through Jia Donglai like a knife. Donglai, aren't you the one with all the ideas? Speak up. That nephew of yours who cooks at the steel mill, does he dare to come and have a contest with Li Dong? Fulai courtyard. Night. Donglai, aren't you the one with all the ideas? Say something. That nephew of yours who wields the ladle at the steel rolling mill, does he dare to compete with Li Dong? Lu Guangfu's voice echoed through the silent night, each word like a resounding slap, striking Jia Donglai's face with brutal force. Jia Donglai's face flushed crimson and then paled, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Compete? With what could he compete? That nephew of his was only good for cooking big pots of food, swinging a giant ladle to stir-fry cabbage stalks, asking him to carve a lantern from a radish. Forget a lantern. He'd be lucky if he didn't carve his own hand off. He opened his mouth wanting to say something to save face, but his throat felt clogged with cotton, dry and tight, unable to utter a single word. The woman behind him was utterly deflated, shrinking her neck and not daring to lift her head. The neighbors around him looked at him with changed eyes. In those gazes were contempt, mockery, and a schadenfreude that said, "Let's see how you get out of this one." Zhao Lidong had lived half his life valuing his pride above all. When had he ever suffered the humiliation of being publicly berated and pointed at? Yet he had no retort, because the radish lantern swaying in Zhao Lidong's hand was the most ruthless and resounding slap of all. Just as Zhao Lidong was about to be completely embarrassed, Zhao Lidong suddenly spoke. "Uncle Lu, please don't say that." He took the radish lantern from Qin Xiaoman's hands and offered it to Zhao Lidong, a faint smile on his face as always. Uncle Zhao was thinking of our courtyard's honor. His intentions were good. Consider this radish my apology to you. Zhao Lidong stared at the radish lantern before him, stunned. He hadn't expected that with the upper hand Zhao Lidong wouldn't press his advantage, but instead offer him a graceful way out. This kid. Zhao Lidong's heart was a mix of emotions. If he accepted, he'd be admitting defeat publicly. But if he refused, he'd be spurning a kindness. Lu Guangfu was also somewhat surprised. He looked at Zhao Lidong, then at Zhao Lidong, and finally let out a snort, saying no more. It was Qin Shufan who reacted quickly. She walked over, took the radish lantern from Zhao Lidong, and said softly to Zhao Lidong, "Uncle Zhao, it's getting late. The children should be sleeping." Lidong meant well. Don't hold it against him. Her words were gentle, yet firm, giving Zhao Lidong face while framing the matter as an adult not arguing with a child. Zhao Lidong, seizing this lifeline, finally found his voice. He cleared his throat dryly and forced a smile that was uglier than a cry. "Well, what sister-in-law said is right. How could I argue with a child?" He pointed at Zhao Lidong, trying to salvage his pride. "Lidong, your skill. Not bad. Keep it up. Don't bring shame to our courtyard." With that he fled, dragging his wife, and slipped back into his own. And so the farce came to an end. The neighbors who had been watching dispersed in small groups, but as they left, their gazes at Zhao Lidong were filled with awe and curiosity. Lu Guangfu walked over to Zhao Lidong and gave him a heavy pat on the shoulder. "Lidong, well done. You handled this admirably today. You've brought honor to our courtyard and made this old man proud." He looked at Zhao Lidong, his eyes full of appreciation. "But don't get too complacent. Zhao Lidong is a petty man. After suffering such a loss today, he's bound to be scheming something behind your back." "I understand, Uncle Lu. Thank you." Zhao Lidong nodded. Lu Guangfu gave a few more instructions before walking back to his own room, hands behind his back, thoroughly satisfied. Soon only Zhao Lidong, Qin Shufan, and her daughter remained in the courtyard. "Uncle Dong, is this lantern really for me?" Qin Xiaoman hugged the radish lantern, unable to put it down. "Of course, but it won't last long. Tomorrow I'll make you an even prettier one," Zhao Lidong said with a smile. Qin Shufan looked at Zhao Lidong, her expression complex. This usually quiet neighbor had shocked her deeply tonight. His unflappable composure in the face of crisis, his godlike knife skills, and his magnanimity in victory. All of it felt unfamiliar, yet brought her an inexplicable sense of peace. Thank you for today," Qin Shufan said softly. "For what?" "For getting me out of that." She referred to Zhao Lidong's earlier taunts. Zhao Lidong smiled. "Sister Qin, we're neighbors. It's only right to help each other. Besides, you made me gloves. I haven't thanked you yet." He gestured with his hand still wearing the gloves. Qin Shufan's face reddened again. She looked down and whispered, "It's late. We should go back." Watching Qin Shufan lead Xiaoman back inside, her graceful silhouette disappearing behind the door curtain, Zhao Lidong turned and returned to his own small room. Closing the door shut out the outside world. The room was still as Spartan as ever, but Zhao Lidong's state of mind was utterly different from when he first arrived. He knew that from tonight onward he had truly stood firm in this courtyard, not through pity or concession, but through strength. He walked to the table and lit the small kerosene lamp. A flame no bigger than a bean danced within the glass chimney, casting his solitary shadow on the wall. He didn't go to bed immediately. Instead, he opened the system panel that only he could see. Host Zhao Lidong, level 1 apprentice points, 100 skill, basic divine knife arts, permanent talent, ingredient sublimation LV. 1 passive. He focused his mind on the skill column. A three-dimensional tech-filled skill tree interface slowly unfurled before his eyes. It was a vast tree of light and shadow divided into 4 main branches labeled knife arts, heat control, seasoning. Currently, only the most basic branch under knife arts was lit, basic divine knife arts. Behind it stretched a long list of gray-locked skills. Intermediate divine knife arts, knife speed increased by 500, a precision increased by 800. Unlocks advanced techniques such as raincoat cut and wheat ear flower cut. Unlock cost 500 points. Advanced divine knife arts become art. All things can be carved. Unlocks master level techniques such as tofu carving and ice carving. Unlock cost 2,000 points. Master level divine knife arts. Host privilege insufficient. Zhao Lidong's gaze swept over the gray skills, his heart surging with waves of shock. If just knife arts were divided so intricately, what vast realms must lie within the equally colossal branches of heat control, seasoning, and plating? His gaze shifted to the system shop icon. It had been gray before, but now it was lit, though followed by the words, Preview Version. Zhao Lidong mentally clicked open the shop. A dazzling array of items instantly filled his entire field of vision. Lost Ancient Recipe Zone, Essential Techniques for the Welfare of the People, Secret Recipe for Roast Suckling Pig. Exchange cost 5,000 points. Sui Yuan Menu, General Outline of the Manchu Han Imperial Feast. Exchange cost 1,000 points. Simple Foods from the Mountains 108 Ancient Vegetarian Dishes. Exchange cost 8,000 points. Special Seasoning Recipe, Zone Original. 13 Spices, Recipe exchange cost 1,000 points. Special Broth Recipe 4, Wincy Tofu. Exchange cost 2,000 points. Ancient Brewing Method 4, Daughters Red. Wine exchange cost 5,000 points. Rare Cooking Technique, Zone Ancient Clay Sealing Technique 4, Beggar's Chicken. Exchange cost 800 points. Strike from Afar. Chaos Han Hand-Beaten Beef Ball Technique. Exchange cost 1,500 points. Hand-Pulled Noodle Technique 4, Dragon Whisker Noodles. Exchange cost 3,000 points. Zhao Lidong stared at the gleaming names, nearly drooling. This wasn't a system shop. It was clearly a mobile treasure trove encompassing 5,000 years of Chinese cuisine. But alas, the threshold to this treasure trove was terrifyingly high. Even a simple recipe cost thousands of points, and he had only a paltry 100. So poor. Zhao Lidong let out a sigh from the depths of his soul. Clearly the top priority was figuring out how to earn points. He closed the shop and reassessed his current situation. The knife skills competition in 3 days was an opportunity. If he achieved a good ranking in the competition, he was sure to get a point reward. Moreover, it was a crucial step toward establishing himself at Donglishun restaurant and climbing from an apprentice. He glanced at the kitchen knife in the corner, dull enough to be used as a hammer, then at his own hands, which had just acquired the basic divine knife arts. No, it wasn't enough. Basic divine knife arts was powerful, but it only allowed him to achieve precision. True knife skills required speed, endurance, and absolute mastery over the properties of different ingredients. All of this demanded extensive practice. He couldn't wait until just before the competition to cram. From tonight onward, not a single moment could be wasted. Zhao Lidong blew out the kerosene lamp and laid down in the darkness. But he didn't sleep. Closing his eyes, he began to simulate every detail of the day's radish carving over and over in his mind. The angle of his wrist, the force of his fingers, the sensation of the blade cutting through fibers. His brain was now like a supercomputer, frantically analyzing, reviewing, and optimizing each movement. After an unknown time, when the entire Fulai courtyard had sunk into slumber, Zhao Lidong quietly opened his eyes. He sat up in bed without lighting a lamp. By the faint moonlight filtering through the window, he pulled a cloth bag from under the bed. Inside were a few round potatoes. He had specifically requisitioned them from the restaurant's kitchen on the pretext of practicing peeling. He walked to the table and picked up the dull knife. In the silent night, he began his solitary training. Thud, 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 again and again. Steady and unwavering. He knew the darkness before dawn was the longest. But he also knew that when the sun rose, the knife in his hand would no longer be mere iron. Yet he didn't know that as he closed his door and immersed himself in his own world, a pair of eyes from the house diagonally across was quietly watching the window of his small room through the gap in the door curtain. Qin Shufan had coaxed Xiaoman to sleep, but couldn't fall asleep herself. In her mind, she replayed everything that had happened in the courtyard tonight over and over. That usually unremarkable man under the moonlight, holding a small knife, carving a radish. That focus, that composure was like a branding iron searing deeply into her heart. She suddenly felt curious. What kind of person was this Zhao Lidong really? And how many more secrets did he hold? Just as she was thinking, she heard an extremely faint sound from the courtyard, like a woodpecker pecking at a tree. Thud, thud, thud. The sound came from Zhao Lidong's room. So late, what was he doing? Qin Shufan's brow furrowed slightly, a thought arising in her mind that even she found absurd. Could he be still practicing at the steel rolling mill in the Red Star canteen? Is this magic? Stammered a young canteen apprentice, staring at the blurry photo in the newspaper. The photo showed an exquisitely carved lantern made from a radish. Beside it was an article titled Radish Lantern Spirit Appears at Fula Courtyard. Ordinary Apprentice Displays Astonishing Knife Skills. Jia Donglai's nephew Jia Dazhuang swallowed the steamed bun in his mouth and let out a disdainful snort. What nonsense about a divine spirit. I think it's just a trick to fool people. I bet he carved it out of wood and painted it white just to fool you greenhorns who've never seen the world. Even as he spoke, his eyes were glued to the photo, a flame of jealousy flickering in them. Fula Courtyard, Zhao Lidong. That name. Had heard his uncle curse it no less than 800 times over the phone last night. Donglishun restaurant. The kitchen. Monday morning, the atmosphere in the back kitchen was strange. Zhao Lidong felt it the moment he stepped inside. Everyone's eyes like searchlights swiveled and focused on him. Those looks held curiosity, awe, and a hint of barely concealed jealousy. Oh, look who's here. Our big star. A voice rang out, dripping with sarcasm. Wang Taizhu was leaning against the chopping board, holding a crumpled copy of Red Star News, smirking at Zhao Lidong. Well done, junior brother Lidong, making the papers without a word. Radish Lantern Spirit. Quite a grand title. He deliberately emphasized the words radish lantern spirit, drawing a burst of laughter from a few kitchen helpers close to him. Zhao Lidong didn't even raise an eyelid. He knew his stunt of intimidating Jia Donglai with the radish lantern couldn't stay hidden. In this era, without the internet gossip among neighbors was the fastest medium. He just hadn't expected it to end up in the newspaper. Though it was just a minor piece in a small local paper, it was enough to cause a stir in this little corner of the world. He took off his jacket, put on his apron, and walked to the sink to wash his hands, as if everything around him had nothing to do. His unflappable demeanor made all the sarcasm Wang Taizhu had prepared die in his throat like a punch landing on cotton. An intensely frustrating feeling. Just then the kitchen door swung open. Zhou Dimeo walked in, his pipe clamped between his teeth, his face dark and grim. The kitchen fell silent instantly. Zhou Dimeo's gaze swept across the room, finally settling on Zhao Lidong. Without a word, he gave a heavy snort through his nose and slammed a burlap sack onto the floor with a clatter. The mouth of the sack came open and round potatoes rolled out in all directions. Zhao Lidong. Zhou Dimeo's voice was as cold as ice shards. Master, Zhao Lidong said, drying his hands and walking over. I hear you're a celebrity now. Zhou Dimeo blew out a smoke ring, the haze obscuring his expression. Quite the knife skills, can make a... Wang Taizhu watched from the side, a gloating smile spreading across his face. He knew the master was about to put Zhao Lidong in his place. In the eyes of these traditional chefs, the worst thing an apprentice could do was try to run before learning to walk, indulging in flashy gimmicks. Zhao Lidong's little performance in the courtyard when it reached Zhou Dimeo's ears was not a point in his favor, but a major demerit. Zhao Lidong remained calm. Master, Shut up. Zhou Dimeo cut him off roughly. I don't care if you're a radish lantern spirit or a cabbage immortal. In my kitchen, he pointed his pipe at the pile of potatoes on the floor, his tone brooking no argument. Today you do nothing else. Right here, peel this entire sack of potatoes. That sack of potatoes must have weighed at least 200 gene. When you're done, then we can talk about knife skills or competence. Having said that, Zhou Dimeo didn't even glance at him, walking straight to his own stove to inspect the day's ingredients. This was a show of force. A ruthless show of force from the master. Wang Taizhu was overjoyed inside. This was exactly what he wanted. Let him be arrogant. Let him steal the show. Now the master himself would take him down a peg. 200 gene of potatoes. Even a seasoned hand would take most of the day to peel. By the time he finished, it would be too late for anything else. Forget about practicing knife skills. He'd be too exhausted to stand straight. Everyone in the kitchen looked at Zhao Lidong with pity. But to their surprise, there wasn't a trace of grievance or dissatisfaction on Zhao Lidong's face. He just silently looked at the pile of potatoes and nodded. Understood, master. With that, he fetched a small stool from the corner along with a basin of water and a peeler and sat down beside the potato pile, working without a word. He didn't complain or explain. He just bowed his head, peeling one potato after another. His movements were steady, unhurried, but incredibly rhythmic. His left hand picked up a potato, rinsed it in the basin, and his right hand guided the peeler along the potato's curve with a gentle twist. Shoo! A complete paper-thin spiral of potato skin fell away. The entire process was fluid and effortless, with no wasted motion. The peeled potatoes were smooth and round, almost without blemish, and he tossed them into another basin, filled with clean water. At first, no one paid him any attention. But gradually people began to notice something unusual. Zhao Lidong's peeling speed wasn't fast, but it never stopped. From 8:30 in the morning until 10 o'clock for an hour and a half, he was like a tireless machine, maintaining the same rhythm, the same motion. The pile of potatoes beside him shrank visibly, while the pile of peeled potatoes grew steadily higher. More astonishingly, every potato he peeled seemed to be cut from the same mold, identical in size and shape. And the potato skins at his feet were so thin they were translucent, piled up as fluffy as wood shavings. Minimal waste, extremely minimal waste. This was the most direct reflection of a chef's fundamental skills. Wang Taizhu had been watching with folded arms, ready to mock, but as he watched, his smile froze. He had peeled potatoes himself. He knew exactly how difficult it was to achieve what Zhao Lidong was doing. It required not only patience, but absolute control over force and angle. This kid, how did he do it? For the first time, a feeling called fear arose in Wang Taizhu's heart. He couldn't sit still. He walked over to Zhou Dimeo, who was dozing by the stove, and lowered his voice, fanning the flames. Master, look at junior brother. It's been almost the whole morning, and he's only peeled that much. He's so slow, I think he's just slacking off. Zhou Dimeo had actually been observing Zhao Lidong out of the corner of his eye. He knew better than anyone that Zhao Lidong wasn't slacking off at all. He had elevated the tedious task of peeling potatoes to its absolute peak. That focus, that steadiness. Even he himself couldn't claim to match it. He was already feeling surprised and shaken, and hearing Wang Taizhu's twisted words, a surge of inexplicable anger flared up. He snapped his eyes open and glared at Wang Taizhu. You go peel them? Huh? Wang Taizhu was taken aback. Zhou Dimeo kicked over a nearby basket full of potatoes, sending them rolling everywhere. I told you to peel them. Zhou Dimeo roared at Wang Taizhu, pointing at the potatoes. You're so capable, are you? You think he's too slow? Then you do it. If you can peel them as well as he does with half the waste, then from today, you'll be the head chef of this kitchen at Donglishan restaurant in the kitchen. What? Scared? Zhou Dimeo's icy interrogation pierced Wang Taizhu's pride like a needle. Wang Taizhu's face flushed a deep purple. He looked at the mountain of potatoes on the ground, then at Zhao Lidong, who was still peeling potatoes with an expressionless robotic efficiency. The peeler in his hand felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Should he try? How could he possibly compete? He knew that if he actually started peeling, let alone achieving half the wastage rate of Zhao Lidong, even reaching half of Zhao's skill level, would be a stroke of luck. The humiliation before the entire kitchen would be immense. And Master, I didn't mean it like that. Wang Taizhu stammered, trying to explain. Get lost. Zhou Dimeo couldn't be bothered to listen to more nonsense. With a wave of his hand, he shooed Wang away like a fly. Wang Taizhu slunk into a corner, feeling the mocking glances from his colleagues, his face burning with shame. He clenched his fists tightly, blaming everything on Zhao Lidong. It was all because of this kid. If not for him, he wouldn't have been so publicly humiliated. He glared at Zhao Lidong's back, his eyes filled with venom. Just wait, Zhao Lidong. This isn't over. Relying on his extraordinary stamina and the tireless physique granted by the system, Zhao Lidong finally accomplished the feat of peeling 200 gene of potatoes the day before the knife skills competition. When he stood up, the entire kitchen staff stared at him as if he were a monster. Zhou Dimeo inspected the potatoes peeled as smooth as jade and the pile of potato skins as fluffy as clouds, but said nothing for the entire day. Yet he tacitly allowed Zhao Lidong to work directly at the chopping board and even permitted him to practice at the stove, a silent acknowledgement of his skill. The restaurant manager Old Ma also heard about this. He specially came to the kitchen, patted Zhao Lidong on the shoulder, and praised him endlessly. Xiao Zhao, you truly are a hidden talent. The future of our restaurant rests on your shoulders. For a time, Zhao Lidong was unmatched in popularity in the kitchen. But then that afternoon, an hour before closing time, trouble struck. Manager Old Ma stormed into the kitchen like a whirlwind, his face etched with unprecedented anxiety and fury. Behind him followed 2 uniformed security personnel. Trouble. Big trouble. Old Ma shouted as he entered, his voice cracking. The lock on the cold storage has been broken. Inside, half a pig is missing. What a... Zhou Dimeo was the first to stand up, his spatula clattering to the floor. Half a pig. In this era, pork was more precious than gold. Nothing from a pig, from its bristles to its blood, was wasted. Half a pig. What a huge quantity that was. It was enough for the entire restaurant's consumption for 2 or 3 days. If it wasn't found, not just him, the head chef, but even manager Old Ma would be in serious trouble. The kitchen instantly erupted into chaos. Who would be so bold? Stealing the restaurant's pork. They'll be sent to labor reform. Old Ma trembled with rage, pointing at everyone in the kitchen, and barked, from now on no one leaves. The security comrades will interrogate everyone one by one. No one is leaving until this matter is thoroughly investigated. The 2 security personnel immediately began to seal off the scene and question the staff. The atmosphere in the kitchen was tense to the extreme. Just then Wang Taizhu walked up to Old Ma, feigning hesitation, and lowered his voice. Manager, there's something I'm not sure if I should say. Out with it. Old Ma was already furious. It's just, I find it a bit coincidental. Wang Taizhu cautiously glanced at Zhao Lidong, who was not far away. We've never had any incidents in this kitchen for so many years, but ever since some people arrived, they've been in the newspapers getting bonuses, basking in glory. He deliberately dragged out his words, the insinuation unmistakable. And I've heard that junior disciple Lidong has been quite well off lately. A couple of days ago, I saw him coming out of the supply cooperative with a new thermos. These words seemed casual, but were utterly venomous. In this era, being well off was almost synonymous with having, as expected. Old Ma's brow furrowed immediately. One of the security personnel also keenly picked up on this information. He walked over, his sharp eyes scrutinizing Zhao Lidong. You're Zhao Lidong. Yes. Zhao Lidong replied calmly. Have you recently come into a sum of money? Before Zhao Lidong could speak, Wang Taizhu helpfully added, it's the 5 yuan bonus specially approved by Minister Chun, and Master Zhou also gave him a piece of meat. At these words, everyone's expressions shifted. A bonus, some meat, and now half a pig missing. Connecting these 2 things made it hard not to draw conclusions. Even Zhou Dimeo's gaze towards Zhao Lidong held a trace of suspicion. He knew his apprentice, once dirt poor, suddenly receiving so many benefits. Could he have been momentarily blinded and crossed the line? It wasn't me. Faced with everyone's accusations, Zhao Lidong only uttered these 3 words. His voice was calm without a hint of panic. You say it wasn't you, so it wasn't, the security officer sneered. Do you have evidence? Zhao Lidong didn't answer him. Instead, he looked up at Manager Old Ma. Manager, I'd like to ask a few questions. Ask away. First, who was the last person to lock the door before the pork was discovered missing? Old Ma was taken aback and looked at the storekeeper beside him. The storekeeper, a man in his 40s, thought for a moment and said, I locked it before leaving yesterday. Second, how many keys are there to the cold storage, and who has them? Zhao Lidong continued. Just 2, the storekeeper replied. One is with me and the other is in the safe in your office, manager. Good. Zhao Lidong nodded, then said something that shocked everyone. I can prove my innocence. Could I take a look at the lock that was pried open? Old Ma and the security personnel exchanged glances. Though puzzled, they nodded in agreement. Soon the damaged brass lock was brought over. Zhao Lidong took it, but didn't examine it immediately. Instead, he silently uttered a command in his mind. System use Pointo Gold to analyze this lock. Ding. Pointo Gold skill activated. Analyzing target brass padlock. Analyzing. Analysis report generated 1. Abnormal scratches inside the lock cylinder. Scrape material is iron irregularly shaped, determined to be from forced entry using tools such as wire. 2. Based on the angle and depth distribution of the scratches simulating the motion trajectory of the tool, the perpetrator is determined to be left hand. 3. Trace chemicals remain on the lock's surface. Composition matches the degreasing powder stored in the corner of the restaurant kitchen. Instantly, 3 crystal clear pieces of information appeared in Zhao Lidong's mind. He looked up, a look of understanding on his face. He held the lock up before everyone, pointing at the keyhole. Everyone, please look. The scratches inside this lock cylinder are deep and chaotic. Clearly, it wasn't opened with a key, but with a hard object like wire. He paused, then turned the lock over, pointing at an inconspicuous speck of white powder on the lock body. Furthermore, there's residue of degreasing powder here. This suggests that before picking the lock, the perpetrator got this substance on their hands or clothes. They likely left in a hurry after breaking the lock, without time to clean up. Most of those present were chefs intimately familiar with degreasing powder. At his reminder, a look of dawning realization spread across their faces. Zhao Lidong put down the lock and delivered his final trump card. The most crucial point. His gaze slowly swept over everyone present, finally landing on Wang Taiyi's ashen face. Based on the direction of force on the scratches inside the lock cylinder, the person who picked the lock is left-hand. And he raised his own hands, am right-handed. Having said this, he calmly looked at the security officer. Can my suspicion be cleared now? The entire kitchen fell into a dead silence. Everyone was stunned by Zhao Lidong's series of clear, logical, and meticulous analyses. How was this This was unmistakably the work of a seasoned public security officer. Zhou Dimeo stared at his apprentice. Wang Tieju, terrified, shuddered involuntarily and instinctively hid his left hand behind his back. Old Ma and the security officer exchanged a look of shock. Just then, an auntie who usually did the dishes in the kitchen pointed in a direction. Manager, I think I know who the left-hand person is. At the Donglishun restaurant in the kitchen. I think I know who the lefty is. The dishwashing auntie's words were like a splash of cold water into boiling oil, instantly setting the entire kitchen abuzz. All eyes followed her trembling finger, turning in unison toward a corner of the kitchen. There, Lao Lu, the restaurant's purchasing agent, was drinking water from an enamel mug, an awkward expression on his face. Zhang, Jie, don't talk nonsense. Lao Liu's face turned pale in an instant, and he could barely hold his enamel mug steady. I am not talking nonsense. Auntie Zhang, the dishwasher, was intimidated by the crowd stares, but still gathered her courage. I've seen you many times. You sign with your left hand, and you eat with chopsticks in your left hand. Lao Liu's heart sank like a stone to the bottom of a valley. He was indeed left-hand. No one usually paid attention to this, but being called out in public now changed everything. So what if I'm left-hand? Does being left-hand make me a thief? Lao Lu shouted, his neck stiff, trying to bluff his way. The security officer wasn't swayed by his bluster. He strode over to Lao Lu, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. Come with us. Why should I go with you? Do you have any evidence? Lao Lu made a last-ditch struggle. We'll find out if there's evidence once you're there. 2 security guards moved to grab him. The kitchen descended into chaos. Zhao Lidong stood apart from the crowd, watching coldly. He knew things were already quite clear. Lao Lu was left-hand, worked as a purchasing agent, and knew the restaurant's inventory and shipment schedules best, giving him the means to commit the crime. But this alone wasn't enough to convict him. Lao Lu had worked at the restaurant for over a decade and had deep connections. If he stubbornly denied everything, insisting he was framed, the matter might end up unresolved. Then someone would still have to take the blame for the stolen half-pig. And he, the first suspect, would never clear his name. Step forward and directly accuse Lao Lu. No. Zhao Lidong immediately dismissed the idea. He was just an apprentice now, with little influence. Speaking up wouldn't clinch the case, it would only put him in the line of fire and offend many people. He knew better than anyone the wisdom of the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. And he was well aware that the most anxious person in this situation wasn't him, but manager Lao Ma. The pork was stolen on his watch. If he couldn't give his superiors a satisfactory explanation, his position as manager might be at stake. So the case had to be solved. But the credit for solving it absolutely could not go to him, Zhao Lidong. His mind raced. He quietly slipped out of the chaotic crowd and unnoticed approached manager Lao Ma, who was already as frantic as an ant on a hot pan. Manager, he said in a low voice. Zhao, look at this. Lao Ma's gaze toward Zhao Lidong had completely changed, even carrying a hint of pleading. Manager, don't worry. Zhao Lidong's voice was steady, carrying a reassuring strength. I was just a blind chicken that pecked at a grain of rice. Just random analysis, nothing serious. He first distanced himself from the matter. Then he shifted the topic, speaking in a tone that suggested he was just making casual conversation. But manager, I was just thinking about something. What is it? Lao Ma was immediately intrigued. Think about it. Half a pig, over 100 gene. One person couldn't steal it all at once, and even if they did, where would they hide it? They couldn't keep it at home either. Lao Ma nodded repeatedly. Right? That's what I was thinking. So Zhao Lidong continued to guide him. Stealing so much meat definitely isn't for personal consumption. More likely they wanted to sell it on the black market for cash under cover of darkness. The black market. Lao Ma's eyes lit up. He felt he was onto something. In this city of ours, the black market in the southern district is the biggest. And I hear the rules there are that transactions happen at night, cash on delivery. Zhao Lidong lowered his voice even further as if sharing a secret. And this is just a wild guess, manager, don't take it seriously. I heard that Lao Liu's eldest son is recently engaged, and the bride's family is demanding a full set of 3 rounds, and one sound not a penny less. Lao Lu has been so worried about this his hair has turned white. With every word Zhao Lidong spoke, Lao Ma's eyes brightened a little more. He handed him all the clues piece by piece like puzzle pieces. Motive: son's marriage, needing money, means of disposal, southern black market opportunity, night transactions. All the evidence pointed to one person, Lao Lu. Having said his piece, Zhao Lidong fell silent, keeping his head down, looking like someone who knew nothing and was just Lao Ma stood rooted to the spot, his mind racing like an electric current as everything suddenly clicked into place. He glanced at Lao Lu, still throwing a tantrum, then at the young man beside him with his eyes lowered and a storm raged. This kid. What deep thoughts. What sharp tactics. This was no random analysis. He had practically spoon-fed him the solution, just waiting for him to open his mouth. Lao Ma took a deep breath, knowing what he had to do. He walked over to the security officer and whispered a few words. Then in front of everyone he announced loudly, "Enough. Stop arguing. Lao Lu, go back to the office and stay there. Don't go anywhere." He turned to the kitchen staff. "That's enough for today. No more gossip. Everyone get back to work." He handled the scene with swift efficiency, then pulled Zhao Lidong aside to a secluded corner of the kitchen. He didn't say a word of thanks, just gave Zhao Lidong's shoulder a firm pat, his eyes filled with a complex mix of Xiao Zhao, you are a sharp one. With that he hurried away. Zhao Lidong knew he was going to catch the thief. Sure enough, that very night manager Lao Ma, accompanied by the security team, caught Lao Lu red-handed at the Southern District Black Market just as he was about to trade the pork. Caught in the act with irrefutable evidence. The next day, the restaurant's bulletin board displayed the disciplinary decision: purchasing agent Lu for embezzlement of state property was dismissed from public office and handed over to the public security authorities. The most talked about part of the whole affair was manager Lao Ma's heroic tale of how he, with keen insight and strategic planning, deduced the culprit precisely from a single broken lock and personally led the team to bring the criminal to justice. Overnight, Lao Ma became the hero of the entire restaurant. No one mentioned Zhao Lidong anymore. In the kitchen, Sun Yulan quietly sidled up to him, feeling indignant on his behalf. "Lidong, I saw everything. If it weren't for you that day, how could the manager have solved the case? How did he take all the credit?" Zhao Lidong was wiping his cleaver and just smiled faintly. "Yulan Jia, what are you talking about? I'm just a vegetable cutter. I don't know anything." He paused, raised his head, and his gaze passed over Sun Yulan to a spot not far away. Zhou Dimeo was standing by the stove, staring at him without a word. That look was deeper and more complex than ever before. It held shock, confusion, and an indescribable scrutiny. Zhao Lidong nodded at him in greeting. He knew that although the pork theft case was over, the mystery surrounding him had only grown larger in his master's eyes. He could sense that a true test, one belonging to him alone from his master, was brewing. Sure enough, just before the end of the shift, Zhou Dimeo suddenly called out to him, "Zhao Lidong, stay behind." The entire kitchen had emptied out, leaving only the master and his apprentice. Zhou Dimeo closed the kitchen door, took a small bag of flour from a cabinet, broke off a scallion from a pile in the corner, and tossed them onto the cutting board. His voice was devoid of any emotion. "Make me a bowl of noodles." He looked at Zhao Lidong and said word by word, "Just with these." At the Donglishun restaurant. In the kitchen, late at night, only a dim yellow bulb remained lit. "Make me a bowl of noodles using only these." Zhou Dimeo's voice echoed through the empty kitchen, carrying an unyielding tone of command. On the chopping board lay a small bag of white flour, about a caddy, and a solitary scallion. There wasn't even an egg, let alone any meat. Zhao Lidong looked at these 2 items, his mind as clear as a mirror. His master was testing him. Not testing his ability to create elaborate dishes, but his most fundamental solid skills. The simpler the ingredient, the truer the skill. This test was harder than peeling 200 genes of potatoes, harder than carving a radish lantern. Because this test examined the heart. "All right." Zhao Lidong uttered only a single word. He asked no questions, merely rolled up his sleeves, walked to the water vat, and meticulously washed his hands again, even scrubbing under his nails with a small brush until they were spotless. This was a habit from his past life as a head chef. The most fundamental respect for ingredients was to touch them with absolutely clean hands. Zhou Dimeo simply leaned against the stove, chewing on his already extinguished tobacco pipe, watching without a word. His eyes were like an eagle's, missing not a single subtle movement of Zhao Lidong. Zhao Lidong first dealt with the flour. He didn't use a bowl, but directly poured the small bag of white flour onto the gleaming chopping board, using his hand to scoop out a small crater in the middle like a tiny lunar ring. Then he ladled a dipper of clean water, not pouring it directly in, but dipping his hand and sprinkling it onto the flour bit by bit. "Salt is the bone, alkali is the sinew, water is the flesh." He murmured softly, as if reciting an incantation. This was an ancient oral formula for kneading dough. Zhou Dimeo's eyelid twitched slightly. This formula was something only the old cooks from his master's generation emphasized when he first entered the trade. Few young people knew it now. Zhao Lidong's fingers stirred nimbly in the flour, each addition of water extremely restrained. His eyes were not on the flour, but closed, using the touch of his fingers to feel every union of flour and water. Soon the dry, fluffy flour turned into clumps of varying sizes. Zhao Lidong opened his eyes and began to knead. His movements were not fast, but every bit of force was perfectly applied. His palm pressed down his wrist, turned gathering, compressing, and blending all the clumps together. It was a long and tedious process. But Zhao Lidong's face showed no sign of impatience. Instead, there was a focus bordering on reverence. Zhou Dimeo just watching that lumpy, misshapen ball of dough gradually become smooth, fine, and elastic under Zhao Lidong's hands. Knead, press, rest, knead. Zhao Lidong muttered to himself. He used an ancient kneading method emphasizing the three shines: shiny dough, shiny hands, shiny board. Half an hour later, the board and Zhao Lidong's hands were perfectly clean, without a speck of excess flour. And the dough had become a perfect sphere, smooth as jade, faintly glistening. Zhao Lidong covered the dough with a damp cloth, setting it aside to begin the resting process. The dough is alive. You must give it time to let its own sinews stretch out, he murmured to himself. Zhou Dimeo's Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. He had said this to Wang Taizhu only once, but that lad had been completely confused, dismissing it as nonsense. But Zhao Lidong seemed to have carved those words into his very bones. During the dough's resting time, Zhao Lidong began to prepare the broth. With a single scallion, he planned to use it in 3 ways. He smashed the white part of the scallion with the back of his knife until it was pulpy to release its pungent aroma to the fullest. He cut the green leaves into fine hair-thin slices, verdant and glistening, and the root, usually covered in soil and thrown away by most, he carefully washed and kept. He scraped the last bit of lard from the earthenware pot in the corner about the size of a fingernail and placed it into a clean blue and white porcelain bowl. Then he sprinkled a little coarse salt into the bowl and added the smashed scallion white. Everything was ready, and the dough had finished resting. Zhao Lidong lifted the damp cloth. The dough was even plumper than before. He didn't use a rolling pin, but directly pressed and stretched the dough on the board with his hands. What happened next left Zhou Dimeo completely stunned. Zhao Lidong lifted the ends of the noodle strand with both hands, his body swaying to a subtle rhythm. The noodle in his hands was like a living white silk ribbon. A pull, a flick, a fold. 1 strand became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 8. The noodles arced gracefully through the air, producing crisp smack smack sounds. Each impact on the board seemed to accompany a sacred ritual. Dragon beard noodles. This was a long-lost hand-pulled noodle art. In his youth, Zhou Dimeo had once been fortunate enough to see an old master perform it, but that master could only manage 7 folds, meaning 128 strands. But Zhao Lidong continued. His movements grew faster, the noodles becoming a blur of white in his hands. 9 folds, 10 folds, 11 folds. When he finally slapped the noodles onto the board to set their shape, the strands in his hands were as fine as hair, as dense as a spider's web. A full 2,048 strands. The tobacco pipe slipped from Zhou Dimeo's hand and clattered to the floor. But Zhao Lidong did not stop. He dropped the finished dragon beard noodles directly into a pot of boiling water, also tossing in the clean scallion root. He gently stirred the noodles in the pot with chopsticks, and they spread out instantly like dragons entering the sea. His eyes were fixed on the noodles in the pot. 3 seconds. Not a moment more, not a moment less, exactly 3 seconds. He grabbed a skimmer, lifted the noodles out in a flash, drained them, and placed them into the prepared blue and white porcelain bowl. At the same time, he ladled a scoop of the scalding original broth that had cooked the scallion root and noodles, held it high, and poured it into the bowl. A soft sizzle sounded. The boiling broth released the fragrance of the lard and scallion white at the bottom of the bowl. An indescribably bold aroma, a blend of lard's richness, scallion's pungency, and flour's weedy scent, filled the entire kitchen. Finally, Zhao Lidong gently sprinkled the emerald scallion greens over the noodles. A bowl of noodles was complete. Clear broth, white noodles, green scallions. Simple, clean. Yet behind this extreme simplicity lay breathtaking skill and craftsmanship. Master, the noodles are ready. Zhao Lidong respectfully presented the bowl of noodles to Zhou Dimeo. Zhou Dimeo stared at the bowl before him, unmoving for a long time. What he saw was not a bowl of noodles, but a world completely alien to him. His hands trembling, he picked up the chopsticks and lifted a bundle of noodles. The noodles were as fine as hair, yet each strand was distinct, none broken, none stuck together. He brought the noodles to his mouth. They melted on his tongue, requiring almost no chewing, sliding down his throat as a warm, gentle current of weedy fragrance. The broth, made merely from boiling noodles and water, was so fresh it made one's brow lift in surprise. The fragrance of the lard, the freshness of the scallion white, the saltiness, and the faint, elusive sweetness from the scallion root, all perfectly blended into a rich, yet refreshing, exquisite mouthfeel. Zhou Dimeo ate quickly. A bowl of noodles was finished in a few mouthfuls. He even lifted the bowl and drank the last drop of broth cleanly. Then he set down the bowl and laid down his chopsticks. The kitchen fell into absolute silence. Zhao Lidong stood there, neither servile nor arrogant, waiting for his master's judgment. After what seemed like an eternity, Zhou Dimeo slowly raised his head. His weathered face no longer held its usual sternness and scrutiny. Instead, it was replaced by a complex expression Zhao Lidong had never seen before, a mixture of shock, confusion, defeat, and even a hint of awe. He looked at Zhao Lidong, his lips moving as if to speak, but unsure where to begin. Finally, all his emotions coalesced into a hoarse, trembling question. Your skill. It's not like an apprentice's. Who taught you? At Donglishan restaurant in the kitchen. Who taught you that? Zhou Dimeo's voice echoed through the empty kitchen, carrying an unprecedented gravity. Zhao Lidong met his master's bloodshot eyes filled with shock and replied calmly, I figured it out myself, master. He had given this answer once before. But this time Zhou Dimeo's reaction was entirely different. He didn't press further, nor did he show disbelief. He merely gave Zhao Lidong a deep, complex look, his eyes tangled like a mess of hemp. Then he waved his hand, his voice tinged with weariness. Get out of here. Come earlier tomorrow. Zhao Lidong didn't utter another word. He bowed to Zhou Dimeo and turned to leave the kitchen. The door closed behind him, sealing off the dim light and his master's lonely silhouette. Zhao Lidong knew that from this night onward, everything would be different. Early the next morning, Zhao Lidong arrived at the kitchen right on time. As soon as he entered, he sensed a strange atmosphere. Wang Taizhu and several other apprentices were huddled together, pointing at a newspaper and whispering. When they saw Zhao Lidong walk in, they instantly fell silent. But the glances thrown his way were filled with undisguised envy and schadenfreude. Wang Taizhu even waved the newspaper with a sarcastic tone. Well, if it isn't our radish lantern god. Junior brother, you've really become quite the celebrity at Donglishan. I heard that last night master even gave you some special tutoring, a private lesson. He deliberately emphasized the words private lesson, drawing a round of laughter from those around. Zhao Lidong couldn't be bothered with him. He knew that the more he cared, the more Wang Taizhu would gloat. He changed his clothes and washed his hands as usual, preparing to start the day's work. Just then Zhou Dimeo walked in with a grim face. The kitchen instantly fell into dead silence. Everyone thought the master was about to lose his temper again. But to everyone's surprise, Zhou Dimeo merely glanced at Wang Taizhu and snorted coldly. Gossiping like a nag at this early hour. Got nothing better to do. Go. Unload that cart of cabbages in the yard. The smile on Wang Taizhu's face froze instantly. That was a whole cart of cabbages. At least 5 or 6. And master, just go. Stop with the nonsense. Zhou Dimeo glared. Wang Taizhu dared not argue further. He slunk out with his carrying pole, not forgetting to shoot Zhao Lidong a venomous glare. After dealing with Wang Taizhu, Zhou Dimeo's gaze fell on Zhao Lidong. Zhao Lidong braced himself for a storm. But Zhou Dimeo only pointed at a piece of pork hindquarter on the chopping board and barked in his usual gruff tone. What are you staring at? Never seen a pig run. This meat is 70% lean, 30% fat. Separate the fat from the lean, cut the lean into willow leaf slices as thin as paper. If you mess it up, no dinner tonight. With that, he ignored Zhao Lidong and went to check the stoves. Everyone else in the what was going on? Though his tone was still harsh, the meaning behind his words. He was clearly teaching him something. Cutting willow leaf slices was a delicate skill that tested one's knife work. Ordinary apprentices couldn't even touch the chopping board, let alone handle such a task. Zhao Lidong felt a warmth in his heart. He knew this was his master's way of showing approval. The scolding was for show. The guidance was the substance. This master with a sharp tongue but a soft heart was finally willing to pass on true skills to him. Yes, master. Zhao Lidong replied loudly. He picked up the cleaver and stood before the chopping board. In that instant, his entire demeanor shifted. From that day on, Zhao Lidong's work in the kitchen underwent a dramatic transformation. He was no longer the scapegoat who only split firewood, washed dishes, and did odd jobs. Every day, Zhou Dimeo would assign him various challenging tasks. Trim the tendons off this tenderloin and cut it into shreds as fine as hair. Break even one and you lose. Deb won this whole chicken without tearing the skin or leaving a shred of meat on the bones. Fail, and it's back to wash. Scale and gut this fish, then slice it into butterfly cuts. Each slice must be thin enough to read the newspaper through it. Zhou Dimeo's scolding grew louder, his demands stricter. But Zhao Lidong relished it. He knew that every seemingly impossible task was a valuable learning opportunity. With his beginner divine-level knife skills, he always completed the tasks perfectly, far exceeding Zhou Dimeo's expectations. He was like a dry sponge, voraciously absorbing the culinary techniques and experience of this era's top chefs. This change did not escape Wang Taizhu's notice. While he toiled away at the heaviest menial chores, Zhao Lidong shone at the chopping board with all the master's attention on him. Fierce jealousy gnawed at his heart like a venomous snake. He began spreading rumors about Zhao Lidong even more fervently among the other apprentices and kitchen hands. See that? That kid's the master's new favorite. We're all pushed aside now. What skill? I'm telling you, he just knows how to suck up. You know the courtyard he lives in? His second uncle's on the street committee, his first uncle's a cadre. He's greased all the right palms. How else do you think he got into the knife skills competition? Someone's pulling strings for him behind the scenes. I heard he's also hooked up with Widow Chin. That woman's no pushover. She's got connections in the street sewing group. Who knows how much she's spoken up for him? He twisted Zhao Lidong's hard work and talent into nothing but backdoor deals and connections. The rumors spread like a plague through the kitchen. Though not everyone believed them, people began looking at Zhao Lidong with a hint of suspicion. Kind-hearted son Yulan secretly told Zhao Lidong to be careful. Zhao Lidong just smiled. Let them talk. Their mouths are their own. It wasn't that he didn't care, he simply had no time. He was too busy. Every day, besides completing Zhou Dimeo's assignments, he seized every opportunity to use his golden finger for something more important, building his own ingredient database. The kitchen was where ingredients were most concentrated. Every time he encountered a new ingredient, he would silently command, System Analyze. Ding. Target ingredient winter bamboo shoot origin Southern Sichuan. Water content 88. 2. Sugar content 3. 5. Fiber density high. Recommended best cooking methods braised winter bamboo shoot 5-star, yin du xian 5-star stir-fried winter bamboo shoot with cured meat 4-star. Special note: the root of this bamboo shoot is fibrous, ideal for soup. The tip is tender, best for quick stir-fry. Ding. Target ingredient grass carp, weight 3 Jin 2 liang. Freshness extremely high, out of water, less than 3 hours, fat content 4. 1. Recommended best cooking methods Westlake vinegar fish 5-star, requires specific sweet and sour sauce, boiled fish fillets 4-star, steamed grass carp 4-star. Special note: the belly meat is the most tender, suitable for raw fish congee. The head is rich in collagen, ideal. In just a few days, he had analyzed over 20 kinds of vegetables, a dozen types of meat, and freshwater fish commonly used in the restaurant's kitchen, using the touch transforms to gold function. The best way to handle each ingredient, the optimal use for each part, and cooking times accurate to the second. All this information was etched into his mind like a brand. Now when he looked at any ingredient, he no longer saw its exterior, but its intrinsic data and the countless culinary possibilities it held. It was a form of dimensional reduction. That afternoon, Zhao Lidong was processing a freshly delivered carp. As he scaled the fish, he analyzed the data from the system in his mind, muttering under his breath, "Too bad this fish has a bit of a muddy taste. If only I could add some perilla leaves." This scene happened to be witnessed by Wang Taizhu from a distance. Seeing Zhao Lidong muttering to himself over a dead fish looking somewhat unhinged, a cold smirk curled on his lips. He winked at a kitchen hand beside him and said sarcastically, "Look at that fool zoning out over a dead fish. I think he's trained himself stupid. Just wait. He'll get what's coming to him." At Donglishan restaurant in the kitchen, Zhao Lidong did not hear Wang Taizhu's venomous curse. His mind was entirely immersed in the vast culinary world constructed by the system. Yet troubles do not vanish simply because they are ignored. 2 days later, on the eve of the knife skills competition, an unexpected event shattered the kitchen's tranquility. That morning, manager Old Ma rushed frantically into the kitchen, clutching a document just delivered from the district office. His expression was even more tense than when the pork had gone missing. "Everyone stop what you're doing. Stop," he shouted at the top of his lungs as he entered, his voice cracking. The chefs and apprentices busy at the stoves paused and looked at him bewildered. Zhou Dimeo set down his spatula, frowning. "Old Ma, what now? Has the sky fallen?" "Worse than that." Old Ma slapped his thigh and slammed the document onto the chopping block with a sharp crack, sweat beading on his forehead. "The district has issued an urgent notice. Tomorrow, yes, tomorrow, the leaders from the Municipal Health Service Corporation are coming for a surprise inspection. This time they're not just checking hygiene. They're inspecting kitchen management, food storage, and operational standards. They say it's the strictest inspection in years. The higher-ups said that if any problems are found, there will be public criticism. The entire restaurant's bonus will be docked, and both I as manager and you, Zhou Dimeo, as head chef, will have to write self-criticisms. We might even be dismissed." At these words, the kitchen erupted into chaos. "What? An inspection tomorrow? Are they trying to kill us? The kitchen is a mess. How can we clean it up in one day? It's over. This month's bonus is definitely gone." Panic seized everyone, of complaints and helplessness. Everyone was well aware of the kitchen's condition at Donglishan. The stoves were caked with thick grease, corners cluttered with debris, and food storage was a disaster. Dried and wet goods mixed together, vegetables and meats indiscriminately piled. These were chronic issues overlooked in daily routine. But if the leaders inspected with a magnifying glass, the place would be riddled with flaws, not a single area meeting standards. Zhou Dimeo's face darkened considerably. As head chef, he bore primary responsibility for kitchen management. If anything went wrong, where would he hide his old face? "What's all this noise? Isn't it chaotic enough?" Zhou Dimeo bellowed, silencing the crowd. "Panic over what? It's just an inspection. From now on, everyone stop what you're doing and start a thorough cleaning. Wang Taizhu, take a few people to scrub. Oldly, you're in charge of the storage room. The rest of you sweep the floor and wipe the walls. Nobody's going home tonight until everything is spotless." Zhou Dimeo began assigning tasks methodically, but to Zhao Lidong his plan was riddled with flaws. He watched Wang Taizhu and his crew scrape at the hard black grease on the stove with steel wool and spatulas, making a clattering racket, and shook his head inwardly. What a waste of a stove. This dry scraping was not only inefficient, but would severely damage the brick surface, leaving countless fine scratches. These scratches would later trap more dirt, creating a vicious cycle. He then saw Old Lee's team frantically hauling everything out of the storage room, piling bags of flour next to jars of pickles and placing a basket of wet greens beside dried chilies. What a waste of ingredients. Mixing dry and wet items easily caused spoilage, mold, and cross-contamination of flavors. To Zhao Lidong, the chaotic scene before him was like a professional IT engineer watching cavemen fumbling with computers in the most primitive, foolish ways. He knew he could no longer remain silent. This wasn't just for the restaurant, it was for himself. If the restaurant was penalized for this inspection, his upcoming knife skills competition would likely suffer. He walked up to the frazzled manager Old Ma and Zhou Dimeo. "Manager master, why aren't you working? What are you doing here?" Zhou Dimeo snapped irritably. Zhao Lidong ignored his tone and calmly pointed at the stove Wang Taizhu was laboriously scraping. Master, you can't scrub the stove like that. What did you say? Zhou Dimeo's eyes widened. If not like this, then how? Should I lick it clean? The onlookers paused, smirking at Zhao Lidong, waiting for his humiliation. Wang Taizhu stopped scraping, crossed his arms, and sneered, anticipating Zhao Lidong's embarrassment. Undaunted by Zhou Dimeo's bluster, Zhao Lidong said calmly, Master, don't be angry. Scrubbing with steel wool is the worst method. Don't we have plenty of coal ash from burned honeycomb briquettes? Coal ash? Zhou Dimeo was taken aback. Yes, Zhao Lidong nodded. Mix the coal ash with hot water to form a paste, and spread it evenly over the grease. The alkaline substances and fine particles in the ash react with the grease, softening it. After an hour, use a bamboo or wooden scraper to gently remove the grease in whole sheets without damaging the stove. He added, it's called the hot alkali degreasing method. The kitchen fell into dead silence. Everyone stared at Zhao Lidong in astonishment. Hot alkali degreasing method. What was that? They had never heard of it. Zhou Dimeo was also stunned. He looked at Zhao Lidong, his eyes filled with doubt and amazement. The young man spoke with such logic and reason that it seemed plausible. Manager Old Ma's eyes lit up. Though he knew little about cooking, he understood management and grasped the phrase, without damaging the stove. Stove repairs were costly, and Zhao Lidong continued, pointing at the chaotic storage room. Manager, the storage can't be arranged like this. Then how should it be done? Old Ma asked eagerly. It needs zoning, Zhao Lidong said with crystal clarity. I suggest reorganizing the storage based on the principle of separating dry from wet, raw from cooked, and grains from vegetables. Dry goods like rice flour and beans should be placed in the innermost, driest, best ventilated area, raised on wooden boards at least 20 centimeters off the ground to prevent moisture. Pickled items like salted vegetables and sauces which contain salt and moisture and are prone to corrosion must be fresh. Vegetables and meats should be near the entrance for easy access, ensuring first in first out use to avoid. Most importantly, cooked foods like our braised meats and smoked fish require a dedicated cabinet completely isolated from raw items to prevent cross-contamination. Zhao Lidong finished in one breath, and the kitchen fell utterly silent. If the hot alkali degreasing method had merely surprised them, this systematic discourse on storage management stunned and even frightened them. How could an apprentice know such things? The concepts of storage management, food safety, and process optimization he articulated were beyond even the district's logistics officers, let alone these cooks. It was a crushing blow. Zhou Dimeo and Old Ma exchanged glances, both seeing disbelief in each other's eyes. Where did you learn all this? Old Ma stammered, looking at Zhao Lidong as if he were an alien. Zhao Lidong had his story ready. He scratched his head, feigning embarrassment. I had nothing to do recently, so I picked up some old books from a scrap station. One was called Hotel Kitchen Management Manual, written by a foreigner before liberation. I just skimmed through it. I'm not sure if it's right. The Hotel Kitchen Management Manual. The excuse was flawless, explaining his knowledge source while sounding perfect. Great. Wonderful. Old Ma slapped his thigh, beaming with excitement. Xiao Zhao, you're a blessing for our restaurant. He grabbed Zhao Lidong's hand with unprecedented warmth. From now on, you're in charge of the kitchen renovation. You don't need to do anything else. You're the general director. If you need anyone or anything, just tell Master Zhou and he'll handle it. He turned to Zhou Dimeo, his tone brooking no argument. Old Zhou, understand. Give Xiao Zhao your full support. Zhou Dimeo opened his mouth, then nodded with a complex expression. Wang Taizhu stood aside, his face dark as thunder. General director. A greenhorn, a junior apprentice under him, now his boss. How could he accept this? Zhao Lidong ignored the varied gazes. He knew this was his golden opportunity to solidify his position. He took charge without hesitation. Senior brother Wang, please get some coal ash and hot water and try my method. Master Li, don't move the storage items yet. They'll sketch a plan for rearranging them. Sister Sun, please organize a few people to boil all the dishes and utensils in water with alkali for disinfection. His voice was calm but clear and steady. Instantly, everyone in the kitchen, including Zhou Dimeo, unconsciously followed his orders. Under his direction, the once chaotic kitchen ran like a well-oiled machine, efficient and orderly. On inspection day, when the leaders from the Municipal Health Service Corporation entered Donglishan's kitchen, everyone was stunned. The windows were spotless, the floors gleaming. The stoves showed their original blue bricks, free of any grease. In the storage room, all ingredients were neatly categorized with chalk markings on the wall for dry goods area, fresh vegetable area, and pickled area. All chefs and apprentices wore clean white coats and hats, looking spirited. The leading inspector walked through the kitchen, running a gloved hand over the stove's windowsills and corners. The white glove remained immaculate. He removed the glove and nodded with satisfaction, saying to Old Ma, who was accompanying him, words that filled the manager with joy. Old Ma, Donglishan has the best kitchen management of all the restaurants I've inspected this time. You should be a model for the entire district to study and promote. If you like courtyard. Dusk. Donglishan restaurant received commendation for its hygiene inspection, and Zhao Lidong was naturally credited as the greatest contributor. Manager Old Ma publicly announced another major merit for him and changed the recommendation for the youth chef knife skills competition into a direct nomination. Zhou Dimeo's gaze towards him had completely shifted from scrutiny to appreciation. At the end of the workday, he even patted Zhao Lidong's shoulder for the first time and said, "Kid, don't embarrass me at the competition tomorrow." Wang Tieju, on the other hand, had fallen completely silent, hiding in a corner all day like a defeated rooster. Carrying this rare good mood, Zhao Lidong rode his bike back to the courtyard. But as soon as he entered the gate, he sensed an unusual tension in the air. In the center of the yard, First Elder Lu Guangfu was frowning, trying to mediate a dispute. The conflicting parties were the wife of Second Elder Jia Donglai and Aunt Zhang, who lived next door. "I'm telling you, Jia family, don't you dare play tricks with me here. Last month, when your family had no rice to cook, you borrowed a bowl of cornmeal from me, promising to return it in 3 days. It's been nearly a month, and there's still no sign of it. If you don't pay me back today, I won't let it go." Aunt Zhang stood with her hands on her hips, her voice sharp enough to pierce. Jia Donglai's wife was not to be outdone. She plopped down on the ground and began slapping her thighs, wailing dramatically, "Oh, there's no justice anymore. Bullying a widow and her orphan. Isn't it just a bowl of cornmeal? Did I say I wouldn't pay you back? It's just that times are tight, and we haven't received our rations yet. Do you have to come and demand payment like this? Are you trying to drive us mother and son to death? Huh, don't give me that act." Aunt Zhang trembled with anger. "Everyone knows your old Jia is as sly as a fox. There must be grain stored at home. You're just trying to renege on the debt. You're spouting nonsense. So what if I am?" The two of them bickered endlessly, each word escalating the quarrel. A crowd of neighbors had gathered to watch the spectacle, but no one stepped forward to intervene. Because everyone knew the root of the problem wasn't that bowl of cornmeal. It was the fact that this month's grain ration had been cut again. A full half-tenth less than last month. In an era where even having enough to eat was a luxury, a half-tenth of grain could leave a family struggling to make ends meet, and could make decades of neighborly bonds thinner than paper. A bowl of cornmeal might not mean much in normal times, but now it was life-saving sustenance. Lu Guangfu was drenched in sweat from anxiety, his throat parched from talking, but neither woman would listen to him. Zhao Lidong shook his head, refrained from joining the commotion, and pushed his bike to the back courtyard. As he parked his bike, he saw Qin Shufan sitting on a low stool at her doorstep, holding a needle and thread, but not moving, staring blankly at the sky above the yard. Her brows were tightly knitted and her bright eyes were now veiled with an unshakable gloom. Xiaoman sat obediently beside her and asked softly, "Mom, do we not have any food left either?" Qin Shufan's body trembled. She quickly forced a smile and stroked her daughter's head. "Nonsense, how could that be? Mom will find a way. Oh, I won't let our Xiaoman go hungry." But her pale lips and the worry in her eyes betrayed her true feelings. Zhao Lidong's heart felt as if pricked, but he knew that Qin Shufan, a widow with a child, and only half a laborer's worth, was already allocated fewer rations. With this month's reduction, their days were truly becoming unsustainable. Without a word, he quietly returned to his own small room. He opened the rice jar. Inside, there was only a little over half a jar of cornmeal, along with a small bag of white flour he had bought with his bonus from 2 days ago. Without hesitation, he scooped out about half a kilogram of cornmeal and packed it in a cloth bag. Then he grabbed 2 handfuls from the white flour bag, carefully wrapping them in a small paper packet. The white flour was for Xiaoman. Children have delicate stomachs and can't handle coarse grains all the time. He carried the items out of the room. Hearing footsteps, Qin Shufan turned around, and seeing it was Zhao Lidong, quickly stood up, a hint of awkwardness on her face. "Lidong, you are off work." Zhao Lidong nodded and handed the cloth bag and paper packet to her. "Take these." Qin Shufan was stunned. She looked at the bag of golden cornmeal, then at the paper packet that clearly held something more precious, and instantly understood. Her eyes reddened immediately. "Lidong, what are you doing? I can't accept this." She waved her hands repeatedly, pushing the items back. "You're not well off yourself. How can I take your food? Take it." Zhao Lidong's tone brooked no refusal. He forced the items into Qin Shufan's arms. "I'm a man who I can manage with whatever I have. You still have Xiaoman to care for. You can't let the child go hungry." He glanced at Xiaoman, who was watching them with wide eyes, and softened his voice. "There are 2 handfuls of white flour in there. Make some porridge for Xiaoman." Qin Shufan could no longer hold back her tears. They streamed down her cheeks like broken pearls. In these times, when everyone fought tooth and nail for a single meal, this ordinarily taciturn man had silently offered her his own rations. This debt of gratitude was too heavy, so heavy that she didn't know how she could ever repay it. "Lidong, she choked up, unable to speak another word. "All right, Sister Qin." Zhao Lidong was at a loss, uncomfortable seeing a woman cry. "Go inside now, it's cold." With that, he turned to go back into his room. "Wait." Qin Shufan called him back. She roughly wiped her tears with her sleeve as if she had made up her mind, and quickly walked into her house, emerging again shortly after. In her hands was a faded men's Zhongshan suit patched in several places. It was the garment Zhao Lidong wore most often, with frayed cuffs and collar. Lidong, Qin Shufan said, her face flushed crimson in the dim light, as red as the sunset clouds. She dared not meet his eyes, only lowered her head, and spoke in a voice as faint as a mosquito's. "Buzz, your clothes are torn. I can mend them for you tonight. I'm good with a needle. Oh, I promise you won't even notice the patches." In this era, a woman offering to mend the personal clothing of a man who was not her relative carried an unspoken implication that needed no explanation. Zhao Lidong looked at her blushing cheeks and the hands clutching his clothes, and something deep inside him was stirred by. He didn't refuse. He just smiled and said softly, "All right, I'll trouble you then, Sister Qin." With that, he turned and went back into his room. After closing the door, he leaned against it, still hearing his own unsteady heartbeat. Outside, Qin Shufan stood in the evening breeze for a long time, clutching the bag of grain and the old garment still carrying a man's warmth. She stared at Zhao Lidong's closed door, her mind in turmoil. She looked down at the grain in her hands, then at the clothes in her arms, her face burning with heat. She knew she might never be able to repay this man. She bit her lip and whispered softly, as if asking herself or the empty air, "Sister, can I ever repay this debt of gratitude?" Zhao Lidong returned to his room, his heart unable to calm for a long time. Qin Shufan's eyes filled with tears, yet stubborn, along with her final words, "Let me mend that for you," brushed against his heart like a kitten's paw, tickling with an indescribable warmth. He shook his head, casting these tangled thoughts out of his mind. The urgent matter at hand was tomorrow's knife skill. Just as he was about to calm his mind and simulate the competition's process, once more a blue light screen he hadn't seen in ages suddenly materialized before him. Ding! Detected that the host has initially integrated into the current era's environment and gained basic interpersonal recognition. The system's main quest module is now officially activated. Releasing main quest, I transform the mediocre into the marvelous. Quest description: a true culinary god isn't one who creates delicacies from rare ingredients, but one who can craft admirable flavors from the most humble and discarded materials. Please prepare one or more dishes within 72 hours using the most common civilian ingredients available and earn the sincere admiration of at least 10 people. Quest ingredient restrictions: coarse grains e.g. cornmeal, mixed flour, discarded vegetable parts e.g. cabbage stems, radish peels, pickled vegetables e.g. salted turnip, pickled cucumbers. Quest reward: elementary heat control passive skill. Quest failure penalty: randomly deprive the host of one acquired skill. Zhao Lidong's eyes lit up. Elementary heat control. He stared at those words, his breath quickening. If knife skills were the form of culinary art, then heat control was its soul. The success of a dish depended 70% on the mastery of heat. In his past life, his rise to a Michelin 3-star chef was owed to his transcendent command of heat. Now the system was finally about to provide him with this most crucial piece of the puzzle. However, glancing at the quest description, Zhao Lidong couldn't help but smile wryly. Creating dishes praised by at least 10 people using the most basic ingredients. This was a hellish level challenge of making bricks without straw. He calculated the resources at hand. Cornmeal, a few pounds left after giving some away. Cabbage, from the restaurant's supply, only the tough outer leaves remained after the tender hearts were eaten. There was a small piece of salted turnip left by his predecessor, dry, hard, and mouth-puckeringly salty. With such meager supplies, merely filling one's stomach was a feat, let alone creating a delicacy. And to earn sincere admiration from 10 people, the system certainly knew how to set a difficult task. Yet, a smile brimming with challenge slowly curled at the corner of Zhao Lidong's mouth. The more challenging, the more interesting, wasn't it? His mind began to race. What could be made from the coarse cornmeal? Steamed cornbread. But it had to be an improved version. The tough, flavorless cabbage stems. How to handle them? Slice. Use divine knife skills to cut them into strands finer than hair, breaking down their coarse fiber structure. The overly salty, bitter salted turnip. How to neutralize it? Again, slice. Mince it finely, stir fry with a little oil to release its savory essence, then use a touch of sugar to counter its bitterness. A bold culinary concept gradually took shape in his mind. Staple: golden silk, steamed cornbread. Dish: jadeite, shredded salted turnip. The golden silk cornbread emphasized a light, airy texture. He planned to add a bit of homemade starter, flour and water fermented into the dough, then use a special double-proofing technique to give the cornmeal mixture a fluffy consistency similar to fine grains. During steaming, the heat should be high first, then lowered. The resulting cornbread would develop a thin, crispy crust with a golden hue, hence the name golden silk. As for the jadeite shredded salted turnip, it was the ultimate fusion of knife skills and seasoning. Both the cabbage stems and the salted turnip would be cut into nearly invisible fine shreds and mince. The sweetness of the cabbage stems would balance the saltiness of the turnip, while the turnip's savory flavor would compensate for the cabbage's blandness. Stir-fry both over high heat, finishing with a splash of lard to release the aroma. The finished dish would feature emerald green cabbage shreds dotted with minced turnip. Simple in appearance, but endlessly satisfying. One dish tested fermentation and heat control, the other knife skills and seasoning, using the most extreme techniques to compensate for the ingredients' flaws. That was the true essence of transforming the mediocre into the marvelous. With the plan set, the next step was to get 10 people to taste and admire. Zhao Lidong thought of the courtyard. This compound was bustling with all sorts of people. Jia Donglai and his wife, First Elder Lu Guangfu Sandezi, Aunt Zhang Qin Shufan, and her daughter. Gathering 10 people wasn't hard. The challenge was earning their sincere admiration. Simply bringing dishes to their doors. No, that would be too deliberate and invite gossip. There had to be a natural occasion. Zhao Lidong's gaze fell on the old locust tree in the center of the yard. He recalled hearing from the older residents about an unwritten tradition in Fulai compound. On fine weekends, several close families would gather under the locust tree, set up a table, and each contribute some food for a communal meal, dubbing it weekend gathering. It was both a way to improve their meals and strengthen bonds. Wasn't this weekend a perfect opportunity? He made up during this seemingly ordinary courtyard meal, he would use these two simplest, most unassuming dishes to make a stunning show-stopping debut. He glanced at the countdown on the system panel. Time remaining 71 hours, 24 minutes. Plenty of time. Over the next 2 days, aside from going to work at the restaurant on time and preparing for tomorrow's knife skills competition, Zhao Lidong devoted all his time to perfecting the details of those two dishes. He secretly cultivated a small bowl of bubbling starter in his room using flour and warm water. He soaked the few cabbage stems in clean water for an entire night to remove some bitterness and enhance their crispness. Even the dry, hard salted turnip was soaked in rice washing water for an afternoon to soften it and reduce its. All preparations were carried out in silence. Meanwhile, in Fulai compound, no one knew that a storm poised to overturn their taste perceptions was quietly brewing in this inconspicuous corner. Jia Donglai was still scheming on how to gain more from Zhao Lidong. Wang Taizhu was in the back kitchen plotting ways to trip up Zhao Lidong in tomorrow's knife skills competition. Only Qin Shufan night after night under the kerosene lamp stitched away at the old garment for Zhao Lidong, needle and thread in hand. She always felt that this man beneath the needle was like a deep ancient well. Just when you thought you'd seen the bottom, probing further revealed an even vaster, more profound world beneath. She smoothed the mended cuff, gazing out the window at Zhao Lidong's small room, its light already extinguished. An involuntary tender smile curved at the corner of her lips. She suddenly found herself looking forward to the weekend. Because First Elder Lu Guangfu had told her that afternoon, "Shufan, for this weekend's courtyard gathering, you and Xiaoman should come too. I heard that young Lidong is planning to show off his skills." Weekend. Under the old locust tree in Fulai courtyard. A long-lost festive atmosphere once again filled the air. A long table cobbled together from several door planks stood in the center of the yard, with each family displaying their most treasured delicacies. Jia Donglai's wife was particularly smug today, presenting a plate of greasy stir-fried pork intestines. It was awful her husband had managed to procure through connections at the steel rolling mill stir-fried, with generous amounts of oil and salt, its aroma aggressively rich. "Oh my, on a day like this you need something hearty," she declared, setting down the plate. While casting sidelong glances at the dishes on others' tables, her words dripping with a sense of superiority. Aunt Zhang brought a plate of soy sauce pickled radish, while Sandezi contributed a small pot of braised tofu. Qin Shufan somewhat sheepishly presented a plate of scrambled eggs procured with egg coupons she had saved for days, golden and fragrant. Xiaoman stood nearby, swallowing hard with envy. "Don't be shy, dig in," urged First Elder Lu Guangfu with. Just then Zhao Lidong emerged from his house. He carried 2 ordinary coarse porcelain plates. All eyes converged on him, curious to see what exotic delicacies this newly acclaimed, capable man might present. But when he set the plates down, everyone was stunned. One plate held several golden cornmeal buns, looking slightly softer than the usual fare, but they were still just cornmeal buns. The other held a pile of unidentifiable fine shreds, a mix of emerald green and speckled brown, emitting a faint savory aroma, but hardly a substantial dish. "Is that it?" Jia Donglai's wife was the first to pout, her voice pitched just enough for all to hear. "And here I thought it was going to be something grand. After all that, it's just cornmeal buns and pickled vegetables. Lidong, it's not that your second aunt is criticizing you, but with all you learned at the restaurant, how have you regressed? Is this meant to feed the chickens in our yard?" Muffled laughter rippled around her. Many faces showed obvious. They had hoped Zhao Lidong would display another culinary marvel, like his previous steamed cabbage and supreme broth, only to be presented with these 2 dishes evoking memories of hardship. Qin Shufan's face flushed with vicarious embarrassment, casting a worried look at Zhao Lidong, fearing he might be humiliated. But Zhao Lidong seemed unfazed, maintaining his serene, effortless smile. He set the plates down and addressed the crowd. "I've just made some simple homestyle dishes. Please don't be put off, give them a try." An awkward silence descended. No one was willing to be the first to pick at the seemingly greaseless pickled vegetable shreds. First Elder Lu Guangfu stepped in to smooth things over. "Come now, don't just stare," he said, reaching for a cornmeal bun to save Zhao Lidong's face. "Anything Lidong makes is bound to be good." He said it offhandedly without much expectation and took a large bite. The next second, Lu Guangfu's eyes. His chewing stopped, and he froze as if turned to stone. "Uncle Lu, what's wrong? Don't tell me you've choked." Jia Donglai's wife asked with schadenfreude. Lu Guangfu ignored her. He closed his eyes, savoring it like some divine delicacy, his Adam's apple bobbing, as he slowly swallowed the mouthful. Then he stared at the half-eaten bun in his hand, as if he had seen a ghost, and abruptly looked up at Zhao Lidong, his voice distorted with excitement. "This is made from cornmeal." The exclamation stunned everyone. What else could it be? Surely not wheat flour. Impossible. This thing is soft and sweet, and doesn't scratch my throat at all. It's even more fragrant than the mixed flour steamed buns I've had. Lu Guangfu held up the bun like a treasure. "Everyone try it. Quickly." The crowd was skeptical. Aunt Zhang, the nearest, hesitated before picking one up and taking a small bite. "Oh my God." Aunt Zhang's reaction was even more dramatic than Lu Guangfu's. She slapped her thigh and jumped up from the stool. "This is really a cornmeal bun. It's like cotton candy with an indescribable sweetness." This ignited everyone's curiosity. Those farther away stood up and reached for the buns on the table. "Give me one. Let me try." Even Jia Donglai's wife, who had been the most scornful, used her proximity to snatch one and stuff it into her mouth. With one bite, her expression shifted from disdain to shock and then to disbelief. The entire yard fell silent for 3 seconds. All that could be heard were the satisfied, overlapping sounds of chewing. Delicious. So delicious. How is the outer skin of this bun crispy? Like golden threads. And the inside is so soft. Is this really made from cornmeal? Lidong, did you secretly mix in some wheat flour? Zhao Lidong smiled and shook his head. Not a speck of wheat flour. It's pure cornmeal. At this, the way everyone looked at him changed completely. If the radish lantern had earned their admiration for Zhao Lidong's skill, then today's cornmeal bun made them fully submit. To transform the coarsest cornmeal into something with the texture of fine grain was no longer mere cooking, it was divine sorcery. Everyone please also try this dish. Zhao Lidong pointed to the neglected plate of pickled vegetable shreds. With the success of the buns, no one hesitated this time. Sandesi, the closest, picked up a small bundle with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. His eyes lit up instantly. Crunchy, savory, aromatic, he exclaimed, his mouth full. How is there no astringency in these cabbage stalks? They're as crisp as fruit. And the pickles, perfectly salted, the more you chew, the more flavorful. Everyone surged forward, chopsticks raining down on the plate of jade pickled shreds. This knife work is incredible. Cutting cabbage stalks like this. All the bitterness is gone from the pickled vegetable chunks, leaving only the savory flavor. These two things together are a perfect match. So appetizing. Perfect with rice. In under a minute, the plate of buns and the plate of pickled shreds were devoured, leaving not a trace. Someone even wanted to use a bun to soak up the remaining sauce at the bottom of the plate. Jia Donglai's wife stared at the empty plates, then at her own barely touched plate of greasy fried intestines, her round face flushing crimson with jealousy and regret. If only she had known it would be this delicious, she would have grabbed 2 more buns. Qin Shufan watched Zhao Lidong, now praised by all, her eyes sparkling and a smile playing on her lips. She was proud of him. In the center of the yard, Qin Xiaoman held high the half-eaten bun. He couldn't bear to finish and shouted with all his might in his childish voice, "Uncle Dong makes the best food." The clear childish voice echoed through the yard. At that very moment, a long-awaited sound rang in Zhao Lidong. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the main quest, turning the ordinary into the extraordinary. Quest evaluation perfect. Quest reward basic heat control passive skill has been granted. Zhao Lidong felt a warm current surge from deep within his mind, spreading throughout his body. His perception of the world around him underwent a wondrous change. He could clearly sense the subtle differences in temperature in every corner of the yard. The spot under the old locust tree touched by sunlight was warm, while the shadows by the wall were cool. He could even vaguely feel the heat from a stove burning brightly in a distant house. It was a completely new, absolute sense of mastery over heat and temperature. As Zhao Lidong was immersed in this wondrous sensation, a greasy voice interrupted his thoughts. Jia Donglai pushed through the crowd with a fawning smile, grabbing Zhao Lidong's arm, his eyes unable to hide their greed and astonishment. "Lidong, my good brother, could you teach this skill to your second uncle?" "Lidong, my good brother, can you teach your second uncle this skill?" Jia Donglai's small eyes glinted with undisguised greed as he tightly gripped Zhao Lidong's arm, as if clutching a money tree. Zhao Lidong calmly withdrew his arm, maintaining a polite, yet distant smile. "Uncle Jia, you flatter me. These are just simple home-cooked dishes, something I improvised. There's nothing worth teaching." He knew that with someone like Jia Donglai, the more courteous you were, the more unfathomable you seemed, making him hesitate to act rashly. Jia Donglai, having met with a polite refusal, felt a bit embarrassed. But recalling the taste of those cornbreads, he quickly suppressed his displeasure and continued smiling ingratiatingly, calling Zhao Lidong his brother. The courtyard dinner, thanks to Zhao Lidong's 2 dishes, turned entirely into a showcase of his culinary skills. After it ended, his status in the yard underwent a subtle yet profound transformation. The next morning at the yard entrance, he went out to pour water and happened to meet Lu Guangfu, the first uncle heading to work. In the past, Lu would at most nod at him. But today, Lu Guangfu voluntarily stopped his bicycle and greeted him warmly, leading off to work. "Those cornbreads yesterday were truly authentic. In all my years, I've never tasted such delicious cornmeal." "I'm glad you enjoyed them," Zhao Lidong replied with a smile. Just as he saw off, Lu Guangfu, Aunt Zhang from next door emerged holding a small earthenware pot. "Lidong, I made some pickled garlic at home. It's just been opened. Take some to try. Consider it thanks for yesterday's meal," Aunt Zhang said with a hint of embarrassment. Yesterday, she had also joined Jia Donglai's wife in questioning Zhao Lidong. Zhao Lidong didn't refuse and accepted with a smile. "Then I won't be polite." "Thank you, Aunt Zhang." This scene was clearly observed by Jia Donglai's wife, standing at her own doorstep. She pursed her lips and muttered a curse under her breath. "Suck up." Zhao Lidong could feel that everyone in the yard looked at him differently now. Their gazes had shed their former disdain and indifference, replaced by a mix of awe and deliberate flattery. He knew that with 2 simplest dishes, he had utterly conquered the stomachs of this compound and indirectly the heart. Back in his small room, Zhao Lidong closed the door and began to carefully sense his newly acquired skill, elementary heat control. He walked over to the old honeycomb briquette stove. Previously, he could only gauge the heat by observing the flame's color and listening to the sound of burning. But now, merely suspending his hand above the stove's opening, he could clearly feel an invisible current of heat. He could even discern the subtle difference between the temperature at the stove's core and its edges. He placed the kettle on the stove. As the water temperature rose, he could sense the heat's transformation within the kettle, from stillness to accumulation to the critical point just before boiling. Water temperature 98.7 degrees Celsius. Will reach boiling point in 3 seconds. A stream of data abruptly appeared in his mind. Zhao Lidong's heart stirred. This elementary heat control wasn't just about perception, it could digitize temperatures. This was practically a physical cheat. With this skill, whether controlling oil temperature or timing a simmer, his cooking would achieve an astonishing level of precision. Zhao Lidong felt a surge of relief. As he reveled in the joy of his new ability, a knock sounded at the door. Who is it? Lidong brother, it's me, your Uncle Jia. The unmistakably oily voice of Jia Donglai came from Zhao Lidong's brow furrowed slightly. He opened the door to find Jia Donglai standing alone, a mysterious smile plastered on his face. Uncle Jia, something up? Well, is it convenient to talk inside? Jia Donglai craned his neck to peer into the room. Zhao Lidong stepped aside to let him in. Once inside, Jia Donglai closed the door behind him and cautiously glanced outside, as if conducting some Lidong, your second uncle is here today to discuss a big deal with you. Jia Donglai rubbed his hands together, lowering his voice with excitement. A big deal, eh? Zhao Lidong calmly poured him a glass of water. Jia Donglai waved it away, too restless to drink. He leaned in, spittle flying. Brother, don't play dumb with me. Your skill is a golden rice bowl. Those cornbreads and pickled vegetables from yesterday. If we took them outside. He lowered his voice and made a gesture known only to people of that era. Think of the good things we could get. Fine grains, pork cloth coupons. What couldn't we trade? Zhao Lidong's gaze. He knew that outside, Jia Donglai referred to the black market. Keeping your skill cooped up in this little yard is such a waste. Jia Donglai continued his incitement. Listen to your second uncle. Let's join forces. You cook and he'll find. In this city of Beijing, there's no door I can't open. He held up 3 fingers and waved them before Zhao Lidong. Well, split the earnings 70-30. You get 70, I get 30. What do you say? That's fair, isn't it? Your second uncle won't let you down. He looked at Zhao Lidong expectantly, as if already seeing countless banknotes and coupons beckoning to him. The room fell silent. Zhao Lidong picked up his own teacup, gently blew on the steam, and did not answer immediately. Jia Donglai, unsettled by his indifferent demeanor, added, if 70-30 doesn't work, 80-20 is fine. You get 80, I get 20. I'm just running errands, earning some hard-earned cash. He had thrown away all dignity for money. Finally, Zhao Lidong set down his cup, looked up, and met Jia Donglai's eyes calmly. Uncle Jia. Yes. Thank you for thinking so highly of me. Jia Donglai's face broke into a broad grin. Don't mention it, we're brothers. But Zhao Lidong's smile faded, turning serious. I'm a formal employee of the state-run restaurant. I eat the name. Speculation and profiteering. That's against the law. Jia Donglai's smile froze. I'm a coward. I can't do this. You'd better find someone else. Zhao Lidong's tone was polite, but his attitude was as firm as iron. The atmosphere in the room plummeted to freezing point. Jia Donglai's smile gradually faded, replaced by a somber expression. He stared at Zhao Lidong for a good 10 seconds, his small eyes glinting with a cold light. He had thought Zhao Lidong, being young, would be easy to fool and would take the bait at the lure of profit. He never expected that this seemingly amiable young man was as stubborn as a rock in a latrine, hard and foul. Fine. Jia Donglai squeezed out the word through gritted teeth. He stood up, straightened his clothes, and resumed his insincere smile. Zhao Lidong, you're capable, now a big shot looking down on us poor neighbors. Fine, just fine. He walked to the door, pulled it open, and glanced back at Zhao Lidong, a flash of venom and malice in his eyes. Don't regret this. With that, he slammed the door shut with a bang. Zhao Lidong gazed at the door, rattling from the force, his eyes narrowing. He knew he had thoroughly offended Jia Donglai, the local bully of the yard. Given Jia Donglai's vengeful nature, peace would likely be hard to come by. Yet he felt no regret. A gentleman loves wealth, but acquires it through proper means. He had his principles. As he pondered, the sharp, anxious voice of Sun Yulan rang out from the yard. Lidong. Lidong. Something terrible. Come out quick. Something's happened to Qin Shufan's family. Lidong. Lidong. Something terrible. Come out quick. Something's happened to Qin Shufan's family. Lidong. Lidong. Something terrible. Come out quick. Something's happened to Qin Shufan's family. Sun Yulan's anxious cries pierced through the thin door, causing Zhao Lidong's heart to skip a beat. Jia Donglai's threat still echoed in his ears, and now Qin Shufan was in trouble. He didn't have time to think. He pulled open the door and rushed out. At the entrance of Qin Shufan's home, several neighbors had gathered in the courtyard, pointing and whispering at the doorway of Qin Shufan's house. Zhao Lidong pushed through the crowd and saw Qin Shufan sitting dejectedly on a small stool, clutching a piece of paper in her hand. Her face was pale as death, and her eyes were red and swollen like a rabbit's. Little man stood beside her, too frightened to make a sound, clutching his mother's clothes tightly, his small face streaked with tears. Sister Qin, what's happened? Zhao Lidong stepped forward and crouched down to ask. Qin Shufan seemed to notice him only then, her lips trembling as she struggled to speak, finally handing him the paper in her hand. Zhao Lidong took the paper. It was an official notice stamped with the red seal of the sub-district office. The words on it pierced his eyes like needles. Notice regarding the re-examination of Comrade Qin Shufan's martyr's family status. The gist of the notice was that the subdistrict had received an anonymous letter reporting that Qin Shufen's deceased husband had not died in the line of duty, but from a personal accident. Therefore, the subdistrict would suspend her status as a martyr's family member and related benefits and establish an investigation team for a re-examination. Zhao Lidong's fists clenched tight. Martyr's family status. In this era, he knew all too well what those 4 words meant to Qin Shufen and her daughter. It was not just an honor, it was the very foundation of their survival as a widow and orphan. The extra few caddies of rationed grain each month, the few cents of subsidy, and the holiday consolation gifts. These were their lifeline. Once this status was revoked, their life would become 10 times, 100 times harder. How could this happen? Who could be so heartless doing such a vile thing? The warm-hearted Sun Yulan stamped her foot in fury. Who else could it be? Aunt Zhang pursed her lips, casting a meaningful glance toward Jia Donglai's house. Some people, when their own lives aren't going well, can't stand to see others happy. The neighbors began to murmur among themselves, their accusations converging on one person. Anonymous report. Zhao Lidong's mind instantly conjured the sullen face of Jia Donglai, who had just slammed the door. Was it a coincidence? He had refused Jia Donglai, and then Qin Shufen met with trouble. He recalled Jia Donglai's parting words, "You'll regret this." Could it be? A chill crept up from Zhao Lidong's feet. If Jia Donglai was behind this, then that man's heart was truly venomous. After being rejected, unable to retaliate against him directly, Jia Donglai had turned his vengeful hand toward Qin Shufen and her daughter, those closest to him and utterly defenseless. "Mommy, don't cry, mommy." Little man, seeing his mother weep, silently reached out with his small hand to wipe away her tears, but only ended up crying even harder himself. The child's sobs struck Zhao Lidong's heart like a hammer. He took a deep breath, suppressing the fury within. Now was not the time for anger. He steadied Qin Shufen by the shoulders, his voice calm and firm. "Sister Qin, don't panic. This is just a notice for review, not the final verdict. Your husband's work unit must have records on file. If it's true, no one can slander you." His words acted like a sedative, calming the distraught Qin Shufen somewhat. She looked at him through tear-filled eyes, her voice choked. "But he died on a project out of town years ago. Where can I find evidence?" "Leave this to me," Zhao Lidong said, rising to his feet, his gaze sharpening. "He'll handle it." After comforting Qin Shufen and her daughter, he turned and strode toward the courtyard gate. He didn't confront Jia Donglai. That would be pointless and only alert the snake. Instead, he found first Grandpa Lu Guangfu, who was playing chess by the gate. Lu Guangfu had already heard the news and was so angry his beard trembled. "This is lawless. Inhuman. If I find out who did this, I'll personally drag him to the police station." He slammed the chessboard, sending pieces jumping. "Grandpa Lu, calm down first," Zhao Lidong said, pulling him aside. "Anger alone won't solve anything. I want to ask who in the yard is familiar with the subdistrict office." Lu Guangfu thought for a moment and said, "The subdistrict? That would be Jia Donglai. Isn't he distantly related to Deputy Director Wang at the office? He's always been full of himself." Jia Donglai again. Zhao Lidong's heart sank further. He then went to find Old Man Xing, who was sipping tea and reading a newspaper in the gatehouse. Old Man Xing was the living encyclopedia of the courtyard, knowledgeable and well-informed. Zhao Lidong didn't come empty-handed. He brought a small packet of braised beef wrapped in oil paper, a gift from Zhou Dimeo from the restaurant's back kitchen. "Grandpa Xing, have you eaten? I've got some snacks for you." Old Man Xing's eyes lit up at the sight of the precious braised. He didn't stand on ceremony, tearing off a strip and chewing it with relish, mumbling, "You wouldn't come without a reason. Spit it out. What's the matter?" Zhao Lidong recounted Qin Shufen's situation. Old Man Xing sucked on his teeth after listening, then took a sip of strong tea. "An anonymous letter, huh? That's a dirty trick." He narrowed his eyes like a cunning old fox. "There's something fishy about this. Think about it. Qin Shufen, a widow, lives a quiet life. Who could she have offended? Who would covet her meager martyr's benefits enough to want to destroy her?" His gaze swept across the courtyard, finally resting on Jia Donglai's tightly shut door, a cold, knowing smirk curling on his lips. Some people in this yard have crooked hearts. They think the meat in their own bowl is too little, and they're always eyeing the soup in others' pots. Especially if that soup smells better than their meat, they'll smash the pot. Zhao Lidong's heart jolted. Old Man Xing had hit the nail on the head. Jia Donglai likely wasn't just jealous of Qin Shufen's meager subsidies. What really irked him was that an outsider like Zhao Lidong had become more popular with his cooking than Jia, the capable man of the yard. Qin Shufen was merely the weakest, most innocent sacrifice for his displaced anger and revenge. Seeing Zhao Lidong's grim expression, Old Man Xing leaned in and lowered his voice. "Kid, let me tell you something else. That anonymous letter was mailed from the post box on our street." And Old Man Xing smacked his lips, his eyes sharpening. "In the past month, who in this yard has been constantly muttering about unfairness, and why does her family get special treatment, stirring up trouble? Take a guess. Who do you think it is, eh?" Old Xing's murky yet shrewd eyes fixed on him as if they could see into his very soul. Zhao Lidong's mind instantly conjured up the greasy face of Jia Donglai. All the clues converged like rivers flowing into the sea, pointing to the same person. But suspicion was, after all, only suspicion. In an era that prized background and evidence, without solid proof, everything was mere empty talk. Confronting Jia Donglai directly would only lead to denial and counteraccusations. Zhao Lidong knew he had to find that anonymous letter or concrete evidence proving Jia Donglai had written it. He thanked old Xing, a plan already forming in his mind. The next day at noon, the restaurant. Zhao Lidong had specially asked for a half-day off from work. He didn't go straight to the street office. That would be too reckless. Instead, he found son Yulan first. Sister Yulan, I'd like to ask you something. Your cousin who works at the street office, his name is Xiao Li, right? Is he at the office today? Yes, he is. What's up, Lidong? Son Yulan asked curiously. Nothing much, just wanted to ask him a small favor. And treat you two to a meal, Zhao Lidong said with a smile. At the mention of food, son Yulan's eyes lit up. She knew firsthand how delicious Zhao Lidong's cooking was. Sure, they'll go get him right now. Wait for my word. Son Yulan dashed off in a flurry. Zhao Lidong's small room. Zhao Lidong turned and went home to prepare his Hongmin banquet. He knew that to pry information from a young clerk, he didn't know he had to pay a heavy price. He took out a fine piece of pork belly that his master Zhou Dimeo had secretly given him a couple of days ago. It was meant to be used as a base for the cucumber dish in the knife skills competition. Perfectly marbled, excellent quality. He gritted his teeth and spent 50 points in the system mall to exchange for an ancient recipe for dompa pork. Ding. Recipe dompa pork ancient method has been issued. Recipe key points: use pork belly with skin. First blanch to set the shape, then simmer slowly in a pot. The key is the heat, slow fire, little water. When the heat is sufficient, it becomes beautiful by itself. Season with Shaoxing rice wine, ancient soy sauce, and rock sugar. Zhao Lidong followed the recipe meticulously. Using his beginner heat control skill, he precisely maintained the blanching water at 90 degrees, hot enough to remove impurities but not toughen the meat. Then he placed the meat pieces into an earthenware pot, added the various seasonings, and covered it. He didn't use high heat. Instead, he blocked most of the air vents on the coal stove, leaving only a faint flame, stewing it slowly in a near-smoldering method. 2 hours later, when he lifted the lid, a rich, sweet and savory, almost overpowering aroma of meat filled the tiny room. It even seeped through the cracks in the door, spreading a mouth-watering fragrance throughout the entire backyard. The pork belly in the pot had turned a tempting amber color, the skin sticky, and the meat tender. A gentle touch with chopsticks made it quiver slightly. It would melt apart at the slightest pressure. Using the leftover trimmings, he quickly stir-fried a spicy and sour shredded potato and made a light winter melon soup. 1 meat, 1 vegetable, 1 soup. Simple, yet every dish was a masterpiece. In the evening, son Yulan brought a young man in his 20s wearing glasses and looking somewhat shy to Zhao Lidong. Lidong, this is my cousin Li Jiangguo. Brotherly, nice to meet you, Zhao Lidong greeted warmly. As soon as Li Jiangguo entered the room and caught the rich meaty aroma, his stomach growled embarrassingly. When he saw the gleaming, quivering piece of dompa pork on the table, his eyes widened. Please sit down. Make yourself. Zhao Lidong poured them some wine. That meal was one Li Jiangguo would never forget. The dompa pork melted in the mouth, rich but not greasy, perfectly balanced between sweet and savory. The fragrant, sticky skin and the tender fall-apart meat blended perfectly in the mouth, each bite an ultimate pleasure. The spicy and sour shredded potato was crisp and refreshing, each strand uniform in thickness, stimulating the appetite and cutting through the richness. Even the simplest winter melon soup was so savory it made one want to swallow their tongue. After a few cups of yellow wine, Li Jiangguo had completely shed his reserve, his address for Zhao Lidong shifting from chef Zhao to the affectionate brother Lidong. Brother Lidong, your skills are incredible. 100 times better than the chef at our office cafeteria. Li Jiangguo was flushed with drink, his tongue slightly thick. Zhao Lidong, sensing the moment was right, let out a seemingly casual sigh. What use is skill if the people around you are suffering? The food doesn't taste good then. He recounted Qin Shufin's story in a tone of regret and sympathy. Tell me, what kind of world is this? A widow with a child living so hard, and someone actually writes an anonymous letter to harm her. How can a person's heart be so wicked? Li Jiangguo was immediately filled with righteous indignation and slammed the table. Wicked? It's worse than beastly. He took a big gulp of wine, lowered his voice, and said mysteriously, Brother Lidong, to be honest with you, I actually... Zhao Lidong's heart skipped a beat. Oh, what did it say? I can't remember exactly what it said, but I recall the handwriting was all crooked, like it was scratched by chicken claws, clearly deliberately disguised. Li Jiangguo let out a burp, but the bastard who wrote it made one slip. When he wrote the word dong and donglishun at the last stroke, that downward stroke to the right was really heavy, almost piercing through the paper. He probably got carried away and forgot to disguise it. The character dong, the last stroke. Something exploded in Zhao Lidong's mind. He remembered. He recalled seeing Jia Donglai's signature while helping old Xing sort out the residence registration book at the gatehouse. The last stroke of the character dong in Jia Donglai was an extremely flamboyant, forceful downward stroke. It was his signature move, conclusive evidence. This was it. Zhao Lidong's heart raced, but his face remained calm as he continued to pour wine for Li Jiangguo. Brother, can you help with this? Sister Qin is so pitiful. Don't worry, brother. Li Jiangguo, won over by the meal and fueled by alcohol, thumped his chest and vowed, leave it to me. They'll go to the archives tomorrow and find a way to dig up Sister Qin's husband's original personnel file. He died on duty at the construction company in our district. The file must be there. As long as we find the file proving he died in the line of duty, that damned anonymous letter will be nothing but scrap paper. Li Jiangguo grew more agitated. Don't worry, brother. We can't let heroes shed blood and tears, and we definitely can't let their families be bullied. After sending off the dizzy drunk Li Jiangwo, Zhao Lidong's heart felt incredibly heavy. He was now almost 100% certain that Jia Donglai was the culprit. He needed to verify that signature immediately. The gatehouse. Using the excuse of fetching water from the public tap in the yard, he quietly slipped over to the gatehouse. Old Xing wasn't there, and on the desk lay a hygiene duty roster for the compound. Zhao Lidong's eyes immediately landed on the three flamboyant characters, Jia Donglai. He stared fixedly at the character Dong. The last stroke, that forceful stroke that seemed to tear through the paper, made his gaze freeze. Just as Zhao Lidong was about to leave, Li Jiangguo came staggering back. Holding onto the door frame reeking of alcohol, he asked, "Brother Lidong, I'm just curious. Who in our yard do you think could do something so inhuman?" "Brother Lidong, I'm just curious. Who in this courtyard do you think could do something so inhuman?" Li Jiangguo's question, laced with the smell of alcohol, rang out with unusual clarity in the quiet night. Zhao Lidong's gaze was as cold as frost. He stared at the name on the duty roster in the gatehouse, forcing the words out through clenched teeth. Someone who doesn't deserve to be called a human. He didn't directly answer Li Jiangguo's question, but the hatred in his tone made Li Jiangguo shiver involuntarily, sobering him up considerably. The next day, Zhao Lidong's small room. Zhao Lidong's heart was weighed down with immense sorrow. In his hands, he held the evidence that could seal Jia Donglai's fate. Rage burned in his chest, an urge to rush straight to Jia Donglai's home to hurl the duty roster in his face and expose his hypocritical facade before the entire courtyard. But he forced himself to calm down. Impulse was the devil. If he charged out now, that slippery character Jia Donglai would only throw a tantrum and deny everything. Without official intervention, this would likely devolve into an endless neighborly quarrel. He might even turn the tables and claim Zhao Lidong was framing him out of spite over a failed black market deal. Then, even with the truth on his side, he wouldn't be able to explain himself, only muddying the waters further. No, he had to strike a fatal blow, one that would leave Jia Donglai with no chance of recovery. Zhao Lidong suppressed the fury deep within his heart. He didn't go to Qin Shufan, who telling her would only add. He couldn't confront Jia Donglai either. That would be like startling the snake. After much deliberation, he decided to seek out one person, the one most suited and most capable of handling this matter. Elder Lu Guangfu. Evening. Lu Guangfu's home. After work, instead of going straight home, Zhao Lidong took a small bag of peanuts bought from the restaurant canteen and headed directly to Lu Guangfu's house. Lu Guangfu was at home reading the newspaper and was a bit surprised to see Zhao Lidong. "Lidong, have a seat." "Uncle Lu, I hope I'm not disturbing you." Zhao Lidong placed the peanuts on the table. "Fresh from the restaurant, please try some." "You kid, you didn't have to bring anything," Lu Guangfu said politely, but inwardly he knew Zhao Lidong must have something on his mind. After a few pleasantries, Zhao Lidong got down to business. He didn't immediately present the evidence or name Jia Donglai. He employed a remarkably sophisticated tactic. A common technique for reporting progress in the workplace of later generations: state only the facts without expressing opinions, leaving the judgment and the final credit to the superior. "Uncle Lu, I came today to update you on the progress regarding Sister Qin's matter." Zhao Lidong's expression was serious, his tone respectful. Lu Guangfu immediately put down the newspaper, his expression turning grave. "Oh, any new developments?" "I have a friend at the neighborhood office, and I asked him to look into it." Zhao Lidong subtly transformed Li Jiangguo into a friend. He said the anonymous letter was indeed sent from our courtyard. Furthermore, Zhao Lidong paused, observing Lu Guangfu's reaction. "My friend said the letter writer might not be very educated. They tried to disguise their handwriting, but did a poor job, leaving very distinct personal habits." Lu Guangfu's brow furrowed deeply. "What habits?" He said the character Dong in the letter had a particularly forceful and distinctive downward stroke at the end. Zhao Lidong stopped there. He just looked calmly at Lu Guangfu, like a soldier awaiting orders from his general. Who was Lu Guangfu? He was a veteran cadre who had worked on the neighborhood committee for decades, a master of smoothing over countless neighborly disputes, and the ultimate authority on worldly wisdom in this courtyard. He might usually seem like a pushover, but when it came to matters of principle, his mind was sharper than anyone's. The character Dong, the downward stroke at the end, these two keywords struck his brain. Almost instinctively a name came to mind, a name he saw every single day. The courtyard cleaning duty roster. Lu Guangfu's face changed color instantly. He stood up, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word. He walked to the door and stopped, turning back to look at Zhao Lidong. Zhao Lidong remained seated, his expression calm. Lu Guangfu's eyes were filled with shock and admiration. This kid, what deep cunning, what steady methods. He had delivered the crucial clue right to him, without spelling it out, leaving the final step of unveiling the truth to the elder in charge. This was both respect and trust. It also gave him the perfect, legitimate reason to handle the matter in his. Lu Guangfu hesitated no longer. Without a word, he walked out of the house and headed straight for the gatehouse. Zhao Lidong did not follow. He just sat quietly, drinking the tea Lu Guangfu had poured for him, waiting for the outcome. In less than 5 minutes, he wasn't carrying anything, but his face was dark enough to drip water. His chest heaved violently, clearly furious to the extreme. He walked to the table and reached for his teacup to calm his nerves, but his hands were trembling so much he couldn't even hold it. Bang! Lu Guangfu slammed his palm heavily on the table, making the peanuts jump. Bastard. He spat out the words through gritted teeth, his eyes bloodshot. Eating the country's food, enjoying the neighbor's help, but rotten to the core. To set his sights on a martyr's family. This is no simple neighborly conflict. Lu Guangfu's voice trembled. This is a political issue. It's a challenge to the very moral foundation of our society. He turned to Zhao Lidong, his gaze resolute. Lidong, you did the right thing. Well done. Don't worry, you'll take charge of this. Tonight, he'll call a courtyard. Let's see where that Jia Donglai can hide his face in front of all the neighbors. Lu Guangfu walked to the door and shouted with a full, resonant voice into the courtyard, "Attention, every household. There's a courtyard meeting at 7 tonight. No one is to be absent." After shouting, he turned back to look at Zhao Lidong, his eyes carrying an unprecedented level of appreciation and affirmation. "Lidong, you did the right thing by bringing this to me. This is no longer something you youngsters can handle. Just stand by and watch how I deal with this scum of our courtyard today." Lu Guangfu's gaze was sharp. "But I am curious, how did you think to start with the handwriting? That's not the kind of thinking a kid your age usually has. But I am rather curious. How did you come to think of starting with the handwriting? That's not the sort of insight one would expect from a child your age." Lu Guangfu's voice carried a hint of scrutiny, his eyes, which had seen countless souls, fixed intently on Zhao Lidong, as if trying to see through him from the inside out. Zhao Lidong's heart tightened, yet his face remained humble and compliant. He knew that appearing too clever at such a moment would be unwise. He scratched his head, putting on an embarrassed expression with a touch of youthful luckiness. "Uncle Lu, you flatter me. I don't have that kind of brains. It's just that a couple of days ago, I went to the gatehouse to chat with Uncle Xing, helping him organize the courtyard duty roster, and that's when I happened to see Uncle Jia's signature. At the time, I thought Uncle Jia's Dong character was written with such flair and vigor that it left a deep impression on me. Then when you mentioned that the Dong character in the anonymous letter also had a distinctive style, my mind just went buzz, and I connected the two things. It's just a blind cat catching a dead mouse. Pure coincidence." This explanation was perfectly reasonable, distancing himself while attributing the discovery to chance, fitting perfectly with his image as a young man in his early 20s. Lu Guangfu gave him a long, deep look, the sharpness in his eyes gradually fading, replaced by an even greater appreciation. This kid was no simpleton. He had both courage and cunning and knew how to conceal his talent. Such a disposition was outstanding not only in the courtyard, but even among his scheming colleagues at the street office. "All right, no matter how you figured it out, you've done a great service this time." Lu Guangfu gave Zhao Lidong's shoulder a heavy pat, ceasing his inquiries. "Rest assured, I know what's what. I won't let you down, and I certainly won't let Qin Shufan suffer any injustice." At 7 o'clock that evening, under the old locust tree in Filet courtyard, lights blazed once more. But the atmosphere this time was worlds apart from the lively dinner gathering before. The air was thick with a tense, storm-laden aura. Every household had brought out small stools and gathered early in the center of the yard, even those who usually steered clear of crowds. People whispered among themselves, their gazes occasionally darting toward a corner of the yard. Jia Donglai and his wife sat in the remotest corner, farthest from everyone else. Jia Donglai kept his head down, his face an inscrutable mask in the dim light. His wife, however, looked as if she were sitting on a bed of nails, her eyes darting away from any gaze, muttering under her breath, "What's all this meeting about? Keeping people from sleeping at night, nothing better to do." Qin Shufan held Xiao Man in her arms, sitting beside Sun Yulan. His wife, however, looked as if she were sitting on a bed of nails, her eyes darting away from any gaze, muttering under her breath, "What's all this meeting about? Keeping people from sleeping at night, nothing better to..." Zhao Lidong, however, acted as if nothing was amiss, choosing a spot neither too close nor too far, quietly observing the scene. He knew that tonight he was merely a spectator. The true protagonists were Lu Guangfu and Jia Donglai, who was about to be nailed to the pillar of shame. At precisely 7 o'clock, Lu Guangfu appeared before the crowd, his pipe in hand. He dispensed with the usual pleasantries and got straight to the point, his voice booming like a bell, reaching every corner of the... "I've called everyone here tonight to talk about one thing. A matter that brings shame upon our entire Filet courtyard." With his first words, he set the tone. Everyone fell silent, leaving only the chirping of autumn insects in the yard. Lu Guangfu's gaze swept like a blade across everyone present, finally pausing on Jia Donglai and his wife for a full 3 seconds. "Our courtyard has produced a scoundrel. A maggot-hearted bastard with a rotten soul." His words were harsh, drawing sharp intakes of breath from the crowd. Jia Donglai's wife's face turned ashen in an instant, and she began to tremble. "Comrade Qin Shufan in our yard, as everyone knows, is the family of a martyr. Her husband sacrificed his life at his post for the nation's construction. He is a hero deserving of our utmost respect. Yet there are those," Lu Guangfu's voice rose sharply, seething with anger, "who, discontent with their own lot, cannot bear to see others well off. They covet the small subsidy the state gives to the martyr's family and envy their honor. They even wrote in a resorting to such despicable, underhanded tricks, reporting to the street office that Comrade Qin Shufan's husband did not die in the line of duty, attempting to strip her of her martyr family status. What do they intend? To drive the family of our hero to the brink of death." Lu Guangfu grew more agitated, trembling with rage. The yard erupted into an uproar. "Heavens! Who could be so wicked? Is this even human? They're beasts. They're despicable. They'll be struck by divine retribution. The neighbors' curses and accusations rose and fell like waves, all eyes like sharp swords aimed at Jia Donglai and his wife in the corner. Jia Donglai bowed his head, even lower, shrinking into the shadows like a rat afraid of the light. His wife finally couldn't hold back, shouting shrilly with bluster, "Why are you all looking at us? It wasn't us who wrote it. Who knows which damned soul did it?" Her outburst only made her seem guiltier. Lu Guangfu sneered, ignoring her clamor. He pulled a piece of paper from his pocket, one he had torn from the duty roster at the gatehouse that afternoon. He held the paper up before the crowd. "I went to the street office this afternoon and took a look at that anonymous letter. The writer thought they were clever, believing they could hoodwink everyone. But they forgot one thing. They have a habit in their writing. The Dong character they wrote, the final stroke, the downward slash, is unusually heavy and long, so forceful it nearly tears the paper." With that, Lu Guangfu abruptly unfolded the paper, revealing the boldly written name Jia Donglai for all to see. The Dong character matched Lu Guangfu's description exactly. The truth was laid bare. A dead silence fell over the yard. Everyone stared at Jia Donglai with contempt, fury, and disgust. That look was more wounding than any curse. Jia Donglai's body shook violently. He felt as if the eyes of the entire yard were like red-hot branding irons, searing his face and his heart. He who valued face above all else had never endured such public humiliation. "It wasn't me. You're framing me. This is slander." He raised his head abruptly like a cornered beast, letting out a final roar. "Enough, Jia Donglai. Don't you dare play the fool here." Lu Guangfu gave him no chance to argue. "I tell you, this very afternoon, I've already sent someone to investigate. The comrades at the street office have also retrieved Comrade Qin Shufan's husband's original sacrifice file from the It's written clearly in black and white in the file. He sacrificed his life on the front lines of flood control to save state property. He is a hero, a role model. As for that nonsensical anonymous letter, the street office has already thrown it away as trash. Comrade Qin Shufan's status as a martyr's family is more genuine than gold, and no one can shake it." Lu Guangfu's words struck Jia Donglai's heart like heavy hammers. His final struggle seemed utterly feeble. He collapsed completely, his face ashen. His wife burst into loud sobs, covering her face with her hands, wishing she could disappear into the ground. "Good!" someone shouted first, followed by a thunderous round of applause and cheers across the yard. It was for Lu Guangfu, for Qin Shufan, and a celebration of justice served. Qin Shufan could no longer hold back her tears, which streamed down her face in big drops. But this time they were tears of joy and gratitude. She walked through the crowd to Zhao Lidong, unable to speak, bowing to him repeatedly. Zhao Lidong quickly steadied her, shaking his head slightly to indicate it was unnecessary. He knew that from this night on, Qin Shufan and her daughter could finally hold their heads high in this yard. After the meeting, neighbors dispersed in small groups, each spitting contemptuously as they passed Jia Donglai's door. As Zhao Lidong was about to return to his room, a small hand gently tugged at his sleeve. Looking down, he saw Qin Xiaoman looking up at him with her tear-streaked face, her big dark eyes full of adoration and dependence. Xiaoman sniffled, and with all her might said in her childish voice, "Uncle Dong, you're a good person." Zhao Lidong's heart softened instantly. He crouched down and patted her head. But Xiaoman gathered up tremendous courage, and with a tone that was both innocent and deadly serious, looked into his eyes and whispered, "Uncle Dong, you're a good person. Can you be my daddy? Uncle Dong, you're a good person. Could you be my daddy?" The moment Qin Xiaoman uttered these words, the entire courtyard seemed to fall into a hushed silence. The neighbors, who had just dispersed and hadn't wandered far, halted mid-step, pricking up their ears and casting gossipy glances this way. Qin Shufan's face flushed crimson, blazing like fire spreading from her cheeks to the roots of her ears, even her neck turning a rosy pink. "Xiaoman, what nonsense are you talking?" Flustered and embarrassed, she hastily pulled her daughter behind her hands fidgeting awkwardly, unsure where to place them. "Lidong, you don't listen to the child's babbling. She's just a little girl who doesn't understand anything." Qin Shufan lowered her head, her voice as faint as a mosquito's hum, not daring to meet Zhao Lidong's eyes. Zhao Lidong was also taken aback by this sudden proposal, and then found it both amusing and exasperating. He looked at the woman before him, who was so bashful she seemed ready to burrow into the ground, and the little girl peeking out from behind her, her face a mix of eager hope and timid fear. Somewhere in his heart it felt as if a soft, tender thing had gently nudged him. He didn't look away, nor did he show any trace of impatience. He simply smiled, still crouching to meet Xiaoman's gaze, and said in a voice so gentle it could melt, "Xiaoman, uncle can't be your daddy right now." Xiaoman's eyes instantly brimmed with tears of disappointment, and her little mouth puckered as if she was about to cry. But Zhao Lidong shifted his tone. "Uncle can be your best friend. If anyone ever bullies you, just tell uncle, and he'll teach them a lesson, okay?" He extended his pinky finger. Xiaoman hesitated for a moment, staring at that finger as the tears in her eyes receded. After a brief pause, she too reached out her tiny pinky and linked it with Zhao Lidong's. "Pinky swear 100 years, no take-backs." The innocent child's voice intertwined with the warm, deep male voice, painting a picture of unparalleled harmony and warmth in the chilly night. Qin Shufan watched this scene, her heart in a turmoil like a tipped-over spice rack. Sour, bitter, sweet, spicy, and salty, all flavors mingling. She hastily thanked Zhao Lidong, and pulling Xiaoman along, fled back into the house. Zhao Lidong rose to his feet, gazing at the closed door, a helpless smile spreading across his face. He knew that after tonight the thin veil between him and Qin Shufan had been thanks to little Xiaomon, torn halfway. Back in his own small room, Zhao Lidong didn't rest immediately. He sat by the table reflecting on everything that had happened that evening. Although Jia Donglai had been publicly humiliated and turned into the courtyard's pariah, that didn't mean the matter was over. Knowing Jia Donglai, he was like a stone in a latrine, stubborn and foul. The humiliation tonight would only make him harbor a deep grudge against Zhao Lidong and Qin Shufan. A cornered snake was the most dangerous. He might not dare to retaliate openly, but sneaky underhanded tricks were hard to guard against. Pure suppression would only provoke fiercer resistance. Zhao Lidong tapped his fingers lightly on the table. His experience navigating business and interpersonal relationships in his past life told him that sometimes the most effective weapon was not a sword but a bowl of hot soup. Stove diplomacy was his forte. A bold idea took shape in his mind. He would use his own methods to completely dissolve this enmity, nipping the potential threat in the bud. The next day, Zhao Lidong had the day off. He didn't go out, but set up a pot in his small room. He took out the last of his cornmeal, mixed it with water, and began to cook a pot of cornmeal porridge. While kneading the dough, a thought crossed his mind, and he activated a passive skill long and used. Talent ingredient Sublimation LV. 1 passive activated. A faint, barely perceptible warmth flowed through his arm, slowly melding into the cornmeal in the pot. He could clearly see the rough, coarse cornmeal particles undergoing a wondrous transformation under the influence of the warmth, their internal fiber structure becoming finer and smoother. During the cooking process, he also activated elementary heat control. He precisely regulated the stove's temperature, first bringing it to a boil over high heat, then simmering it over low heat. Throughout the process, the porridge in the pot didn't stick or burn at all. Half an hour later, a pot of golden, thick, and fragrant cornmeal porridge was ready. The aroma was entirely different from ordinary cornmeal porridge. It carried not only the rich scent of grain, but also a peculiar sweet fragrance akin to a blend of milk and rice oil. Zhao Lidong ladled out a bowl and tasted it himself. It slid down his throat as smooth as silk with no trace of the grain's grittiness. The intense sweetness exploded on his tongue, warming his stomach and leaving him utterly comfortable. Not bad, this effect. Zhao Lidong nodded in satisfaction. Then he did something that stunned the entire courtyard. He carried the steaming pot of cornmeal porridge and went door to door distributing it. Uncle Lu just made some porridge. And Zhang He race a bowl for you. Sanzi, drink it while it's hot. The neighbors who received the porridge were pleasantly surprised. When they took their first sip, everyone reacted exactly as they had the night before with the cornbread, their faces filled with, heavens, this cornmeal porridge tastes like honey. It doesn't scratch your throat at all. Better than white flour porridge. The entire courtyard was filled with a sweet aroma and rising exclamations of praise. Finally, Zhao Lidong carried the remaining half-pot of porridge to the door he loathed, yet had to face. He knocked. The door was opened by Jia Donglai's wife. The moment she saw Zhao Lidong, her face immediately twisted with wariness and disgust, and she tried to shut the door. Aunt Jia. Zhao Lidong spoke first, a warm smile on his face, as if nothing had happened the night before. We had a meeting in the courtyard yesterday, and some things might have been said too harshly. We all live in the same yard, crossing paths every day, or it's not worth spoiling the peace over trivial matters. He extended the pot forward. I just made some porridge. I brought a bowl for you, and Uncle Jia too. Let bygones. His posture was extremely humble, and his words were impeccably smooth. This move completely caught Jia Donglai's wife off guard. She stood frozen, staring at the fragrant pot of porridge, and then at Zhao Lidong's sincere, smiling face, momentarily at a loss for what to do. From inside the house came Jia Donglai's hoarse voice, "Let him in." Only then did Jia Donglai's wife reluctantly step aside. Zhao Lidong entered the room where the atmosphere was so awkward it could be wrung out. Jia Donglai sat by the table, smoking gloomily, his eyes puffy, and his face aged 10 years overnight. Zhao Lidong didn't say much. He picked up 2 empty bowls from the table, ladled porridge into each, placed the pot on the table, and turned to leave. Uncle Jia and Jia, enjoy your meal. The door closed behind him. Inside, Jia Donglai and his wife stared at the golden, thick porridge in their bowls, exchanging bewildered glances. What does he mean? A slap and then a sweetener. A weasel paying respects to the chicken. No good intentions. Jia Donglai's wife still put up a tough front. But the irresistible aroma kept wafting into her nose, making her unconsciously swallow. In the end, she couldn't resist. She picked up the bowl, blew on it carefully, and took a small sip. The next moment, her eyes widened. That ultimate smoothness and sweetness instantly conquered her taste buds. In her entire life, she had never tasted such delicious porridge. She downed the bowl in a few gulps, even licking the rim clean with her tongue, still craving more. Seeing Jia Donglai still sitting motionless, she quickly nudged his arm and whispered, her voice tinged with an eagerness and ingratiation she didn't even notice. Husband, try it. This taste. Jia Donglai looked at his wife's pathetic demeanor, irritation rising in his heart, but he still picked up the bowl. With just one sip, his movements froze. That warmth slid into his stomach, seemingly smoothing away the whole day's irritation and frustration. Silently, he drank the porridge spoonful by spoonful until it was completely gone. Setting down the bowl, he remained wordless, lighting another cigarette and staring out the window with a complex gaze. His wife leaned in, tugging at his sleeve, her voice barely a whisper. Husband, let me tell you, this Zhao Lidong is no— Look at his skill, turning the mundane into the extraordinary, and his way of handling people. He slaps our face, then turns around and brings us food, making the whole yard see that it's us who are petty and him who is magnanimous. This guy is a talent. Someone like that we can't afford to offend. Jia Donglai's wife rambled on. We can't win against him. In my opinion, we can't keep this feud going. We need to find a way to get on his good side, not make more enemies. Jia Donglai took a deep drag of his cigarette and stubbed it out violently on the table, still saying nothing. But inside a storm was raging. Zhao Lidong knew nothing of this conversation in Jia Donglai's home. After finishing what he had set out to do, he felt a great weight lift from his heart. He returned to his own door only to find Qin Shufan waiting there holding a neatly folded piece of clothing, her expression tinged with worry. Seeing Zhao Lidong return, she hurried over. Lidong, you went to Jia Donglai's house just now. Zhao Lidong nodded. Are you okay? He didn't give you any trouble, did he? Qin Shufan's voice was filled with concern. Zhao Lidong smiled. I'm fine. Qin Shufan breathed a sigh of relief and handed him the clothes, her cheeks slightly flushed. Lidong, I've mended your clothes. It was a faded Zhongshan suit. The worn spots on the cuffs and collar had been sewn up with fine dense stitches so seamless that one could hardly tell it had been repaired. Thank you, Sister Qin. You've worked hard. Zhao Lidong took the clothes, which carried a faint scent of soapberry and the warmth of a woman's body. Qin Shufan bit her lip as if remembering something and then asked with concern, Oh Lidong, when I went grocery shopping today, I heard from Sister Sun in our yard that Chef Zhou from your restaurant is ill. Is it serious? By the way, Lidong, I went grocery shopping today and heard from Sister Sun in our compound that Chef Zhou at your restaurant is ill. Is it serious? Qin Shufan's tone carried genuine concern as her bright eyes gazed at Zhao Lidong like a clear spring. Zhao Lidong's heart skipped an inexplicable beat. He nodded, his expression turning solemn. Yes, he suddenly ran a fever yesterday afternoon, nearly 40 degrees. The manager quickly found a car and sent him home. I heard from Sister Sun that he still hadn't broken the fever this morning and couldn't even speak. In those days with poor medical conditions, a high fever could truly be fatal. That's serious. Qin Shufan's brow furrowed as well. Then, what about your restaurant's kitchen? Chef Zhou is the head chef. Zhao Lidong sighed. What can we do? We'll just have to manage for now. He spoke lightly, but in his heart he knew the kitchen at Donglishan was likely in chaos. Early the next morning, at the Donglishan restaurant kitchen, the moment Zhao Lidong stepped into the kitchen, he sensed an unprecedented air of disorder. On ordinary days, although Zhou Dimeo had a fiery temper, he was like a stabilizing pillar. As long as he stood by the stove with his pipe, the entire kitchen ran like clockwork with no one daring to act out. But today, without Zhou Dimeo, the kitchen had turned into a complete marketplace. Those washing vegetables, those chopping, the assistants, all huddled in small groups chattering idly while working, their voices a cacophony. On the cutting boards, vegetable leaves and chunks of meat were piled in disarray. On the floor, dirty water pooled with a few rotten vegetable leaves strewn about. Manager Ma, like a headless fly, paced back and forth in the kitchen, sweat beading on his forehead in anxiety as he shouted incessantly, Hurry up! Hurry! It's almost mealtime. Yet no one paid him any heed. Wang Taiju was now standing at the main stove that once belonged to Zhou Dimeo, brandishing a large spatula mimicking Zhou's manner as he bellowed orders at the top of his lungs. Hey, you over there. Pick those vegetables faster. Haven't you eaten? And you, the one cutting meat. Slice it thicker. That thin. Are you feeding a cat? Fire. Turn up the heat. Lukewarm like that. What's the point? His shouts filled the air, putting on airs of a kitchen commander, his face brimming with smug self-importance. With his master ill, he as the senior apprentice naturally assumed the role of kitchen chief. This was the opportunity he had dreamed of. Zhao Lidong merely sneered inwardly at his petty triumph. True skill wasn't measured by volume. Without a word, he changed into his work clothes as usual, walked to his own cutting board, and began preparing the day's ingredients. Soon the lunch rush arrived. Order slips from the dining hall flew into the kitchen like snowflakes. Table 3, Yuxiang Ro Si Kung Pao chicken. Table 5, braised lion's head with a bit more fat. Table 7, stir-fried cabbage and a bowl of hot and sour soup. The kitchen instantly became a battlefield of frantic activity. Wang Tai's moment had finally come. He took a deep breath, grabbed his spatula, and prepared to showcase his skills. Yuxiang Ro Si huh? Watch me. He poured half a ladle of oil into the wok, and before it was even hot, he tossed in the unevenly shredded pork all at once. With a sizzle, the meat stuck to the bottom of the wok. Flustered, he scraped at it with his spatula, shredding the meat into ragged pieces. He hastily threw in the seasonings, stir-frying, haphazardly splashing in soy sauce, vinegar, and sugar by instinct. A dish of dark, watery Yuxiang Ro Si was thus finished. Done. Next, he shoved the plate onto the serving counter, feeling quite pleased with himself. But within 5 minutes, the enthusiastic waitress Sun Yulan rushed back from the dining hall, carrying the nearly untouched dish, her face flushed with anger and embarrassment. Wang Taiju, what the hell is this? She slammed the plate onto the cutting board. The customer said the meat is tough and dry, too coarse even for his teeth. The flavors either too salty or too sour, like dishwater. He refused it on the spot, and threatened to complain to the manager. Wang Taiyi's face flushed crimson, as if had been slapped publicly. What does he know? Wang Taizhu retorted stubbornly, his neck stiff. This is authentic old-style Sichuan cuisine. If he can't appreciate it, that's his problem. Still talking back. Sun Yulon trembled with fury. Look at this. Are these even shreds? They're practically strips. Just then another waitress returned with a plate of braised lion's head. Manager. The customer at table 5 says the lion's head is burnt on the outside and raw inside. Completely inedible. The successive blows left Wang Taizhu utterly flustered. He tried to assert control, but his skills simply couldn't back it up. He was like a clumsy actor performing a farcical solo on a stage he could never command. The rest of the kitchen staff, initially amused, now felt panic creeping in. They knew that declining food quality and customer complaints would ultimately hurt their own wages. Bonuses docked reprimands. No one would escape. The kitchen's atmosphere shifted from chaos to despair. Manager Ma stomped his feet in agitation, muttering, It's over, we're finished." Staring at the mountain of order slips and the helpless Wang Tieju, he regretted not applying to shut down the restaurant the moment Zhou Dimeo fell ill. Amidst the thick air of despair, a calm and steady voice suddenly rang out. "Manager." Ma looked up to see Zhao Lidong standing before him seemingly out of nowhere. Zhao Lidong still wore his apron, his hands dusted with flour, but his eyes were unusually bright, devoid of it. "Manager, let me try." Ma was taken aback. He looked at Zhao Lidong's young, almost too youthful face, and doubt flooded his mind. Let an apprentice take charge of the stove. At this critical make-or-break moment, it was madness. Ma's voice cracked. "Lidong, this is no joke. If this goes wrong, our restaurant's reputation will be ruined for good." Zhao Lidong said no more. He simply cast a calm glance over the main stove, now a mess thanks to Wang Tieju, then at the anxious waiters waiting for their orders, and finally at manager Ma's despaired face. He knew this was his only chance, a chance he had long awaited and prepared for. Slowly, word by word, he declared in an irrefutable tone, "I can do it." Without waiting for Ma's reply, he strode directly toward the main stove, the symbol of supreme authority in the kitchen. He removed his flour-dusted apron and replaced it with a clean chef's uniform hanging on the wall, one that belonged to. He picked up the heavy iron spatula, the one only the head chef could use, and weighed it in his hand. In that instant, his entire aura transformed. It was as if a slumbering monarch had slowly opened his eyes upon his own domain. Everyone in the kitchen stopped what they were doing and turned to look at him. Their eyes held surprised doubt and a flicker of inexplicable anticipation. Wang Tieju, staring at the back that had usurped his position, first froze, then twisted his face into a sneer. He wanted nothing more than to see Zhao Lidong make a fool of himself. "So you think you're capable? You think you can curry favor with the master and the manager? Fine. Let's see how you clean up this mess. Don't bring shame to our restaurant." Wang Taizhu folded his arms, leaned against the wall, and wore a smug, gloating sneer, ready to watch a good show. However, the scene he had anticipated, Zhao Lidong flustered and making a fool of himself, never materialized. Zhao Lidong stood before the main stove, but did not ignite the fire immediately. His gaze swept calmly across the chaotic kitchen, and his voice, though not loud, reached everyone's ears with clarity. "Oldly, your job is washing vegetables. Just wash them clean, sort them by type, and put them in this basin. Don't worry about anything else. Zhang San, you're on chopping duty. Cut the washed vegetables, shred the potatoes, slice the cabbage, arrange them neatly on the cutting board by type. And you stop trimming scallions there. Go crack those few baskets of newly delivered eggs, whisk them, and set them aside." His instructions were concise, clear, and precise. Not a single superfluous word. The several kitchen assistants who had been dashing about like headless flies froze for a moment upon hearing these words. Then, as if finding a pillar of support, they instinctively began to follow his orders. In just a few sentences, the once chaotic prep area began to transform into an orderly space. The smile on Wang Taiyi's face stiffened. This kid really has some skills. But this is just the beginning. Zhao Lidong picked up an order slip for Yuxiang Rosi, fish fragrant shredded pork that Wang Taizhu had tossed aside. He walked to the cutting board and glanced at the pork loin Wang Taizhu had left behind. "What a waste of meat," he muttered, shaking his head as he picked up a cleaver. In the next moment, everyone present witnessed what true, god-level knife skills truly meant. Zhao Lidong pressed his left hand on the meat, and with a flick of his right wrist, the heavy cleaver seemed weightless in his grasp, turning into a silvery blur. A rapid, thunderous chopping sound erupted, crisp and rhythmic like a stirring symphony. In just over 10 seconds, as the blade's gleam faded, everyone was dumbfounded. On the cutting board lay a pile of meat shreds uniform in thickness and length, as fine as silk threads. "Heavens! Heavens!" one assistant stammered. "Thighs is faster and finer than Chef Zhou's cuts." Wang Taiyi's eyes nearly bulged out as he stared fixedly at the pile of meat shreds, his expression as if had seen a ghost. Even after 3 years of cutting meat, he couldn't reach a tenth of this standard. But Zhao Lidong paid no heed to the crowd's astonishment. He strode to the stove and with a roar ignited the flame. This time he activated basic heat control. A blue flame shot up from the burner like an obedient fire dragon dancing at his will. Grasping the wok with one hand, he flicked his wrist and evenly heated it over the fire. Heated the wok poured in the oil. Without even glancing, relying solely on the temperature sensed by his palm, he knew the oil had reached the perfect 70 heat. A sizzling sound erupted as the shredded meat hit the wok, instantly coated by the hot oil and changing color with not a single strand sticking. Zhao Lidong's wrist moved deftly, the large spatula tracing elegant arcs in the wok. The meat shreds and seasonings danced and tumbled in the air, engaging intimately with the flames and hot oil, seasoning, thickening, plating. The entire process flowed like water, seamless and executed in one breath, exuding an aesthetic pleasure. When a plate of the new Yuxiang Rose, glossy red, fragrant with each shred distinct, was sent to the serving counter, the entire kitchen fell into dead silence. Was this cooking? It was clearly an art performance. Why are you all standing around? Next, braised lion's head. Zhao Lidong's voice broke the stillness. This time no one dared to harbor the slightest doubt. Everyone, including manager Old Ma, gazed at him as if he... After Zhao Lidong took over the kitchen, efficiency and quality underwent a visible transformation. It seemed he had 3 heads and 6 arms, simultaneously commanding 3 stoves. In the left wok, lion's head simmered. He could precisely sense the internal heat transfer, ensuring a crispy exterior and tender interior. In the right wok, Kung Pao chicken sizzled. He kept every peanut at its crispiest. The central stove became his personal stage. Each dish that had thrown Wang Taizhu into a fluster now seemed like child's play in his hands. His passive talent, ingredient sublimation, imbued every dish he made with an indescribable savory flavor. Soon feedback from the dining hall poured in like a tide. But this time it was no longer complaints and grievances. Manager, the guests at table 3 say this Yuxiang Rose is the best they've ever eaten in their lives. They want another plate. Old Ma, the guest at table 5 called you over and insisted on giving you a tip, saying this lion's head is incredibly authentic. Oh my, that most particular old lady at table 7 finished an entire plate of stir-fried cabbage soup and all. She wants to meet the master chef. Sun Yulon rushed into the kitchen again and again, each time bringing back exclamations and praise from the dining hall guests. Her expression shifted from initial anger to shock, finally settling into full-blown admiration and pride. The entire kitchen, from its initial chaos and despair, had turned into a highly efficient machine. And Zhao Lidong was the core engine of that machine. Wang Taizhu was utterly defeated. He slumped against the corner, watching the figure moving effortlessly amid flames and kitchen fumes, observing the admiring glances cast at Zhao Lidong and hearing the endless praise from the front hall. He felt his worldview completely shattered. Jealousy. No, it was no longer jealousy. It was a fear and powerlessness that emanated from the depths of his soul. His once prized skills in front of Zhao Lidong seemed like a child's scribbles crushed by a master painter's ink-wash landscape. Just then the kitchen's atmosphere shifted again. Manager Old Ma entered, accompanied by a distinguished middle-aged man in a cadre uniform. It was Minister Chun from the district's logistics department. He happened to be hosting guests for lunch today. Minister Chun was a true gourmand, loved to eat and knew food even better. As soon as he entered the kitchen, he headed straight for the stove, his eyes lighting up at the sight of a freshly plated steaming West Lake vinegar fish. Who made this vinegar fish? Minister Chen asked in a deep voice, pointing at the fish, perfect in form with bright glaze and a tangy aroma. Everyone's gaze converged on Zhao Lidong. Old Ma quickly introduced, Minister Chen, this is our apprentice Zhao Lidong. Chef Shou is ill, so he's filling in temporarily. Apprentice. Minister Chen paused, then picked up a clean pair of chopsticks, took a small piece of fish, and placed it. He closed his eyes, savoring it slowly. The fish was incredibly tender with not a trace of earthy smell. The sweet and sour glaze was perfectly balanced, sour with sweetness, sweet with a hint of saltiness, layering flavors exquisitely, perfectly enhancing the fish's natural freshness. Excellent. What a Westlake vinegar fish. Minister Chen's eyes snapped open, brimming with amazement and admiration. The heat, the seasoning, perfectly balanced, not a bit excessive or lacking. Young man, your skill surpasses even your chef Zhou's. Minister Chen's words were the highest praise. Manager Old Ma was overjoyed, his face flushed with excitement. Wang Taizhu felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him, chilling him to the bone. Even the master had been outshone. He was finished. He would never in this lifetime catch up to this man's footsteps. Minister Chen looked approvingly at Zhao Lidong and then spoke a meaningful sentence to Manager Old Ma. Old Ma, such a talent shouldn't be wasted as an apprentice. With that he turned and left satisfied. Manager Old Ma stood frozen, pondering the depth of Minister Chen's words, and then an unprecedented ecstasy spread across his face. He strode quickly to Zhao Lidong, so excited, he was almost incoherent. He glanced at Zhao Lidong, then at Wang Taizhu in the corner, whose face was ashen. Taking a deep breath, he announced in an authoritative tone, Minister Chun wants to see the chef who made the dish. Zhao Lidong, come with me. Wang Taizhu, mop this floor clean. Not a speck of dust in the grout. Manager Lao Ma's words struck like a thunderbolt in the kitchen. Zhao Lidong calmly untied his apron, wiped his hands, and followed Lao Ma out of the kitchen under Wang Taizhu's almost murderous, venomous gaze. In the private room, Minister Chun was leisurely sipping a cup of tea. Seeing Zhao Lidong enter, he set down his teacup, a look of appreciative admiration spreading across his face. Young man, have a seat. Zhao Lidong sat down as instructed, neither servile nor arrogant. I just tasted a few dishes you prepared. Quite impressive. Minister Chun got straight to the point, especially that Westlake vinegar fish. The mastery of heat control was nothing short of extraordinary. Even compared to those renowned restaurants in the city, it stands its ground. He paused, his gaze sharpening. This skill of yours doesn't seem like something an apprentice could possess. Tell me honestly, which master did you learn from? This was the second time someone had asked him this question. The first was Zhao Lidong, and now a district official. Zhao Lidong knew he had to answer flawlessly. He stood up, gave a slight bow, his face bearing the shyness and sincerity characteristic of youth. Reporting to Minister Chun, I never had a master. Since childhood, I've just loved toying with flavors. Whenever Chef Zhao was cooking, I'd secretly watch and learn by the side, experimenting on my own. Plus, I might be a bit of a perfectionist. I want to excel at everything I do. Where others practice a dish 10 times, I practice it 100. This answer attributed credit to Chef Zhou's guidance, while highlighting his own diligence and talent, leaving no room. Minister Chen burst into hearty laughter. Good. 100 practices indeed. He nodded approvingly. In our line of work, this spirit of dedication is precisely what we need. Turning to Lao Ma, his tone grew serious. Lao Ma, let me tell you, talent is rare. Our service industry lacks young people with skill and vision. Such a fine gem cannot be left to waste. As his manager, you must care for his personal matters, nurture him, and resolve them as soon as possible. Minister Chen emphasized the words, personal matters, heavily. Lao Ma, a shrewd man, instantly grasped these personal matters referred to Zhao Lidong's status as an apprentice and his pending promotion. Yes. Rest assured, Minister. I will implement your instructions to the letter. I won't let you down. Lao Ma bowed and scraped his voice, trembling with excitement. After that conversation, Zhao Lidong's life seemed to return to calm. Zhou Dimeo's illness came swiftly and left just as quickly. 3 days later, he was back in the kitchen full of When he heard about everything that had happened during his 3-day absence, he circled Zhao Lidong 3 times while puffing on his pipe, uttering not a single word. But his eyes were a tangled mess of emotions. There was shock, relief, confusion, and even a trace of awe. He hadn't recognized himself. From that day on, Zhou Dimeo no longer treated Zhao Lidong as an apprentice. He tacitly allowed Zhao Lidong to take over the stove at any time. Even when overwhelmed, he would willingly hand Zhao Lidong the spatula to help cook a few dishes. Zhao Lidong's status in the kitchen had become that of a de facto second chef, second only to one. The restaurant's business flourished thanks to his legendary performance those days. Many regulars now specifically requested dishes made by Chef Xiao Zhao. Manager Lao Ma cherished Zhao Lidong like a treasure, calling him Lidong all day with utmost familiarity. One afternoon, near closing time, Lao Ma summoned Zhao Lidong to his office again. He closed the door, brewed him a fine cup of tea, and wore a mysterious smile. Lidong, let me show you something good. He pulled a red-headed document from his drawer and handed it to Zhao Lidong. It was an application report for the early promotion of Comrade Zhao Lidong. In the report, Lao Ma lavished praise, vividly describing Zhao Lidong's performance over the past month, especially his heroic rescue during the 3 days he filled in as head chef. This report has already been signed by Minister Chun. It will be submitted to the bureau tomorrow. If all goes well, you'll be officially promoted next month with salary and benefits matching Chef Zhou's. Lao Ma patted Zhao Lidong's shoulder, his eyes full of future expectations. Then our restaurant will have 2 chefs. I'm counting on you to help me make Donglishun's reputation the best in the district. Zhao Lidong's heart stirred with excitement as he looked at the report. Early promotion. This meant not only increased income, but also a true foothold in this era. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, the office door burst open with a bang. Sun Yulon rushed in, breathless and anxious. Manager, something terrible. Wang Taiju. Before she could finish, the news of the early promotion spread like wildfire through the entire kitchen before dinner. When the news reached Wang Tieju, he was in a corner of the kitchen, wiping a gleaming iron pot with a rag over. Hearing the words, early promotion, and same level as Chef Zhou, his movements halted abruptly. The rag in his hand emitted a strained sound as he clenched it tightly. Why? He Wang Tieju had toiled at Donglishun for 3 grueling years. Starting from chopping wood and carrying water, he had endured 3 whole years just to reach the position of second apprentice. He woke earlier than the roosters and slept later than the dogs, waiting on his master, hand and foot, fawning over his superiors. All for what? Wasn't it just to one day be promoted and become a formal chef? But now this greenhorn Zhao Lidong, who had been here less than a year, this country bumpkin he had always looked down upon, was about to leapfrog over him and stand shoulder to shoulder with his master. How could he accept this? A black flame of jealousy, humiliation, rage, and resentment blazed wildly in his chest, threatening to consume his sanity. He felt that his life and future had been utterly destroyed by this sudden interloper, Zhao Lidong. He couldn't let this slide. He absolutely couldn't stand by and watch Zhao Lidong trample over him to a malicious thought like a venomous snake slithered out from the darkest corner of his heart. Late that night, the entire restaurant fell into silence. A shadowy figure like a ghost slipped silently into the kitchen. It was Wang Tieju, a sick, frenzied expression. He knew Zhao Lidong had a habit. Before leaving every day, he would neatly arrange all the ingredients and tools he needed for the next day on his cutting board. Wang Taiju effortlessly found Zhao Lidong's workstation. He picked up the white porcelain bottle of soy sauce, a malevolent glint flickering in his eyes. Zhao Lidong, you're so capable, aren't you? You can cook, can't you? He hissed through gritted teeth, his face twisted. Let's see you cook. He unscrewed the cap and poured out most of the rich dark soy sauce. Then he scooped up icy tap water from the vat, refilled the bottle, and shook it vigorously. A bottle of premium soy sauce was thus reduced to a pale, watery imitation. He knew that tomorrow morning Zhao Lidong would use this very soy sauce to prepare a dish of braised pork belly for Minister Chun, who was coming to inspect, a dish that most depended on the quality of the soy sauce. I want to see how you'll die tomorrow. Wang Taizhu let out a suppressed owl-like chuckle. He carefully placed the bottle back in its spot and vanished into the darkness like a ghost. Early the next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Zhao Lidong, as usual, was the first to arrive in the kitchen. He walked to his workstation and habitually picked up the soy sauce bottle to inspect it. He merely held the bottle and gave it a gentle shake. His brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Something was wrong. The feel was off. Real soy sauce has a certain viscosity. It clings to the bottle when shaken. This one felt almost like water. He unscrewed the cap, brought it to his nose, and sniffed lightly. The familiar rich aroma of soy sauce was faint, mingled with a slight raw smell of tap water. Zhao Lidong's eyes turned icy. He said nothing, merely placed the bottle back in its spot. But a cold, inscrutable smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He lifted his head, looking toward the kitchen entrance as if he could already see some fool walking into a trap. Interesting. How intriguing. A faint smile curled at the corner of Zhao Lidong's lips. For the first time, his usually placid eyes revealed a glint of the sharpness that once belonged to a 3 Michelin-starred chef in his past life. Wang Taizhu. He was nothing more than a foolish rabbit, smugly stepping into a trap of his own making. Zhao Lidong returned the tampered soy sauce bottle to its original spot without a word. He neither went to the storeroom for a replacement nor informed anyone of the discovery. Instead, he turned around, quietly scooped half a spoonful of white sugar from a seasoning jar in the corner, poured a splash of vinegar from another bottle, mixed them in a small bowl, and hid it at the edge of the chopping board. Having done this, he resumed preparing the other ingredients as usual, slicing scallions, mincing ginger, handling the pork belly. Each movement methodical and unremarkable. Soon the kitchen staff arrived one by one. Wang Taizhu walked in right on time. Today he had deliberately put on a half-new blue work uniform, slicked his hair back with grease, and wore an irrepressible look of excitement and smugness. The moment he entered, his gaze instinctively darted toward Zhao Lidong's workstation. Seeing the soy sauce bottle still sitting innocently in its place, the corners of his mouth twitched upward uncontrollably. It worked. This fool Zhao Lidong hadn't noticed a thing. He could already picture the scene: Zhao Lidong using that watered-down soy sauce to make a bland, tasteless braised pork belly for Minister Chen, his face a mask of shock, panic, and bewilderment. At that point, forget about getting a permanent position. He'd be lucky not to be fired on the spot. Hey Lidong, you're... Wang Taizhu, hands tucked into his sleeves, sauntered over to Zhao Lidong with a cat-and-mouse tone of mockery. I heard Minister Chen specifically asked for your braised pork belly today. You'd better perform well and not bring shame to our master. He deliberately emphasized the words, perform well, his voice dripping with schadenfreude. Zhao Lidong didn't even lift his eyelids. He merely grunted a faint his cleaver still rhythmically chopping the pork belly on the board. This calm, unruffled demeanor only solidified Wang Taizhu's judgment of Zhao Lidong's stupidity. Soon Manager Ma accompanied Minister Chun, who arrived punctually at the kitchen entrance. Chef Zhao, shall we begin? Minister Chun was in high spirits today, his face beaming with a warm smile. Yes, Minister. Please wait a moment. Zhao Lidong replied, finally pausing his work. The show was about to begin. He walked to the stove, lit the fire, heated the wok, and added the pork belly chunks, a series of fluid, seamless motions. First, he stir-fried the meat over high heat until golden brown, rendering out the excess fat, then set it aside. Next, using the remaining oil in the wok, he began to caramelize sugar for color. Just then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he slapped his forehead and turned to call out to Manager Ma, who was watching nervously from a distance. Manager, could you come here for a moment? What's wrong, Lidong? Old Ma hurried over. Could you smell this? I feel like this soy sauce tastes a bit off. Zhao Lidong unscrewed the tampered soy sauce bottle and held it under Old Ma's nose, his face wearing a perfectly calibrated expression of puzzlement. Puzzled, Old Ma leaned in for a sniff, and his brow immediately furrowed. It is a bit weak, lacks that rich soy aroma. Could you taste it for me? Zhao Lidong scooped a tiny amount with a spoon and offered it to Old Ma's lips. My mouth feels a bit bitter today, I can't judge it well. Without a second thought, Old Ma opened his mouth and took a sip. The next second, his face changed dramatically. He spat the liquid onto the ground, his face flushed with rage to a liver-like purple. What kind of soy sauce is this? It's nothing but dishwater mixed with water. This roar silenced the entire kitchen. All eyes fixed on Old Ma and the soy sauce bottle in Zhao Lidong's hand. Behind the crowd, Wang Taizhu's face drained of all color. A chill shot from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head, and his hands and feet began to tremble involuntarily. How had he found out? And how had he made the manager taste it on the spot? Minister Chen also approached, frowning at Old Ma's furious outburst. Old Ma, what's going on? Minister. Old Ma was shaking with rage, pointing at the soy sauce bottle, his words stumbling out. Someone added water to Lidong's soy sauce. This is sabotage. A blatant act of production disruption. Old Ma was genuinely frantic and genuinely terrified. He knew better than anyone what this meal meant today. If Zhao Lidong had actually used that watered-down soy sauce to cook for Minister Chen, the consequences would have been disastrous. Not only would Lidong's permanent position be ruined, but he as the manager would also suffer the fallout. Minister Chen's expression darkened. He took the soy sauce bottle, tasted a bit himself, and his gaze sharpened. Investigate. Get to the bottom of this. I want that rotten apple out of the barrel today itself. Minister Chen's voice was low but carried an unyielding authority. The kitchen's atmosphere dropped to freezing point. Wang Taizhu felt the world spin. His legs gave way and he nearly collapsed to the floor. He knew he was finished. Completely and utterly finished. Such a thing would be easy to trace. Only a few people had keys to the kitchen, it was obvious, who had left last night. In the midst of this deathly silence, Zhao Lidong suddenly spoke as if nothing had happened. Minister Manager, please calm down. His voice remained steady. An investigation is important, but the priority now is to make sure you and the guests outside don't go hungry. He paused, glanced at the caramelized sugar already in the wok, and a confident smile spread across his face. So the soy sauce is a bit weak. That's no big deal. He turned, picked up the small bowl containing the sugar and vinegar from the corner of the board, and explained to Minister Chen, as the old saying goes, to make it sweet, add a pinch of salt. The same principle applies to cooking. If the soy sauce lacks aroma, we use caramelized sugar to enhance the color. If it lacks saltiness and umami, a touch of vinegar lifts the flavor. As long as the balance of saltiness, sweetness, and sourness is right, we can still produce top-tier braised pork belly. With that, ignoring the fake soy sauce entirely, he poured the sugar-vinegar mixture along the edge of the wok into the sizzling pot. Sizzle. A rich, complex aroma, a fusion of caramel and vinegar, exploded through the kitchen. The fragrance was even more intense and layered than that of pork braised with soy sauce alone. Everyone present, including Minister Chen, couldn't help but swallow hard at the scent. Zhao Lidong picked up the spatula and began to stir-fry, rapidly coating each piece of pork belly in the glossy, glistening sugar-vinegar sauce. Wang Taizhu watched in despair. The trap he had laid had been effortlessly dismantled by Zhao Lidong in a way he couldn't even comprehend. Not only had Zhao Lidong avoided embarrassment, but he had also seized the opportunity to showcase his profound understanding and mastery of flavors right in front of Minister Chen. This wasn't just cooking. It was psychological warfare. Just then the kitchen door swung open and a furious Zhou Dimeo walked in, supported by Sun Yulan. He had clearly heard something, his face ashen. The moment he entered, he bellowed with full-throated rage. Let me see which bastard has the nerve to pull tricks on my turf. His gaze swept the room before settling on the ashen-faced Wang Taizhu. Manager Ma pointed at the crumpled Wang Taizhu and roared at Zhou Dimeo, old Zhou, look at the fine disciple you've raised. He actually... Enough. A sharp cry cut off old Ma's words. It was Zhao Lidong. He turned off the heat, ladled the glossy, fragrant braised pork belly onto a plate, and then faced the furious crowd with a calm gaze. Master Manager, Minister, I think we should let this matter go. His words stunned everyone. Wang Taizhu lifted his head, staring at Zhao Lidong in disbelief. He wasn't going to pursue it. He actually wanted. Zhao Lidong ignored the collective astonishment and said flatly, Brother Wang probably just had a momentary lapse of judgment, trying to play a joke on me without thinking it through. Besides, we're all fellow apprentices in the same kitchen. We see each other every day. Making a big deal out of this would only make us all look bad if it gets out. He paused, personally presenting the plate of braised pork belly to Minister Chen, a smile appearing on his face. And honestly, if it weren't for Brother Wang's joke, I wouldn't have had the chance to show you this soy sauce-free version of braised. So in a way, I should thank him. The words were impeccably crafted. They saved face for Master Zhou Dimeo, gave Manager Ma a way out, and demonstrated a magnanimity and vision far beyond his years in front of Minister Chen. What defines a true master? This is a true master. Killing without a blade, wounding without a sound. Letting him off. No, this is 100 times more painful than exposing him publicly and getting him fired. He was nailing him to a pillar of shame forever, condemning him to a lifetime of guilt, self-reproach, and living in the shadow of his admiration. After hearing this, Wang Taizhu could no longer hold on. With a loud gasp, he spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed backward, rigid as a board. Minister Chen looked at the young Zhao Lidong, who possessed such breadth of mind and cunning, and the admiration in his eyes turned into undisguised appreciation. He picked up his chopsticks, lifted a trembling piece of braised pork belly, and placed it in his mouth. Rich but not greasy, melting on the tongue, the complex blend of sweetness, saltiness, and sourness exploded like a magnificent firework on his taste buds. Excellent. Minister Chen chewed, his eyes growing brighter. Superb meat. Superb skill. And even more, a superb heart. He set down his chopsticks, looked at Manager Ma, and said word by word, Old Ma, this kid's permanent position report doesn't need to wait until next month. Tomorrow. Send it to the bureau first thing tomorrow. He'll approve it personally. Zhou Dimeo looked at his disciple, then at the unconscious Wang Taizhu, and finally fixed his gaze on Zhao Lidong, his eyes a swirl of complex emotions. He let out a long, heavy sigh and asked in a hoarse voice, Lidong, tell me the truth. When did you discover the soy sauce was tampered with? Lidong, tell me the truth. When did you discover the soy sauce was tampered with? Zhao Limao's voice was hoarse and weary, his bloodshot eyes brimming with complex emotions. He seemed to have aged a decade in an instant, his spine no longer straight. On one side was the disciple he had painstakingly mentored for years, laden with high hopes, on the other a prodigy who had just unveiled astonishing talent enough to unsettle even him. Both were as dear to him as the flesh of his palm and the back of his hand, yet today's events forced him to make a Zhao Lidong gazed at his master's aged face, offering no concealment, and replied calmly, "I noticed it this morning when I picked up the bottle in the kitchen." "Just by picking it up, eh?" Zhao Dimeo was stunned. "You knew from a single touch?" Zhao Lidong nodded. "The feel was off. Normal soy sauce has viscosity, it clings to the bottle when shaken. That one swished like water, too light." His words were casual, yet they drew a sharp intake of breath from every seasoned cook present. What extraordinary perception! His familiarity with ingredients had seeped into his very marrow, evolving into an almost instinctive intuition. Zhao Dimeo fell silent. He stared at Zhao Lidong, as if searching for something in his expression. But Zhao Lidong's face remained placid, as though he were recounting a trivial matter. After a long pause, Zhao Dimeo waved his hand, his voice thick with a profound sense of helplessness. "All right, all of you leave. Old Ma, have someone carry that disgrace to the infirmary. Whether he lives or dies is up to fate." He gestured toward Wang Tieju, who lay unconscious on the floor, his tone devoid of any pity, filled only with boundless disappointment and finality. "From today onward, I, Zhao Dimeo, no longer acknowledge him as my disciple." These words were tantamount to expelling Wang Tieju from the sect, entirely condemning him to death in the culinary world. Manager Old Ma and Director Chen exchanged a glance, tacitly choosing to say nothing more. Since Zhao Lidong had already declined to pursue the matter, clinging to it would only seem petty. Even a clear official finds it hard to settle family disputes. This was Zhao Dimeo's internal affair, best left for him to handle. The crowd dispersed, leaving only Zhao Dimeo and Zhao Lidong in the kitchen. The atmosphere was stifling. Zhao Dimeo said nothing, silently walking to his own stove and fishing out several rehydrated dried sea cucumbers from a basin of water in the corner. They were not top-grade spiky sea cucumbers, merely standard ingredients used for ordinary banquets at the restaurant. He then took out the finest scallions, using only the white parts, cutting them into inch-long sections. Then he lit the fire. He was going to cook a dish. A dish he rarely attempted, his signature masterpiece honed over decades in the kitchen, braised sea cucumber with scallions. Though seemingly simple, this dish is one of the toughest challenges in Lu cuisine, testing a chef's mastery of heat. Sea cucumbers themselves are tasteless, relying entirely on the skill of feeding them, allowing the rich scallion aroma and savory broth to penetrate every cell. Zhao Dimeo moved slowly, each step meticulous and ritualistic. He first fried the scallion segments in oil until golden, forcing the fragrance fully into the oil, then removed the scallions, leaving only the scallion oil. Next, he added the sea cucumbers, splashed in cooking wine and soy sauce, poured in broth, and simmered gently over low heat. Throughout the process, he remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the pot. Zhao Lidong stood quietly by, watching. He knew his master was communicating something in his own way, a silent test and a solemn passing of the torch. Half an hour later, the sauce in the pot thickened, the sea cucumbers turned glossy black, and Zhao Dimeo, he plated the sea cucumbers, arranged the fried scallion segments on top, and finally poured the bubbling hot sauce over. An intense aroma of scallion and soy sauce mingled with the briny essence of seafood permeated the entire kitchen. "Taste it." Zhao Dimeo pushed the plate toward Zhao Lidong, his voice raspy. Zhao Lidong didn't stand on ceremony. He picked up chopsticks and took a piece of sea cucumber. It was expertly braised, soft, springy, and plump in shape. He brought the sea cucumber to his mouth, closed his eyes, and savored it slowly. The gelatin melted on his tongue, the rich scallion fragrance and savory sauce enveloping his taste buds, deep mellow with a lingering aftertaste. This was undeniably a top-tier braised sea cucumber. Even in his past life, it would have been a signature dish at any high-end Chinese restaurant. "How is it?" Zhao Dimeo's voice carried a hint of barely concealed nervousness and anticipation. This was more than a dish. It was the culmination of a lifetime's learning, the pride and passion of a chef. Zhao Lidong slowly opened his eyes, looked at Zhao Dimeo, and after a moment's deliberation uttered words that left Zhao Dimeo frozen. "Master, the flavor is top-notch, but the heat is off by 3 seconds. The core of the sea cucumber is still slightly firm." The kitchen fell into pin-drop silence. Zhao Dimeo's eyes widened. He stared at Zhao Lidong, his mouth opening and closing, but no words came out. "Off by 3 seconds. The core a bit firm." He had cooked this dish for decades, thousands of times, believing his mastery of heat had reached a state of effortless perfection. Even the city's top-tier chefs had praised it lavishly, finding no fault. Yet today, this nominal disciple, this young man barely in his 20s, had detected with a single bite a flaw so minute that even he himself had never noticed. What terrifyingly acute taste and perception! Zhao Dimeo's mind went blank. Instinctively, he picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of sea cucumber, and put it in his mouth. He chewed, slowly savoring. When the gelatin fully dissolved, leaving only the faintest hint of springy flesh, his body jolted. Firm. It was indeed firm. A minuscule texture so subtle that only by focusing every ounce of attention could one detect it. just a hair firmer than the ideal. If Zhao Lidong hadn't pointed it out, he would never have noticed. Zhou Dimao was utterly stunned. He looked at Zhao Lidong, his expression beyond shock. It was awe at something he could neither comprehend nor ever hope to match. Suddenly he understood. This kid wasn't a genius. He was a monster. A once-in-a-generation prodigy born for the kitchen. His own skills were nothing in comparison. What master? What legacy? What right did he have to be his teacher? A wave of crushing defeat and absurdity washed over Zhou Dimao, leaving him overwhelmed with emotion. He looked at Zhao Lidong's calm face and suddenly let out a snort of laughter. He laughed louder and louder until it became a hearty, unrestrained roar that echoed through the entire kitchen. Ha! Ha ha ha! As he laughed, tears welled at the corners of his eyes. It was a laugh of relief and of joy that the culinary arts would have a worthy successor for a new era. Good lad. Zhou Dimao wiped his eyes and slapped Zhao Lidong hard on the shoulder with startling. From today you're done with chores like chopping wood and washing dishes. You stick with me. Stand by my side. I'll pour everything I know into you. No, I can't teach you. From now on, let's drop the master-disciple titles. We'll be brothers. I'm a few years older, so just call me Brother Zhou. Together we'll make something of Donglashan's cuisine. Zhou Dimao's words rang with finality. This speech effectively set aside his own status as master, placing Zhao Lidong on equal footing, or even. Just then manager Old Ma rushed in excitedly, holding a document stamped with an official red seal. Lidong, great news. Old Ma waved the document in front of Zhao Lidong, his face creased into a chrysanthemum-like smile. The bureau's approval is through. Director Chen called personally. Special handling for a special case. From today you Zhao Lidong are no longer an apprentice. He cleared his throat and announced in an exceedingly solemn tone, after deliberation by the management of Donglashan Restaurant and approval from the supervising authorities, Comrade Zhao Lidong is hereby appointed as a third-grade kitchen worker. Effective immediately. Third-grade kitchen worker. Though it was the lowest rank in the chef hierarchy, it meant Zhao Lidong had officially shed the label of apprentice, secured an iron rice bowl, and become a state-recognized skilled formal employee. Zhou Dimao looked at the appointment document, then at the young man beside him, whose face remained unruffled and was filled with a myriad of emotions. He knew that Zhao Lidong's era was just beginning. And he knew that from today the kitchen of Donglashan would undergo a... He pulled Zhao Lidong close and lowered his voice, speaking with extreme gravity. Kid, don't get too cocky. Being a chef is different from being an apprentice. The trials will come one after another. Oh, Zhao Lidong raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Master, I mean Brother Zhou, what do you mean? Zhou Dimao smiled mysteriously, pointing at the blazing fire under the large iron wok, his eyes gleaming. Kid, your knife skills and palate are top-notch, but do you know the fundamental essence of a chef's craft? What is it? It's wok hei. Tomorrow will show you what true wok hei really means. In the kitchen of Donglashan. Early morning. It's the wok hei. Tomorrow will show you what true wok hei really means. Zhou Dimao's words like a pebble stirred ripples in Zhao Lidong's tranquil heart. Wok hei. A term both profound and elusive, yet it is the very soul of Chinese culinary art. It refers to the intense reaction between ingredients, oil, and flame in a scorching hot iron wok, producing an indescribable smoky fragrance. It is a unique imprint of fire and metal, transcending the flavors of the ingredients themselves. In his past life as a top-tier chef, Zhao Lidong's understanding and mastery of wok hei had reached the pinnacle of perfection. But now, with a different body, a different wok, and a different flame, he wondered if he could still summon that feeling. The next morning, Zhao Lidong officially took his place at the stove as a third-level cook. His station was right next to Zhou Dimao. He no longer needed to read others' expressions or handle menial tasks. He had his own chopping board, his own wok, and his own seasonings. When the first order slip was handed to him, he could feel the gaze of nearly everyone in the kitchen subtly fall upon him. Some were curious, some scrutinizing, and hidden in the corners a cold, viper-like resentment. Wang Taizhu had not. Thanks to Zhou Dimao's plea and Zhao Lidong's magnanimity, manager Old Ma only gave him a punishment of 3 days of suspension for reflection and forfeiture of all monthly bonuses. At that moment, he was in the farthest corner doing the dirtiest and most tiring job, scrubbing woks. The large iron wok he had polished countless times could almost reflect his face, twisted with jealousy and resentment. He stared at Zhao Lidong, his eyes brimming with venom that nearly materialized. Zhao Lidong paid him no heed, focusing all his attention on the order slip in his hand. 1 serving of vinegar-sautéed cabbage. This was the most ordinary yet fundamental test of basic skills. Zhao Lidong began to prepare the ingredients. He only took the heart of the cabbage, slicing it diagonally into thin pieces. He minced garlic and shredded ginger. He walked to the stove and lit the fire to heat the wok. More fire. Zhou Dimao suddenly barked from beside him. Without hesitation, Zhao Lidong turned the blower to its highest setting. Whooshed! A burst of orange-red flame erupted from the burner, turning the bottom of the large iron wok a glowing red. Add oil. Zhao Lidong scooped a ladle of lard into the wok. With a sizzling sound, white smoke rose instantly, and a rich, fatty aroma exploded. Add the aromatics. The minced scallion, ginger, and garlic hit the wok, their fragrance instantly released. Add the cabbage. The cabbage slices entered the wok, making a delightful crackling sound as they contacted the scorching surface. With a flick of his wrist, Zhao Lidong began to toss the wok. This was his first real wok tossing since arriving in this era. The heavy iron wok felt weightless in his hands. Every stir and every toss was perfectly timed. The cabbage slices danced in the air, heating evenly, engaging in a brief yet intimate dance with the flames. Flames even licked up the sides of the wok, forming a brilliant fire dragon. This was wok hay. The apprentices nearby were all stunned. They had only seen Master Zhou perform such a feat. They never imagined that Zhao Lidong, this newly promoted cook, could wield the wok with such skill, his posture even more graceful than Zhou's. Add vinegar. Pour it along the edge of the wok. Zhou Dimeo's voice rang out again. Zhao Lidong followed the instructions, slowly drizzling a ladle of aromatic vinegar along the scorching rim. Sizzle. A potent vinegar aroma was vaporized by the high heat, perfectly blending with the scent of vegetables, oil, and the smoky fragrance of the fire. He added a starch slurry, then plated the dish. A plate of vinegar-sautéed cabbage, bright and clear in color, tangy and fragrant with a hint of smoky wok hay, was complete. Zhou Dimeo said nothing, simply picked up his chopsticks and took a piece to taste. Then his brow furrowed, almost. The flavor is good and the heat is sufficient, he commented, putting down his chopsticks. But you've made the one mistake a cook in a state-owned restaurant must never make. What mistake? Zhao Lidong asked, puzzled. Zhou Dimeo pointed to the trash bin where the cabbage stems and old leaves that Zhao had trimmed off were discarded. Why throw those away? The fibers in these stems are too coarse, affecting the overall quality of the dish, Zhao Lidong replied matter-of-factly. This was the most basic principle from his past life as a Michelin chef. Use only the best parts of the ingredients. Nonsense about quality. Zhou Dimeo's eyes widened as he scolded. Let me tell you, in a state-owned restaurant, nothing gets thrown away. From the heart to the leaves to the stems, every part of a cabbage must be used wisely. He pointed at the dish. Our restaurant's rule is that a standard serving of vinegar-sautéed cabbage requires 8 liang of cabbage. You only use the heart, at most 4 liang. Where's the other 4 liang? Thrown away. That's called wasting state property. And how much vinegar did you just use? How much sugar? How much salt? Zhou Dimeo fired off questions like a machine gun. Zhao Lidong was stunned. He had always cooked by feel and experience. The amount of ingredients was all in his mind, controlled with ease. Well, I didn't measure it. Zhou Dimeo's voice rose another octave. I'm telling you, at Donglashan, every dish has a standard recipe and fixed quantities. 1 spoonful of salt is 8 grams, 1 spoonful of sugar is 10 grams, 1 spoonful of vinegar is 15 milliliters. These are ironclad rules. Not a gram more or less. Why, oi? Zhao Lidong finally couldn't help asking. Why, oi? Zhou Dimeo was amused by the question, then his face turned serious again. First, to ensure the uniformity and consistency of all dishes. You can't have it tasting one way today and another tomorrow. Second, and most importantly, it's for cost control. We're a state-owned unit, not your home kitchen. Every cent and every gram of salt we use belongs to the state. It must be accounted for. If you use a little more today and a little more tomorrow, who's going to cover the shortfall at the end of the month? Zhao Lidong fell completely silent. He felt as if he had been locked in an invisible iron cage forged from various rules and standards. His past lives' freewheeling creativity, his profound understanding of ingredients, his improvisational flair for flavor, all were now bound by a tight shackle called standardization. He could make a standard vinegar-sautéed cabbage taste better than others through his mastery of heat. But he couldn't turn the cabbage stems into another delicious cold dish. He could make braised pork belly tender and melt in the mouth. But he couldn't add a hint of the spices he was once accustomed to, because that would be against the rules. At that moment, Zhao Lidong felt the constraints of this era for the first time. It was a suffocating restriction, even more stifling than the scarcity of resources. In the following days, Zhao Lidong worked in a state of dancing in chains. He strictly adhered to every rule of the restaurant, using standard recipes and standard quantities for every dish. Yet he remained the most dazzling figure in the kitchen, because he possessed ingredient sublimation and basic heat control. With the same ingredients and recipes, the dishes he made tasted distinctly different. His braised pork was more tender and flavorful. His stir-fried shredded potatoes were crisper and sweeter. His tofu was smoother and more delicate. Gradually, the diners in the front hall discovered this secret. Waiter, who made this mapo tofu today? It's much better than last time. That's right. The food today has the perfect flavor. Tell the chef not to switch. I heard Donglashan just promoted a Chef Zhao, and his skills are incredible. I want to order specifically from Chef Zhao. The trend of ordering specifically from Chef Zhao quickly spread from a few tables to the entire restaurant. Manager Old Ma was beaming with joy, looking at Zhao Lidong as if he were a living money tree. Zhou Dimeo, meanwhile, smoked his pipe and watched the young man beside him, who was already showing signs of surpassing his teacher. A complex smile of both gratification and loss flickered across his face. The rest of the kitchen staff were completely convinced. His skill was genuine, there was no denying it. Only one person's resentment grew deeper with each passing day of comparison and torment. Wang Tieju, scrubbing woks day after day, listening to the endless praise for Zhao Lidong from the front hall and the flattery from his colleagues, felt his heart being roasted over a fire. He had stopped, no longer daring to use any overt tricks. But the viper of jealousy in his heart was growing wildly, waiting for another, more lethal opportunity to strike. Zhao Lidong saw all this but paid it no mind. A snake that only hides in corners and hisses was not enough to... What troubled him more now was how to break free from this iron cage of rules. He didn't want to spend his life as merely a standardized cook. In his veins still flowed the pride of a 3-Michelin-star chef. He yearned for innovation, for creation, to make dishes that truly belonged to Zhao Lidong. Just as he was feeling distressed and stifled, a long-lost voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host has established a stable foothold and has initially experienced the constraints of the era's rules with creativity suppressed. To assist the host in breaking free from shackles and finding oneself, an advanced system quest is now issued. Quest name: recreate a forgotten ancient recipe. Zhao Lidong's small room. Evening. The task required him to successfully replicate the ancient dessert recipe, honey-pickled osmanthus lotus root, from the Shurjan Lu within 72 hours using only the limited ingredients available in this era. The difficulty was 3 stars moderate. The hint suggested that true delicacy never clings to the value of ingredients, urging him to wield his ultimate abilities of ingredient sublimation and heat control to transform the ordinary into the miraculous. The reward was the official opening of the system shop and an initial 500 points. Zhao Lidong's eyes lit up at the thought of the system shop. He had been waiting for this day for far too long. Although the system had mentioned a shop before, it had always remained locked. Now the doors were finally about to swing open for him. Lost ancient recipes, special seasoning formulas, rare cooking techniques. The mere thought made his heart pound with excitement. This was like a mobile culinary treasure trove. With it, he would truly possess the capital to establish himself in this era and even ascend to the pinnacle. Zhao Lidong's breathing quickened. Honey-pickled osmanthus lotus root. He rapidly searched his memory. In his past life, he had glimpsed this dessert's description in a photocopy of a Song Dynasty culinary masterpiece. The method was described quite poetically. Select autumn's new lotus root, remove the joint stuff with fragrant glutinous rice, pair with Jiangnan's honey osmanthus, and simmer over a low flame with honey for 12 hours. The result would be amber-hued, its fragrance wafting for miles, its taste sweet, without cloying, its texture glutinous, yet not sticky. A rare treasure of the imperial mid-autumn banquet. In essence, it was an ancient, extraordinarily complex version of osmanthus glutinous rice lotus root. In his past life with abundant resources, this dish was not difficult to make. But in 1962, in an era where even sugar required ration stamps and common folk struggled to fill their stomachs, dreaming of making a dessert was pure fantasy. Furthermore, the system restricted him to limited ingredients available in the current era. This meant he couldn't procure top-grade lotus roots or fresh osmanthus. However, a challenging smile curled at the corner of Zhao Lidong's mouth. The harder the challenge, the more interesting it became, didn't it? After work, Zhao Lidong didn't go straight home. Instead, he rode his old bicycle straight to the pigeon market. This was a semi-underground free trade market that had spontaneously formed in this era. It opened at the crack of dawn and disbanded as soon as the sun rose. The goods sold were a motley collection ranging from vegetables grown in private plots to industrial coupons procured from unknown sources. This was the best place to find unplanned ingredients. Zhao Lidong jostled through the crowd for a while before finally spotting a lotus root stall in a corner. The vendor was a gaunt, dark-skinned old farmer from the suburbs. Before him lay a few mud-stained lotus roots. They looked poor in quality, thin, small, and covered with black spots. "Uncle, how much for these?" Zhao Lidong asked, crouching down. "2 mao a caddy plus 1 liang of grain coupons," the old farmer replied, without looking up. The price wasn't cheap. Zhao Lidong picked up a root, weighing it in his hand, and tapped it with his finger. A system notification appeared. Target ingredient: inferior, white lotus root. Origin: wild pond on the outskirts of the capital. Analysis: water content 85, starch content low, fiber slightly coarse. Taste rating 3 stars out of 10. System suggestion: unsuitable for stir-frying or cold dishes. Prolonged stewing or braising can improve its texture. It was indeed inferior. Zhao Lidong made a mental note, but still selected 2 relatively plumper roots with larger holes and handed them to the old farmer. Just these 2. Next came glutinous rice and sugar. Glutinous rice was easier, though a fine grain, it was more accessible than rice or white flour. Zhao Lidong used his newly issued monthly grain coupons to exchange for half a caddy at the grain store. Sugar was the hardest. Both white and brown sugar were strictly controlled commodities long sold out at grocery stores. After wandering the pigeon market for a long time, Zhao Lidong finally bought a small packet of crude, dark-colored brown sugar with impurities from a shifty-eyed hustler at double the price. Another notification appeared. Target ingredient: inferior crude brown sugar. Analysis: sucrose content approximately 75, high molasses and impurities. Taste rating 2 stars. System suggestion: must be boiled with water and filtered to remove impurities before use. Zhao Lidong looked at the 2-star sugar in his hand and could only force a bitter smile. This task's difficulty was no joke. Now he had lotus root, glutinous rice, and brown sugar. Only the most crucial ingredient remained: osmanthus. The season for fresh osmanthus had long passed. Where could he find any? Suddenly something occurred to Zhao Lidong. The courtyard house. Back corner. He cycled back to the courtyard, but didn't go to his own room. Instead, he walked straight to the door of Granny Ding, who lived in the back corner. Granny Ding was a solitary old widow. Rumor had it she was once a maidservant in a wealthy household, and after being dismissed had lived in this courtyard for her entire life. She kept to herself and rarely socialized, but everyone in the courtyard knew Granny Ding had a passion: flowers. Her small room was surrounded by pots and jars filled with various plants. "Granny Ding, are you home?" Zhao Lidong called softly at her door. After a long pause, the door creaked open a crack. A silver-haired, deeply wrinkled old woman peered out, eyeing Zhao Lidong warily with cloudy eyes. "Oh, it's you, Lidong. What is it?" "Granny Ding," Zhao Lidong said with a warm smile, holding a small wrapped package. "I heard from the older folks in the yard that you're the best at tending osmanthus. I got some fresh pork liver from a friend today. Your teeth aren't good, so I made you some liver paste. Please have a taste." He handed her the package wrapped in oiled paper. He had specially processed the liver paste with ingredient sublimation, removing all the gamey smell and simmering it with broth until it was as smooth as paste melting on the tongue. Perfect for the elderly. Granny Ding caught the strange savory aroma, and a glint of light flickered in her cloudy eyes. She took the package, her wariness easing considerably. "You're a thoughtful child, Lidong." "Granny Ding, to be honest, I came to ask you for something," Zhao Lidong stated his purpose. "I was hoping you might have some of the dried osmanthus you collected last year." Granny Ding was taken aback, then gave Zhao Lidong a long, searching look. "What do you want that for? You can't eat it." "I just want to steep it in water for the fragrance," Zhao Lidong lied. Granny Ding asked no further questions. She turned silently and went back inside. After a moment, she emerged holding a small bundle wrapped in a handkerchief. Inside the handkerchief were a few pinches of golden, intensely fragrant dried osmanthus. Her treasure meticulously collected, dried, and stored away from the previous autumn. A notification appeared: target ingredient aged golden osmanthus dried. Analysis: aroma preservation rate 90. Due to aging, the fragrance is more mellow and lingering than fresh osmanthus. Taste rating 9 stars. A 9-star rating. Zhao Lidong's heart jolted. What a stroke of luck, finding it without any effort at all. "Thank you, Granny Ding. Thank you so much," Zhao Lidong exclaimed, taking the dried osmanthus as if it were a Seeing him overjoyed like a child, a rare, faint smile crossed Granny Ding's wrinkled face. "Take it. That liver paste was good." Zhao Lidong's small room. Nightfall. Back in his room, Zhao Lidong laid out all the ingredients on the table. Inferior lotus root, ordinary glutinous rice, dark crude brown sugar, and top-grade aged dried osmanthus. It was like a hand of cards, some bad one, a royal flush. Zhao Lidong looked at the ingredients before him and let out a long breath. His gaze became focused and fervent. The system panel slowly materialized before him. All ingredients prepared. Meets task requirements. Begin replicating ancient recipe: honey pickled osmanthus lotus root now. Zhao Lidong reached out and pressed firmly on the ethereal yes button. In the dead of night inside Zhao Lidong's small hut, as Zhao Lidong confirmed, a faint blue light screen unfurled before his eyes. Displayed on it was the ancient recipe for honey-stewed lotus root with osmanthus from the Shizhen Lu, with each step meticulously annotated by the system in modern language and precise measurements. Step 1. Prepare the lotus root. Take the lotus root, wash it clean, remove the joints, and cut open one end about an inch to serve as a lid. Zhao Lidong picked up the 3-star rated lotus root and began to process it. He first scrubbed the mud off the lotus root with clean water, then activated the active skill: turn food into gold. Ding. Target ingredient: low quality, white lotus root. Optimization plan initiated. This lotus root has coarse fibers. It is recommended to soak it in rice washing water for 2 hours before cooking to effectively soften the fibers and remove some of the astringency. Zhao Lidong's eyes lit up. This was possible. He immediately followed the instructions and soaked the prepared lotus root in the rice washing water. Step 2. Fill with glutinous rice. Take fragrant glutinous rice, wash it clean, soak for half a day, drain, mix with a little honey and osmanthus, then fill into the lotus root holes, ensuring it is packed tightly. Zhao Lidong drained the soaked glutinous rice, then took out the packet of 9-star rated aged golden osmanthus. He didn't use it all. Instead, he carefully pinched a small pinch and gently rubbed it in his palm. A rich, commanding fragrance of osmanthus was awakened, filling the entire hut. He then picked out a few relatively pure-colored pieces from the 2-star rated raw brown sugar, crushed them into powder with the back of a knife, and mixed them into the glutinous rice along with the osmanthus. Next came the most patience-testing step: filling the lotus root with glutinous rice. Zhao Lidong used a chopstick to stuff the mixed glutinous rice bit by bit into the tiny holes of the lotus root. This process was extremely tedious and demanded immense patience. Yet he performed it with meticulous care, his face even bearing an expression of reverence. He packed it very tightly, ensuring every hole was completely filled with glutinous rice. Finally, he put the cut-off lotus root lid back in place and secured it firmly with a few toothpicks. A plump, white, glutinous rice-stuffed lotus root, full of inner goodness, was ready. Step 3. Honey stew. Take a deep-bellied earthenware pot, line the bottom with bamboo strips to prevent burning. Place the lotus root inside, add water to cover, add brown sugar and honey osmanthus, and simmer over a low flame. Zhao Lidong took out the only small clay pot in the house. He carefully laid a layer of bamboo strips removed from a steamer at the bottom of the pot. Then he gently placed the heavy stuffed lotus root inside. Next, he poured the entire packet of black and brown sugar into the pot and sprinkled in a small handful of dried osmanthus. Finally, he added clean water until the lotus root was submerged. Everything was ready. He set the clay pot on the honeycomb briquette stove. Then he activated preliminary heat control. He didn't use high heat. Instead, he adjusted the stove's air vent to an extremely small angle. A faint blue flame no bigger than a bean burned quietly at the stove's core. This was the gentle flame recorded in the ancient method. He precisely controlled the temperature at around 95 degrees Celsius, a critical point just below boiling. At this temperature, the water wouldn't roil violently, ensuring the lotus root's integrity. Simultaneously, it allowed heat to slowly and persistently penetrate the lotus root, cooking the glutinous rice through extracting the sugar and perfectly melding the osmanthus fragrance with the lotus root and rice. Time ticked by. A complex aroma gradually filled the hut. The caramel scent of brown sugar, the sweet fragrance of osmanthus, and the unique, clean aroma of lotus root and glutinous rice simmering for a long time. These scents intertwined, creating an ultimate sweetness that made anyone who smelled it salivate uncontrollably. Zhao Lidong sat quietly by the stove, keeping watch. He didn't need to look at a clock. He could clearly sense every minute change in the pot. He could feel the coarse fibers of the lotus root slowly softening. He could feel the glutinous rice greedily absorbing the sugar syrup and water, becoming plump and translucent. He could feel the aromatic molecules of osmanthus gradually penetrating every crevice of the lotus root and glutinous rice. It was a wondrous feeling, as if he himself had become a part of the pot, breathing and sharing the same fate with these ingredients. He kept watch like this through the entire night. Zhao Lidong's hut. Early morning. He didn't slowly open his eyes until the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window the next morning. He removed the stove fire. He knew the heat was sufficient. Carefully wrapping a cloth around the hot handles of the clay pot, he carried it to the table. The moment he lifted the lid, an intensely rich, sweet aroma burst forth. The entire hut was utterly drowned in this wave of sugary fragrance. After a night of simmering, the broth in the pot had thickened to a syrup-like consistency, displaying a tempting. The once white lotus root was now stewed to the same amber hue, translucent and glistening throughout like an exquisite piece of art. Zhao Lidong carefully lifted it out with chopsticks and placed it on the cutting board. It had become incredibly soft and sticky. Even a light touch of the chopsticks revealed its springy texture. After it had cooled slightly, Zhao Lidong picked up his kitchen knife. He sliced the honey-stewed lotus root into evenly thick round pieces. The moment it was cut, a breathtakingly beautiful scene unfolded before him. On the cross-section of the lotus root, slices, the holes filled with white, soft, glutinous rice, resembled blooming plum blossoms adorning the amber slices. And amidst the glutinous rice were specks of golden osmanthus. Color, aroma, and form. All were perfect. Zhao Lidong picked up a slice and put it in his mouth. The moment the lotus root slice touched the tip of his tongue, his body trembled. An ultimate, pure, gentle sweetness exploded in his mouth. That sweetness wasn't the thin, simple sweetness of white sugar, nor the sharp, artificial sweetness of saccharin. It was a complex, layered sweetness. There was the caramel aroma of brown sugar, the fragrance of glutinous rice, the clean taste of lotus root, and the lingering, mellow, floral scent of osmanthus. The lotus root slices were stewed soft and sticky, yet retained a hint of crispness, easily yielding to the bite. The glutinous rice inside, having absorbed all the broth, was sticky, springy, sweet, and delicious. As Zhao Lidong chewed slowly, his eyes unknowingly reddened. How long had it been? How long had it been since he had tasted such a pure dessert that brought a sense of happiness? Since arriving in this era, he had eaten cornmeal, steamed bread, and all sorts of things just to fill his stomach. But he had never eaten anything that made him feel joy. Not until today. At this moment, he felt he was no longer the struggling apprentice worker Zhao Lidong. He seemed to have transformed back into that 3 Michelin-star chef standing at the pinnacle of the world, savoring the purest joy brought by delicious food. A warm drop slid from the corner of his eye, falling onto the cutting board. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully replicated the ancient recipe, honey-stewed lotus root with osmanthus. Task completion 120, exceeded expectations. Overall evaluation perfect. The host restored the essence of the ancient recipe, using the most rudimentary ingredients and leveraging innate talent, achieved an unexpected elevation in flavor. Task reward system shop officially opened. Initial 500 points have been credited. Zhao Lidong ignored the system's notifications. He simply devoured the entire remaining lotus root with an almost greedy fervor. It was the most satisfying and extravagant meal he had had since arriving in this world. After finishing, he looked at the empty plate and suddenly smiled. How could he keep something so delicious all to himself? He took out the remaining lotus root from yesterday and stewed it with honey for another night. Sihiyuan. Noon. The next day at noon, in the courtyard, Zhao Lidong sliced the honey-stewed lotus root into thin pieces, placed them on a small plate, and brought it out to the yard. Xiao Man. Sandetsu's kid. Aunt Zhang's kid. Come here. At his call, several half-grown children playing in the yard immediately flocked around him like a group of little sparrows. Uncle Dong. What is this? It smells so good. Qin Xiaoman tilted her little face, sniffing hard, nearly drooling with greed. A good thing. Zhao Lidong smiled and stuffed a slice into each child's mouth. When that sweet taste melted in their mouths, the entire yard fell silent. All the children's eyes widened, their faces showing expressions of shock and ecstasy. Sweet. So yummy. Better than the candy we eat at New Year's. Why, it's so delicious. I've never eaten anything this tasty. A younger child was even moved to tears by the sudden, overwhelming flavor. The children cheered and jumped, surrounding Zhao Lidong, praising this delicacy with the most innocent words. Qin Xiaoman's little face was smeared like a little kitten's. She tugged at Zhao Lidong's clothes, her eyes curving into two adorable crescent moons, and announced to everyone in an utterly certain tone, "Uncle Dong makes the best food in the whole world." Amidst the laughter and joy, Qin Shufan walked out of the house, carrying a laundry basin. Seeing Zhao Lidong surrounded by children, a gentle smile on his face, and seeing her daughter's happy, contented look, her gaze became incredibly soft. She bit her lip as if she had made a decision, walked up to Zhao Lidong, and pressed something into his hand, her cheeks blushing like the sunset clouds. It was a pair of brand new blue cloth shoes with a 1,000-layer sole, the stitches fine and the workmanship solid. "Lidong, your shoes are almost worn through. I had some free time at night, so I made you a pair. Try them on and see if they fit." Zhao Lidong looked at the cloth shoes in his hand, then at the woman before him, who was so shy she could barely lift her head. Somewhere in his heart, something seemed to melt, completely touched by a warm feeling. Before he could speak, Qin Xiaoman suddenly poked her little head out from behind him, looked up at his face, and asked in a child's innocent, yet utterly serious tone, "Uncle Dong, this sticky rice lotus root is so yummy. Can you make it for me every day from now on? Just like my dad." "Uncle Dong, this sticky rice lotus root is so delicious. Can you make it for me every day from now on, just like my dad does?" Qin Xiaoman's innocent words fell like a pebble into the bustling yard. Qin Shufan, who had been brimming with joy from the sweet treat just moments ago, felt the color drain from her face in an instant, only to be replaced by a rush of crimson even more vivid than the sunset glow. "Xiaoman," she cried out, her voice trembling with a mix of shame and urgency. "Stop your nonsense. Come home with your mother now." She grabbed her daughter's hand, not daring to cast another glance at Zhao Lidong, and fled into the house, as if escaping. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut, sealing off all the awkwardness and ambiguity in the yard. Zhao Lidong rubbed his nose, staring at the pair of brand new cloth shoes in his hands, fine and tight stitches still carrying the warmth of a woman's touch, and felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. That little girl was like a worm in her mother's belly, striking straight at the heart. He put away the shoes, then distributed the last few slices of osmanthus lotus root among the reluctant children before turning back to his own small room. Closing the door, he shut out the noise of the outside world, yet his heart still couldn't find peace. The warmth from Qin Shufan's cloth shoes and the stir caused by Qin Xiaoman's innocent words brought a touch of something called home into this tiny room. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Romantic entanglements were beautiful, but in this era, establishing a foothold in life was the foundation. He delved his mind inward, where the system interface, visible only to him, floated silently. Ding. Congrats. Successfully recreated the ancient recipe. Honey preserved osmanthus lotus root. Task completion 120 exceeded. Overall assessment perfect. Host has maximally restored the essence of the ancient recipe with the humblest ingredients, and through innate talent unexpectedly elevated its flavor. Task reward system mall officially unlocked. 500 initial points have been issued. As the final line of text confirmed the gray, previously inactive area, and Zhao Lidong's mind suddenly burst into a dazzling golden light. A virtual interface blending a sense of technology with ancient charm slowly unfolded. Divine Chef System Mall. 4 bold dragon-like characters hovered at the top of the interface below, which were several clear categories, lost recipes shimmering with pale gold light, encompassing everything from imperial palace feasts to rustic wilderness fare. Zhao Lidong even spotted a few names that made his heart race: the lone copy of Suiyuan menu and the fragments of Shaoyan Banquet. But all were marked with astronomical point costs and locked in gray. Special seasonings gleaming with multicolored light. Zhao Lidong's gaze swept over items like Western Region's exotic fragrance powder, Sichuan secret sauce, and East Sea condensed fresh dew, which sounded far from ordinary, equally exorbitant in price and unavailable for exchange. Legendary kitchenware, the most imposing category, glowing with purple light. An icon for a kitchen tool named Mysterious Iron Cleaver was noted with traits like indestructible, comes with armor-piercing effect, making Zhao Lidong's eyes twitch. Another item, Warm Jade Hot Pot, boasted traits of constant temperature, nourishes ingredients. These seemed more like mythical artifacts than kitchen tools. Skill manuals, the most modest category, glowing with white light. It contained advanced versions of basic skills such as introduction to ox-cutting knife techniques and insights on precise heat control. Zhao Lidong gazed at the dazzling mall, feeling like a player who had just left the novice village and stumbled into a top-tier equipment shop filled with divine weapons. He wanted everything, but his pocket held only a few pitiful coins. 500 points. That was all he had. What could these points do? He shifted his gaze from the divine artifacts costing tens of thousands of points and began to search carefully among the most basic, affordable items. What did he need most right now? Not those ethereal legendary recipes or flashy special seasonings. He needed something that could immediately translate into combat power, help him gain a foothold in the strictly regulated state-owned restaurant, and transform the most common, cheapest ingredients into something extraordinary. His gaze finally settled on a recipe in the special seasoning section priced exactly at 500 points. Ancient secret all-purpose marinade recipe. The description was brief, originating from the imperial kitchen of a previous dynasty long lost. Using 18 common spices as sovereign and ministerial ingredients brewed by ancient methods, it can marinate everything under heaven. Its flavor is rich, its aroma commanding, capable of turning a pig's head into a dragon's crown and making tofu into gold bricks. This is it. Zhao Lidong's heart leaped. In this era of scarce meat, where even eating tofu counted as a luxury, what did a good pot of marinade mean? It meant infinite possibilities. It meant he could turn the pig head's awful and even hard dry tofu that no one in the restaurant cared for into irresistible delicacies everyone would fight over. This was practically a turn waste into treasure money printing machine. More importantly, this marinade recipe used star anise, cinnamon, Sichuan pepper, bay leaves. Though these required ration tickets, they weren't entirely impossible to find in the market. This meant the recipe was feasible. Exchange. Zhao Lidong commanded without hesitation. Ding. Successfully exchanged ancient secret all-purpose marinade recipe for 500 points. As the words faded, a vast stream of information flooded his mind. It wasn't just a simple recipe, but a complete theoretical system about marinating. Marinating is the sovereign of all flavors. Its way lies in fusion, its method in harmony. Spices are the bones, broth is the flesh, and heat is the soul. Unite the three and you attain its spirit. Sovereign ingredients star anise and cloves set the tone, like an emperor holding court, his word is law. Ministerial ingredients cinnamon and fennel enhance the aroma, like civil and military officials, each performing their duties. Auxiliary and envoy ingredients Sichuan pepper, bay leaves, angelica, and cardamom, totaling 14 types, either boost fragrance, remove fishiness, or cut grease, like imperial guards flanking the sovereign and ministers indispensable. The brewing method involves 3 fires and 3 stages. First, fierce fire to startle the spirit. Rolling broth and boiling oil to release the spice's intensity. Second, gentle fire to nourish flavor. Slow simmering to blend 100 flavors into one pot. Third, mild fire to condense the soul. Resting with residual heat to enrich the marinade, marking the beginning of aged marinade. Zhao Lidong closed his eyes, immersed in this profound marinating philosophy, utterly entranced. This was no mere recipe, it was a martial arts manual for marinating. He slowly opened his eyes, which shone with unprecedented brightness. He knew that from today onward his secret weapon had finally arrived. He clenched his fist, suppressing his inner excitement, and murmured to himself, "Everything is ready, only the east wind is needed. Tomorrow I'll go bring back all these sovereign and ministerial ingredients." Just as he was reveling in the excitement of his upcoming endeavors, a soft knock came at the door. "Lidong, are you asleep?" It was Zhou Dimeo's voice. Zhao Lidong quickly composed himself and opened the door. There stood Zhou Dimeo holding an enamel mug, his expression complex as he looked at him. "Master, it's so late. Is something the matter?" Zhou Dimeo said nothing, simply handed the mug over, and a strong smell of alcohol hit Zhao Lidong's nose. Zhao Lidong looked down and saw half a mug of strong white liquor with a few dark red things soaking inside. "What's this?" "Deer antler and tiger bone wine," Zhou Dimeo said in a low voice, his gaze a bit distant. "I managed to get it from a relative back home. You're young and became a chef early, spending all day by the stove surrounded by smoke and fire. It drains your yang energy quickly. This is to replenish you." Zhao Lidong held the half mug of wine, feeling a mix of amusement and gratitude. He knew the old master was caring for him in his own simple way. "Thank you, master." Zhao Lidong felt a warmth in his heart. Zhou Dimeo waved his hand and turned to leave, but then paused, looking back to add a worried reminder. "Oh, Lidong, that osmanthus lotus root you made today tasted good. But too many sweets can stir up restless thoughts." Zhao Lidong was puzzled, not understanding what his master meant. Zhou Dimeo sighed at his bewildered expression, lowered his voice, and spoke with the tone of an experienced man. "I'm talking about that Sheen girl. Everyone in the yard sees how kind you are to her. But your career is just starting a critical time. You can't let women distract you. Do you understand what I mean?" Without waiting for Zhao Lidong's reply, Zhou Dimeo waved his hand, clasped his hands behind his back, and ambled away with a measured gait, leaving Zhao Lidong standing alone in the cold moonlight, holding the potent medicinal wine, catching the faint scent of soap wafting through the crack in the neighbor's door, his mind a tangled mess. What's all this about? Zhao Lidong shook his head with a wry smile, closed the door, but his mind was already where could he go tomorrow to gather those 18 sovereign and ministerial ingredients, especially those sovereign herbs which weren't available at an ordinary market? As he pondered, his gaze inadvertently fell on the capital yellow pages on the table. His finger traced slowly over it, finally stopping on 3 characters, Tongrantang. Maybe I can try my luck there. Perhaps I could try my luck there. Once this thought took root, it refused to leave Zhao Lidong's mind. Tongrantang. This golden signboard in this era signified a guarantee of quality and trust. Early the next morning, Zhao Lidong rose at the crack of dawn. He first followed the list from the ancient secret universal marinade recipe, and went to the seasoning counter at the Statron vegetable market to purchase all the common ministerial ingredients and adjuvant spices such as star anise, cinnamon, and bay leaves. The saleswoman, a woman in her 40s, watched Zhao Lidong buy such a large quantity of spices in one go and couldn't help but curl her lips, saying sarcastically, "Oh, young comrade starting a spice shop, are we? Buying so much, aren't you afraid it'll burn a hole in your pocket?" Zhao Lidong merely smiled and didn't bother arguing with her. He knew these ordinary spices were just the foundation. What truly determined the quality of a pot of marinade were the few medicinal herbs that served as the sovereign ingredient and core adjuvant spices: cloves, aroma, vellosum, angelica dihurica, and cardamom. These items were simply not available at the vegetable market. He rode his bicycle straight to the old Tongrantang storefront at Qianmen. Before he even entered, a dense, unique aroma, mingling hundreds of medicinal herbs, rushed toward him, clearing his mind and spirit. Inside, an old pharmacist in a blue cloth gown was unhurriedly dispensing herbs before a massive cabinet, the abacus beads clicking crisply. Everything still retained the old-fashioned composure and orderliness. Zhao Lidong stated the few medicinal herbs he needed. The master pharmacist glanced at him without further inquiry, turned around, pulled open several small drawers labeled with the herb names from the towering cabinet behind him, and precisely weighed the required amounts using a small steelyard scale. Ding. Target ingredient: premium cloves. Origin: Southeast Asia. Analysis: extremely high eugenol content with a domineering and pure aroma. Rating: 8 stars. Ding. Target ingredient: high quality aroma vellosum. Origin: Guangdong and Guangxi. Analysis: plump grains, intense aroma, excellent for removing fishy smells and enhancing fragrance. Rating: 7 stars. Seeing the series of high ratings from the system, Zhao Lidong's heart bloomed with joy. Truly worthy of Tongrantang. Every product was top-notch. He carefully wrapped these sovereign ministerial assistant and envoy ingredients in oil paper and tucked them into his bosom, feeling as if he were holding the entire world. Returning to his small room in the courtyard house, Zhao Lidong closed the door and drew the curtains as if performing an extremely secretive ritual. He laid out all the spices on the table. Then, closing his eyes, he extended his hands over the spices and with a thought activated the passive skill, ingredient. A faint warm current surged from his palms, silently nourishing the spices like a spring breeze, transforming into rain. He could clearly see the fibrous structures within the dried star anise and cinnamon undergoing wondrous changes. The once dormant aroma molecules, like elves awakened from hibernation, began to grow active and lively, especially those few medicinal herbs of inherently high quality. After receiving the secondary boost from ingredient sublimation, they underwent a qualitative leap. The aroma of the premium cloves became even purer and more penetrating. The pungent fragrance of the high-quality aroma vellosum grew richer and more lingering. When Zhao Lidong opened his eyes again, the spices on the table appeared unchanged, but he knew their soul had been renewed. Next came the brewing. He found the largest pot in the house, poured in clean water, wrapped all the spices in a gauze bag, and dropped it into the pot. He also went to the restaurant kitchen and asked a familiar chef for a large pork bone and a few chicken carcasses that no one wanted. These were for making the broth. Everything was ready. Ignite the fire. Fierce fire startles the spirit. Zhao Lidong turned the stove flame to maximum, and the water in the pot soon began to boil violently. The spice bag bobbed in the rolling water. The most primal and unrefined aromas of the various spices were released without reservation under the high temperature, colliding and surging against each other. An hour later, he switched to gentle fire, nurtures the flavor. The flame was turned down low. The pot no longer boiled, only emitting soft, gurgling bubbles. Under prolonged simmering, the aromas of the various spices began to shed their sharp edges, slowly merging and intertwining. Each became part of the other, gradually forming a new harmonious, yet complex composite fragrance. Finally came, minimal fire condenses the soul. He nearly blocked all ventilation, leaving only a flame weaker than a candle's glow, using a method akin to braising, to let the marinade slowly settle and mellow in residual heat. Just as this divine marinade was about to be perfected, the secret weapon Zhao Lidong had acquired from the restaurant kitchen was ready to make its entrance. It was a large, thoroughly cleaned pig's head along with a set of pig offal. In the eyes of ordinary people of this era, these were unsightly scraps, heavy with gamey smell, troublesome to handle, and not even fit for a dog. But in Zhao Lidong's eyes, they were nothing less than uncut jade. He blanched the pig's head and offal to remove the odor, then under the astonished and uncertain gazes of Zhou Dimeo and Wang Tieju carefully placed them into the pot of marinade, emitting its strange fragrance. As the lid closed, the culinary legend officially began. 1 hour. 2 hours. When the marinade in the pot had thickened to the consistency of ink, the aroma, which had only been swirling within the small room, finally gathered enough strength to burst through the tiny window. What kind of fragrance was that? It was domineering, intense, and aggressive. It was not as sweet as osmanthus lotus root, nor as simple as braised pork. It was complex, mellow, and layered. There was the depth of star anise, the sweetness of cinnamon, the piercing quality of cloves, the numbing sensation of Sichuan pepper, and a soul aroma, formed by the fusion of dozens of spices, a scent that once inhaled made one's mouth water and stomach rumble uncontrollably. Riding the evening breeze, the aroma began its conquest. It first invaded the home of Qin Shufan next door. Qin Shufan, mending clothes for Xiao Man under the lamp, involuntarily twitched her nose. What smells so good? She walked to the window and sniffed deeply. The scent seemed to have hooks, instantly luring. The aroma continued to spread, drifting past the old locust tree in the center of the courtyard and into the home of elder Lu Guangfu. Lu Guangfu, wearing reading glasses and engrossed in the people's daily, unexpectedly caught the scent. His hand trembled, and the newspaper nearly fell. He took off his glasses, frowned, and sniffed vigorously. Who's braising meat? No braised meat, isn't this? His stomach let out an embarrassing gurgle, and the editorials about going all out and striving for the top instantly became utterly uninteresting. The aroma drifted all the way to Jia Donglai's home in the front courtyard. Ever since his last humiliation, Jia Donglai had been keeping a low profile and was now at home sulking over a bowl of cornmeal mush. When that overpowering scent entered his nostrils, his bowl crashed onto the table with a clatter. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, he sprang up from his stool, rushed to the door, pressed his nose against the crack, and inhaled greedily and forcefully. Fragrant. So fragrant. This is killing me. He felt that his already bland cornmeal mush had instantly turned. Finally, the aroma reached the main gate of the courtyard, entering the nostrils of Old Man Xing in the gatehouse. Old Man Xing, who had been dozing in his recliner reminiscing about the braised beef had at noon, snapped open, his cloudy eyes erupting with unprecedented brilliance. He had lived over 60 years and considered himself well acquainted with all manner of delicacies. But this scent today, he could swear on his life, he had never even heard of, let alone tasted. This was definitely not a scent of the mortal world. A fire. Know which deity has descended. Old Man Xing, leaning on his cane, was the first to step out of the gatehouse. Then, as if by prior arrangement, Jia Donglai was the first to pull open his door, rushing toward the backyard like a hound catching a scent. Elder Lu Guangfu could no longer sit still. With his hands behind his back and an official gait, he pretended to take a stroll, but his eyes kept darting toward the backyard. Sun Yulan and Zhang Sandezi aired Suzy from the courtyard. One by one, as if bewitched, they emerged from their rooms, converging into a stream of people, all flowing in the same direction, toward Zhao Lidong's small hut. When Zhao Lidong lifted the lid to check on his treasure, braised, he turned around and was startled by the scene before. His small hut's doorway was surrounded by layers of people. Every face wore the same expression: shocked desire and an almost greedy fervor. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the pieces of braised pork head in his pot, glossy deep red and exuding a deadly aroma. The courtyard witnessed its first cue for food spectacle. Jia Donglai, shamelessly squeezing to the front, rubbed his hands together, drool nearly dripping to the ground. Brother Lidong. No, Master Lidong. What kind of immortal elixir have you concocted? Could you let your brother have a taste? Brother Lidong. No, Master Lidong. What immortal pill have you concocted? Could you let your brother have a taste? Jia Donglai's fawning voice grated harshly in the silent courtyard. All eyes were fixed on Zhao Lidong, the hunger in their gazes almost devouring him. Zhao Lidong found it amusing to see his neighbors, their eyes green with craving, staring at him. He knew his legend of braised delicacies was a success. Without being stingy, he fished out the pork head, now so tender the meat fell off the bone from the pot, and placed it on the chopping board. The pork head was a lustrous red, shimmering with an enticing layer of oil. A gentle touch with chopsticks made the skin tremble, ready to melt at the slightest pressure. Zhao Lidong picked up the cleaver. He didn't use any fancy technique, simply following the bone structure of the pork head. With swift, precise cuts, he separated the ears, snout, and cheek meat. Then with a flick of his wrist, he sliced the different parts into pieces as thin as cicada wings. The cross-section of the pig's ear in particular revealed distinct layers of cartilage and skin, crystal clear and beautiful. He arranged the sliced meat on several plates by type and ladled a spoonful of thick braising sauce over them. Don't be shy, everyone. Fresh from the pot, have a taste. Zhao Lidong smiled and pushed the plates forward. The courtyard erupted instantly. My God, that knife work. So fragrant. I've never smelled anything so delicious in my life. People surged forward, abandoning all pretense of decorum, grabbing slices with their hands and stuffing them into their mouths. The moment that warm slice of meat coated in rich sauce entered their mouths, time seemed to stand still. Every face showed an expression of profound shock and pure bliss. Delicious. Unbelievably delicious. The mellow soybean paste, the assertive spices, and the meat's own fat. Three flavors intertwined, collided, and exploded in their mouths. The cheek meat was rich, yet not greasy, melting on the tongue, its voluptuous texture bringing tears of joy. The snout meat was firm with a pleasant chewiness, its flavor deepening with each bite. The pig's ear offered a delightful crunch from the cartilage and a springy texture from the skin, creating an unparalleled layering of sensations. Wah! Delicious. So good. A young boy was moved to tears by the sheer taste. Jia Donglai was even more dramatic. After gulping down his slice, he fell to his knees, clutching Zhao Lidong's leg, wailing with snot and tears, Brother Lidong. From today you are my own blood brother. Anyone who dares to cross you will have to answer to me, Jia Donglai. Though First Elder Lu Guangfu tried to maintain his dignity, he ate no slower than the youngsters. Nodding vigorously between bites, he mumbled, Good. This skill is extraordinary. More authentic than the old masters at Donglishan. The entire Sihiyuan was immersed in this sensory feast of braised meat. One whole pig's head and a set of offal were devoured in the blink of an eye, the plates licked clean enough to see one's reflection. Everyone still craved more, staring at Zhao Lidong with the longing of nestlings waiting to be fed. Zhao Lidong felt a deep sense of satisfaction at the sight. This was the highest form of stove diplomacy, conquering everyone's stomachs and hearts with a single pot of delicious food. But just then Jia Donglai's untimely voice rang out again. Wiping the grease from his lips and rubbing his hands together, he looked greedily at the dark, unfathomable pool of braising liquid in Zhao Lidong's pot. Lidong, my good brother, now that we've eaten the meat, could you sell me a bowl of this soup? No, this divine elixir. Just one bowl. I want to try braising something at home and get this flavor. He'll pay a high price. Jia Donglai's earth-shattering words silenced the previously joyful courtyard. Everyone's gaze shifted from Zhao Lidong to the inscrutable pot of braising liquid. Right? The reason the meat was so delicious was all because of this soup. If they could get some of this soup, wouldn't they be able to enjoy such wonderful meat every day? For a moment, many eyes sparkled with cunning thoughts. Zhao Lidong's heart sank. He knew trouble was brewing. Before he could speak, First Elder Lu Guangfu's authority. Jia Donglai, what nonsense are you spouting again? Lu Guangfu slammed his chopsticks on the table, scowling. Have you lost your mind? Do you know what era this is? The whole country is cracking down on speculation and profiteering. You want Lidong to sell you braising liquid. Are you trying to get him killed or get the whole courtyard dragged into a struggle session with you? Lu Guangfu's words were like a bucket of cold water, snapping everyone back to reality. Right? Private trading was illegal. Especially in this era when the class struggle was taught as a bowstring. Being reported for such a thing would mean Jia Donglai shrank back, his face flushing red and white, too embarrassed to speak. Seeing this, Zhao Lidong quickly stepped in to smooth things over. He smiled and patted Jia Donglai on the shoulder, saying in a half-joking tone, Uncle Jia, you flatter this pot of soup too much. Pointing at the braising liquid, he explained to everyone, you might not know this, but braising liquid is different from other things. It's all about nurturing. This first batch is called new brine. The flavor isn't rich enough yet. You have to braise things in it every day, letting the essence of the meat infuse into it, adding more spices, and slowly nurturing it. Only after a long time does it become true old brine. This pot of mine is the mother of old brine, the master stock. It's my treasure, more precious than my bicycle. Zhao Lidong's words were a clever mix of truth and fiction, elevating the value of the brine while skillfully blocking any desire to buy it. So that's it. No wonder the flavor is so incredible. It's truly a treasure. It must be well cared for. A wave of understanding washed over the crowd, and their looks of greed towards the pot turned into reverence. Zhao Lidong smiled and said, if you all like it, whenever I get my hands on something good, I'll braise it in this pot for everyone. We're all one family living in this courtyard. Good food should be shared. This statement immediately drew a thunderous round of applause. Lidong, you're a generous soul. Loyal and true. There's nothing more to say. Anyone who speaks ill of Lidong from now on will have to answer to me first. A potential crisis was thus averted by Zhao Lidong's superior culinary skills and impeccable social grace. Yet beneath the surface, his heart was not as light as he appeared. The next day, the rumor about Master Zhao of Fula Courtyard and his pot of divine water that could turn a pig's head into dragon meat spread like wildfire, carried by Sun Yulan's loose tongue and passed from ant to ant, flying out of the small Siyuan. Things began to head in the direction Zhao Lidong least desired. On the third day at noon, a stranger, a middle-aged man in a cadre's uniform, stopped Zhao Lidong at the alley entrance as he was returning from work. You must be Comrade Zhao Lidong, the man said with a polite smile. I've heard you make an excellent braised dish. Would it be possible to get some from you? The price is negotiable. Zhao Lidong's heart sank. He politely refused, but in the following days more and more people sought him out through various channels, wanting to taste or buy some of the legendary braised meat. Some were neighbors who sent intermediaries to plead their case, others were distant relatives who appeared out of nowhere, and there were even those who openly offered high prices for Master Zhao's braised meat at the pigeon market. A tall tree catches the wind, a famous person attracts envy. Zhao Lidong felt as if he were being roasted over a fire. That evening, First Elder Lu Guangfu summoned Zhao Lidong to his home again. This time his expression was exceptionally grave. Lidong, you're now a celebrity in our courtyard, Lu Guangfu said, puffing on his pipe, his face blurred by the smoke. But water can carry a boat, and it can also capsize it. The neighbors' tongues can lift you to the heavens today and trample you into the mud tomorrow. He told Zhao Lidong a few true stories that had happened right there in their neighborhood. There was the man reported for secretly making a few pairs of cloth shoes to sell, accused of taking the capitalist road and paraded through the streets. There was the family whose slightly better life aroused jealousy, leading to a barrage of anonymous letters that eventually forced them to move away. The human heart is the most complex and terrifying thing in this world, Lu Guangfu said, his voice filled with the weariness of experience. Your skill is a treasure, but it's also a double-edged sword. What you're doing now, sharing in the courtyard, is fine. But the moment money gets involved, it will inevitably breed jealousy and trouble. You need to find yourself a legitimate talisman of protection. Zhao Lidong's heart jolted. He knew the First Elder was giving him a hint. He could no longer be content with being a folk culinary god in the Sihiyuan. He needed a larger, more official platform, one that would allow him to openly display his talents without fear of being reported or denounced. His gaze became unwaveringly resolute. His ambition was fully kindled in that moment. He wanted more than just a permanent job, more than just being an ordinary cook. He wanted to climb to a higher place, to a position where no rumor or slander could ever harm him. Just as Zhao Lidong's heart surged with passion, mapping out a grand blueprint for his future, Zhao Lidong suddenly kicked open Lu Guangfu's door, his face dark with rage. Well, Zhao Lidong. Grown a pair of wings, have you? A few days as a cook, and you've forgotten your place. Zhao Lidong pointed a trembling finger at Zhao Lidong, his beard quivering with fury. Zhao Lidong and Lu Guangfu were stunned. Master, what's wrong? Zhao Lidong ignored him, pulling a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket and slapping it hard on the table. See for yourself. Look at what you've done. Puzzled, Zhao Lidong picked up the paper. It was an internal notice from the restaurant. In black and white it read, urgent notice on hygiene and discipline in the restaurant kitchen in response to recent incidents where certain cooks violated restaurant regulations by privately taking ingredients home, creating an extremely negative impact. It has been decided that effective immediately all cooks must submit their bags for inspection at the gate when leaving work. Violators will be severely punished. The notice was signed by the restaurant manager Old Ma. Below the notice a line was added in red ink, special emphasis on supervising comrade Zhao Lidong. Zhao Lidong's gaze turned icy cold as he read that line. He knew someone was targeting him, and they were doing it openly, trying to destroy him completely. Seeing his expression only enraged Zhao Lidong further. You still have the nerve to stand here. Get home with me. I want to ask you, boy, do you think these old bones of mine are about to fall apart and can't protect you anymore? How dare you stay here? Get home with me this instant. I want to ask you, do you think these old bones of mine are about to fall apart and can't protect you anymore? Zhao Lidong's roar left Zhao Lidong and Lu Guangfu utterly bewildered. Zhao Lidong looked at his master's face, flushed with rage, then at the notice on the table clearly aimed at him, and his heart was crystal clear. He knew his master wasn't scolding him, but protecting him. Master, don't be angry this matter. Don't call me master. I don't have such a troublesome disciple. Zhao Lidong snatched the notice from Zhao Lidong's hand, tore it to shreds, then grabbed his arm and pulled him out. Come with me. If you don't explain this to me today, I'll skin you alive. Zhao Lidong dragged Zhao Lidong all the way back to it. Once inside, he slammed the door shut with a bang, then collapsed into a chair like a deflated balloon, panting heavily. Zhao Lidong's wife, a kind-looking aunt, was startled by the commotion and quickly brought a glass of water. Old man, what madness has taken you? Speak calmly, don't scare the boy. Zhao Lidong took a sip of water, his anger finally subsiding a bit. He looked up at the calm-faced Zhao Lidong with a complex gaze. Boy, tell me the truth, is that notice from the restaurant Wang Tai's doing behind the scenes? Zhao Lidong, it's not him. Not him. Zhao Lidong was taken aback. Then who else? In the whole kitchen, who else holds a grudge? Zhao Lidong said calmly. Senior brother Wang is jealous of me, but he lacks both the wits and the courage. This notice was signed by Manager Ma himself. Wang Taizhu doesn't have the influence to order the manager around. Manager Ma. Zhao Lidong's brows furrowed deeper. That's impossible. Just a couple of days ago, he was treating you like a treasure. Why the sudden change of heart? A cold smile curled at the corner of Zhao Lidong's mouth. The higher you're lifted, the harder you fall. He recounted to Zhao Lidong the rumors swirling outside over the past few days and how someone had offered a high price to buy his braised delicacies. Zhao Lidong fell silent after listening. He smoked his pipe, his aged face growing more solemn in the swirling haze. After a long while, he let out a deep sigh. I understand. Old Ma is afraid. He fears you'll overshadow him and steal his spotlight. He's even more afraid that your skills will bring him trouble. So he wants to rein you and put a leash on you and keep you firmly under his thumb. Zhao Lidong's analysis hit the... What should I do now? Zhao Lidong asked. One word: endure. Zhao Lidong looked at him. The tree that towers above the forest is the first to be felled by the wind. Your current prominence isn't a good thing. Use this chance to settle down and solidify your fundamentals. Remember, a chef's foundation is always the craft in the wok, not the fame outside. Zhao Lidong's words brought sudden clarity to Zhao Lidong. The last trace of resentment in his heart dissipated. Yes, he had been too impatient. Just then, Master Zhou's wife came out with a plate of steaming dumplings, an apologetic smile on her face. Lidong, come, don't stay mad at your master. Eat some dumplings. Today is your master's 50th birthday, so I specially made pork and cabbage filling. 50th birthday. Zhao Lidong suddenly remembered. So caught up in his troubles, he had completely forgotten his master's birthday. He looked at the plate of ordinary home-style dumplings, at Master Zhou's wife's apologetic face, and at his master's feigned sternness that was truly all about protecting him. Something in his heart was struck hard, a mix of bitterness and warmth. Master, mistress, I'm sorry. Enough, don't be a nagging old woman. Zhao Lidong waved his hand and shoved a pair of chopsticks into his hand. Say no more. It's all in the dumplings. Eat. This birthday feast was simple, even humble. A plate of dumplings, a dish of peanuts, a bottle of erguotu. But Zhao Lidong ate with an extraordinary sense of peace and warmth. After a few rounds of drinks, another knock came at the door. It was a few other familiar veteran chefs from the kitchen who had heard it was Zhao Lidong's birthday and came to offer their blessings with pastries and fruit. The room instantly became lively. Seeing the limited ingredients, Zhao Lidong volunteered and slipped into the kitchen. He wanted to use the meager supplies to add a few dishes of his own heartfelt creations to his master's 50th birthday. The Zhou family kitchen was tiny, the stove just an ordinary coal brick one. But that was no problem for Zhao Lidong. He surveyed the few ingredients on the cutting board: a head of cabbage, a few potatoes, a block of old tofu, a bunch of spinach, a small bag of flour, and the leftover piece of pork from the morning. His mind began to race. First, he rendered the fat from the pork in the hot pan, producing a spoonful of glistening. Then, using that lard, he made 4 dishes. The first was vinegar-cooked cabbage. Using lard to heat the wok, the aroma was far richer than with vegetable oil. Stir-frying over high heat gave it a robust wok energy, the cabbage crisp, refreshing, and appetizingly sweet and sour. The second was braised potatoes. He cut the potatoes into irregular chunks, pan-fried them until golden, then simmered them with soy sauce and water. The finished potatoes had a slightly chewy skin and a soft, tender interior, absorbing the meaty and savory flavors, more satisfying than meat itself. The third was a preserved vegetable spinach and tofu soup. He blanched the spinach, cubed the tofu, and simmered them with the leftover meat bits from rendering the lard and Mistress Zhou's homemade preserved vegetables. The soup was savory, refreshing, and palate-cleansing. One bowl brought comfort to the whole body. Last and most skill-demanding, longevity noodles. Zhao Lidong didn't use pre-made noodles. He mixed the flour with water into dough and, before the amazed eyes of everyone, put on a spectacular hand-pulled noodle show. Holding both ends of the dough, he pulled, stretched, flicked, and shook it. The dough seemed to come alive in his hands, growing longer and thinner. In mere breaths, it transformed into a bundle of dragon whisker noodles, as fine as silk, each strand distinct. This dazzling display stunned all the veteran chefs present. Having cooked their whole lives, they only knew hand-rolled noodles. They had never seen such an extraordinary hand-pulling technique. The noodles were cooked in just seconds after entering the pot. He fished them out, rinsed them in cold water, and placed them in a bowl glistening and translucent. Zhao Lidong took a small bottle from his pocket and poured a bit of dark liquid into the bowl. It was the essence of his divine braising broth. He poured only a shallow layer at the bottom of the bowl, then poured in the boiling noodle soup. With a sizzle, an overwhelmingly rich, tyrannical fragrance instantly filled the entire room. Everyone present couldn't help but swallow hard at the scent. Zhou Dimeo's hands trembled slightly as he held the bowl of noodles. He first took a cautious sip of the soup. In the next second, his eyes flew wide open. The soup was crystal clear, yet when it hit his mouth, it seemed to contain the essence of mountains, rivers, and seas. 1,000 flavors. It was so fresh it made one want to swallow their own tongue. He then picked up a bundle of noodles. The dragon whisker noodles were silky smooth and melted on the tongue, carrying a light wheat fragrance and the mellow aroma of the broth, utterly irresistible. After finishing the bowl, Zhou Dimeo's eyes reddened. Holding the bowl, he looked at Zhao Lidong, his lips trembling, unable to speak for a long time. The other veteran chefs crowded around, their faces etched with shock as they looked at the noodles. Among them, a tall, gaunt old man with the most imposing demeanor slowly walked up to Zhao Lidong. Without a word, he picked up a spoon from the table, scooped a bit of soup from Zhou Dimeo's bowl, put it in his mouth, and closed his eyes to savor it carefully. After a long pause, he slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of surprise and admiration in his sharp gaze. He gave Zhao Lidong a deep look and asked a question in an undeniable tone that left everyone baffled. "Young man, this soup of yours has 18 flavors. But why did you deliberately leave out one ingredient, licorice?" "Young man, there are 18 flavors in this bowl of soup. But why did you deliberately omit one ingredient, licorice?" The moment the old man asked this question, the entire room fell into a silence so profound that the drop of a needle could be heard. Zhou Dimeo and the other veteran chefs were stunned. 18 flavors, missing one licorice. Wasn't this like speaking in riddles? All they could tell was that the soup was exquisitely delicious to the extreme, but as to what exactly made it so good or how many flavors it contained, none of them could articulate. Only Zhao Lidong felt a violent tremor in his heart the moment he heard those words. He abruptly lifted his head, staring at the unremarkable old man before him with an expression of sheer disbelief. A connoisseur. This was undoubtedly a connoisseur, and a top-tier one at that. The essence of his pot of ancient secret all-purpose marinade was precisely a base of 18 spices, each acting as sovereign minister, assistant, or envoy, with licorice serving as the assistant to harmonize all the flavors. Yet today, to make the broth clearer and more refreshing, he had deliberately omitted adding the final bit of licorice water used to impart a returning sweetness to the noodle soup base. This detail was extremely subtle, so much so that even he himself thought no one would notice. But the old man before him, with just a single spoonful of soup, had precisely discerned all the secrets within. Such a palate, such mastery had already reached a realm so incredible it bordered on the Tao. A tempest raged within Zhao Lidong's heart, yet he dared not show the slightest disrespect on his face. He straightened his posture, respectfully bowed deeply to the old man. "Senior, you are absolutely correct. This junior's marinade is indeed based on 18 spices. Today, when making this bowl of longevity noodles, I considered that the noodle soup demands clarity and freshness. Although licorice's sweetness can enrich the aftertaste, it also robs the broth of a hint of its natural freshness. After weighing the two, I boldly chose to omit it. Yet I never expected you to detect it with a single taste. This junior has been showing off his meager skills before an expert. Please forgive my impertinence." Zhao Lidong's words were neither humble nor arrogant, clear and logical, explaining both his reasoning and expressing his respect for the old man. After hearing this, the old man's tightly drawn face finally revealed a rare smile. He nodded the approval in his eyes, almost undisguised. To let go is to gain, only by letting go can one receive. To know what to choose among myriad flavors, that is the highest realm of cooking. He turned to Zhao Lidong, who was already dumbfounded, and said, "Old Zhao, where did you find such a treasure?" Zhao Lidong snapped back to reality and hurried forward, introducing excitedly, "Senior Brother Chun. This is the apprentice I mentioned to you, Zhao Lidong." Then he quickly pulled Zhao Lidong over and hissed in a low voice, "You brat, what are you standing there for? Greet him. This is Master Chen Baoshan. He's of your grandmaster's generation. Hurry up and kowtow to your grandmaster Chun." Chen Baoshan. When he heard that name, Zhao Lidong's mind buzzed, as if a thunderclap had exploded within. He stood frozen. Chen Baoshan. In his past life, this name was a legend in the Chinese culinary world, a myth. He was a titan of Lu cuisine, a grandmaster of his generation, and a Hall of Fame figure who had elevated the techniques and philosophy of Chinese cooking to an entirely new height. His most renowned masterpiece was the state banquet dish that appeared as plain as water, yet concealed profound depth: boiled cabbage in supreme broth. It was said that his cabbage soup was as clear as water, transparent to the bottom without a trace of oil. But when sipped, it burst with 100 flavors, exquisitely delicious to the extreme, capable of captivating even the most discerning gourmand. In his past life, although Zhao Lidong had stood at the pinnacle of the world's culinary stage, he had always harbored boundless reverence and longing for this senior Chen Baoshan. He had once expended countless efforts attempting to recreate that legendary boiled cabbage in supreme broth, but he could only capture its form, never its spirit. He never dreamed that he would meet this legendary figure in such a manner. And he had just made a bowl of marinated broth noodles in front of this grandmaster of Lu cuisine. It was like wielding an axe at the door of the master carpenter Lu Ban. Zhao Lidong's face flushed crimson in an instant, and he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Thighs Junior Zhao Lidong pays respects to Grandmaster Chun. Gone was his earlier composure, stammering he, "Hey, stop that." Chen Baoshan caught him and shook his head. "What era is this? We don't do that anymore." He looked Zhao Lidong up and down. "You've got good bones and high comprehension, but your style is a bit wild and your fire's too strong." He paused and asked, "Who taught you that noodle pulling technique just now?" Zhao Lidong's heart tightened knowing he was being probed. He quickly replied, "To answer Grandmaster, no one taught me. I just figured it out on my own. When I was a kid, my family was poor and we had little to eat. I loved watching the noodle pullers at the street stalls. It looked fun, and after watching enough, I just picked it up." This explanation was half truth and half fiction, yet plausible enough. Chen Baoshan listened without comment, then asked another question. "What do you think is the foundation for a chef to establish himself?" Zhao Lidong was taken aback. Zhao Lidong had asked him the same question a few days ago. He pondered for a moment, then lifted his head and met Chen Baoshan's gaze, saying word by word, "It is the heart. It is reverence for food, gratitude toward diners, and the relentless pursuit of self-improvement in one's craft." This answer was even more profound than the last. Chen Baoshan fell silent after hearing it. In his eyes, which had witnessed countless storms, violent waves surged. He looked at the young man before him, as if seeing a reflection of his own youth, and yet glimpsing an infinite potential for the future that he had never imagined. After a long moment, he let out a deep sigh. That sigh carried relief, emotion, and a trace of indescribable, a fine heart indeed. He patted Zhao Lidong on the shoulder, said nothing more, but left a single remark to Zhao. "Old Zhao, this apprentice of yours is no pond fish. He's bound for the sea sooner or later. This little temple of yours can't house such a great Buddha. You need to be aware of that." With that, he clasped his hands behind his back and slowly departed, surrounded by a crowd of veteran chefs. The room was left with only Zhao Lidong and Zhao Lidong staring at each other. Zhao Lidong looked at his apprentice's young, handsome face and heard senior brother Chen's parting words laced with implication. His heart was a mix of emotions. He felt both pride at having taken on such an apprentice and a growing sense of loss and panic at the thought that he might truly be unable to teach him anymore. He grabbed the bottle of wine on the table, took a hefty swig, then, as if making a resolute decision, slammed his "Kid, huh? Tell me honestly, do you want to learn that boiled cabbage in supreme broth?" Zhao Lidong's eyes gleamed with an unprecedented light. A fervor mixed with excitement, yearning, and the wild ambition to challenge the highest realm of culinary art. Zhao Lidong's heart warmed at the sight, and he nodded emphatically. "Yes, I've dreamed of it." "Good." Zhao Lidong slapped his thigh. "Then let's go for it, the two of us." He lowered his voice, leaning close to Zhao Lidong's ear, and said in an extremely mysterious tone, "But to learn Grandmaster Chen's secret skill, we can't rely on just our own groping. You need to get a door-knocking brick first." "Door-knocking brick?" Zhao Lidong was puzzled. A sly grin spread across Zhao Lidong's face. "That's right. Next week our district is holding a service industry skills competition. Not only our Donglishan, but also Quanjud by Anyufang. Pretty much any famous restaurant in the city will be sending and one of the judges for this competition is said to be Grandmaster Chen himself." Zhao Lidong's eyes blazed with intensity as he stared at Zhao Lidong and said word by word, "Do you dare to go with me and snatch that first place? Dare you join me in reclaiming that first place?" Zhao Lidong's eyes blazed like twin flames, his unyielding, defiant spirit crashing fiercely into Zhao Lidong's heart through the haze of alcohol. This was a dream suppressed for a lifetime by an old chef, and also his deepest, most fervent hope for his apprentice. In that moment, the fervor in Zhao Lidong's chest was ignited completely. Gazing at his master's face etched with the marks of time and longing, he nodded firmly, his voice low but resolute. Master, we too are claiming that first place. Excellent. Zhou Dimeo slapped Zhao Lidong's shoulder, making him stagger. With those words, even with these old bones, I'll exhaust myself to lift you up. The master and apprentice exchanged a smile brimming with mutual understanding, boundless hope for the future, and an unspoken promise between two men. After seeing his satisfied master off, Zhao Lidong returned to his small room, unable to find peace for a long time. The technical competition. Chen Baoshan, steamed cabbage and supreme broth. These words were like keys unlocking the long-sealed ambition and pride of the Michelin 3-star chef from his past life. He knew this was more than just a competition, it was his sole chance to change his fate and truly step onto the center stage of this era. He could not afford to lose. In the following days, Zhao Lidong entered a state of near-obsessive preparation. By day, he completed his duties in the restaurant kitchen while voraciously absorbing Zhou Dimeo's lifetime of experience and skills like a sponge. From the basics of making superior stock to the complexities of preparing sea cucumber, he relearned every dish Zhou Dimeo knew, then optimized them with his own understanding and the system's aid. Zhou Dimeo taught without reservation, even bringing out his most treasured handwritten recipe books. Those pages were densely filled with his decades of insights in minute regular script, every page steeped in the aroma of oil, smoke, and sweat. Back in his courtyard house at night, Zhao Lidong did not rest. He repeatedly rehearsed the cooking processes for various dishes in his mind, pondering every possible ingredient combination. He even spent most of his newly received salary and saved ration coupons acquiring different ingredients from the pigeon market and other sources, and repeatedly experimented in his small room. Ding! New ingredient detected: winter bamboo shoot. Origin: southern goods store from Fujian. Analysis: ample moisture, tender texture, fine fibers. Rating: 7 stars. Ingredient encyclopedia updated. Experience 5. Ding! New ingredient detected: free range. Origin: Beijing countryside. Analysis: low fat content, rich poultry flavor, suitable for long simmering for stock. Rating: 8 stars. Ingredient encyclopedia updated. Experience 8. The newly unlocked ingredient encyclopedia function became his most capable assistant. Every time he encountered a new ingredient, the system provided a detailed analysis report, granting him an unprecedented depth of understanding. The neighbors in the courtyard noticed Zhao Lidong seemed like a changed man. Though previously quiet, he still carried a young man's composure. Now he left early and returned late, his face perpetually etched with fatigue, yet his eyes burned with a startling fiery intensity. Jia Donglai had more than once seen Zhao Lidong's lamp lit late into the night, glimpsing him through the crack in the door, gesturing at his chopping board, and muttering to himself, as if possessed. "Hey Uncle Lu, do you think Lidong has taken leave of his senses?" Jia Donglai sidled up to Lu Guangfu, whispering mysteriously. "He's been off ever since his braised meat became famous. Not gone crazy, has he?" Lu Guangfu, basking in the sun with a large tea mug, didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, merely grunting. "What do you know? That's called ambition. Called having drive." He took a sip of tea and said slowly, "Lidong is aiming to be a great chef. Is that on the same level as you, a bricklayer who only thinks about small gains?" Jia Donglai was left speechless, but dared not retort. Ever since he tasted Zhao Lidong's braised meat, he was quicker than anyone to defend him against any criticism in the yard. After all, it concerned his lifelong ability to continue enjoying that divine meat. Yes, Uncle, you're right." Jia Donglai quickly nodded obsequiously. "I'm just concerned about brother Lidong. Look at him staying up late and exhausting himself. Hell, ruin his health." That hit the mark. The weather grew colder, each day the north wind cutting like a knife against one's face. Zhao Lidong's inherited old cotton-padded jacket was already thin, and after months in the smoky kitchen, it was torn in several places, washed to a faded white. When the wind blew, the cotton wadding escaped, offering little protection. He was too busy to mind such trivialities, but a pair of eyes silently noticed everything. Qin Shufan had seen Zhao Lidong return from the biting wind many times, his lips purple, with cold hands tucked into his sleeves, his worn jacket pitifully thin against the gale. Her heart clenched with a sour ache. She wanted to tell him to dress warmly, but the words died in her throat. As a widow, saying such things to a young man felt inappropriate. That night, Zhao Lidong returned home late, exhausted after practicing in the kitchen. As he reached the yard gate, he saw a cloth-wrapped bundle placed quietly before his door. His heart stirred, he stepped forward and untied it. Inside was a brand new indigo blue cotton-padded jacket. Made of the sturdiest drill, it had a satisfying weight, the cotton stuffing plump, promising exceptional warmth. He picked it up and shook it out. A faint familiar scent of soap rushed to his nose. Zhao Lidong's heart melted with a profound warmth. He didn't need to guess who made it. Only Qin Shufan in the entire yard used soap with that particular scent. He tried it on. The fit and length were perfect, as if tailor-made. He moved his shoulders, the thick jacket enveloped his body, dispelling the night's chill. A wave of warmth arose from the deepest part of his heart, flowing through his limbs. Just then the door to the next room creaked open a crack. Qin Xiaoman's little head with its 2 pigtails poked out. Seeing Zhao Lidong in the new jacket, she clapped her little hands and called out in a sweet childish voice, "Uncle Dong. So pretty. Mom made such a pretty jacket." She added as if seeking praise, her voice soft but clear enough for Zhao Lidong to hear. "Mom took apart her own brand new jacket to make this for you. She even secretly measured your old jacket many times when you weren't home." "Zhao man." A shy and anxious scolding came from inside the room. The door slammed shut, and all was silent. Zhao Lidong stood in the clear moonlight wearing the jacket imbued with the woman's heartfelt intentions, the lingering scent of soap on his hands. He looked at the closed door, imagining the woman behind it blushing furiously, her heart pounding like a deer's. He couldn't help but smile. That smile came from the depths of his soul, brighter than any joy from creating a top-tier dish. He spoke softly to the door in a voice only they could hear, "Sister-in-law, thank you. This jacket is warmer than my own life." Feeling the words were too heavy and direct, he added with a hint of laughter, "Next time I'm off, I'll make you and Xiaoman a feast. He'll make that Buddha jumps over the wall." Behind the door there was silence. After a long while, a voice as faint as a mosquito's hum and trembling slightly came from under the door crack. "Where would I get all those good things for you to jump over the wall? Where would I find so many good things for you to jump over the wall?" Qin Shufan's voice, a mixture of shyness and embarrassment, made the smile on Zhao Lidong's face even more pronounced. He knew that this woman, outwardly sharp and capable, but inwardly softer than anyone else, had taken his jest to heart. "They'll figure out the ingredients." Zhao Lidong's voice, brimming with confidence, came through the door panel. "You just wait and see." With that, he stopped teasing her and turned to enter his own small room. Wrapped in this warm, new cotton-padded jacket, Zhao Lidong felt an inexhaustible surge of strength throughout his entire being. He knew he could not let this profound affection go to waste. He had to win the technical competition, and win it spectacularly. In the days that followed, Zhao Lidong intensified. He spent almost every waking moment immersed in the kitchen. During the day, he toiled in the restaurant's kitchen, drenched in sweat. At night, he returned home to pore over the handwritten recipe book given to him by Zhou Dimeo, scrutinizing every character and meticulously studying each dish. He noticed that his body was undergoing a subtle transformation amid this high-intensity training. His perception grew increasingly acute. Closing his eyes, he could clearly hear the subtle difference in the sound of oil heating in the wok, from a dull murmur at 30% heat to a crisp sizzle at 70%. He could even sense the temperature distribution across different areas within the wok through the handle. He knew this was a sign that his elementary fire control skill was on the verge of a breakthrough. That afternoon, when the restaurant was quiet, Zhao Lidong was practicing a classic Shandong dish that demanded exquisite heat control, oil-exploded double crisp. This dish was all about speed. The pork tripe and chicken gizzards had to stay in the searing oil for no more than 10 seconds. Any longer, and they'd be tough; any shorter, and they'd be undercooked. The requirement for heat control was exacting to an extreme degree. Zhao Lidong had failed over a dozen times. Each attempt felt like he was just a hair's breadth away from success. Again, he took a deep breath, channeling his entire focus into the large iron wok before him. He lit the fire, heated the wok, and poured in the oil. He didn't look at the flame or use a ladle to test the temperature. He simply closed his eyes and relied on his body to sense it. He could see the orange-eared flame licking the bottom of the wok like a docile dragon. He could hear the lard melting from solid to liquid, emitting a contented sigh. When the oil temperature reached the perfect critical point in his mind, his eyes snapped open. Now, he slid the sliced tripe and scored gizzards into the wok in one smooth motion. Sizzle! A sharp crack rang out as the oil roiled and white smoke billowed. Zhao Lidong's wrist moved with lightning speed, the large ladle becoming a blur in the wok, dazzling to behold. Tossing the wok, stir-frying, drizzling in the prepared sauce. All actions completed within a single second. Out of the wok. With a low shout, a plate of golden, fragrant, oil-exploded double crisp landed steadily on the serving dish. The tripe slices were white and curled, the gizzard flowers plump, uniformly coated in a thin, glossy sauce. Just the sight of it was enough to whet one's appetite. And at the very moment the dish left the wok, a long-awaited notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. Through prolonged high-intensity culinary practice, the proficiency of your skill elementary fire control has reached maximum. Skill upgrading. Ding! Skill elementary fire control has been successfully upgraded to intermediate fire. Intermediate fire control, you can now precisely perceive and control any temperature change between 100 and 300 degrees Celsius within a 3-meter radius. Your body has established a preliminary resonance with flames. You can see the flow of heat and guide it to a limited ding. Due to a major breakthrough in your core skill, your Chef God system level has increased from LV 1 to LV 2. System upgrade rewards 1. Host's physical attributes comprehensively enhanced by 10. Your stamina, endurance, and reaction speed will all be improved. 2. System shop refreshed. A new batch of LV 2 exchangeable items has been added. 3. Host panel unlocked. You can now view your detailed data at any time. The cascade of system prompts left Zhao Lidong's mind momentarily blank. Then an indescribable immense joy surged within him. Upgraded. Finally upgraded. He could clearly feel a warm, powerful energy flowing through his limbs, and the fatigue accumulated from consecutive late nights vanished, replaced by a feeling of boundless energy, as if he could fell an ox with a single punch. With a thought, he opened the newly unlocked host panel. Host, Zhao Lidong, level LV. 2. 101,000 physique, 12 average adult male, 10 spirit, 15 average adult male, 10 talent, ingredient sublimation, passive LV. 2. Permanently enhances the taste and flavor of ingredients you handle by 15. Skills 1. Divine knife skills, passive LV. Max. 2. Intermediate fire control, active LV. 2. 3. Ingredient encyclopedia, auxiliary LV. 1.0. Looking at his completely renewed stats, Zhao Lidong was so thrilled, he almost burst out laughing. The description of intermediate fire control in particular filled him with exhilaration. Seeing the flow of heat and guiding it to a limited extent. What did that mean? This was no mere technique, it was practically a supernatural ability. He was eager to test the power of his new skill. He turned his gaze to the braised pork belly that a veteran chef was simmering on the adjacent stove. Concentrating his mind, he activated intermediate fire control. In the next instant, the world before his eyes, the clay pot simmering the meat became a dynamic three-dimensional map composed of countless heat streams. At the center of the pot, the pieces of pork belly were a blazing bright red, indicating high temperature. The edges of the meat were orange-yellow, slightly cooler. The broth at the bottom and sides of the pot was a warm pale yellow. He could even clearly see streams of heat slowly rising from the pot's base, passing through the gaps between the meat chunks, continuously delivering heat and flavor to the interior of the meat. Master Zhang, the heat on this pot of meat is a bit too strong, Zhao Lidong said instinctively. The temperature at the bottom has exceeded 105 degrees. If it continues, the lean part of the bottom piece will become fibrous. Startled from his doze by the stove, Master Zhang opened his eyes and shot him a displeased look. What nonsense are you spouting, kid? I've been braising meat for 20 years. Do I need your advice? Despite his words, he skeptically scooped up a piece from the bottom with his ladle. The color drained from his face. The pieces of meat at the very bottom of the pot were indeed showing signs of dehydration, their color slightly darker than the ones above. How is this possible? Master Zhang looked as if had seen a ghost. I used the lowest flame. Zhao Lidong smiled and offered no explanation. He simply stepped forward and gently shifted the clay pot on the burner by less than half a centimeter. In his thermal vision, this minuscule adjustment moved the hottest spot on the pot's bottom from beneath the meat to the edge. The heat circulation within the pot instantly became more even and gentle. Try it this way, Zhao Lidong said. Master Zhang stared blankly at him, then at the pot, his mouth opening and closing, unable to utter a word for a long time. He felt his worldview had been profoundly shaken. Was this kid some kind of deity? Just then, the restaurant manager, Old Ma, burst into the kitchen, his face beaming and his movements brisk, waving a document in his hand. As soon as he entered, he shouted in an incredibly excited tone, "Great news! The most incredible news! Comrades, our Donglishan has received a glorious and arduous task." Old Ma cleared his throat, his face glistening with excitement. Next week, the District Labor Union is hosting a banquet in our restaurant to honor 200 model workers. The top district officials and leaders from the city's General Labor Union will all be attending. This news exploded like a bombshell in the kitchen. Everyone buzzed with excitement. This was a golden opportunity to shine. If it went well, bonuses and accolades. Basking in the crowd's admiration, Old Ma made a sweeping gesture and fixed his gaze on Zhao Lidong among the group. His eyes held undisguised calculation and expectation. This task is the most important political mission for our restaurant this year. Success is the only option, of failure is not permitted. I've discussed it with Chef Zhou. He will be in overall charge and plan the menu. Old Ma paused, shifted his tone, and spoke with immense solemnity. However, considering Chef Zhou's age and to ensure the banquet is flawless and to cultivate our restaurant's future talent. He looked directly at Zhao Lidong and enunciated each word. I have decided to entrust the two main hot dishes of this banquet to our new chef comrade, Zhao Lidong, to be responsible for independently. At these words, the entire kitchen fell silent. All eyes snapped onto Zhao Lidong. There was shock, envy, and doubt. In the corner, Wang Tieju, silently scrubbing pots, clenched the wire brush in his hands, which were slightly swollen from prolonged exposure to cold water. He lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes filled with venom as he stared at the figure who had become the center of attention. His lips moved silently, as if cursing with all his might. Zhao Lidong felt the malevolent gaze, but calmly met Manager Ma's eyes and nodded. Manager, rest assured, I guarantee he'll complete the task. Old Ma nodded with satisfaction, but then, as if recalling something, his smile turned somewhat meaningful. He walked up to Zhao Lidong, lowered his voice, and spoke in a tone that was both a warning and an encouragement. Lidong, I know you've got skills, kid. But this isn't some backyard game at your place. This is a matter of life and death for the restaurant. If you pull this off, your future will be boundless. Not just a regular position, I'll immediately recommend you for a 2-level chef promotion. But if you mess it up, Old Ma's expression darkened, his voice carrying a chill. Then think about the consequences yourself. You'd better think through the consequences. Manager Lao Ma's words struck like a cold hammer, pounding against the heart of every soul in the kitchen. Everyone understood. This was both an opportunity and a precipice. Succeed and you'd ascend to the heavens. Fail and you'd fall into eternal damnation. The entire kitchen atmosphere grew heavy and tense under the weight of this sudden immense responsibility. Wang Taiju stood in the corner. Hearing Lao Ma's words, the venom and jealousy within him nearly erupted into tangible form. Why? Why should such a golden opportunity fall to Zhao Lidong, this greenhorn? He had toiled in the kitchen for years, endured countless hardships, yet in the end, he wasn't even deemed worthy to handle a major event, condemned forever to scrub pots and wash dishes. And how long had Zhao Lidong been here? Just because he stumbled upon some luck and won the leadership's favor, he was about to leap to glory and single-handedly take charge of a grand banquet for 200 people. He refused to accept it. He wouldn't accept it, not even in a million years. A dark, insane thought slithered out from the depths of his heart once more like a venomous serpent. You think you're so capable? You want to steal the spotlight? Fine. Let's see how you clean up this mess. If I can't have it, neither will you. Zhao Lidong seemed oblivious to Wang Tai's murderous glare. His entire mind was already consumed by the impending challenge. A banquet honoring 200 model workers. In his past life, this would have been nothing more than a trivial small-scale affair. But in this era, in this state-owned restaurant plagued by scarce resources and crude cooking conditions, it was undoubtedly a grueling battle. That afternoon, the restaurant held a full-staff mobilization meeting. The conference room was thick with cigarette smoke and heavy with solemnity. Manager Lao Ma sat at the head, passionately expounding on the political significance and importance of this task. Zhou Dimeo sat nearby, clutching a menu he had painstakingly drafted over the entire noon hour, his brows deeply furrowed. Manager comrades. Zhou Dimeo cleared his throat, his voice hoarse. The banquet standard this time is 8 cold dishes, 8 hot dishes, 1 soup, and 1 staple. Considering we're hosting model workers, the dishes must reflect the caliber of our Donglishun, yet not be overly extravagant. The focus should be on homely, affordable, and generous portions. He picked up the menu and began to recite. The cold dishes are aged vinegar peanuts, sauced beef, smashed cucumber, and garlic white pork. The hot dishes are braised lion's head, scallion braised, sea cucumber family happiness assortment, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, and dry-fried green beans. The items on the menu were all classic Lu cuisine dishes and specialties of Donglishun. When he reached sweet and sour pork tenderloin and dry-fried green beans, Zhou Dimeo paused. He lifted his head, swept his gaze across the kitchen staff, and finally fixed his eyes on Zhao Lidong. These 2 dishes are the crowning jewels of this banquet. Sweet and sour pork tenderloin tests one's mastery of heat and seasoning. Dry-fried green beans tests patience and fundamental skills. Moreover, these 2 dishes use relatively simple ingredients. Cost is manageable, and they're suitable for large-scale preparation. He looked at Zhao Lidong and spoke in a tone that brooked no argument. Lidong, these 2 dishes are yours. Any problems? No problem, master. Zhao Lidong stood up and replied in a deep voice. The moment his words fell, a discordant voice. Master Zhou, I object. It was Wang Taizhu who spoke. He rose from the corner, his face flushed crimson. Master Zhou, manager, I think this arrangement is inappropriate. All eyes focused on him. Wang Taizhu stiffened his neck, pointed at Zhao Lidong, and shouted, a banquet for 200 people. Is this a joke? How long has Zhao Lidong even been a full-fledged cook? Does he have any experience handling grand feasts? Does he know how to marinate 200 caddies of meat? Does he know how long it takes to dry fry 100 caddies of beans? These sweet and sour pork tenderloin and dry-fried green beans may look simple, but they truly test one's skill. What if his hand slips, the sweet and sour sauces off, or the heat's wrong and the beans burn? That would disgrace our entire restaurant. Who will take responsibility? Though Wang Tai's words were born of jealousy, they were not entirely without reason. Cooking in massive quantities and cooking small portions were 2 entirely different concepts. Many chefs who excelled at the small stove floundered when faced with a grand feast. Hearing this, some of the older chefs couldn't help but whisper among themselves, worry creeping onto their faces. Zhou Dimeo's face darkened. Just as he was about to explode, Zhao Lidong spoke first. He wasn't angry, nor did he argue. He simply looked calmly at Wang Taizhu and asked a question. Senior brother Wang, then who do you think is most suitable to make these 2 dishes? Wang Taizhu was taken aback. Then he puffed out his chest, pointed at himself, and said matter-of-factly, of course me. I may not be as good as Master Zhou, but I've worked in this kitchen for years and have seen my share of banquets, big and small. I'm certainly more reliable than some greenhorn newcomer. You. Zhou Dimeo let out a cold laugh and slammed the menu heavily onto the table. Wang Taizhu, you have the nerve to say that. Last time I let you cover the stove for 2 days, what a mess you made of the kitchen. Do you have no idea? That was an accident. Wang Tai's face turned the color of liver, and he forced a defense. Fine, since you say you're capable. Zhao Lidong smiled, a hint of inscrutable meaning in his eyes. Then, let's have a competition. He turned to Manager Lao Ma and Zhou Dimeo and said, Manager Master, I propose that right here, right now, Senior Brother Wang and I each make a plate of sweet and sour pork tenderloin. Same ingredients, same time. Whoever makes the better dish will be in charge. What does everyone think? Bring it on. Who's afraid of who? Wang Taizhu agreed without a second thought. In his eyes, this was the perfect chance to redeem himself. He refused to believe he could lose to this kid in front of everyone. Manager Lao Ma and Zhou Dimeo exchanged a glance, both seeing a flicker of interest in the other's eyes. They too wanted to see just how skilled Zhao Lidong really was. All right, let's do it. Lao Ma slapped his thigh. Move the stoves into the courtyard. Let all the comrades in the restaurant be the judges. Half an hour later, 2 temporary stoves were set up in the restaurant's courtyard. Zhao Lidong and Wang Taizhu stood on either side, before them identical ingredients: pork, tenderloin, eggs, starch, sugar, vinegar, soy sauce. Nearly 100 restaurant employees packed the courtyard in layers upon layers. This sudden Chef King showdown ignited everyone's enthusiasm. Begin. At manager Lao Ma's command, the competition officially started. Wang Taizhu took a deep breath and immediately began frantically slicing meat and marinating it. He was putting all his effort today, striving for perfection in every step. Yet the more he tried to impress, the more rigid his movements became. The shredded meat he cut was uneven in thickness. The batter was either too thick or too thin. On the other side, Zhao Lidong was as calm as if nothing were happening. He didn't even start immediately. Instead, he unhurriedly prepared a bowl of sweet and sour sauce. He didn't use a measuring cup or a spoon. He simply picked up the vinegar bottle and sugar jar and poured by feel. His movements were fluid and graceful, brimming with confidence and artistry. Only then did he begin to handle the pork tenderloin. His left hand pressed the meat down while his right hand turned the cleaver into a blur. Doke, 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 doke. A rapid, dense sound like rain beating on banana leaves filled the air. When the blade stilled on the chopping board lay a pile of perfectly uniform noodle-thin shreds of meat. Bravo! Someone in the crowd burst into applause. Everyone was stunned. This knife work wasn't just skill, it was art. Wang Taizhu turned his head at the sound of the cheers, his face turning green. He felt as though a knife had been twisted deep in his heart. The cooking process that followed was an even more brutal, one-sided beatdown. Wang Taizhu heated his wok and poured in oil, but he misjudged the temperature. The meat shreds clumped together the moment they hit the pan, leaving him drenched in a cold sweat. Zhao Lidong, with his intermediate-level heat control, managed the oil temperature with flawless precision. The meat shreds entered the wok, instantly separating, frying in the bubbling oil to a golden, crispy perfection. When he scooped them out, every strand was distinct. Wang Taizhu, meanwhile, was stir-frying his sweet and sour sauce. The heat was too high, the sauce turned bitter, and its color darkened. Zhao Lidong poured his prepared sauce into the wok. Using a unique technique, he rapidly reduced the liquid along the wok's edge, instantly releasing a rich, tangy, sweet aroma. Then he swiftly added the fried meat shreds and tossed the wok over high heat. The heavy iron wok danced in his hands, the meat and sauce arcing gracefully through the air. Flames licked up from the wok's rim, forming a magnificent fiery dragon. When a plate of sweet and sour pork tenderloin, glossy red, aromatic, crispy on the outside and tender within, was presented to the judges, the entire courtyard fell silent. Then came Wang Taizhu's offering, a dark, clumpy, lackluster dish. Placed side by side, the contrast was stark, a public execution. There was no need to taste, a single glance decided the victor. Manager Lao Ma picked up his chopsticks and took a bite. When he tasted Zhao Lidong's sweet and sour pork tenderloin, his eyes widened, his chewing stopped, and an expression of utter disbelief spread across his face. He then tasted Wang Taizhu's. Tui. He spat the meat directly onto the ground, his face ashen. Lao Ma pointed at him, trembling with rage. What the hell is this garbage? Sour, bitter, and sticky. Are you trying to break the model worker's teeth? Wang Taizhu's face was the color of death. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. He knew he was finished. This time he had lost completely, with no hope of ever recovering. I declare. Manager Lao Ma cleared his throat and announced with all his might, the two main dishes for this banquet, sweet and sour pork tenderloin and dry-fried green beans, are to be fully handled by comrade Zhao Lidong. Furthermore, he changed his tone, his gaze sharpening. From today onward, all ingredient procurement and preparation for the banquet will also be managed by comrade Zhao Lidong, assisting Old Lu. All procurement plans must be reviewed by comrade Zhao Lidong first. This decision effectively placed the entire lifeline of the banquet in Zhao Lidong's hands. Thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the crowd. Zhao Lidong stood at the center, a calm smile on his face, basking in the glory of victory. He knew this was only the beginning. He took the thick procurement list handed to him by Old Lu, the restaurant's purchaser. A single cursory glance, and his brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. He closed the list and handed it back to the bewildered Old Lu, uttering words that silenced the crowd once more. Uncle Lu, this procurement list of yours is far too conservative. If we buy according to this, let alone ensuring the leaders and model workers eat, well, I'm afraid we'll struggle to even fill their stomachs. If we purchase according to this list, let alone ensuring the leaders and model workers eat, well, I'm afraid we'll barely manage to fill their stomachs. Zhao Lidong's words struck like a boulder crashing into water, stirring up 1,000 ripples. The bustling atmosphere in the courtyard instantly plunged to freezing point. Everyone stared at him with incredulous eyes. What kind of joke was this? That procurement list was drafted by Master Lu, the most experienced purchasing agent in the restaurant. Master Lu had worked in procurement at Donglishan for over 2 decades. He could tell blindfolded which butcher's pork had the thickest fat and which vegetable stall's cabbages were the freshest. How could there possibly be any problem with his list? Did this kid think he was invincible just because he won one competition? How dare he publicly question Master Liu's professional expertise? Even Manager Ma, who had just been showering Zhao Lidong with praise, had his smile freeze on his face. Old Lu, the procurement officer, a honest man in his 50s with a kindly face, was flushed crimson by Zhao Lidong's words, standing there awkwardly at a loss. Young Master Zhao, what do you mean by that? Old Lu stammered, his voice tinged with grievance. I prepared this list based on a standard for 200 people, adding half a portion to the quantity of every dish. How could it be insufficient? Uncle Lu, am not questioning your experience. Zhao Lidong said, his tone still calm, without a hint of arrogance. You're a veteran, I still have much to learn from you. I just have a slightly different perspective on ingredient wastage. He took the list and a pencil back from Old Lu and without further explanation began scribbling and calculating on it directly. His movements were unhurried, but each stroke was clear and resolute. Look, for this sweet and sour pork tenderloin, our standard is 3 liang of pork per serving. For 200 people, that's 60 jin of meat. You added half a portion to that standard and wrote down 63 jin for procurement. Correct. Old Lu nodded. That's right. The extra 3 jin accounts for trimmings when cutting the meat. No, Zhao Lidong shook his head, crossing out 63 jin with his pencil. Uncle Lu, you only accounted for trimming loss, but forgot to factor in meat yield rate and cooking loss. After meticulously trimming the sinew and membrane from pork tenderloin, the net meat yield is only about 90%. That means out of 63 jin of tenderloin, less than 57 jin of usable meat remains. That's already insufficient at the first step. In the second step, after frying, the net meat loses about another 15% of its weight due to moisture evaporation. In the end, you'll be lucky to get 48 jin of finished product. Divided among 200 servings, that's less than 2.5 liang per portion, far from the 3 liang listed on our menu. As he spoke, Zhao Lidong rapidly jotted down a series of numbers and calculation formulas on the paper. The clear logic and precise wastage rates, accurate to 1 decimal place, left everyone around him dumbfounded. Old Lu in particular felt cold sweat beating on his forehead. In 20 years of procurement, he had always relied on experience and estimates. Never had he imagined there were so many intricacies involved. Zhao Lidong didn't stop. And this dry-fried green beans. You wrote down 80 jin for procurement. Looks like a lot, right? But at this season, green beans have extremely high water content for preservation. Our restaurant's method for this dish requires stir-frying until the skin wrinkles and the texture is dry and fragrant. During this process, the dehydration rate of green beans is at least 40%. 80 jin of beans yields less than 50 jin after cooking. For a banquet of 200 servings, each portion gets only 2.5 liang. A plate with just a few sparse beans. What will the leaders and model workers think? Will they think our restaurant is stingy or that we're not serious about our work? Zhao Lidong's words grew sharper and more piercing with each sentence. With every word he spoke, Old Liu's face turned paler. By the end, the honest man's face was drenched in cold sweat, and his gaze toward Zhao Lidong shifted from initial grievance to shock and finally to utter awe and conviction. Young Master Zhao, how is your mind wired? Old Lu muttered, his voice filled with disbelief. You calculate even more precisely than the accountants in our finance office who crunch numbers all day. Zhao Lidong smiled and handed over the revised procurement list. It was densely covered with recalculations on almost every item. Pork tenderloin was changed from 63 jin to 85 jin. Green beans were increased from 80 jin to a full 120 jin. Even the quantities of auxiliary ingredients like scallions, ginger, and garlic were fine-tuned based on their flavor absorption rates and volatilization during cooking. The total procurement cost on the entire list was nearly a third higher than the original. Manager Ma's face twitched as he looked at the new list. This was all money. Lidong, Manager Ma said with some reluctance, isn't the cost too high with this purchase? What if there are leftovers? Manager, rest assured, Zhao Lidong said with unwavering confidence. If you trust me, I guarantee that by the end of this banquet, the final utilization rate of all ingredients will exceed 98%. I can turn all the leftover trimmings into delicious staff meals. Moreover, Zhao Lidong added with a mysterious smile, I can save back the extra cost from elsewhere. Oh, Manager Ma's interest was piqued. From where? Zhao Lidong didn't answer directly, merely pointing to one item on the list, cooking oil. You'll see then. The incident ended with Zhao Lidong's complete victory. Not only had he convinced everyone with his irrefutable expertise, but he also secured supreme command over the banquet's ingredient preparation. Over the next 2 days, the entire Donglishan kitchen entered a state of intense, yet orderly readiness. Zhao Lidong was like a human precision computer. With a banquet for 200 people and thousands of jin of ingredients, everything was managed methodically under his coordination. Which dishes to prepare first, which to prepare later. How to cut the meat, how to trim the vegetables. Where to store each ingredient to maximize freshness. He arranged everything with crystal clarity. The once chaotic and noisy kitchen under his direction became as disciplined as a well-ordered army. Even Zhou Dimeo, who usually looked down on others, couldn't help but remark privately, while watching his apprentice orchestrate everything like a master strategist, did I train a disciple? Hell no, I brought back an ancestor. Wang Tieju, meanwhile, had completely faded into the background. He was assigned the hardest and least skilled task, washing vegetables. Day after day, he soaked in icy water, watching Zhao Lidong issue orders in the kitchen and receive admiring glances from everyone. He felt his heart grow as stiff and numb as the cold water in the basin, leaving him without even the strength for jealousy. Mechanically, he scrubbed potatoes over and over, his eyes hollow yet venomous. He was like a venomous snake lurking in a dark corner, defanged, but its poisonous gaze never straying. Of course Zhao Lidong knew what Wang Taizhi was thinking, but he had no time to bother with him. During the preparation, he secretly upgraded the 2 dishes under his responsibility. Into the batter for the sweet and sour pork tenderloin, he stealthily added a few drops of a fruity sweet and sour juice made from hawthorn and lemon following a formula from his past life. This would give the sweet and sour flavor more depth and make it less greasy. For the dry-fried green beans, he planned to add a tiny amount of the cheapest primary flavor enhancer purchased with system points during stir-frying. It was a special seasoning that amplified the fragrance of plants several times over, colorless and odorless, undetectable by anyone. He did all this with extreme discretion. He knew that at this high-profile banquet, even the smallest innovation could be magnified infinitely, becoming the cornerstone of his success. On the day of the banquet, morning sunlight had just streamed into the kitchen when the entire space was already buzzing with activity. The sounds of chopping, mincing, and clattering pots and pans wove together into a stirring pre-battle symphony. Zhao Lidong was making a final check on the seasonings for his dishes. When he picked up the jar of premium white sugar intended for the sweet and sour pork tenderloin, his brow furrowed. Something was wrong. The feel was off. He opened the jar and brought it to his nose. There was no familiar pure sweet. Instead, there was an extremely faint, almost imperceptible hint of saltiness and bitterness. He pinched a tiny bit of the sugar and tasted it on his tongue. The next moment his eyes turned as cold as ice. The sugar had been adulterated with salt, and not just any salt, but a coarse salt with incomplete refinement that carried a bitter taste. The amount of salt was minuscule. Without his extraordinary sense of taste, it would have been impossible to detect. But if this sugar were used to make sweet and sour pork for 200 people, the minuscule deviation in flavor would be magnified by the sheer volume, resulting in a dish that was neither salty nor sweet, neither sour nor bitter. Utterly bizarre. What a ruthless move. Zhao Lidong's gaze slowly shifted to the figure hunched over the sink, washing vegetables, whose shoulders were trembling slightly. Wang Taizhi. It couldn't be anyone else. For the first time, a genuine murderous intent surged within Zhao Lidong. But his expression remained unchanged. Silently, he placed the tampered sugar jar back in its original spot, then turned and picked up a few discarded beetroots from the corner, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. You want to play? Fine. He'll see this through to the end with you today. He'll show you what it truly means to turn the ordinary into the extraordinary. Just then the kitchen door burst open and Manager Ma rushed in, his face pale as death and voice trembling. Something terrible has happened. The vice chairman of the City Federation of Trade Unions, who was originally scheduled to come, has been replaced at the last minute by that living hellraiser of Beijing's culinary world, Chen Baoshan, Old Chen. He said he wants to taste for himself today whether Donglishan's dishes are worthy. He said he wants to taste for himself today whether our dishes at Donglishan are worthy. Manager Ma's words were like a ladle of cold water thrown into a pot of boiling oil. The entire kitchen exploded with a sizzling uproar. Chen Baoshan, Master Chen, that legendary titan of Lu cuisine, a grandmaster of his craft, was actually coming to tonight's banquet, and he wanted to personally sample their cooking. Every chef in the kitchen, including Zhao Lidong, was stunned. They stood frozen in place, forgetting where to put their spatulas and cleavers. It felt like a group of elementary school students practicing basic arithmetic in a village school, suddenly being told that an international mathematical Olympiad gold medalist and a grandmaster of mathematics was coming to check their homework. This was no longer just nervousness. It was sheer terror. It's over, we're doomed, a young assistant chef muttered, his face pale as a sheet. The basin in his hand crashed to the floor with a clatter, his voice trembling with tears. You have no idea how discerning Master Chen's palate is. I heard that last time when Bai Yufang invited him to taste their roast duck, he took just one bite and said the duck had been raised 3 days too long and the meat was tough. The owner of Bai Yufang was so terrified he knelt on the spot. Exactly. Our meager skills are nowhere near worthy of showing off in front of Master Chen. Panic spread through the kitchen like a plague. Even the usually composed Zhao Lidong had a fine sheen of cold sweat on his forehead. The hand holding his tobacco pipe trembled slightly. He knew that Master Chen's arrival had instantly escalated the difficulty of tonight's banquet from hard mode to hell mode. Any dish with the slightest flaw would be magnified infinitely by that discerning tongue of his. The disgrace would fall not only on Donglishan, but on Zhao Lidong and the entire Lu cuisine faction he represented. Only Zhao Lidong, upon hearing the news, felt not an ounce of fear, but an uncontrollable surge of excitement and fighting spirit blazing from the deepest recesses of his heart. Chen Baoshan was coming. Perfect. This was a golden opportunity delivered by the heavens. He had been wondering how to showcase his full prowess before the Grandmaster. Now the stage was set, the spotlight was on, and the most distinguished audience was in place. All he had to do was put on the most magnificent personal performance of his life, a show for the entire world to see. What's all the panic for? A sharp shout like a thunderclap on a clear day silenced the chaotic crowd. It was Zhao Lidong. He stood in the center of the kitchen, his gaze calm, yet piercing, slowly sweeping over every person. So what if Master Chen is coming? Has the sky fallen? We are chefs. A chef's duty is to cook well. No matter if today's guest is a common laborer or a noble lord, as long as they sit at our table, we must give our absolute best to ensure they eat and drink well. Master Chen is also human. He has a mouth and needs to eat. The more he knows about food, the more he'll appreciate the merits of our dishes. This is precisely our opportunity. Zhao Lidong's voice was not loud, but every word was forceful, striking the hearts of the crowd like heavy hammers. The chefs who had been lost and panicked gradually saw the fear in their eyes replaced by a desperate resolve to burn. That's right. What was there to fear? At worst, they'd die trying. Let's do it. Zhou Dimeo watched his disciples stabilize the morale with just a few words at a critical moment, and the shock and relief in his eyes were beyond words. He knew that from this moment on, the true leader of this kitchen was no longer him, but this young man of only 20. Lidong is right. Zhou Dimeo stubbed out his pipe and roared, "Everyone get your act together. If anyone screws up at the stove today, they'll skin them alive before Master Chen even says a word." "Yes, sir." The kitchen crew shouted in unison, their voices shaking the tiles. The previous dejection was swept away, replaced by an unprecedented, soaring morale. Dingling. At that moment, the bell from the dining hall rang, urgently calling for dishes. The battle had officially begun. The entire kitchen transformed into a high-speed war machine. Cold dish team. Slice the spiced beef. Hurry. Pastry team. Are the longevity peaches steamed yet? Soup team. Keep the stock simmering. Don't let the fire die. Zhou Dimeo stood at the command post, his voice like a bell directing the entire floor. Meanwhile, Zhao Lidong, like a calm general, stood firmly at his two main battle stations before the stoves. In front of him lay a mountain of pork tenderloin and green beans. First batch 20 portions of sweet and sour pork, 30 portions of dry-fried green beans. Begin. At Zhou Dimeo's command, Zhao Lidong moved. Holding a wok in his left hand and a ladle in his right, the two heavy iron woks felt weightless in his grip. He ignited the fire and heated the woks. With the enhancement of intermediate heat control, he didn't even need to look at the flame's color. He could clearly see two surges of immense thermal energy erupting from the burners, turning the wok bottoms red hot. Now, he moved both hands simultaneously, pouring 2 large basins of battered pork tenderloin into the 2 woks of boiling oil. With a loud sizzle, oil splattered and waves of heat blasted forth. The kitchen temperature shot up several degrees. Standing before the blazing fire, Zhao Lidong's face showed not a trace of emotion. His focus was absolute. In his heat vision, the heating condition of each of the hundreds of pork strips in the woks was vividly mapped in his mind. He knew exactly which strip needed half a second more frying and which needed immediate turning. His wrists flipped deftly, the giant metal ladle stirring in the woks, churning up waves of golden oil. The scene looked less like cooking and more like alchemy. 30 seconds later, he used both hands to lift 2 giant strainers, cleanly scooping out the golden crispy pork strips to drain the oil. The entire process had not a single strip sticking together or burning. Perfect as a textbook. The nearby assistant chefs were dumbfounded. They had never seen anyone operate 2 large woks simultaneously while controlling the heat with such precision. It was simply inhuman. He was a god. Amidst the stunned gazes, Zhao Lidong had already moved to the next step. He didn't use the can of sugar that Wang Taizhu had tampered with. Instead, he picked up a dark red concentrated syrup he had secretly prepared that morning with beetroot and a bit of malt sugar imbued with a natural plant fragrance. He mixed the syrup with aromatic vinegar and hawthorn juice in a perfect ratio and poured it into the wok. A complex, refreshing, and richly layered aroma far beyond a simple sweet and sour scent exploded in the kitchen. The fragrance was overwhelmingly dominant, carrying hints of fresh fruit acidity and botanical notes, instantly overpowering all other cooking smells and seeping into everyone's nostrils. Busy at work, Zhou Dimeo caught the scent and paused mid-motion, his face twisting into an expression of utter shock. What was that smell? Sweet and sour pork? No. He had made it his whole life and could never concoct such a soul-stirring fragrance. He turned his head instinctively. He saw Zhao Lidong tipping the fried pork into the wok, beginning his personal performance. Tossing. The 2 heavy woks laden with dozens of pounds of ingredients spun in his hands like light toys. He exerted force in his arms, sending the pork strips soaring high into the air. They traced a perfect parabola through the flames like a school of golden flying fish before landing back in the wok. Each toss coated the strips more evenly with a glossy sauce. Each contact with the flame added a touch of captivating wok hay. Finally out of the wok and onto the plate. 20 portions of the upgraded sweet and sour pork, glistening like amber with a bold, alluring fragrance, each strip distinct and gleaming, were neatly arranged at the serving station. The entire kitchen fell into dead silence. Everyone was utterly awestruck by the artistic spectacle before them. Wang Taizhu, pretending to wash vegetables in a corner, was struck as if by lightning, his face ashen. He stared at the plates, his eyes filled with confusion and terror. How was this possible? He had mixed salt into the sugar. Why? Why hadn't his dish failed? Instead, it was 100 times more enticing than any perfect sweet and sour pork. What had he used? Where did that damn maddeningly delicious smell come from? Zhao Lidong gave no one time to be. He set down the wok and immediately picked up another to start the dry-fried green beans. His movements were faster and fiercer. Plenty of oil, high heat, and go the green beans. Guided by intermediate heat control, he let the hot oil only coat the surface of the beans, instantly frying them crisp and wrinkled without letting excess oil seep in. He scooped them out to drain. Then using the remaining oil in the wok, he stir-fried scallions, ginger, garlic, and minced meat until fragrant and surreptitiously sprinkled in a touch of primary flavor enhancer powder. Finally, he added the green beans and his secret seasoning, stir-frying fiercely over high heat. This time his tossing was even wilder. He used a unique technique to draw the flames directly into the wok. Boom! A massive fireball erupted in the wok. The entire pan seemed to be ablaze. Flame cooking. Zhao Lidong exclaimed in shock, his tobacco pipe falling to the floor with a clatter. This was beyond any culinary skill he understood. What kind of monster was this kid? When 30 portions of the vibrant green, dry, fragrant green beans with a hint of charred wok hay were also sent to the serving station, not a sound remained in the kitchen. Only heavy breathing and the maddeningly intoxicating aroma of those two dishes lingered in the air. Just then the dining hall door swung open. Waitress Sun Yulon burst in, holding an empty plate, her face flushed and breathless. Her expression was a mix of utter shock and ecstasy, her voice trembling with excitement. Lidong. A huge problem. She pointed toward the dining hall, panting. Master Chun at the main table and the district head almost came to blows over the last piece of your sweet and sour pork. Lidong. Something terrible has happened. A major incident. Master Chun from the main table and the top official from the district are about to come to blows over the last piece of sweet and sour pork ribs you made. Sun Yulon's shout was like a depth charge dropped into a tranquil lake. The entire kitchen fell into an eerie, deathly silence. Everyone halted their work, eyes wide, staring blankly at Sun Yulon. Fighting. Who? Master Chun and the district's top official. Over what? A piece of sweet and sour pork ribs. How could this be? Those were two titans whose mere footfalls could shake the very foundations of the capital. What exotic delicacies hadn't they tasted? How could they lose their composure so utterly over a mere homestyle dish? Zhao Lidong's pipe clattered to the floor, yet he remained oblivious. His wrinkled, old face cycled through shock, ecstasy, and finally settled into a dreamlike incredulity. You? Yulon, are you sure you saw correctly? Don't tell me you've been drinking and talking nonsense. Zhao Lidong, how would I dare, Master Zhao? Sun Yulon panted, her cheeks flushed with excitement. She pointed outside, her words firing off like firecrackers. It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. For that last piece of meat, Master Chin's chopsticks reached right into the district leader's plate. The district leader wasn't happy, said the dish was closer to him, so he should eat it. Master Chun bristled with anger, declaring that he was the judge and had the final tasting authority. That scene, oh my god, my legs turned to jelly. A collective hiss of indrawn breaths filled the kitchen. If before it was just shock, now it was a complete upheaval of understanding. This was no longer just about whether the food was good or not. It was as if he had concocted an elixir of immortality, something that could make even immortals descend from heaven to fight over it. All eyes snapped to the instigator. Zhao Lidong still stood at the stove, a faint, helpless, and bemused expression on his face. He hadn't expected that merely adding a touch of fruit acid derived from hawthorn and lemon to the sweet and sour sauce and substituting beetroot for white sugar to enrich the flavor profile would cause such a stir. It seemed the palates of people in this era were still too unsophisticated. And there's more. Manager Ma squeezed over his fat face, glistening with excitement, his breath raspy like a broken bellows. There's more. Sun Yulon took a deep breath as if about to announce a major bulletin. Not just the main table. In an instant, 6 tables of guests demanded additional dishes. Every single one ordered sweet and sour pork ribs. 4 more tables wanted an extra serving of dry fried green beans. The front hall has gone mad. They can't even write down the orders fast enough. What? Ma's eyes nearly popped out of his head. This was a banquet for 200 people with generous portions for every dish, and yet more than half the tables were asking for more. In the history of Donglishan, this was unheard of, never mind seen. Lidong. Ma, abandoning all pretense of managerial dignity, grabbed Zhao Lidong's arm like a fat groundhog discovering treasure. Do we have any more ingredients? Can you make more? Quick, make another serving for the main table. No, make it 2. Zhao Lidong glanced at the meager remaining pork tenderloin on the chopping board and shook his head. Manager, we're out of tenderloin. We never anticipated such demand when we prepared the ingredients. Out. The ecstasy on Ma's face instantly morphed into gnawing anxiety. What about the green beans? Surely there are still green beans. Only enough for 10 more servings. Oh my heavens. Ma stamped his foot in frustration, pacing in circles. What are we going to do? A guest unable to order a dish is a major service industry disaster. Just then the kitchen door opened again. This time a middle-aged man in a crisp blue work uniform entered, a large red flower pinned to his chest. He looked around with a mixture of awe and curiosity. Excuse me, which chef made the sweet and sour pork ribs and the dry fried green beans? The man asked in a resonant, confident voice. A sharp-eyed kitchen hand recognized him and quickly whispered to Ma. Manager, this is Comrade Wang, the national model worker from the steel factory, just awarded this year. Ma's heart skipped a beat, fearing a complaint about the food. He quickly plastered on a smile and stepped forward. Comrade Wang. Welcome. What can I do for you? No, not at all. Comrade Wang waved his hands dismissively. His gaze swept the kitchen and finally settled on the young Zhao Lidong, his eyes lighting up. I just wanted to meet this young master chef. I've traveled far and wide for decades, eaten in no less than 100 restaurants, maybe 80, but these two dishes today, to be perfectly honest, are the best homestyle meals I've ever had in my life. He walked up to Zhao Lidong, extended his large calloused hands hardened by years of working with steel, and firmly grasped Zhao Lidong's hand, shaking it vigorously. Young master, your skill is incredible. That sweet and sour pork ribs, the tartness and sweetness with a hint of fruit, not greasy at all. And those green beans dry fried with a perfect char, crispy and so flavorful. I've never had such appetizing dishes in my life. With those two dishes I polished off 3 bowls of rice. Comrade Wang's words were simple and unadorned, yet carried a sincere earnestness. Watching this, the chefs in the kitchen felt a surge of shared pride. Receiving such high praise from a national model worker was more gratifying than any bonus. Zhao Lidong felt a bit embarrassed by the enthusiastic model worker's compliments and smiled shyly. Comrade Wang, you flatter me. It was just something I threw together. Just throwing it together. If that's your casual effort, what would happen if you got serious? Comrade Wang's eyes widened, then, as if recalling something, he slapped his thigh regretfully. But the portions were too small. There were 10 of us at our table, and it was gone in 1 bite each. Later we wanted to order more, but the waitress said it was sold out. Young master, that's not fair, you're just teasing our taste buds. His words drew a wave of good-natured laughter from the kitchen staff. Against this backdrop of laughter and cheer, the figure hunched over washing vegetables in the darkest corner of the kitchen seemed particularly jarring. Wang Taiyi's body trembled slightly. He had heard every word, seen every scene. Sun Yulan's exclamation, the manager's ecstasy, the national model worker's unstinting praise, and the undisguised admiration and envy of his colleagues. All of it was like a series of red-hot steel blades slowly flaying his heart, already filled with jealousy and venom. How could this be? Why was this happening? He had mixed salt into the sugar. He had calculated that with such a large batch, even the slightest deviation in taste would ruin the entire dish. But why, instead of being ruined, had Zhao Lidong's dish reached a height he couldn't even dream of? Had he discovered it? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He had mixed the salt in with great skill, the color was nearly identical to white sugar, and the amount was minuscule. Unless someone tasted it grain by grain, there was no way to find out. Then what had he used? Where did that damn, bone-meltingly fragrant, mysterious flavor come from? Wang Taizhu couldn't figure it out. His mind felt like a pot of mush. All he knew was that he had lost. Lost completely and utterly. Lost so badly that even the last shred of dignity and hope was ground to dust. He slowly raised his head, his eyes red and swollen from prolonged immersion in cold water, fixed on the young figure, surrounded by the crowd. His gaze no longer held the previous venom and resentment, only a bone-deep fear. For the first time, he realized that the gap between himself and Zhao Lidong might be one that could not be bridged by hard work or jealousy. It was a chasm from another dimension, incomprehensible and insurmountable. Wang Taizhu. Just as Wang Taizhu was lost in despair, manager Ma's icy voice rang in his ears. He turned and met Ma's eyes filled with disgust and contempt. Are the vegetables washed? If they are, go empty the slop bucket. You useless, clueless thing. Ma barked without mercy. After witnessing Zhao Lidong's divine performance, Wang Taizhu had become a complete and utter waste in his eyes. Wang Taiyi's body shook, the color draining from his face. His lips trembled, but he couldn't utter a single word. Under the contemptuous gaze of everyone, he silently stood up and dragged his heavy feet toward the sour, stinking slop bucket. Just as he brushed past Zhao Lidong suddenly spoke, his voice soft, but clearly reaching Wang Taiyi's ears. Senior brother Wang. Wang Taiyi's steps faltered, his body freezing. How do you find the taste of beetroot? Zhao Lidong's voice was light, a faint, almost imperceptible smile on his face. But those words struck Wang Taiyi's ears like a thunderbolt from the 9 heavens. His eyes bulged, and the blood in his veins seemed to freeze in that instant. He knew. He had known all along. Wang Taizhu felt a chill shoot from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. His hands and feet turned to ice, and he could barely stand. At that moment, the front hall door opened for the 3rd time. It was Sun Yulan again, but this time her face held not excitement, but a kind of horrified shock. She pointed at Zhao Lidong, her voice shrill and distorted. Lidong, quick, go to the front hall. Master Chen has asked for you by name. Lidong, hurry, go to the front hall. Master Chen specifically asked to see you. Sun Yulan's words instantly tightened the atmosphere in the kitchen, which had just relaxed slightly after Wang Taiyi's downfall to an extreme degree. Master Chen wanted to see him personally. This was far more shocking than the earlier rumor about him snatching a dish. Snatching a dish might have been a whim tinged with a hint of jest, but a summons for a private audience carried a completely different weight. It signified that this towering figure of the Lu cuisine world had developed a genuine curiosity and desire to probe into who he was and what skills he possessed. This was both an immense honor and a severe trial. One wrong word, one misstep, could leave a lasting negative impression on this culinary titan. What are you standing there for? Zhou Dimeo was the first to react. He slapped Zhao Lidong hard on the back, nearly knocking him off balance. Quick, wash your hands. Take off that greasy apron. Put on some clean clothes. Don't keep Master Chen waiting. Zhou Dimeo's face was a mixture of excitement and anxiety. He knew better than anyone that this meeting would directly determine how far Zhao Lidong's future path could stretch. Zhao Lidong took a deep breath, forcing his turbulent thoughts to calm. He did not panic. Instead, he methodically walked to the sink, meticulously scrubbed the grease from his hands with soapberry, then removed his apron and straightened the collar of his chef's uniform with painstaking precision. Only after finishing all this did he nod at Joe DiMeo and Old Ma. "Master Manager, he'll be going now." Old Ma rubbed his hands together, more nervous than if he were meeting a superior himself. "Do well. Remember, be humble. Above all, be humble." Zhao Lidong walked out of the kitchen, traversed the long corridor still redolent with the aroma of food, and entered the bustling front hall. The banquet was nearing its end, but the atmosphere remained lively. His gaze instantly locked onto the main table. There an elderly man sat quietly dressed in a simple Zhongshan suit, with a gaunt-framed silver hair, yet a striking vitality. Before him sat a cup of clear tea. While the others at the table engaged in animated conversation, he alone sat serenely, exuding an aura of his own. It was Chun Baoshan, Master Chun. Zhao Lidong composed his thoughts and strode over. "Master Chun, you wish to..." He reached the table, bowed slightly, his tone respectful, but not fawning. The noisy main table fell silent at his. The district's top and second-in-command, along with the factory directors and department heads, all sized up this young man, who had created a miracle tonight, with curiosity and scrutiny. Chun Baoshan slowly raised his head. His seemingly clouded old eyes held a sharp glint that dared not be met. He did not speak immediately, but instead scrutinized Zhao Lidong from head to toe, from his hair to his posture, to his clean, well-defined hands. After a long pause, he finally spoke. His voice was low but carried an authoritative gravity. "Your name is Zhao Lidong." "Yes, Master Chun." "Was that sweet and sour pork fillet yours today?" "Yes." "And the dry-fried green beans?" "Yes." This rapid-fire exchange made the atmosphere even more tense. Chun Baoshan picked up his teacup, took a gentle sip, then set it down with a soft clink. "You didn't use white sugar for that sweet and sour pork fillet, did you?" At this, everyone at the table was astonished. The district leaders exchanged bewildered glances. They only knew it was delicious. How could they tell what kind of sugar was used? Zhao Lidong's heart tightened. He knew the real test had arrived. He did not conceal the truth, and answered frankly, "To answer you, Master, no, I did not. I used a syrup made from beetroot with a bit of malt sugar added for viscosity." "Oh." Chun Baoshan's brows twitched, his interest deepening. "Why not use white sugar? Doesn't the restaurant have any?" "It does." Zhao Lidong paused, choosing his words carefully. "I just felt that the sweetness of white sugar is too plain and direct. The sweetness of beetroot carries a hint of vegetal fragrance that better complements the natural flavor of the meat." He glanced at Chun Baoshan, then gathered his courage to continue. "Moreover, you and the other leaders are busy with countless affairs, and I imagine you have many social engagements. Your palates might be a bit heavy. I took the liberty of adding a fruitacid syrup made from hawthorn and lime to the sweet and sour sauce, hoping the fresh tartness could help cut the richness and stimulate your appetites." After this speech, the main table fell into dead silence. The district's top and second-in-command stared at Zhao Lidong with a new shocked admiration. They finally understood why that dish had possessed such a unique, irresistible quality. This kid wasn't just cooking. He was reading the room, deciphering people's minds. He had considered not just the flavor of the dish, but the identity, state, and needs of the diners. Such thoughtfulness, such exquisite discernment. How could it belong to a 20-year-old? He was sharper than the old foxes who had navigated the bureaucracy for decades. Excellent. A fine cut the richness and stimulate the appetite. Chun Baoshan was silent for a long moment, then suddenly slapped his thigh. His previously stern face finally broke into a genuine smile. "Kid, you're quite something." He stood up, walked over to Zhao Lidong, and heavily patted his shoulder with a hand marked by time. "You have skill, you have ideas, and most importantly, you have this heart. The art in culinary art is not about technique, but about artistry, about the ways of the world. Today you've taught this old man a lesson." With that, Chun Baoshan said no more. He clasped his hands in salute to the district leaders, then clasped his hands behind his back, and slowly departed, surrounded by a retinue. He left behind only an inscrutable figure and a room full of people still immersed in shock. The banquet ultimately concluded in a chorus of praise. The district union leaders were extremely satisfied with the reception and immediately decided to designate Donglishun as the fixed venue for all future important district events. Manager Old Ma was grinning from ear to ear, feeling as if he were walking on air. After the banquet, Old Ma immediately gathered the entire kitchen staff for an emergency review meeting. At the meeting, Old Ma abandoned his usual bureaucratic demeanor, verbally praised all the staff involved in the banquet, and announced that everyone's bonus would be doubled for the month. And when it came to Zhao Lidong, he used every flowery phrase he could muster. "Special recognition must go to our comrade Zhao Lidong." Comrade Zhao Lidong demonstrated exceptional professionalism, selfless dedication, and a courageous spirit of innovation in this mission. He not only single-handedly turned the tide and won unprecedented honor for our restaurant, but also showcased the highest level of our Donglishun chef team to the leaders and model workers from across the district and city. I hereby decide. Effective immediately, Comrade Zhao Lidong is officially appointed as the head chef of our kitchen. He will be responsible for the creation and development of hot dishes. Furthermore, I will immediately submit a report to the head office requesting the exceptional promotion of Comrade Zhao Lidong from a third-grade cook to a second-grade cook, enjoying all the benefits of a second-grade cook. Boom. This decision once again caused an uproar in the kitchen. Head chef, second-grade cook. In the rigid hierarchy of a state-owned restaurant, these were positions many chefs toiled their entire lives to never reach. How long had Zhao Lidong been there? Less than 6 months in total. He was rocketing up like a rocket. Everyone stared at Zhao Lidong with a mix of envy, jealousy, and hatred, yet he stood there calmly, his face devoid of any pride or arrogance. After the meeting, Old Ma invited Zhou Dimeo to his office alone. Old Zhou, we owe it all to your fine apprentice today. Otherwise, my position here would be in jeopardy. Old Ma personally poured Zhou Dimeo a cup of tea, adopting a very humble posture. Manager, you're too kind. It was all for the restaurant's good. Zhou Dimeo slowly puffed on his pipe. What do you think about promoting Lidong to second-grade cook? Old Ma probed. Zhou Dimeo exhaled a thick cloud of smoke and was silent for a moment. He spoke slowly. Manager, I agree with the promotion. The kid has earned it. He must be rewarded, or it will dishearten everyone. Old Ma was overjoyed. I knew you, old friend, would see reason. But Zhou Dimeo shifted the topic, his eyes growing deep. I have a suggestion. Please speak. Give him the benefits of a second-grade cook and the position of head chef. But the official title of second-grade cook, can we hold off on that for now? Old Ma was taken aback, confused. Old, are you afraid he'll steal your thunder? Me? Zhou Dimeo chuckled wryly and shook his head. What thunder does an old bone like me have left to steal? I'm afraid this sapling is growing too fast, that its roots haven't taken hold firmly enough. A strong wind might topple it. He looked at Old Ma, his tone becoming earnest. This kid is a rough gem, but he hasn't been polished enough yet. His soaring success today relies on talent, on that fearless newborn calf spirit. But for a chef's path to be long and steady, mere sharpness isn't enough. He also needs a dullness that comes from he still needs to be tempered. He needs to have the frivolity and pride in his nature ground away at the stove in the smoke and oil through the daily repetition of labor. If we lift him too high now, outsiders will be jealous, and he himself might get a swelled head. That won't benefit his. So my meaning is, give him the benefits to put his mind at ease. But hold back the title for now, so there's always a string of tension in his heart reminding him he still has gaps to fill and must keep striving. Zhou Dimeo's words left Old Ma dumbfounded. He looked at this old chef, usually hot-tempered and seemingly rough around the edges, and for the first time felt a deep sense of respect. This was true wisdom. This was truly acting in the apprentice's best interest. Old Zhou, I concede. Old Ma stood up and bowed solemnly to Zhou Dimeo. He'll do exactly as you say. Zhao Lidong, of course, knew nothing of this conversation in the office. The courtyard house. Night. He was now walking alone on the road back to the courtyard house. The cool evening breeze dispelled the lingering smell of oil on him, and also the post-victory excitement in his heart. His mood was calm. For him, tonight's success was merely a small milestone on a long road. However, as he pushed his bicycle into the familiar courtyard, he keenly sensed an unusual atmosphere. The courtyard was quieter than usual. Lights were on at the doors of several familiar neighbors, but no one was out chatting. Puzzled, he suddenly noticed a brand new, gleaming dark green Phoenix brand bicycle parked under the old locust tree in the center of the yard. And at the door of a previously vacant room in the middle courtyard were piled several pieces of furniture he had never seen before. A sofa upholstered in faux leather, a bookcase with glass doors, and a transistor radio with an antenna. Zhao Lidong's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Had a new neighbor moved into the yard? Zhao Lidong glanced at the garish, high-end furniture standing in the center of the courtyard and immediately grasped the situation with near-perfect clarity. In this era, a household that could afford sofas, bookcases, and especially a semiconductor radio, which required industrial coupons to purchase, was far from ordinary. It seemed the winds of change were blowing through this quadrangle. He pushed his bicycle, moving inconspicuously toward his own small room at the back. As he passed through the middle courtyard, he happened to see Jia Donglai hovering near the new neighbor's door, his face plastered with a sycophantic smile, his words dripping with honey. Oh, my director Fong, this sofa of yours is truly magnificent. I've never seen such fine furniture in my life. Sitting on it must feel like sitting on a dragon throne, right? Standing at the doorway was a man around 40, slightly portly, dressed in a clean blue khaki cadre uniform, his hair meticulously parted, and a gleaming Shanghai brand watch on his wrist. He was the director Fong that Jia Donglai had mentioned, Fong Deshang. Faced with Jia Donglai's flattery, Fong Deshang merely nodded faintly. His face bore a habitual reserved smile, neither overly warm nor aloof, striking a perfect balance. Just a casual purchase, our place is small, it'll do for now, Fong Deshang said lightly, but the subtle superiority in his tone only deepened Jia Donglai's sense of awe. Just then a woman emerged from the house. She appeared to be around 37 or 38, with hair permed in the most fashionable curls of the time, wearing a Dacron floral blouse that made her look both stylish and capable. Brother Donglai here again. Don't just stand there, come in for a drink of water, the woman said with a polite smile, though her eyes subtly scanned Jia Donglai with a hint of scrutiny. She was Fong Deshang's wife, Ma Xiuqin, who worked at the street office. Oh, sister-in-law, you're too kind. I'm not. Jia Donglai was overwhelmed by the attention, waving his hands repeatedly. I was just wondering if you needed any help settling in. Just say the word. I may not have many skills, but I've got plenty of muscle. No need for that. Our work unit sent people and a vehicle to help with the move. Everything is already arranged, Ma Xiaoqin declined with a smile. Then, as if remembering something, she brought out a handful of fruit candies wrapped in oiled paper from inside. Here, take these for the kids. We haven't prepared anything proper since we just moved in. Just a small token. Zhao Lidong's eyes fixed on the colorful wrappers, but his mouth still put up a pretense of refusal. Oh, I couldn't possibly, sister-in-law. This is too generous. Take them. Don't be so formal with us, Ma Xiaoqin insisted, pressing the candies into Zhao Lidong's hands. Zhao Lidong accepted them with profuse thanks, clutching them like a treasure as he tucked them into his pocket, feeling as though his status among the other neighbors had instantly risen a notch. Zhao Lidong took in the entire scene, forming an initial judgment about the newly arrived Fong family. The husband was shrewd and reserved, the wife was sociable and adept, their household was well off, and they carried themselves with an air of superiority. This family would not be easy to deal with. He had no interest in getting involved, he only wanted to return to his room and rest. But just as he was passing by with his bicycle, Fong Deshang, who had been ignoring Jia Donglai, suddenly turned his gaze toward him. That gaze was sharp and direct, tinged with curiosity. Comrade, you look a bit unfamiliar, Fong Deshang initiated the conversation. Seeing his chance to shine, Jia Donglai quickly interjected, Director Fong, this is the young man I mentioned. The most promising lad in our courtyard, Zhao Lidong. He's the head chef at Donglashan. His skills are unparalleled. Oh, so this is the young master who can make pork head taste like dragon meat. A glint of sharpness flickered in Fong Deshang's eyes, and his smile grew noticeably warmer. That's me. Zhao Lidong stopped, nodding with neither humility nor arrogance. Young and accomplished, truly impressive. Fong Deshang praised with a smile, then added as if casually, I heard from Donglai that you made quite a splash at the restaurant today. Even old Qin Baoshan was full of praise for you. Zhao Lidong's heart skipped a beat. News traveled that fast. That big-mouthed Jia Donglai was indeed a qualified intelligence hub. It's just the neighbors being overly kind. The stories have been exaggerated, Zhao Lidong said modestly. Chef Zhao. Ma Xiaoqin also walked over with a smile. Her gaze fell on Zhao Lidong, carrying a more serious scrutiny than when she had looked at Jia Donglai. I've heard that a few colleagues from our street office went to Donglashan for dinner today and came back singing your praises, saying those 2 dishes you made were nothing short of divine. They couldn't even order more. The couple played off each other seamlessly, seemingly offering compliments, but every word subtly probed into Zhao Lidong's background. An alarm bell rang faintly in Zhao Lidong's mind, though his face remained graced with a warm smile. He knew he had caught the attention of this pair of sharp-witted individuals. Not wanting to linger in this situation, he found an excuse. Director Fong's sister Ma, I just got off work and reek of cooking oil. I won't disturb you any longer. He'll come by another day to pay my respects. With that, he prepared to leave with his bicycle. Hey, wait. Ma Xiaoqin called out, her face beaming with an irrefutable warmth. Brother Lidong, now that we've moved in, we're all one family. We just lit the stove tonight, and we don't have much to offer, just some simple noodles. If you don't mind, take a bowl back and give it let us hear the opinion of a master chef. This was a classic tactic of using courtesy before force, establishing a connection with a bowl of noodles to block any chance of refusal. Zhao Lidong saw through it all, but one doesn't strike a smiling face, so he couldn't openly rebuff her kindness. Then thank you, Sister Ma. Seeing him agree, Ma Xiaoqin's smile grew more genuine. She turned and went inside, soon emerging with a brand new large enamel bowl decorated with a double happiness pattern filled to the brim with steaming hot noodles topped with shredded pork. On top of the noodles lay a golden fried egg sprinkled with vibrant green scallions. The sight alone was enough to whet anyone's appetite. In this era, offering such a substantial gift in such a fine bowl made the Fong family's wealth and goodwill unmistakably clear. Zhao Lidong took the heavy bowl, expressed his thanks, and returned to his small room. He didn't eat it immediately, but placed the noodles on the table, examining them closely. The noodles were good, the meat was good, and the egg was good. But when he picked up a strand with his chopsticks, brought it to his nose, and then tasted it, a meaningful smile curled at the corner of his mouth. The noodles were machine-pressed. Moreover, the water used to boil them was fresh, without salt, and without being cooled. This left the noodles slightly firm with a faint raw flour taste in the center, and the alkaline flavor hadn't been fully cooked out. The shredded pork had been marinated in soy sauce and starch, but the heat wasn't well controlled, making it overcooked and dry. The fried egg looked beautiful, but it had been cooked in raw oil, leaving a greasy aftertaste. In short, it was a bowl of noodles made with premium ingredients, but extremely crude techniques. For an ordinary person, it would undoubtedly be a rare delicacy. But for Zhao Lidong, a Michelin 3-star chef, this bowl of noodles was filled with details that could be improved. He set it aside and instead took out his own flour eggs and that precious pot of seasoned broth. Half an hour later, Zhao Lidong knocked on the Fong family's door, holding an old, slightly smaller bowl he usually used. Ma Xiaoqin opened the door. She was taken aback when she saw the bowl in Zhao Lidong's hands. Inside was also a bowl of noodles. But these noodles were as fine as silver threads, distinct and separate, lying in a crystal-clear broth that exuded an extraordinary aroma. There was no fried egg or shredded pork on top, just a few tender green cabbage hearts and a few glistening drops of sesame oil floating simply on the surface. Sister Ma courtesy calls for reciprocity. I've had your bowl of noodles, and this is my return gift, Zhao Lidong said with a smile. There's nothing fancy at home, just a bowl of plain noodles. I hope you and Director Feng won't mind. Ma Xiuqin looked at the plain clear soup noodles and thought of her own bowl packed with generous ingredients. A flicker of displeasure stirred within her. She felt the young man was a bit too socially awkward. But she kept her smile and accepted it politely. Brother Lidong is too considerate. Come in and sit for a while. Zhao Lidong shook his head. No, I have to get up early tomorrow. I'll take my leave. With that he turned and walked away. Feng Desheng came out from inside, watching Zhao Lidong's retreating figure, then looked at the bowl of plain noodles in his wife's hand, furrowing his brow slightly. What does he mean by this? Who knows? Maybe he thinks our noodles weren't good enough and deliberately brought this bland bowl to embarrass us. Ma Xiuqin pursed her lips, a hint of displeasure in her voice. Give it a taste, Feng Desheng said, not jumping to conclusions. He took the bowl from his wife, picked up a strand of noodles with his chopsticks blue on it, and put it into his mouth. In the next second, Feng Desheng froze. His eyes, always carrying a hint of scrutiny and reserve, suddenly flew wide open. Feng Desheng's body froze in place, his mouth still holding that seemingly ordinary bowl of plain noodles, his expression shifting through an extraordinary range of emotions. Shock, disbelief, and utter astonishment eventually coalesced into the awe of being conquered by an unparalleled delicacy. Old Feng, what's wrong? Ma Xiuqin looked at her husband, who appeared as if struck by lightning, a flicker of doubt rising in her heart. Isn't it just a bowl of clear soup noodles? Is it really that big a deal? Could there be poison in it? Feng Desheng ignored his wife's teasing. He closed his eyes, his Adam's apple bobbing as he slowly swallowed the noodles and broth, a look of lingering aftertaste spreading across his face. After a long moment, he slowly opened his eyes and let out a long, deep breath. That breath carried an intoxicating, otherworldly fragrance. Xiuqin, you try it. Feng Desheng handed the bowl and chopsticks to his wife, his voice trembling with a subtle, unconscious tremor. Ma Xiuqin took them with skepticism, carefully picking up a small bundle of noodles, just as her husband had, and brought it to her lips. The moment the silky thread-like noodles touched her tongue, Ma Xiuqin's eyes flew wide open. Delicious. Incredibly delicious. It was a taste she had never experienced in her entire life. The noodles were smooth, springy, and rich with the aroma of wheat. They slid down her throat almost without any chewing, leaving behind an addictive, lingering finish. And that seemingly clear broth was supremely umami. It wasn't the thick richness of chicken soup or the heavy depth of bone broth, but an incredibly complex, assertive, yet refreshingly layered savory flavor. Countless tastes exploded on your tongue, yet they melded perfectly, creating a magic that made you crave the second sip after the first, and then want to devour the entire bowl after the second. Ma Xiuqin abandoned any pretense of ladylike decorum. She gulped down the remaining noodles and soup in several big swallows, not leaving a single drop. After finishing, she licked her lips with lingering satisfaction, staring at the empty bowl, her face a canvas of bewilderment and awe. Old Feng, what kind of noodles are these? How can they be so delicious? What divine seasoning did he put in? Ma Xiuqin felt her worldview had been overturned. Feng Desheng did not answer. He simply took the empty bowl from his wife's hands, walked under the light, and examined it meticulously, as if studying a rare treasure. The noodles are hand-pulled dragon whisker noodles, uniform in thickness, not a single broken strand. This skill requires at least 10 or 20 years of hard practice. The broth is clear, but not an ordinary stock. I can taste at least a dozen spices in it. Meat aroma, mushroom fragrance, and an indescribable medicinal herb scent. These flavors come together to form a unique marinated fragrance. This broth must have been made with aged master, and the cabbage heart. The blanching time was perfect. A second more would make it mushy, a second less raw. As it is, it retains the cabbage's sweetness and crunch while absorbing the broth's umami. With each word from Feng Desheng, Ma Xiuqin's shock deepened. She never dreamed that a seemingly simple bowl of plain noodles could hold so much intricacy and knowledge. This Zhao Lidong is no ordinary man. Feng Desheng set down the bowl and delivered his final verdict, his expression growing unprecedentedly grave. He didn't send this bowl of noodles to belittle us. He was telling us three things. First, he saw that our noodles, with this bowl of exquisitely refined noodles, he silently showed us what true culinary art really is. Second, he was warning us. He can make the finest delicacies from the simplest ingredients, proving his skill is far beyond our imagination. He's telling us not to judge him with a condescending eye or try to probe his depths so easily. Third, and most importantly, Feng Desheng lowered his voice to a near whisper. He was showing his muscles. With this bowl of noodles, he proved his worth. He's telling us he's not an ordinary cook to be pushed around, but a stock with potential worth courting and investing in. Ma Xiuqin listened dumbfounded. She looked at her husband, who seemed more serious than when he gave reports at the Old Feng, are you overthinking this? He's just a 20-year-old kid. Where would he get so many schemes? Scheme? Feng Desheng let out a cold laugh. Xiuqin, you still underestimate people. To become a head chef at Donglishan at such a young age in this era, and win the favor of someone like Qin Baoshan, do you think skill alone is enough? This kid is far shrewder and more patient than you or I imagine. Feng Desheng paced back and forth in the room, his mind racing. His transfer from the main factory to be a workshop director at the branch was ostensibly a lateral move, but in reality, it was a banishment after backing the wrong side in a power struggle. To make a comeback, he needed to achieve results here and find a new powerful patron. And food in any era was the best key to open doors. If he could forge a connection with someone like Zhao Lidong, a man of divine culinary skill and seemingly complex background, it would undoubtedly benefit his future political career. Xiuqin go to the street office again tomorrow and find out more about Zhao Lidong. What about his birth parents? What are his social connections? Especially at Donglishan. What's his exact relationship with Zhou Dimeo? And Fang Deshang stopped, pacing, his eyes glinting with calculation. Also check the supply cooperative to see if you can get some good pastries or other rare items. We need to prepare a proper return gift. Old Fang, are you really planning to win him over? Ma Xiuqin hesitated. But he's just a cook. How much influence can he have? A cook whose dishes the district leaders and Chun Baoshan scramble to eat. Do you think he's just a cook? Fang Deshang countered. Xiuqin, remember this, never underestimate anyone who can perfect a single craft. Such a person will either be the ladder to your meteoric rise or the stumbling block to your utter ruin. The next morning, just as Zhao Lidong was getting up to go to work, Fang Deshang arrived at his door with a beaming smile. He carried an oil paper package in his hand and said warmly as he entered, "Brother Lidong, that bowl of noodles last night was an eye-opener for your sister-in-law and me. In all our years, we've never tasted such fragrant noodles. Your skill is truly divine." As he spoke, he placed the oil paper package on Zhao Lidong's table. "I had someone bring this white rabbit candy from Shanghai. It's not valuable, just a rare treat. Have some as a token of my—" Zhao Lidong looked at the candy, a luxury in this era, and then at Fang Deshang's face, which was etched with shrewdness and friendliness. He saw right through him. The fish had taken the bait. "Brother Fang, you're too kind. It was just a bowl of noodles, nothing worth such courtesy." Zhao Lidong demurred verbally. "It's worth it. Very much worth it." Fang Deshang plopped down on the edge of Zhao Lidong's bed, patting his shoulder with familiarity and starting a casual chat. "Brother Lidong, you're about 20 this year, right?" "Yes, 20. Ah, the prime of life. Young, talented, with a bright—" Fang Deshang sighed with feeling, then shifted the conversation, asking with feigned casualness, "I heard from Jia Donglai that your parents passed away early. You live alone now?" Zhao Lidong nodded, knowing the real topic was coming. "Tough life." Fang Deshang sighed, his face showing sympathy. "Raising yourself must have been hard, but it's good too. Poverty breeds resourcefulness. Look at you now, a head chef at Donglishan at such a young age. That's a blessing many envy." He paused, then continued as if recalling something. "I hear your master Zhou Dimeo is especially good to you. He's practically raising you like his own son." "My master's kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain." Zhao Lidong replied impassively. "Indeed, indeed. A swift horse is common, but a discerning rider is rare." Fang Deshang smiled and brought up another seemingly casual point. "I also hear your manager old Ma is a decent man and thinks highly of you." A string of questions, from family background to social connections to workplace personnel, Fang Deshang asked with remarkable subtlety. Each question seemed like neighborly small talk, but together they formed a detailed background check. Zhao Lidong responded calmly while sneering inwardly. This Fang Deshang was indeed a wily old fox. His answers were a mix of truth and falsehood, watertight. He satisfied the other's curiosity without revealing any of his own core secrets. They went back and forth, a masterful game of verbal chess. To his surprise, Fang Deshang found that not only had he failed to extract any useful information from the young man, but the other's seemingly simple and honest replies had left him confused and baffled. He felt like he was punching cotton, unable to exert any force. This Zhao Lidong was even more troublesome. Where was this a 20-year-old? This was clearly an old demon who had lived for decades. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a woman's panicked scream suddenly rang out from the courtyard. Xiaoman, Xiaoman, what's wrong? Don't scare mommy." Xiaoman, what's wrong? Don't scare mommy." Qin Shufan's tearful scream cut through the morning tranquility of the courtyard like a sharp blade. Zhao Lidong's heart sank. Abandoning his verbal sparring with Fang Deshang, he rushed to Qin Shufan's doorstep in quick strides. There he found Qin Shufan kneeling on the ground, clutching her daughter Qin Xiaoman tightly in her arms. Xiaoman's small face was flushed crimson from fever, yet her lips were a ghastly purple. Her eyes were tightly shut, and her body convulsed in spasms, utterly unresponsive to her mother's desperate cries. "What happened?" Zhao Lidong crouched down and reached out to feel Xiaoman's forehead. Scorching. Alarmingly hot. It had to be at least 40 degrees Celsius. "I don't know," Qin Shufan stammered, paralyzed with fear, tears streaming down her face like beads from a broken string. "She was fine this morning, just said she felt a bit dizzy and didn't want to eat. I told her to sleep a little longer. But the next thing I knew, she was like this." "Lidong, what do we do? What should I do?" This woman, usually so sharp and capable, the sole pillar of her household, was utterly shattered before her daughter's sudden, severe illness, fragile as a helpless child. Elder Lu Guangfu and several neighbors who had followed out gathered around, their faces etched with anxiety. "This is a febrile convulsion. Quick, get her to the hospital." Elder Lu decided decisively. Right. The hospital." Qin Shufan snapped back to reality and struggled to lift her daughter. But how could a woman like her have the strength to carry a 5-year-old such a long distance? Let me." Zhao Lidong didn't hesitate for a moment, bending down to pick up Xiaoman. Wait! A steady voice suddenly rang out. It was Fang Desheng. Unnoticed, he had approached, his brows furrowed as he gazed at the unconscious Xiaoman. It's rush hour now. How long would it take to jostle the child all the way to the hospital? She's so young with such a high fever. What if the wind on the way makes it worse? Fang Desheng analyzed calmly. Besides, by the time we register and wait to see a doctor, it'll be too late. His words, though harsh, were undeniably logical. The faint hope that had just kindled in Qin Shufan's heart was doused again, and she wept even more bitterly, clutching her daughter. Then what do we do? We can't just let the child's brain get damaged from the fever. Elder Lu fretted, wringing his hands. Going to the hospital is a must. Fang Desheng paused, his gaze shifting to Zhao Lidong. But before that, we need to find a way to bring down her fever. Physical cooling, use a cold towel, or rub her down with alcohol. He then started directing the neighbors. Aunt Zhang, do you have any liquor at home? High-proof Baijiu. Aunt Lu, go fetch a basin of cold water and grab a few towels. True to his leadership role, Fang Desheng remained composed in the crisis, organizing the panicked crowd with a few, but Zhao Lidong frowned. Physical cooling, though helpful, was too slow. Xiaoman's condition was clearly a febrile seizure caused by an acute viral infection. Any further delay, even if the fever subsided, could leave severe aftereffects, potentially damaging her brain. A faster method was needed. Just then the long-absent system prompt chimed in his mind. Ding. Detected that the life-form Qin Xiaoman is in a state of febrile convulsion with unstable vital signs. Triggering emergency auxiliary task dietary remedy rescue. Task content: please prepare a dietary remedy soup within 30 minutes using available ingredients possessing the effects of rapid fever reduction, cold expulsion, and exterior relief to help the target escape danger. System hint: the ingredient sublimation talent can greatly enhance the active efficacy of medicinal ingredients. Please combine with traditional Chinese medical principles for a suitable formulation. Dietary remedy. Zhao Lidong's eyes lit up. How could he have forgotten? Medicine and food share the same origin. In his past life, he was not only a master chef, but also well-versed in the pharmacological properties of various ingredients. Many seemingly ordinary ingredients were themselves traditional medicines. He immediately issued a command to the system in his mind. System, immediately scan all ingredients in my kitchen, analyze their medicinal value, and match the best soup formula for expelling cold, relieving the exterior, and reducing fever. Ding. Scan initiated. Scan complete. Based on available ingredients: ginger, scallion, red dates, perilla leaves present in the spices gifted by Grandma. Ding. The optimal dietary remedy plan has been generated. Divine cold expelling soup. Formula: 3 slices of old ginger, acrid warm, relieves the exterior, disperses cold, and induces perspiration. 1 inch of scallion white, unblocks yang, and disperses cold. 5 pitted red dates, boosts qi, tonifies the center, moderates medicinal properties. A small pinch of dried perilla leaves releases the exterior, disperses cold, regulates qi, and harmonizes the nutritive system. System optimization suggestion: add a small amount of brown sugar. This not only corrects the taste, but also warms the middle and invigorates blood circulation. With the enhancement of the ingredient sublimation talent, this soup can stimulate the body's immune system within 15 minutes, achieving rapid physical cooling through profuse sweating. That's it. Zhao Lidong's mind was set. He no longer hesitated and said to Fang Desheng, who was still directing the bustling crowd, Brother Fang, physical cooling is too slow. I have a folk remedy that might bring Xiaoman's fever down faster. Without waiting for a response, he turned and dashed back into his own small room. Nonsense. Fang Desheng frowned, his face showing disapproval. What time is it to be believing in some folk remedy? This is a matter of life and death. Can we afford to joke? Elder Lu and a few neighbors also felt Zhao Lidong was being too reckless. Only Qin Shufan, upon hearing Zhao Lidong's words, saw a faint spark of hope rekindle in her tear-drowned eye. She didn't know why, but she instinctively chose to trust Zhao Lidong. In less than 5 minutes, Zhao Lidong rushed out of his room, carrying a small steaming bowl. The bowl held half a portion of ginger yellow liquid that emitted a strange, pungent, and sweet aroma. Sister Qin, quick, find a way to get Xiaoman to drink this. Zhao Lidong thrust the bowl toward Qin Shufan. Lidong, what is this? Elder Lu asked, eyeing the soup with some concern. It's just a soup made from ginger, scallion, and red dates. It expels cold and induces sweat. Kids in my hometown drink this when they have a cold and fever. Zhao Lidong fabricated an excuse. Will this work? Fang Desheng remained skeptical. Brother Fang, this is no time for debate. Zhao Lidong's tone grew firm for the first time, his eyes locking onto Fang Desheng. Saving a life is as urgent as putting out a fire. If we delay any longer and something happens, who will take responsibility? Fang Desheng was taken aback by his intensity, opening his mouth, but saying nothing. Qin Shufan at this point had no time to worry about anything else. She took the bowl, scooped up a bit of soup with a small spoon, blew on it, and carefully brought it to Xiaoman's chapped, dry lips. But Xiaoman was in a deep coma, her jaw clenched tight, impossible to feed. Qin Shufan's tears started flowing again in desperation. Let me. Zhao Lidong took a deep breath, took the bowl and spoon from Qin Shufan, and then did something that left everyone present utterly stunned. He first took a large mouthful of the scalding ginger soup himself, holding it in his mouth. Then leaning down, he gently pried open Xiaoman's lower jaw with one hand. He pressed his lips to Xiaoman's icy little mouth, and using a mouth-to-mouth method, he slowly transferred the life-saving elixir now warmed by his own body heat into her bit by bit. Time seemed to stand still. Everyone in the courtyard was dumbfounded. Fong Deshang's eyes were filled with shock, and Elder Lu and the neighbors stood with their mouths agape speechless. Qin Shufan trembled all over. She stared blankly at the scene before her, at the man who unhesitatingly performed such an intimate act to save her daughter. She felt something slam violently into her heart. An indescribable wave of bitterness, gratitude, and a strange, unfamiliar emotion overwhelmed her reason and defenses. Her face flushed a deep crimson like the sunset clouds on the horizon. Zhao Lidong paid no attention to the onlookers. His entire focus was on the rescue. One mouthful too. Using this most primitive yet effective method, he fed the entire half-bowl of divine cold-expelling soup enhanced by ingredient sublimation into Xiaoman's stomach. After finishing, he was drenched in sweat himself. It's done. He straightened up, wiping the soup residue from his mouth with his sleeve, his voice hoarse from tension. Sister Qin, quick. Wrap Xiaoman tightly in a blanket. Let her sweat. Once she sweats, the fever will break. Qin Shufan snapped out of her daze and quickly complied, fetching the thickest quilt in the house and wrapping Xiaoman up. Everyone gathered around, waiting anxiously. 1 minute. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Xiaoman's complexion seemed unchanged, still flushed with fever, her breathing weak. Fong Deshang's expression grew darker. He felt Zhao Lidong was simply fooling around, delaying the optimal treatment time. Just as he was about to reprimand him, a sudden change occurred. Tiny beads of sweat began to appear on Xiaoman's forehead and the tip of her nose beneath the blanket. Then the beads grew more numerous and denser, as if a switch had been flipped. In an instant, they formed rivulets, soaking her hair and the pillow. Simultaneously, her flushed little face visibly began to lose its abnormal redness, slowly returning to a normal color. Her rapid, weak breathing gradually became steady and deep. She's sweating. She's sweating. Qin Shufan was the first to notice, crying out incoherently in excitement. Zhao Lidong quickly stepped forward and felt Xiaoman's forehead again. The fever had broken. It was still a bit warm, but it had dropped from a scalding heat to a normal low-grade temperature. The weight that had been pressing on Zhao Lidong's heart finally lifted. He felt as if all his strength had been drained, collapsing onto the ground with a long, deep sigh of relief. She's fine now. He offered a weary but deeply reassuring smile to the tear-streaked Qin Shufan. Qin Shufan could no longer contain her emotions. She looked at her daughter safe and sound, then at the man who had risked everything to save her and was now exhausted on the ground. She squatted down, covered her face with her hands, and burst into loud sobs. Her cries were filled with lingering fear, relief, and boundless gratitude and affection. Meanwhile, Fong Deshang was completely petrified. He stared at the bowl with a bit of soup left at the bottom, then back at Zhao Lidong. This was no folk remedy. This was nothing short of divine intervention. Just what kind of monster was this Zhao Lidong? In the courtyard at dusk, Qin Shufan's sobbing gradually subsided, leaving only suppressed sniffles. The neighbors in the yard looked at the obvious water stain on the quilt, then at Qin Xiaoman, whose complexion had returned to normal and breathing was steady. Their faces were etched with relief at surviving a calamity and awe toward Zhao Lidong. Miraculous. Truly miraculous. A bowl of ginger soup pulled her back from the brink of death. This kid Lidong must be a reincarnated star of literature. The murmurs were low, but every word carried disbelief. Fong Deshang stood at the edge of the crowd, his usually reserved smile now replaced by a grave expression. He stared intently at Zhao Lidong, his eyes no longer probing or calculating, but filled with a near-greedy fervor. Culinary mastery that could move leaders to lose composure. That was skill. A bowl of medicinal soup that could snatch a dying patient from the jaws of death. That was the way. A 20-year-old who had mastered both skill and the way. What did that signify? This was no mere potential stock. It was a gold mine, yet to be fully unearthed. He must be won over at any cost. Fong Deshang made his decision in an instant. Ahem. Fong Deshang cleared his throat, pushed through the crowd, and stepped in his face, now wearing an expression of, "Sister-in-law, the child is fine now. But to be safe, you should still take her to the hospital for a checkup." His tone was 10 times more courteous than before, even using the intimate term sister-in-law. With that, he directly commanded the still-stunned Jia Donglai. "Don't just stand there. Hurry to the street corner, say it's for me, Fong Deshang, and tell him to be quick." Jia Donglai responded with an eager yes, and scurried off, feeling as honored as if he had received an imperial decree. Zhao Lidong had recovered his composure by then. He stood up from the ground and dusted off his pants. Brother Fong is right. It's better to go to the hospital for a checkup to be at ease. Qin Shufan wiped away her tears, looking at Zhao Lidong with trembling lips. 1,000 words were stuck in her throat, finally reduced to one. Lidong. "Thank you. Sister Qin, no need to be so polite with me." Zhao Lidong smiled, the warmth of his grin particularly radiant in the sunset. He walked over to Xiaoman, who seemed to sense his presence. Her long lashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. "Uncle, Winter." Xiaoman's voice was still weak, but her eyes sparkled. "Xiaoman is awake." Qin Shufan wept with joy, pulling her daughter into her arms. "Mommy." Xiaoman nuzzled against her mother, then reached out a tiny hand to grasp the hem of Zhao Lidong's clothes. In a childish voice, she said, "Uncle Winter's mouth is sweet." Boom. Qin Shufan's face instantly flushed crimson. Flustered, she covered her daughter's mouth, but dared not meet Zhao Lidong's eyes. Several elderly women in the yard had also heard, and they exchanged knowing smiles and glances. Zhao Lidong also blushed awkwardly, rubbing his nose. Soon the tricycle Jia Donglai had called arrived. Fang Deshang insisted on stuffing several bills into Qin Shufan's hand personally, helped carry the child onto the tricycle, and urged her to take good care of herself, saying she could come to him if she needed more money. His warmth and attentiveness left the neighbors bewildered. After sending off Qin Shufan and her daughter, the yard felt. Fang Deshang did not leave. He walked over to Zhao Lidong and gave him a hearty pat on the shoulder, his eyes brimming with sincerity. Brother Lidong, we owe you a great debt today. I have been short-sighted. If I said anything amiss before, please don't take it to heart. Brother Fang, you flatter me. We are neighbors, it's only right. No, it's different. Fang Deshang waved his hand and lowered his voice. This wasn't just a simple favor, I will remember this debt of gratitude. He looked at Zhao Lidong and said word by word, from now on in the yard or outside, whatever happens, just say the word. They'll go through fire and water for you without a second thought. The words were resolute and carried weight. Zhao Lidong knew that from this moment on his standing in the yard had undergone a seismic shift. That evening Qin Shufan returned with the test results. The doctor said it was just a high fever caused by a common viral infection, now under control. She was given some medicine and told to rest at home. Everyone in the yard breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Shufan stood outside her own door for a long time, holding her sleeping daughter, before finally mustering the courage to knock on Zhao Lidong's door. Sister Qin, come in quickly. Zhao Lidong was reading when he saw her and immediately stood up. Qin Shufan did not enter. She stood at the doorway, pulling out a small object wrapped in a handkerchief from her bosom and handing it to him. Lidong, this is something my parents left me. It's not worth much, but please take it. Zhao Lidong opened it to find a pair of small, old-fashioned silver bracelets. In those days, this was considered a considerable amount of wealth. Sister Qin, what are you doing? I can't accept this. Zhao Lidong quickly pushed it back. You must take it. Qin Shufan was unusually firm. Her eyes were red and her voice trembled. If you hadn't been here today, my daughter, and I would have died. What is this little thing compared to that? She looked at Zhao Lidong, gathering the greatest courage of her life, and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito's hum, we're just a widow and an orphan with nothing to repay you. If you don't mind. From now on, just think of me as your own brother. Zhao Lidong, seeing her on the verge of tears from embarrassment, couldn't bear to make it harder for her. He smiled and interrupted her, pushing the bracelets back again. Xiaoman is my own niece. It's only natural for a brother to save his sister. There's no need for repayment. He paused, then changed the subject. By the way, Sister Qin, the winter solstice is in 2 days. Winter solstice? Qin Shufan was taken aback. Yes. Zhao Lidong nodded, a warm light flickering in his eyes. Northerners say if you don't eat dumplings on the winter solstice, your ears will freeze off. Times are hard for everyone these days, and it's rare to have a good meal. I was thinking that on the winter solstice, we could have a lively dumpling-making party in the yard, and the whole neighborhood could celebrate together. What do you think? Qin Shufan looked into Zhao Lidong's bright eyes and listened to his down-to-earth suggestion. Something in her heart. She nodded vigorously, tears welling up in her eyes again, but this time, they were tears of happiness. The next day, Zhao Lidong went to discuss the idea with Elder Lu Guangfu. Making dumplings in the yard. The elder's eyes lit up. That's a wonderful idea. But Lidong, flour and meat aren't easy to come by. Zhao Lidong patted his chest confidently, smiling. Don't worry, Elder. They'll take care of it. They'll provide all the filling and the skill. I guarantee everyone will taste dumplings they'll never forget. He looked at the elder with a mysterious smile. You just organize everyone. Each household can contribute whatever flour they can spare. As for the meat, he'll provide it. The elder, seeing Zhao Lidong's confident demeanor, slapped his thigh in excitement. Lidong, you are doing a tremendous favor for our whole yard. He looked at Zhao Lidong, then lowered his voice and asked in a joking tone, Lidong, tell me honestly, what are your thoughts on that girl from the Qin family? Lidong, tell me honestly, what are your intentions toward that Qin girl? Uncle Lu Guangfu's question was like a small pebble dropped into the calm lake of Zhao Lidong's heart. He was taken aback, Qin Shufan's tear-streaked, embarrassed face flashing through his mind. Then he smiled and brushed it off with a laugh. Uncle, where is your mind wandering? I just see that mother and daughter have it tough, so I lend a hand when I can. Lu Guangfu, shrewd as an old fox, saw through his little ruse. He just chuckled, dropped the subject, and turned to organize the dumpling making in the courtyard. Hey, listen up, everyone. Lidong says on the winter solstice our whole courtyard will make dumplings together for the festival. Lidong said he'll cover the filling. He'll provide the meat. Each family just chips in some flour. Those with money support with money. Those without just show up. Come out and join the fun. At Uncle's shout, the entire courtyard erupted. What? Dumplings? With meat filling? Heavens! Did I hear that right? Lidong is providing the meat. This is better than New Year's. In this era of scarcity where meat was a rare sight, even once a month the mere words meat-filled dumplings held an unparalleled magic. Almost instantly the entire courtyard was in an uproar. Jia Donglai was the first to burst out, clutching a small yellowed bag of flour that had been stored for ages, and handed it to Uncle with a fawning expression. Uncle, this is our last stash. I'm giving it all. Isn't my awareness high? You little glutton. Uncle scolded with a laugh, but accepted it anyway. Soon after, Aunt Zhang, Aunt Lu, and every household in the courtyard sprang into action. Some brought flour, others brought cabbages from their gardens, and those with nothing else simply stuffed a few dimes in. Within half a day, a small mountain of flour and several crisp cabbages had piled up in the center of the yard. Watching this lively scene, a wave of warmth surged through Zhao Lidong's heart. He knew this was the pinnacle of what he called stove diplomacy, using delicious food to bind estranged hearts together. On the day of the winter solstice before dawn, the entire courtyard was ablaze with lights and bustling like a market. 2 large cauldrons were set up in the middle of the yard filled with boiling water. On makeshift tables, the women gathered chattering away as they prepared. But the center of attention was undoubtedly Zhao Lidong, who was busy preparing the dumpling filling. Before him sat a huge enamel basin piled high with minced pork. He had bought this meat yesterday, spending a fortune and using his ration tickets to acquire premium front leg meat from a trusted butcher, 30% fat, 70% lean, tender, and fresh. He first added water infused with scallion and ginger to the meat in 3 batches, each time vigorously stirring it in one direction until the meat absorbed all the liquid, becoming sticky and firm. The women in the yard knew this technique too, but no one could stir the meat like Zhao Lidong, making it seem alive, full of elasticity and sheen. Ding. Detected ingredients: minced pork, Chinese cabbage. Talent ingredient: sublimation activated, permanently enhancing flavor of ingredients. Ding. Minced pork umami increased by 15. Fat aroma increased by 12. Chinese cabbage sweetness increased. After all this, Zhao Lidong pulled out his secret weapon, a small bowl of black, strangely aromatic liquid. It was the essence of his divine marinade. He poured only 2 shallow spoonfuls into the meat, then added finely chopped cabbage, soy sauce, sesame oil, salt, and other seasonings, continuing to mix thoroughly. A soft sizzling sound. The moment the essence of the marinade blended with the meat, an overwhelmingly rich, indescribable fragrance exploded from the basin, instantly flooding the entire yard. The scent carried the richness of meat, the sweetness of vegetables, and the mysterious perfume of a dozen blended spices, like an invisible hand gripping the noses and souls of everyone present. Oh my God, what is that smell? So fragrant. It makes my legs go weak. Just the smell alone, I could eat 3 bowls of rice. Everyone went mad, craning their necks, staring at the basin of filling with drool pooling in their mouths. Jia Donglai in particular was shameless. He leaned in, reaching a finger to steal a taste, only to have Uncle smack his hand. You little rascal, behave. Next came the wrapping. Zhao Lidong first demonstrated his skill. Holding a wrapper in his left hand, he used chopsticks in his right to pick up just the right amount of filling. Then he brought his hands together, pinching and pressing the edges with his thumb and forefinger, and a plump, round dumpling shaped like a silver ingot was born in his hands. The entire process was fluid and dazzlingly fast. In less than a minute, the tray before him was neatly lined with rows of identical ingot-shaped dumplings. Bravo! Thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. The women were stunned, crowding around him, peppering him with questions. Qin Shufan stood silently beside Zhao Lidong, handing him wrappers. She spoke little, just kept her head down, earnestly learning his technique. Her cheeks flushed pink in the swirling steam, and as she watched Zhao Lidong's dexterous, strong hands, a strange, unreadable light flickered in her eyes. 3 batches of dumplings were cooked, retrieved steaming hot, and ladled into large bowls. The children, unable to wait any longer, crowded around the stove, eyes wide with anticipation like fledgling birds. Don't rush, everyone get some, Uncle called cheerfully. The first bowl of dumplings emerged crystal clear, with thin skins and generous fillings packed together in the bowl, exuding an intoxicating aroma. Just as Uncle was about to hand the bowl to the courtyard's eldest grandpa, Zhang Qin Shufan quietly took it from his hand. Under the gaze of the entire courtyard, she carried the bowl of dumplings straight to Zhao Lidong, still busy at the... She said nothing, simply handed him the bowl, then scooped a ladle of dipping sauce, prepared earlier with vinegar and chili oil, and gently poured it beside the bowl. Her movements were so natural as a wife caring for her husband after a hard day's work. Zhao Lidong. Everyone in the yard was stunned too. This simple gesture spoke louder than 1,000 words. Eat up, it's still hot. Qin Shufan's face was flushed as she murmured softly. Zhao Lidong took the bowl, and something in his heart was struck hard by a warm force. He picked up a dumpling, dipped it in the sauce, and put it in his mouth. The moment his teeth broke through the skin, a scalding, incredibly savory broth exploded in his mouth. The richness of the meat, the sweetness of the cabbage, the complex aroma of the marinade, along with the tangy vinegar and spicy chili. Countless wonderful flavors danced wildly on his taste buds. Delicious. So delicious, he could swallow his tongue. He wolfed down a whole one in a few bites, then looked up at Qin Shufan, breaking into a heartfelt, radiant smile. Sister Qin, you make a great dipping sauce. Qin Shufan's face grew even redder. Soon everyone in the yard was eating dumplings. For a time, only the sounds of slurping and muffled praises filled the air. Delicious. So delicious. I've lived 60 years and never had dumplings this good. How did you season the meat? How can it be so fresh? Jia Donglai ate over 30 in one go, his belly round as a ball. He slumped in his chair, groaning contentedly, patting his stomach, and sighing, I, Jia Donglai, have lived a worthwhile life. These dumplings must be what the gods eat. The children chased after Zhao Lidong, their childish voices calling out, Uncle Dumpling, I want more. Watching this warm, lively scene, hearing the sincere praises and laughter Zhao Lidong holding the bowl of dumplings Qin Shufan had personally served felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and belonging. This was his home. Uncle came over with a glass of wine, his old face flushed red. He clapped Zhao Lidong on the shoulder, laughing until his beard curled. Lidong, with skills like yours you could feed this courtyard for a lifetime. Amidst the laughter and joy, Sun Yulan, a waitress from the restaurant, ran into the yard, panting, her face etched with Lidong. Lidong, hurry. Something big has happened. Sun Yulan rushed up to him, hands on her knees, gasping for breath. The manager wants you back at the restaurant immediately. It's urgent. Zhao Lidong's heart skipped a beat. He set down his bowl and chopsticks. What's wrong, sister Sun? What happened at the restaurant? Sun Yulan finally caught her breath and said in a tone that was both tense and excited. Word came down from above. They say a high-ranking city official is coming to inspect our district, and they'll have lunch at our restaurant. Well, dine. Right here at our restaurant. Sun Yulan's words, like a basin of ice water, instantly extinguished the fervent atmosphere in the courtyard. The neighbors in the courtyard might not grasp the implication, but Zhao Lidong and Sun Yulan, who had come from the state-run restaurant, clearly understood the overwhelming weight behind those 6 words. A major leader from the city. This was several orders of magnitude more prestigious than the previous model worker commendation ceremony. That time it was only district-level leaders and model workers, but this time it was truly municipal level. In the year 1962, an era of strict hierarchy, a single word's difference meant a chasm between heaven and earth. When did this happen? Zhao Lidong's brow furrowed, instantly the smile vanishing from his face. Just now? The district office. The manager's legs went weak from the call. Chef Zhou panicked too and told me to find you immediately. Sun Yulan's face still bore a look of lingering shock. The manager said to stop eating and get back to the restaurant for an emergency meeting at once. Right this instant. Zhao Lidong understood the gravity of the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, he greeted the first uncle and Qin Shufan, not even bothering to untie his apron, and rushed out, pushing his bicycle. Lidong, ride slowly. Qin Shufan called out anxiously from behind. Zhao Lidong waved his hand without looking back and soon disappeared around the corner of the alley. At Donglishan restaurant, in the manager's office. When Zhao Lidong pushed open the door, the room was thick with smoke, the atmosphere so oppressive it felt as if it might solidify. Manager Old Ma was slumped in his chair, his complexion sallow, his eyes vacant. He chain-smoked cigarettes, the ashtray before him already piled high with butts. Zhou Dimeo sat on the sofa opposite, clutching his signature long-stem tobacco pipe, though it remained unlit. He repeatedly rubbed the pipe bowl with his fingers, his brow furrowed into a tight knot. Seeing Zhao Lidong enter, Old Ma sprang up from his chair as if spotting a savior. Lidong, you're fine. Manager Chef Zhou, what exactly is going on? Zhao Lidong asked directly. Old Ma took a large gulp of strong tea and said in a hoarse voice, Minister Chen from the district office just called personally. He said Deputy Mayor Wang, who oversees industry and commerce in the city, is coming to inspect our district today. At noon, he'll have a simple meal at our restaurant. Deputy Mayor Wang. Hearing that name, Zhao Lidong's heart also jolted. This Deputy Mayor Wang he had seen in some historical records from his past life. A pragmatic leader from the capital, renowned for his rigor, pragmatism, and incorruptibility. It was said he had little interest in fine dining, but could not tolerate the slightest flaw in work. Under his command, not a few cadres had been stripped of their posts for work errors. Minister Chen stressed repeatedly on the phone that this reception is not an ordinary meal, but an extremely serious political task. Deputy Mayor Wang dislikes extravagance and waste and demands simplicity, but there must be absolutely no mistakes. Old Ma's forehead beaded with cold sweat again as he spoke. These 2 words, simplicity, are harder than preparing a full Manchuhan banquet. Too few dishes, and we risk slighting the leader. Too many, and we risk being criticized for waste. Who can strike that balance? Old Ma lamented, tearing at his hair. Zhou Dimeo finally spoke, his voice somewhat dry. I've been mulling it over. Since the leader said it's a simple meal, we certainly can't serve delicacies from land and sea. My idea is to focus on classic home-style Lu cuisine dishes with a standard of 4 dishes and 1 soup. It will showcase our restaurant's skill without being excessive. 4 dishes and 1 soup. Old Ma clutched at the straw. Which 4 dishes? What soup? Zhou Dimeo pondered for a moment, then said slowly, 1 dish of braised sea cucumber with scallion. That's Donglishan's signature, impressive. 1 dish of sweet and sour pork fillet, tangy and appetizing. It worked well at the model worker banquet. Another dish of 9-turn large intestine. That test skill had done well. It will leave a deep impression on the leader. Finally, a lighter dish. Vinegar cooked cabbage, refreshing and cuts the grease. For soup, a hot and sour soup, appetizing and warming. The menu Zhou Dimeo proposed was conventional and safe. Every dish was a classic of Lu cuisine and his most confident offerings. In any setting, this menu would be fault. After hearing this, Old Ma's worried expression eased slightly. He turned to Zhao Lidong. Lidong, what do you think of Chef? Zhao Lidong had been listening quietly since he entered, his mind racing. Ding. Important banquet task detected, hosting a municipal leader. Analyzing target, Deputy Mayor Wang. Analysis result, Deputy Mayor Wang, 52 years old, native of Shandong. Joined the revolution early in life. Poor gastrointestinal function, or dietary preference for light, soft, and easily digestible food. Low tolerance for greasy stir-fried or overly strong-flavored dishes. Personality rigorous, rigid, detail-oriented, and logical. System suggestion: the menu should center on purity, freshness, mellowness, and harmony, highlighting the natural flavors of ingredients, avoiding excessive cooking and complex seasoning. The information from the system gave Zhao Lidong immediate clarity. Chef Zhou's menu, though classic, had the braised sea cucumber was heavy in oil. The 9-turn large intestine was heavy in flavor. The sweet and sour pork, though appetizing, might not please an old cadre with a weak stomach and a preference for light fare. This menu, seemingly foolproof, actually committed the cardinal sin of failing to cater to the guests' tastes. However, he could not openly contradict his master in front of the manager. That would embarrass Zhou Dimeo and make old Ma think he was arrogant. Zhao Lidong pondered for a moment, then looked up with a humble smile. Master's arrangement is naturally excellent. These dishes are our specialties, they will undoubtedly impress. He first affirmed Zhou Dimeo's plan, easing the old man's expression. Then he shifted his tone. However, I have a modest suggestion. Oh, do tell. Old Ma perked up immediately. I heard you say Deputy Mayor Wang is from Shandong. Although Lu cuisine is grand, its overall flavor is still quite... What do you think about adding a slightly lighter dish that showcases our refined skills to balance the flavors? A lighter one? Like what? Zhou Dimeo asked. Zhao Lidong smiled slightly and revealed the dish he had already calculated in his mind. For example, a steamed sea bass. Steamed sea bass. The moment the dish was mentioned, Old Ma and Zhou Dimeo were stunned. Isn't this too plain? Old Ma hesitated. Hosting a city leader with just a steamed fish. Isn't that a bit too homestyle? Homestyle. Zhao Lidong shook his head, confidence gleaming in his eyes. Manager master, the simpler the dish, the more it tests a cook's skill. A perfectly steamed fish is a supreme delicacy, while a poorly steamed one is just fishy mess. This dish best embodies our ultimate pursuit of heat control and ingredient quality. But, Zhou Dimeo frowned, raising the crucial issue. It's winter now. Where can we get live sea bass in the market? Frozen fish is too fishy, it's impossible to steam. Old Ma, hearing this, also felt it was a dead and the faint hope he had just kindled extinguishing again. Zhao Lidong looked at the two of them and said with confidence, Master Manager, leave the live sea bass to me. He looked at Zhou Dimeo with unwavering determination. If I can get a wild sea bass caught this morning from an ice hole in Hohai still lively and kicking, would you dare to entrust this dish to me? Zhou Dimeo gazed at his apprentice's strikingly bright eyes and listened to his words brimming with confidence and boldness. His mind was shaken. He was silent for a long time, then suddenly slapped his thigh. Fine. If you can get the live fish, this dish is you. Old Ma, as if infected by Zhao Lidong's confidence, gritted his teeth and said, Lidong, if you can pull this off, all the resources in the restaurant are at your disposal. Need money? He'll approve it. Need people? He'll assign them. Zhao Lidong nodded without another word and turned. He knew time was running out. He had to return here before noon with the fish that could determine the restaurant's fate. Zhou Dimeo watched Zhao Lidong's hurried, retreating figure, took a heavy gulp of tea from his cup, and then said something to Old Ma that left him bewildered. Old Ma, believe it or not, if that kid pulls this off today, the sky over Beijing's culinary world might just change. Old Ma stared at Zhou Dimeo, baffled by such high praise. Zhou Dimeo just smiled mysteriously and said softly, because that steamed sea bass has another name. What is it? Zhou Dimeo enunciated each word, the Dragon Gate that tests whether a cook can transcend from craftsman to master. Dragon Gate. Manager Old Ma was utterly bewildered, completely unable to grasp what Zhou Dimeo was. Zhou Dimeo, however, offered no further explanation. He simply picked up his treasured tobacco pipe again, filled it with shredded tobacco, and this time, he lit it steadily, taking a deep, slow drag. Amidst the swirling smoke, his deeply wrinkled face bore a complex expression, a mixture of tension and anticipation that no one else could decipher. He knew that Zhao Lidong was not merely heading to a banquet today, he was attempting to leap over the Dragon Gate that every chef dreamed of crossing. Meanwhile, Zhao Lidong emerged from the restaurant, mounted his bicycle, and shot through the streets and alleys of the capital like an arrow released from its bow. His destination was clear: Hohai, the Silver Ingot Bridge. The ingredient atlas function had already marked a precise coordinate in his mind. Rare ingredient info: wild Hohai base location beneath the Silver Ingot Bridge in Hohai, near the third ice hole at the southeastern corner of the ice layer. Fisherman Xing Laosan, one of the last winter fishermen in the capital. Active time every day from 5:00 a.m. to 1:00 a.m. The system's information was precise to an astonishing degree. Yet Zhao Lidong's mood was far from light. It was already 9:30 a.m., leaving only half an hour before the fisherman would pack up. He had to traverse most of the capital at breakneck speed from Donglishan in the southern city to Hohai in the north. The winter wind sliced across his face like a blade, but Zhao Lidong felt no cold. His heart burned like a blaze. The bicycle chain clattered loudly as he pedaled furiously, stirring up a gust of wind in the quiet morning alleys. Passing a grocery store, he suddenly slammed on the brakes, leaped off, and dashed inside. Comrade, give me a bottle of Hengshui Leobagan. The highest proof you've got. He slapped down some bills and a liquor coupon, grabbed the bottle, tucked it into his coat, and jumped back on the bike to continue his frantic ride. In the dead of winter, going out onto the ice empty-handed was out of the question. A bottle of strong liquor was the best icebreaker. This was his way of handling people both in his past and present life. A kind of stove diplomacy. Warm their hearts before they even see you. When Zhao Lidong arrived at the Silver Ingot Bridge on Hohai drenched in sweat, it was exactly 9:50 a.m. The vast surface of Hohai Lake was frozen solid with thick ice, a boundless expanse of white. In the distance, a few children in thick cotton-padded jackets glided across the ice on sleds, their laughter echoing across the empty lake. Following the system's guidance, Zhao Lidong spotted at once the hunched figure packing up fishing gear beside an ice. It was an old man who appeared to be in his 60s, clad in a worn sheepskin coat, his face deeply etched with the ravages of wind and frost. His hands were dark and rough like the bark of an ancient tree, yet his movements were swift. At his feet sat a wooden bucket containing a few lively crucian carp and a palm-sized common carp. Zhao Lidong stepped forward, exhaling white puffs of breath, and respectfully called out, "Old-timer packing up." The old man looked up, his murky yet exceptionally sharp eyes appraising Zhao Lidong. Without a word, he simply nodded and continued organizing his belongings. Zhao Lidong wasn't flustered. He pulled the unopened bottle of Hengshui Leobagan from his coat and offered it. "Old-timer, it's freezing cold. I came from the southern part of the city and brought a bottle to warm you up." Seeing the pristine bottle of Leobagan, the old man's movements paused. He lifted his eyelids and scrutinized Zhao Lidong once more. From the southern part of the city, the old man finally spoke, his voice hoarse as if scraped by sandpaper. "You came all the way from the south to see me. It can't be for these little crucian carps, can it? You have sharp eyes, old-timer." Zhao Lidong smiled and got straight to the point. "I want a base. A live one." At the word base, a flicker of barely perceptible surprise crossed the old man's usually impassive face. He set down his fishing net, straightened up, and squinted at Zhao Lidong. "Young man, you know your stuff. In the dead of winter, you know to come to the ice holes of Hohai for base." Zhao Lidong humbly replied, "I'm not an expert. I've just heard from the elders that the base from Hohai is different from... The flesh is tender and free of that muddy taste. It's a true delicacy of the capital." These words clearly struck a chord with the old man. "Well, you've got some sense, kid." The old man snorted through his nose, but his tone softened considerably. "But you're too late. I had bad luck today. Only caught one, and it was under a caddy. An old regular bought it this morning." Zhao Lidong's heart sank. Too late. What was he going to do? Without the base, the grand finale of today's banquet would be ruined. He refused to give up. His eyes swept over the old man's fishing gear until suddenly his gaze locked onto an inconspicuous small tank covered with a straw mat at the old man's feet. Something seemed to be moving inside that tank. A thought sparked in Zhao Lidong's mind. "Old-timer, don't joke with me." A confident smile spread across Zhao Lidong's face. "I know you've got more, and it's top quality." At his words, the old man's expression shifted slightly. "What nonsense are you spouting, kid?" Zhao Lidong didn't call him out directly. Instead, he crouched down, pointing at the old man's hands, which were covered in chilblains, and said slowly, "Old-timer, these hands of yours. They've been in the ice and water for decades. Such hands know what's underwater better than eyes do. If you really wanted to pack up, you wouldn't be tending to your net so meticulously. The reason you're still here is that you're waiting. Waiting for someone who knows the value and can pay the price." He then pointed at the unassuming small tank. "Good stuff is always kept hidden. The crucian carps in your bucket are for show. The real catch of the day is in that tank, am I right?" The old man was completely stunned. He stared at Zhao Lidong intensely, as if trying to bore two holes through him. He never dreamed that the little tricks head used for half a lifetime could be seen through so easily by a 20-year-old kid in just a few words. Was this kid human or a ghost? After a long silence, the old man let out a deep sigh, a wry smile spreading across his face. All right. Running into a customer like you, I Xing Laosan admit defeat." He walked over to the small tank and lifted the straw mat. Splashed. Water sprayed everywhere as a large fish, its body gleaming silver with blue-black spots on its back, long and robust, appeared before Zhao Lidong's eyes. The fish was at least 2 feet long and weighed over 3 caddies. It swam in the cramped tank, each flick of its tail brimming with explosive power. A true tough guy, raised in the wild. Ding. Found premium ingredient, wild Hohai 4-gill base. Age 3 years. Status extreme. Analysis: this species is a unique variant of Hohai, feeding on lake snails year-round, resulting in firm, sweet flesh, far surpassing ordinary base. Rating 10 stars. Epic ingredient. The moment Zhao Lidong saw the fish, his breath caught in his throat. His heart was pounding wildly. In his past life as a Michelin 3-star chef, he had handled countless top-tier ingredients, but none had ever stirred such a profound thrill and trembling from the depths of his soul as this fish did. "What do you think?" Xing Laosan's face bore a hint of pride. "I've been watching this fish for 3 years. I only coaxed it out of its lair this morning. In all of the capital, you won't find another." Zhao Lidong took a deep breath, forcing down his excitement. "Old-timer, name your price." Xing Laosan held up 5 fingers. 5 yuan, Zhao Lidong asked. That was already a steep price, equivalent to half a month's wages for an average worker. Xing Laosan shook his head. 50. Zhao Lidong raised an eyebrow. That was an astronomical sum. Xing Laosan shook his head again, looking Zhao Lidong straight in the eye and saying deliberately, "I don't want money." Huh. Zhao Lidong was taken aback. I have only one condition. The old man's gaze turned intensely serious. You must cook this fish right in front of me. If you waste it, I'll throw you into this ice hole to feed the fish today. Zhao Lidong looked at Xing Laosan's unwavering eyes and suddenly smiled. He knew that the man before him was no ordinary fisherman. He was a kindred spirit, someone who like him held an extreme reverence and awe for ingredients. Deal. Zhao Lidong agreed without hesitation. Old timer, come with me then. But the place where I'll cook is who's afraid of a little distance. Xing Laosan waved his hand boldly. To see what this fish becomes in the end, I'd walk through fire. At 1100 a.m., when Zhao Lidong appeared at the Donglishan kitchen with Xing Laosan and the precious base in a special tank, everyone was stunned. Zhou Dimeo's hands trembled with excitement as he circled the tank multiple times, muttering, "A treasure! A true treasure!" Old Ma was grinning from ear to ear and immediately approved a 50 yuan special procurement fund for Zhao Lidong, telling him to treat this bounty-bringing fishing god well no matter what. Zhao Lidong wasted no time, knowing the clock was ticking. He carefully transferred the base into a larger basin of clean water, letting it breathe for half an hour to purge any remaining impurities. Then he began the most important mise en place of his career. He wasn't just making a dish. He was crafting a work of art. Meanwhile, Wang Taizhu stood like a ghost in a far corner of the kitchen, his gaze complex as he watched the spirited young man surrounded by an admiring crowd. He saw Zhao Lidong take out a piece of pristine white cloth and polish his pitch-black cleaver over and over again. He saw Zhao Lidong carefully select a few perfect scallions and a piece of neatly shaped ginger from the spice rack. He even saw him scald the plate for the steamed fish with boiling water 3 times. That focus, that reverence, that almost pathological attention to every detail. It stirred in Wang Taizhu's heart an emotion he had never felt before: admiration. He suddenly understood where he had lost. It wasn't a loss of skill. It was a fundamentally different understanding of what it meant to be a chef. As noon approached, everything was ready. Zhao Lidong stood before the stove, gazing at the bass in the basin that was about to reach its pinnacle of fish existence, his mind a whirlwind. He couldn't sleep. Not from nerves, but from excitement. It had been so long since he'd felt this thrilled over a fish. He suddenly recalled a remark Xing Laosan had made on the way. "Young man, this fish is a treasure from head to tail, but the most exquisite part is the dragon's sinew along its back. Only a top-tier master with the fastest technique can extract it. If you've got the skill, let this old man feast his eyes." Dragon sinew. A confident smile curled at the corner of Zhao Lidong's lips. Just then from the front hall came manager Old Ma's voice, strained with suppressed excitement and tension. "They're here. The leader's motorcade has arrived at the entrance." "They're here. The leader's motorcade has arrived at the entrance." Manager Old Ma's shout rang out like a battle alarm, instantly freezing the air in the entire kitchen. The previously noisy environment fell silent at once, leaving only the roaring flames from the stove and the heavy breathing of the chefs. Everyone halted their tasks, their gazes fixed on the door, faces etched with tension and solemnity. This was a war without gunpowder smoke, and they were the soldiers about to step onto the battlefield. "What are you all standing around for? Take your positions." Zhou Dimeo's sharp roar shattered the dead silence. His wrinkled, aged face was taut, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, scanning the faces of every subordinate. "Check the plating. Any stray hairs? Any fingerprints? Hot dish team, keep a close watch on the stoves. If anyone's stove fails at this moment, they'll skin them alive. Pastry team, double-check the heat for the staples." Zhou Dimeo, like an experienced old general, made his final mobilization before the battle. His voice was low but carried an undeniable authority, quickly calming the flustered chefs and restoring order. Zhao Lidong stood before his designated stove, his heart as calm as still water. On the cutting board before him lay only 3 items: a pristine white, dry towel for wiping hands, a pitch-black kitchen knife honed to a mirror-like sharpness, and a large basin filled with the epic wild bass. Ignoring the tense atmosphere around him, he reached out and gently dipped his hand into the icy water. The bass seemed to sense something and trembled slightly in the water. Zhao Lidong didn't lift it out immediately. Instead, his fingers traced along the fish's spine from head to tail, softly caressing it. His movements were light and tender, as if soothing a frightened child. This was a habit he had cultivated in his past life. Before cooking any living creature, he would use his own body warmth and breath to have a final communion with it. It was not only a sign of respect for life, but also a mystical technique to allow the ingredient to reveal its most perfect flavor in the most relaxed and natural state. In a corner, Xing Laosan, who had been silently observing everything, saw Zhao Lidong's gesture, and a brilliant glint burst forth from his murky old eyes. A master. This kid was absolutely a top-tier master. That single move of soothing the fish and calming its spirit was enough to surpass 90% of the so-called chefs in the capital. Xing Laosan's anticipation for today's dish soared to its peak. Tea is being served in the front hall. First cold dish, prepare to serve in 5 minutes. Waitress Sun Yulan poked her head in from the door, quickly relayed the message, and then withdrew. The war had officially... Zhou Dimeo took a deep breath, positioned himself at the main stove, and bellowed, "Ignite the stoves. Heat the..." Whoosh! Several large woks were lit simultaneously. The blazing flames licked the bottoms of the woks, raising the temperature in the kitchen by several degrees. Today Zhao Lidong personally took charge of the most skill-demanding dish, 9-turn large intestine. He placed the prepared intestines into boiling oil, fried them until golden and crispy, then removed them. Next, he left a base of oil in the wok, added white sugar, and slowly stir-fried over low heat to create caramel color. This process was the ultimate test of heat control. If done too early, the color would be pale and the flavor weak. If done too late, the color would turn dark and the taste bitter. Zhao Lidong, a seasoned chef, kept his eyes locked on the caramel as it shifted from pale yellow to golden, then amber, and finally to a deep jujube red. Now, he abruptly tipped the fried intestines into the wok, simultaneously pouring in the pre-mixed secret sauce containing over a dozen seasonings. Sizzle! A loud crackling sound erupted and the rich aroma of the sauce and caramel instantly exploded in the kitchen. He tossed and stirred the wok, ensuring every piece of intestine was evenly coated in the glossy red sauce. Plated. A dish of 9-turn large intestine, glossy red, fragrant, and plump, was presented before everyone. Meanwhile, the second chef responsible for the braised sea cucumber with scallions was equally competent. He used premium broth to slowly braise the rehydrated sea cucumbers until tender, then stir-fried the capital's specialty large scallion segments in scallion oil until golden. He added the sea cucumbers and seasonings, then reduced the sauce over high heat. The entire kitchen entered a state of high-speed, yet orderly operation. The sounds of chopping, stir-frying, and the clashing of woks and spatulas interwove into a stirring symphony. Every dish from preparation to plating was strictly controlled within the allotted time. Feedback from the front hall continuously poured in through the waitstaff. The leader is very pleased with the cold dishes. Said the spiced beef has an excellent flavor. The braised sea cucumber with scallions is on the table. Vice Mayor Wang took a bite and nodded. The 9-turn large intestine is served. The leader said it tastes good, but it's a bit greasy. Upon hearing the last remark, Zhao Lidong's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. He knew his judgment had been slightly off. Vice Mayor Wang's palate was lighter than he had anticipated. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. The success or failure of this banquet seemed to rest entirely on the final dish, yet to be presented, the steamed base. All eyes involuntarily turned to the figure who had remained unmoved throughout. Zhao Lidong. He stood there like a stabilizing pillar in the midst of a storm, as if everything outside was He was waiting for the perfect moment. Steamed fish demanded a seamless execution. From killing the fish to serving it on the table, the time could not exceed 10 minutes. 1 extra minute and the sweetness of the fish would diminish. The final hot dish. Prepare to serve the fish. Finally, Zhao Lidong's voice rang out. Zhao Lidong's eyes snapped open, the sudden burst of sharp light, making everyone who saw it tremble inwardly. His left hand shot into the water basin, like lightning, precisely gripping the base gills and lifting it out of the water. The 3 catapulus fish struggled violently in his hand, its tail slapping the cutting board, sending water splashing everywhere. But Zhao Lidong's left hand remained as steady as a mountain without a hint of tremor. His right hand grasped the pitch-black kitchen knife. He didn't use the knife's spine to knock the fish's head. Instead, with the knife's tip at an almost inconceivable angle, he precisely pierced the base lower jaw, reaching the central nervous system. A soft puff sound was heard. In the next second, the base, which had been thrashing wildly, instantly went still, its body twitching only slightly before becoming completely motionless. This killing move was swift and clean, full of violent aesthetics, and maximally ensured that the fish's flesh wouldn't produce excess lactic acid from struggling, affecting the texture. Xing Laosan's pupils contracted sharply. Such a fast knife. Such a precise hand. Next came gutting, descaling, and cleaning. Zhao Lidong's movements were as fast as a blur. In everyone's eyes, it seemed he had used only a few breaths to clean the fish completely, leaving not a trace of blood or black membrane inside the belly. Then came the most critical step, scoring the fish. He laid the fish flat on the cutting board, and with the knife following the spine from head to tail, he sliced open the flesh skillfully, keeping the belly connected so the whole fish could stand on the plate like a peacock spreading its tail. This not only created an appealing presentation, but also ensured even heat distribution during steaming. Just then, Zhao Lidong made a move that baffled everyone. He suddenly picked up a silver needle as thin as a hair, tapped it lightly with the knife handle, and the needle shot through the fish's back, emerging from the other side. Then, pinching both ends of the needle with 2 fingers, he yanked it outward. A translucent vermicelli-thin, slightly elastic white tendon was completely pulled out from the fish's spine. The dragon tendon. He actually extracted the dragon tendon. Xing Laosan in the corner could no longer control his emotions, exclaiming in shock. Having fished all his life, he had only heard in legends that top imperial chefs possessed this miraculous skill of extracting tendons from afar. This dragon tendon was the primary source of the fish's fishy odor, deeply embedded on both sides of the spine and extremely difficult to remove. Ordinary chefs could only mask its flavor with heavy amounts of ginger, scallion, and cooking wine. But Zhao Lidong, with this near-miraculous technique, completely eradicated it. This meant that the dish he was about to make would have not a trace of fishiness. Only the purest, most exquisite sweetness of the fish itself. All the chefs in the kitchen were dumbfounded. They felt their worldview had been shaken like never before. This wasn't cooking, it was performing magic. But Zhao Lidong paid no heed to everyone's astonishment. He placed the prepared fish onto a preheated plate, sprinkled it with evenly cut scallion and ginger shreds without adding any cooking wine or extra seasonings. Then he opened the steamer that had been filled with steam and ready to go. He didn't put the fish in immediately. Instead, he hovered his palm over the steamer and closed his eyes. He was using his body to sense the steam's temperature, humidity, and flow. Intermediate heat control. Activate. In the thermal vision of his mind, the entire steamer became a three-dimensional diagram composed of countless heat currents. He could clearly see that the steam temperature in the center was the highest, reaching 105 degrees Celsius, while the temperature at the edges was slightly lower, only 98 degrees. No good. This temperature gradient would cause uneven doneness between the fish's back and belly. Zhao Lidong frowned. He suddenly scooped a ladle of cold water from a nearby bucket and with an unusual technique slowly drizzled it along the edge of the steamer. Sizzle. This tiny action instantly altered the heat circulation inside the steamer. In the view of his mind, the hottest currents originally concentrated in the center began to spread evenly outward. Within just a few seconds, the temperature inside the entire steamer reached a perfect balanced 100 degrees Celsius. Zhao Lidong's eyes snapped open, and he steadily placed the plate of base carrying everyone's hopes into the steamer. He covered the lid. He glanced at the clock on the wall and said calmly to Sun Yulan beside him, "Sister Sun, inform the front hall. In 7 minutes, prepare to receive the dish." Donglishan, back kitchen. Prepare to receive the dish in 7 minutes. Zhao Lidong's steady voice dropped like a stone into boiling oil, instantly igniting the entire back kitchen, yet plunging it into an eerie silence. Sun Yulan's body froze in place, her mouth slightly agape, taking a full 2 seconds to react. The color drained from her face as she scrambled toward the curtain, leading to the front hall, muttering tremulously, 7 minutes. 7 minutes. Oh my God. 7 minutes. From the moment the fish entered the pot to being served, only 7 minutes. This meant the front of house service process had to be compressed to the extreme. From the pass-through window to the main table, every action, plating, serving, introducing the dish, had to be as precise as a clockwork without the slightest error. This was no longer simple serving, it was a military operation racing against time. With Sun Yulan's disappearance, the taut string in the back kitchen seemed pulled even tighter. Every chef, whether chopping vegetables or preparing ingredients, stopped what they were doing. As if by unspoken agreement, they turned and fixed their gazes on the massive steamer billowing with steam, their eyes filled with awe and dread. What was steaming inside that pot? It was nothing less than the livelihood and future of every single person at Donglishan for the entire coming year. What are you all staring at? Are your tasks finished? Zhou Dimeo's roar crashed like thunder, snapping the dazed crew back to reality. His face ashen, he paced the kitchen like a lion inspecting its territory, his hawk-like eyes scrutinizing every— Wang Dashao, keep an eye on that broth. Turn the heat down by half a notch. If the color turns murky, he'll throw you in as seasoning. And you, Lier Motzi, your scallion shreds look like earthworms. Are you trying to give the leaders diarrhea? Zhou Dimeo's words spewed fire as he berated every subordinate mercilessly. Yet no one dared to talk back. Everyone knew the master was at his breaking point, venting pressure in the only way he could, because even Zhou Dimeo's own hand holding his tea mug was trembling slightly. Only 2 people were exceptions. One was Xing Laosan. The winter fisherman had been respectfully invited by old Ma to the cleanest corner of the back kitchen with a plate of peanuts and a pot of hot tea placed before him. But he hadn't touched a bite or a sip. The old man simply stared intently at Zhao Lidong's back, 2 blazing flames burning in his murky eyes. He had witnessed Zhao Lidong's masterstroke of splashing cold water on the pot's edge. He had seen the mysterious technique of calming the fish with a single hand. And he had beheld that lightning-fast, space-defying, divine knife technique that extracted the sinew. As a man who had dealt with fish all his life, he understood better than anyone what that series of maneuvers meant. It meant that Zhao Lidong's understanding of fish and cooking had reached a realm he had never dared to dream of. Today, he might be fortunate enough to witness the birth of a divine dish. The other person was Zhao Lidong himself. He stood before the stove, his back to everyone like a statue in deep meditation. The tension and clamor of the outside world seemed cut off from him. He neither glanced at the wall clock nor listened to the surrounding sounds. His entire mind was immersed in communion with the steamer. In his heat vision, the interior was no longer— it was a world of countless golden streams of heat, some swift, some gentle. He could see how each current of steam washed over the fish's body. He could hear the fish's fibers stretching, breaking, and reforming under the high temperature. He could even smell the umami substances within the flesh gradually awakening and being released. Time ticked by second. Each second felt like an eternity. When the second hand on the wall clock completed its final circuit and aligned with the minute and hour hands, Zhao Lidong's eyes snapped open. Lift the lid. He barked, donning thick cotton gloves, and without hesitation lifted the scorching lid. Boom! A burst of white steam, richer and purer than any before, erupted like a volcanic explosion shooting skyward. The steam carried an indescribable, exquisite fragrance. It was not the pungency of scallion or ginger, nor any seasoning. It was the most primal, pure, and authentic sweetness of fish flesh released at the perfect temperature and time. This aroma was overwhelmingly dominant, instantly overpowering all the kitchen's oil and sauce smells, gripping everyone's throat like a gentle yet powerful hand. Silence fell again in the back kitchen. Everyone was utterly conquered by the scent, mouths agape, breathing greedily, faces lost in ecstasy. Even Joe DiMaio, who had been roaring, fell silent. He sniffed deeply, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Was this still the smell of fish? It was nothing short of divine vapor. In the moment of everyone's daze, Zhao Lidong's movements never paused. He steadily brought out the scalding fish and placed it on the cutting board. The sea base in the dish, after 7 minutes of baptism, had reached the pinnacle of its existence. The fish's body arched slightly like a carp about to leap over the dragon gate. Its flesh was pure white like the finest mutton fat, jade without a trace of discoloration. Most miraculously, a thin layer of vapor seemed to linger between the skin and flesh, making the entire fish appear as if it were still alive. Beautiful. Xing Laosan in the corner could no longer contain himself, slapping his thigh and leaping to his feet. Zhao Lidong paid no attention. He removed the scallion and ginger shreds from the fish. These garnishes had fulfilled their duty, their aroma fully infused into the flesh. Then he sprinkled a fresh layer of tender scallion shreds cut as fine as hair. Next, he picked up another pot of oil that had been heating on the stove, now scorching hot. The oil in the pot was crystal clear without a wisp of smoke. But Zhao Lidong knew its temperature had reached 220 degrees, enough to awaken all aromas. He raised the oil pot high, aiming it at the fish on the plate. Everyone held their breath, eyes wide, fixed on his next move. They knew the final step of this dish, its most brilliant movement, was about to commence. Zhao Lidong tilted his... The scalding oil like a golden waterfall poured down onto the snow-white fish. Joe DiMaio watched his fingers gripping his pipe, turning white, lips trembling as he murmured, "This dragon gate. Will he be able to leap over it today?" Sizzle. A crisp and explosive sound, as if the most magnificent symphony had been struck in a silent... The scalding hot oil poured over the tender scallion shreds and snow-white fish fillets, instantly unleashing an incomparable scent explosion. The fragrance of scallions, the pungency of ginger, the savory aroma of soy sauce, and the inherent sweetness of the fish, catalyzed to perfection by the ingredient sublimation talent, carrying a hint of oceanic freshness, were perfectly fused, ignited, and elevated in that moment. That aroma was 10 times more domineering than the one that had emerged when the pot was first opened. If the earlier fragrance was a gentle hand, then this aroma was an olfactory storm, sweeping everything in its path. It no longer just crept into your nostrils, it crashed directly into your crown chakra, making your very soul tremble and submit before this ultimate fragrance. Oh my God! A young kitchen hand could no longer control himself. His eyes rolled back, and he staggered back 2 steps, plopping onto the ground with a blissful smile on his face. In the kitchen, everyone had gone mad. They craned their necks, greedily inhaling every deadly wisp of the aroma in the air, their expressions more infatuated than when gazing at a peerless beauty. Yet the most stunning thing was not this fragrance. It was the fish on the plate. The moment the hot oil was poured, that originally motionless sea base actually moved. Its flesh contracted sharply under the stimulation of the boiling oil. The snow-white jade-like meat bloomed open petal by petal like a chrysanthemum in full bloom. Each garlic clove piece of meat was clearly visible, distinct, and separate. The tail fin even curled up slightly, as if making its final effort before leaping. It's alive. The fish is alive. Someone let out a hysterical shriek. Everyone's eyes bulged as they stared fixedly at the plate, their faces etched with a shock that overturned their understanding. They had cooked their whole lives, killed fish their whole lives, yet never witnessed such a bizarre and miraculous scene. A fish that had been gutted and steamed had actually come back to life. This isn't coming back to life. In the corner, old man Xing's voice trembled. Tears streamed down his weathered, time-worn face. This is fish flesh in bloom. It is the ultimate of ultimates in heat control, where the vitality of the fish is perfectly sealed at the final moment and instantaneously bursts forth under the stimulation of hot oil, the highest realm. A divine skill. Truly a divine skill. Old man Xing could no longer stand. With a plop, he knelt down and kowtowed heavily in Zhao Lidong's direction. His kneeling was not to a man. It was to this skill, one that could commune with the divine. Zhao Lidong paid no attention to the commotion behind him. His eyes were fixed only on this plate of work that had reached perfection. "Serve," he commanded in a deep voice, steadily placing the plate on the tray at the serving window. Sun Yulan snapped back to reality as if struck by lightning. She looked at the steamed sea base on the plate, which resembled a piece of art swallowed hard, and used every ounce of her strength to steady the tray in her hands. She didn't even dare to run, as she could only take quick, mincing steps, moving as fast as possible toward the front hall. Time seemed to slow to a crawl in that moment. In the kitchen, you could hear a pin drop. Everyone held their breath, straining their ears, waiting for the final judgment from the front hall. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Every second felt like being fried in a wok of oil. Manager Lao Ma's face was pale with tension as he constantly wiped his sweat with a handkerchief, muttering under his breath, whether in prayer or curses no one could tell. Joe DiMaio clutched his cold tobacco pipe, staring fixedly toward the front hall, his expression more anxious than when he had waited outside the delivery room for his son's birth. Just as everyone was about to be driven mad by the suffocating pressure, The curtain to the front hall was suddenly yanked open with a loud swish. It was Sun Yulon. She rushed in like a gust of wind, her face twisted with a mix of ecstasy, shock, and disbelief. A nearly contorted expression. Her chest heaved violently. Because she had run too fast, she couldn't speak a word. She could only point a finger toward the front hall, her mouth opening and closing soundlessly. What is it? Speak up. What did the leader say? Lao Ma was nearly in tears from anxiety. He grabbed Sun Yulon's arm and shook her forcefully. Shaken back to her senses, Sun Yulon took a deep breath and then shouted with all her might, her voice earth-shattering. What silence? Lao Ma was taken aback. The front hall. Complete silence. Sun Yulon's voice, sharp and distorted with excitement, continued the moment the fish was served. The entire private room, from the city leaders to the district leaders, everyone stopped their chopsticks. Not a word was spoken. They just stared at that fish for a full half a minute. No one moved. And then, Zhao Lidong pressed on hoarsely. And then, Sun Yulon's eyes sparkled with unprecedented brilliance. Vice Mayor Wang himself picked up the serving chopsticks, took a piece of fish, and placed it in his own bowl. After tasting it, he said nothing. He simply took a second piece, then a third, until he had eaten nearly half the fish by himself, and then he put down his chopsticks. Hiss. A collective intake of breath sounded in the kitchen. A city leader renowned for his incorruptibility and indifference to culinary pleasures had during a banquet eaten half a fish by himself. This wasn't just delicious, it was so delicious that he had forgotten his own persona. Then, what did he finally? Lao Ma's voice quivered like a sieve. Sun Yulon looked at the expectant faces, cleared her throat, and imitating Vice Mayor Wang's calm, yet authoritative tone, slowly said, "This fish is well prepared." Just those 5 words. Just those 5 words. Sun Yulon nodded affirmatively. After that, he told Minister Chun beside him to have our restaurant write a detailed report on how to make this dish. He wants to take it back and have the city's major canteen study and promote it. Boom. Those words were like an atom bomb detonating in the kitchen. Have the city's major canteen study and promote it. What did that mean? It meant that Zhao Lidong's dish was no longer a simple dish. It had become a benchmark, a model, a template personally certified by the city leader, representing the highest standard of culinary art in the capital. Oh, my heavens. Lao Ma's eyes rolled back. He felt dizzy and nearly fainted from sheer happiness. He knew his gamble had paid off. Not only was his official position saved, but it was also about to be gilded with a layer of shining gold. After a few seconds of dead silence, the entire kitchen erupted in earth-shattering cheers. We won. We won. Lidong is incredible. The chefs embraced each other like children, jumping and dancing, venting their excitement and joy. Only Zhao Lidong remained still. He slowly turned around and walked up to the young man, who had remained calm from start to finish. He looked at his apprentice, his old face flushed with emotion, and broke into a smile that was more awkward than a cry. He reached out his trembling hand and heavily patted Zhao Lidong on the shoulder. Once, twice, 3 times. He said not a single word. But Zhao Lidong could feel in those heavy and powerful pats the deepest, most fervent recognition and pride from a strict master. Zhao Lidong's eyes also grew slightly moist. Just then Lao Ma rushed over again, a fawning smile on his face, rubbing his hands together, and said, "Lidong, don't rest just yet. The banquet has just ended, and the accompanying Minister Chun specifically requested to come to the kitchen to have a look. Lidong, don't rest just yet. The banquet's over, but Minister Chun, who accompanied the guests, specifically requested to see the kitchen." Manager Ma's words instantly shifted the atmosphere in the kitchen, which had barely settled from its earlier elation into something subtly tense. Minister Chun, the top-ranking official overseeing their commercial and logistics units in the district. What business did he have in the kitchen? The cooks' cheers abruptly ceased as they exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes tinged with nervousness and uncertainty. Ordinarily, after a successful reception, the leaders would have headed straight back. For Minister Chun to specifically visit the kitchen at this juncture, what could he possibly be plotting? What are you all standing around for? Clean up the stoves. Wipe the floor dry. Don't let the leaders see this mess. Ma, ever the seasoned manager snapped into action, barking orders. The kitchen descended into a flurry of activity once more. Zhao Lidong also picked up a cloth ready to tidy his own cutting board. Don't move. Zhao Lidong firmly grasped his hand. The old man cast him a profound glance and whispered, "Just stand there. Do nothing. Say nothing. When Minister Chen asks questions, he'll handle it." A warmth surged through Zhao Lidong's heart as he nodded. He understood his master was shielding him. Those in officialdom all harbored deep thoughts. Until he discerned the visitor's intent, concealing one's abilities was always the wisest course. Soon the office curtain was pushed aside. A middle-aged man in a gray mouse suit, wearing black-rimmed glasses and exuding an air of refinement, stepped in with a genial smile, accompanied by Manager Ma. This was Minister Chun. Unlike the imposing leaders one might imagine, Minister Chun carried not a shred of arrogance. Upon entering, he didn't first listen to Ma's report, but instead wandered curiously around the kitchen. He examined the cured meat hanging here, inspected the dried goods soaking there, and even approached the stove, pinching some. His demeanor resembled not an inspection, but that of an inquisitive diner exploring an intriguing kitchen. Not bad. The fire's robust, good coal. Minister Chen dusted off his hands with a satisfied nod. His gaze swept across the kitchen before settling on You must be Zhao Lidong, Chef Zhao. Minister Chen stepped forward with a smile, extending his hand. Flattered Zhao Lidong hastily wiped his hands on his apron before shaking it. I don't deserve such honor, Minister Chen. You know me. Haha, how could I not? Minister Chen laughed heartily. When I first started working in this district, I heard that Dong Lishun had a master chef of Lu cuisine with a temper as fierce as the stove fire, but skills second to none across the entire southern city. These words flushed Zhao Lido's aged face red, and he chuckled sheepishly in embarrassment. After a few pleasantries bridged their rapport, Minister Chen finally steered toward the main topic. His expression turned earnest as he gazed at Zhao Lidong, offering heartfelt praise. Chef Zhao, today's meal was truly authentic. Especially that final dish, the steamed sea bass. The heat control and flavor were nothing short of perfection. I've accompanied Deputy Mayor Wang to countless meals over the years, yet this is the first time I've seen him lavish such high praise on a single dish. Upon hearing this, the surrounding cooks puffed out their chests, pride shining on their faces. Zhao Lidong's heart brimmed with joy, though he humbly replied, "It's all thanks to the leader's graciousness. We just muddled through. Chef Zhao, there's no need for modesty." Minister Chen waved his hand, then, as if recalling something, asked curiously, "But I'm a bit puzzled. This steamed sea bass doesn't quite match your usual bold, robust Lu cuisine style, does it? It carries hints of the extreme pursuit of original flavors in Cantonese cuisine. Did you personally prepare this dish?" Here it comes. The real topic had finally arrived. Everyone present felt their hearts leap into their throats. Zhao Lidong glanced at the silent Zhao Lidong beside him, his face breaking into a deeply proud smile. Instead of answering directly, he stepped aside to reveal Zhao Lidong behind him. "Minister Chen, you have an excellent eye. This dish wasn't made by me." Zhao Lidong's voice rang out loud and proud. "It was made by my newly accepted apprentice, Zhao Lidong." Swish. Minister Chen's gaze, like twin searchlights, instantly locked onto Zhao Lidong. He scrutinized the still somewhat youthful young man, his eyes brimming with surprise and curiosity. "So young. That steamed fish, which even Deputy Mayor Wang had praised endlessly, was made by this mere greenhorn?" Minister Chen asked. "Yes, Minister Chen," Zhao Lidong replied with neither humility nor arrogance. "That fish, from killing to serving, how long did it take?" 9 minutes and 47 seconds. Zhao Lidong answered without a moment's hesitation, the words flowing out. This precise down-to-the-second response made Minister Chen's pupils contract slightly. He knew it signified the young man's absolute confidence and mastery over every step of his cooking. Why steam it for 7 minutes? Minister Chen pressed further, his question even more incisive and demanding of theoretical depth. Zhao Lidong paused briefly before speaking slowly. His voice was low, yet every word rang crystal clear. Because that fish from head to tail weighed 3 catties and 4 tails. After scaling, gutting, and removing gills, the net weight was 2 catties and 9 tails. The thickest part of the body measured 4 fingers wide. Today's kitchen temperature is 22 degrees Celsius, and I controlled the steam at exactly 100 degrees. According to the law of heat conduction, for a fish of this size to reach the critical state where the flesh is cooked but the juices remain sealed from skin to the deepest spine, the time required is precisely 7 minutes. No more, no less. 1 extra second, and the fish fibers will contract from excessive heat, making the texture dry and tough. 1 second less, and the meat near the spine will retain a raw, fishy taste while the umami won't be fully unleashed. Zhao Lidong delivered these words deliberately, as if reciting a lesson long committed to memory. But to those listening, it sounded nothing short of fantastical. The kitchen fell into dead silence. Every cook, including Zhao Lidong, stared at Zhao Lidong as if they had cooked their entire lives relying on experience and instinct, knowing when to add ingredients and when to remove them, all based on the vague notion of about right. But Zhao Lidong, he had turned cooking into a rigorous, quantifiable physics problem. He factored in temperature, weight, time, and even the law of heat conduction. Was this still a chef? He was a scientist disguised in a cook's uniform. Even Minister Chen was utterly stunned. He stared blankly at Zhao Lidong, and after a long pause forced out 2 words from his throat. "Prodigy." Then he suddenly laughed. He laughed with immense joy and unrestrained delight. He walked up to Zhao Lidong, and like Zhao Lidong, gave him a firm pat on the shoulder. "Young man, well done. You have both skill and knowledge. Our country's culinary industry needs talents like you." Minister Chen looked at Zhao Lidong, his eyes filled with admiration and expectation. "Keep up the good work. If you ever need help or face any grievances, come straight to my office." He paused, then added in a tone meant only for the two of them. "I don't have many hobbies, just a fondness for good food. When you get a chance, cook a meal just for me." With that, Minister Chen said no more, turned and left the kitchen with a smile, flanked by Manager Ma and Zhao Lidong. The entire kitchen remained immersed in the shock of that scientific cooking theory, unable to snap out of it for a long. Zhao Lidong knew that Minister Chen's final words, though seemingly casual, carried a weight 1,000 times heavier than any monetary reward or promotion. It was an invisible ticket to a higher platform. He let out a long sigh, feeling all his fatigue wash away. But just then a voice dripping with sycophancy sounded behind him. "Junior brother Lidong. Oh my, you're simply everything you said just now. I've never even heard of it. You've truly brought honor to our master and to Dong Lishun." Zhao Lidong turned around. He saw Wang Taizhu approaching with a cup of hot tea, his face wreathed in flattery, his back bent nearly parallel to the ground. From now on, if there's any dirty or tiring work in the kitchen, just call on your senior brother. Don't stand on ceremony with me. From now on in the kitchen, if there's any dirty or heavy work, just call on me, senior brother. Don't hesitate to ask. Wang Taiyi's voice brimmed with warmth and flattery, a stark contrast to his resentful and gloomy demeanor from a few days ago. He carefully handed the cup of hot tea to Zhao Lidong, his face plastered with a smile brighter than a blooming chrysanthemum. The other chefs in the kitchen watched this scene, their faces openly displaying contempt and disdain. Hey, look at that Wang Tieju, what a bootlicker. Truly a weather vane swaying whichever way the wind blows. Just a few days ago he was scheming to trip up Lidong, and now he's practically kneeling and calling him dad. The whispers, though kept low, reached Wang Taiyi's ears in fragments. His face flushed alternately red and white, and his hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. Yet he swallowed this humiliation, his smile growing even more servile. He knew he had become the laughingstock of the entire. But so what? Could pride be eaten? He had witnessed with his own eyes how Zhao Lidong had captivated the city leaders with a single dish. He had heard with his own ears the priceless promise made by Minister Chun. He understood better than anyone that from this day forward Zhao Lidong was no longer the lowly apprentice he could bully or secretly envy. He was a rising star, a dormant dragon about to soar to the heavens. To continue opposing him would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, a suicidal folly. So he had to change. Even if it meant groveling, he had to cling tightly to this powerful figure. Zhao Lidong looked at this senior brother whose demeanor had shifted so drastically and saw right through him. He didn't take the tea, nor did he speak. He merely watched Wang Taiju silently, a faint elusive smile playing. That smile, though subtle, cut like a sharp blade, laying bare Wang Taiyi's pathetic pretense. Wang Taiju felt deeply uneasy under his gaze, a fine sheen of cold sweat breaking out on his forehead, and the teacup in his hand trembled even more violently. Senior brother, why aren't you drinking? I brewed this especially for you, fine jasmine tea. Senior brother, Zhao Lidong finally spoke, his voice calm. I heard that a couple of days ago you told people we were childhood friends, that we grew up. Wang Taiyi's face instantly turned ashen. He hadn't expected his private boasting to reach Zhao Lidong's ears. I said that because I felt close to you, junior brother. Wang Taiju stammered, trying to explain, but Zhao Lidong cut him off with a smile. He'll pass on the tea. I appreciate the thought. He walked past Wang Taiju and said indifferently, from now on just wash the vegetables well. Make sure they're clean. With that he walked towards the locker room without looking back, leaving Wang Taiju standing there frozen, holding the cup of tea, his face darker than the soot at the bottom of a pot. The surrounding chefs couldn't help but burst into laughter at the sight. Zhao Lidong's handling of the situation, seemingly casual, was more ruthless than a slap in the face. He disdained to bicker with such a petty man, yet he had clearly drawn the line. We are not of the same kind. The success of this reception task brought unprecedented honor to Donglashan. Manager Ma immediately announced that everyone's bonus for this month would be doubled. Furthermore, in the name of the restaurant, he formally submitted an application to the head office requesting an exceptional promotion for Zhao Lidong from a third-level kitchen worker directly to a first-level kitchen worker. Although Zhou Dimeo had previously suggested holding back, this achievement was too great. So great that Manager Ma felt that not granting a first-level title would be an injustice to the halfish that Vice Mayor Wang had devoured. Everyone in the restaurant, from the manager down to the assistants, looked at Zhao Lidong with completely changed eyes. It was a complex gaze mixed with admiration, reverence, and even awe. They knew that this young man had already transcended their level. In the evening, Zhao Lidong, exhausted yet immensely fulfilled, returned to the courtyard house. Before he even entered the gate, he saw Qin Shufan holding her daughter Xiaomon, anxiously peering out from the doorway. Upon seeing Zhao Lidong, Qin Shufan's eyes lit up, and she quickly hurried over. Lidong, you're back. How did it go? Smoothly. Her tone was filled with concern, her worry completely unveiled. Uncle Dong. Xiaoman poked her little head out from her mother's arms and called out in a babyish voice. Seeing this mother and daughter who seemed like a wife and child waiting for their husband to return home, a wave of warmth washed over Zhao Lidong, dispelling most of the day's fatigue. Don't worry, Sister Qin, everything went well. He smiled and ruffled Xiaoman's hair. That's good, that's good. Qin Shufan sighed in relief, then, as if remembering something, she pulled a still steaming oil paper packet from her bosom. I saved some dumplings for you, just reheated. You should eat them while they're hot. Zhao Lidong took the warm packet, and a certain place in his heart was completely filled by a warmth called home. Just as he was about to say something, Jia Donglai's distinctive raspy voice rang out from the courtyard. Oh my, our courtyard's great hero is back. Lidong, you're truly remarkable. I've heard all about it. Even the big city officials are full of praise for your cooking. Jia Donglai scurried out in a few quick steps, his face sporting a flattering smile, even more exaggerated than Wang Taiyi's. Come inside. Everyone's been waiting to celebrate your success. Zhao Lidong was taken aback. Stepping into the yard, he found it even livelier than during the morning dumpling making. Almost every household had brought out small stools and gathered in the center of the yard. Though there were no fine dishes on the table, each family had contributed some snacks like peanuts and melon seeds. Uncle Lu Guangfu, the head elder, had even somehow procured a case of beer and was cheerfully distributing it to everyone. Lidong's back. Quickly make room for our hero. Seeing Zhao Lidong, Uncle Liu's face beamed with joy. Zhao Lidong looked at this warm and sincere scene. He knew this was the life he wanted. One filled with the warmth of hearth and home, with human kindness. With people willing to wait for him at the door, and neighbors who would genuinely cheer for his success. He took the beer handed to him by Uncle Liu, and was about to say a few polite words when suddenly the long-absent system notification sound rang in his mind without warning. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden quest, Dragon's Leap. Quest evaluation perfect. Quest reward chef god points 500. Unlocked special recipe steamed cabbage and supreme broth. Due to the host's exceptional innovation and theoretical knowledge displayed during the quest, a chain challenge quest has been triggered. 7 days of Genesis. Zhao Lidong's breath caught in his throat. A chain challenge quest. What was this? Before he could ponder it, the system's cold electronic voice sounded again. Host, a friendly reminder. This quest is a bit difficult. Host, a friendly reminder. This task is a bit tough. The system's teasing prompt sent Zhao Lidong. Tough. How tough could it be? He immediately sank his consciousness into his mind to examine the challenge task, called 7-Day Genesis. Chain Challenge Task 7-Day Genesis Task Description. A true culinary master not only masters delicacies, but can also turn the mundane into the miraculous using the most ordinary ingredients to create the most astonishing flavors. Please create one unprecedented, groundbreaking, innovative dish each day for the next week 7 days using a common, inexpensive vegetable as the main ingredient. Task requirements 1. Originality. The dish must be the host's original creation, not copied from any existing recipe, including those in the system mall. 2. Groundbreaking. The dish must profoundly challenge and subvert traditional perceptions of the main ingredient in appearance, texture, or flavor. 3. Recognition. Each daily creation must earn sincere praise, verbal or internal, from at least 10 individuals not associated with the system. Task reward. For each successful day, earn 200 chef god points. If all 7 days are completed successfully, receive the ultimate reward, the Junior Flavor Master skill, plus a one-time bonus of 1,000 chef god points. After reading this lengthy task description, Zhao Lidong gasped. This task was more than just a bit tough. It was devilishly difficult. An original dish every day using the cheapest vegetables as the main ingredient. And the evaluation criteria were so vague. Groundbreaking concepts, sincere praise. Did the system want him to stage a molecular gastronomy show in a 1962 Beijing courtyard? But when Zhao Lidong saw the final reward, his heart, pounding with shock, was instantly replaced by a blazing fire. The Junior Flavor Master skill. This was one of the core skills in the skill tree, on par with knife skills and heat control. His current culinary prowess, though seemingly divine, was largely supported by the passive talent, ingredient sublimation, and his past life experience. In the realm of seasoning, the ultimate test of a chef's inspiration and creativity, he still had a weakness. Acquiring this skill meant he would truly possess the ability to create and combine flavors. At that moment, his culinary art would truly step into a new realm. Amen. A surge of unprecedented battle spirit and excitement swelled in Zhao Lidong's heart. Innovative dishes. That was his forte and obsession from his past life. Creating miracles with ordinary ingredients. Wasn't that the greatest charm of cooking? His mind began to race. 7 days, 7 vegetables, 7 groundbreaking dishes. A bold and wild plan gradually took shape in his thoughts. Day 1, the humblest white radish. What could radish do? Stew. Salad. Too ordinary. He would turn it into a hearty dish everyone would fight over. Call it imitation bear paw. Day 2, Chinese cabbage. Vinegar stir-fry. Sautéed cabbage. Boring. Cabbage layers resembled gold ingots. Head make an exquisite fortune and wealth dish. Day 3, tofu. Mapo tofu. Homestyle tofu. Too small-minded. Head use a block of tofu to create a luxurious golden fortune bag. Day 4, potatoes. Shredded potatoes. Potato chunks. Too mediocre. Head transform potatoes into hair-thin dragon whiskers, crafting a golden silk tangle to test extreme knife skills. Day 5, eggplant. Day 6, winter melon. Day 7. One after another, wild and imaginative dish names and concepts collided and flashed in his mind. The feeling was even more exhilarating and captivating than when he had just completed the city leader's reception. Lidong, what are you thinking about? Uncle Lu Guangfi's voice pulled Zhao Lidong back from his reverie. Huh, nothing, uncle. Zhao Lidong snapped back, raising his beer bottle with a smile. I'm just happy. Today's meal earned the leader's approval thanks to all my colleagues at the restaurant and the neighbors in the courtyard for their daily. I propose this first toast to everyone. Cheers. A chorus of approval rang out in the courtyard. Everyone raised their glasses and bottles, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. But just as Zhao Lidong was about to down his drink, his peripheral vision caught a figure that surprised him. The newly moved-in Fong Deshang stood at his own doorstep, holding a cup of tea, not joining the courtyard celebration. He just watched from afar with a smile, but behind that smile seemed to hide an inscrutable depth. When Zhao Lidong's gaze met his, Fong Deshang raised his teacup in a distant salute, then turned and went back inside. This gesture stirred Zhao Lidong's thoughts. Fong Deshang was indeed a clever man. He knew he was new and lacked a firm footing. Barging into this spontaneous celebration would seem forced and awkward. He chose a stance of detachment, while maintaining attention, preserving his dignity, and expressing goodwill. This was Zhao Lidong downed his beer in one gulp, raising his assessment of this new neighbor another notch. Early the next morning, when the courtyard rooster first crowed, Zhao Lidong was already up. Instead of heading straight to the restaurant, from the nearby cellar, he brought out a hefty white radish as thick as a child's arm. It was left over from Aunt Jean's family's dumpling making a couple days ago. Zhao Lidong rinsed the radish in well water. Its snowy skin gleamed under the morning light. His actions soon caught the attention of early rising neighbors. "Hey Lidong, up so early. Going to pickle radish?" Jia Donglai yawned as he came out to empty his chamber pot, eyeing the radish with a sneer. "I say, Lidong, you're a big chef now, why bother with this radish? It's bland and tasteless, gives you heartburn. What's good about it?" Zhao Lidong just smiled mysteriously. "Brother Jia, you can't say that." He weighed the white radish in his hand, his eyes gleaming with near fanatical light. "Today I'll show you how this humblest white radish becomes a mountain-ansia delicacy everyone will fight over." With that, he took the radish to a makeshift table in the center of the courtyard. From his cloth bag, he pulled out his prized black cleaver polished to a mirror shine. Hearing there was a show, the neighbors perked up and gathered around, even a few aunties who had just woken up still uncombed threw on coats and came out. They all wanted to see what tricks this young man, already nearly legendary as a chef god, would perform with this big white radish. Zhao Lidong took a deep breath, pressed the radish firmly with his left hand, and his right hand moved the cleaver. With a flick of his wrist, the heavy knife seemed weightless. Blades flashed too fast for the eyes. A rapid rain on banana leaves rhythm of thud, thud, thud filled the massive white radish under his knife was transforming in an unbelievable way. Peeling, cutting, shaping. Zhao Lidong's movements were fluid and rhythmic, dazzling and mesmerizing the onlookers. In less than a minute, the whole radish became a pile of identical-sized, equally thick, uniformly shaped meat. Everyone stared wide-eyed, incredulous at the radish cubes on the table. Each was about 3 centimeters square, with a few evenly deep cuts on the sides. They looked 7 or 8 parts similar to diced pork belly ready for braising. What's this for? What's the use of just cutting it to look like meat? Can radish taste like pork? Jia Donglai muttered, his face. Zhao Lidong ignored him, soaking the cut radish cubes in a basin of lightly salted water to remove the pot. Then he brought out a pot of dark, mysteriously aromatic liquid from his room, his treasured immortal marinade. He poured the marinade into a pot, added soy sauce, rock sugar, and a few common spices, and set it to boil. When the marinade bubbled and filled the air with fragrance, he fished out the soaked radish cubes, drained them, and carefully placed them into the pot. Instead of high heat, he turned the flame to the lowest, letting the radish cubes slowly simmer in the rich marinade. The aroma of marinade and radish began to spread through the courtyard. It was a complex fragrance. The richness of spices mingled with the radish's natural sweetness. With the boost from the ingredient sublimation talent, the radish's cell walls softened, and it absorbed the marinade's essence like a greedy sponge. Its bland texture was undergoing a revolutionary change. After about half an hour, Zhao Lidong lifted the lid. The radish cubes in the pot had been dyed a tempting saucer, glistening with a layer of oily sheen, plump and rich, like tender, flavorful braised pork. "My God, they look just like meat," an auntie exclaimed. But it wasn't over. Zhao Lidong fished out the braised meat cubes and drained them. Then in another pan, he melted a spoonful of brown sugar with minimal oil. When the sugar turned caramel-colored and bubbled finely, he tossed in the meat cubes, stir-frying quickly to coat each piece evenly in a glossy glaze. Sizzle. A burst of caramel-sweet meaty aroma exploded. Now everyone was stunned. If it just looked like meat before, now this dish, in color gloss, even the scent, was indistinguishable from a plate of freshly cooked premium braised pork. Zhao Lidong plated the braised pork, even sprinkling a pinch of vibrant green scallions for authenticity. He carried the plate of convincingly fake radish braised pork to the dumbfounded neighbors and said with a smile, "Come on, everyone, try my new dish, vegetarian braised meat." Jia Donglai stared, unable to believe it was made from radish. He was the first to reach out with chopsticks, grabbing the biggest piece and shoving it into his mouth. The moment the meat entered his mouth, Jia Donglai froze. His small, always shrewd eyes bulged so wide they seemed about to pop out. He looked up at Zhao Lidong as if at a deity, his lips trembling as he stammered, Is this really a radish?" Jia Donglai's voice cracked with extreme shock, sharp as a cat whose tail had been stepped on, piercing the quiet morning of the courtyard. His eyes bulged wide. The piece of braised pork, in his mouth, crimson and glossy, had not yet been fully chewed, but its overpowering familiar meaty aroma, mixed with an unprecedented sweetness, had already crashed through all his taste defenses like a dam bursting. The texture was soft and glutinous, melting on the tongue, with just the right amount of chewiness, much like the finest belly pork simmered for a full 4 hours. Fatty without being greasy, lean without being dry. But as his teeth gently ground it, a unique sweetness from the radish seeped through the rich meaty fragrance, like a clear spring trickling from a mountain valley. This sweetness did not dilute the meat aroma. Instead, like the most skilled comic foil, it accentuated the savory richness, making it more layered and perfectly neutralizing the last hint of oiliness from the brine and caramel. For a moment, the robust meat sent the bold brine, the crisp sweetness, and the faint bitterness of caramel exploded in his mouth in turns, yet they intertwined, perfectly creating an intoxicating, irresistible flavor. Zhao Lidong was completely dumbfounded. In his 30-plus years, he had eaten no less than 100 caddies of pork, but he swore he had never tasted such a miraculous meat in his life. This thing had the texture of meat, the aroma of meat, and even the satisfaction after eating was exactly like meat. Yet it also carried the freshness of radish, making one crave a second piece without any worry of greasiness. It was the ultimate evolution of meat. Oh heavens! Zhao Lidong mumbled, indistinctly ignoring his own question. His chopsticks fell like raindrops as he picked up another piece and eagerly stuffed it into his mouth. The other neighbors in the courtyard, already enchanted by the irresistible aroma, were drooling uncontrollably. Seeing Zhao Lidong's thunderstruck expression only deepened their curiosity. Old Zhao, speak up. Is it really made from radish? Look at him. It must be delicious. Lidong, can any have a taste too? Zhao Lidong watched the crowd's eager faces, a triumphant smile spreading across. This was exactly the effect he wanted. On the first day of the 7-day Genesis, he aimed to overturn everyone's perception of ordinary ingredients in the most direct and shocking way. Everyone, don't rush. There's enough for all. Zhao Lidong smiled, placing the plate of vegetarian braised meat at the center of the table. Help yourselves. With that command, the long-anticipating neighbors surged forward like wolves descending on prey. A dozen chopsticks flew in a chaotic dance over the plate. Hey, don't grab. That piece was mine. And Zhang, you're too ruthless. 3 pieces at once. Save some for me. I haven't even tasted it yet. Uncle Lu Guangfu, abandoning his status as the head of the courtyard, used his long arms to snatch a piece and shove it into his mouth. The next second, Lu Guangfu froze. He closed his eyes, his Adam's apple bobbing his face, mirroring Zhao Lidong's ecstatic expression. After a long moment, he slowly opened his eyes and let out a deep sigh of breath carrying a mesmerizing exotic fragrance. Incredible. Uncle slapped his thigh, his voice trembling with awe. Lidong, have you become a god? This isn't radish. It's better than bear paw. His heartfelt praise ignited the atmosphere. Delicious. So delicious. I've never eaten anything this good in my life. How can radish be so soft? No spiciness or fibers at all. Sweet, salty, savory, fresh. Oh my, the flavor is so complex. Lidong, what magical seasoning did you add? The aunties, who had initially come out of curiosity, were now utterly frenzied. After finishing one piece, they immediately reached for another, channeling the same ferocity they usually reserved for haggling over cabbage into grabbing the meat. Within 2 minutes, the large plate of vegetarian braised meat was devoured clean. Even the oily sauce at the bottom was wiped up by a quick-handed auntie using a cornbread, leaving the plate gleaming like a mirror. The neighbors licked their lips, reluctantly staring at the empty plate, with faces full of bewilderment and shock. They felt their worldview had been utterly overturned by an ordinary white radish that morning. Ding! The dish, vegetarian braised meat, has received heartfelt praise from over 10 people. The 7-day Genesis Challenge Mission 17 is complete. Reward chef points 200. Hearing the system's notification in his mind, Zhao Lidong felt a surge of satisfaction. The first shot had been fired successfully. Qin Shufan did not join the rush, holding her daughter, Xiaoman, quietly at the edge of the crowd. She watched the man surrounded by neighbors, a confident smile on his face, and saw the genuine joy on their faces because of his dish. A complex light flickered in her eyes. There was joy and pride, but more than that, a faint sense of loss and distance. She felt that Zhao Lidong was like an eagle already spreading its wings to soar high, while she could only look up from the ground, watching him fly farther and farther away. Mommy, I want meat too. Xiaoman tugged at Qin Shufan's clothes, pitifully drawn by the lingering aroma in the air. Qin Shufan snapped back to reality, a bitter smile on her face. She felt too embarrassed to ask Zhao Lidong for any at that moment. Just then, a hand holding a small enamel bowl appeared before her. The bowl held 4 or 5 steaming crimson pieces of vegetarian braised meat, topped with chopped green onions. Sister Qin, I saved some for you and Xiaoman. Zhao Lidong had somehow emerged from the crowd, smiling warmly at her. His smile seemed especially gentle in the moment. Qin Shufan's heart trembled. She looked up into his clear eyes, and the inexplicable sense of loss was instantly replaced by a wave of warmth. So no matter how high he flew, he was still watching over her. Thank you, she said, taking the bowl, her voice tinged with a sob she hadn't noticed. Don't stand on ceremony with me. Zhao Lidong smiled and gently pinched Xiaoman's chubby cheek. Xiaoman, try this and see if Uncle Dong's magic trick tastes good. Thank you, Uncle Dong, Xiaoman said in her childish voice, then eagerly grabbed a piece with her little hand and stuck. It's better than real meat. The little girl's eyes narrowed into slits with happiness. Watching the content mother and daughter, Zhao Lidong's heart filled with tenderness. Meanwhile, at the other end of the courtyard, the door of the new neighbor Fong Deshang's house had quietly opened a crack. Fong Deshang did not come out. He stood behind the door, silently watching the lively, heartwarming scene through the night. His gaze finally rested on the licked clean plate, then shifted to Qin Xiaoman, who was eating the meat in small bites. His face was expressionless, but his eyes, always tinged with scrutiny and calculation, flashed with an unprecedented seriousness and intensity. He slowly closed the door and turned back inside. Old Fong, what's all the noise outside? His wife Ma Xiuqin asked, casually knitting. Fong Desheng did not answer. He walked to the table, picked up a pen, and wrote 4 words on the blank margin of a newspaper, turning the ordinary into the extraordinary. Then he drew 3 heavy lines beneath the words. Ma Xiuqin, seeing her husband's grave expression, as if he were heading to battle, felt a pang of unease. What's wrong with you? Is it just Zhao Lidong making good food in the courtyard again? Why such a big reaction? Fong Desheng put down the pen and turned to his wife. Xiuqin, you don't understand. He spoke slowly, word by word. Anyone can cook delicacies well. That's skill. But turning the most worthless radish into something better than meat, making everyone fight for it. What do you call that? Ma Xiuqin was taken aback. What? Fong Desheng slowly uttered 2 words. That's true ability. That's what I call skill. Fong Desheng's words rang out with a heavy, resolute force like 3 solid nails driven deep into Ma Xiuqin's heart. Ma Xiuqin looked at her husband's unprecedented solemn expression and felt a faint sense that this young man who had just moved in not long ago was rapidly reshaping the dynamics of the courtyard in ways they couldn't grasp, while also altering her husband's plans for the future. How much skill can a cook really have? Ma Xiuqin remained unimpressed. A cook who gets noticed by district leaders, bends the rules for city officials, and can turn a radish into meat. Do you think he's just a cook? Fong Desheng countered. He walked to the window, gazing at the neighbors in the courtyard, who were still savoring the vegetarian braised pork with blissful smiles, and lowered his voice to a near whisper. Xiuqin, remember this. In this era, what matters most? Not money, not power, but people's hearts. Whoever wins people's hearts stands undefeated. And Zhao Lidong is using the simplest, most effective method, food, to win over everyone in this courtyard. With 1 meal of dumplings, he turned this fragmented yard into a place that feels like home. Then with a dish of meat made from radish, he earned nearly worshipful admiration from everyone. Just wait and see. This is only the beginning. Fong Desheng's eyes gleamed with shrewdness. His 7-day genesis is definitely not a whim. He's playing. Fong Desheng's guess was spot on. Over the next 6 days, the entire courtyard transformed into Zhao Lidong's personal culinary showcase, becoming the most envied spot in the nearby alleys. On the 2nd day, Zhao Lidong used the most ordinary cabbage to create an exquisite dish, fortune and he blanched the cabbage leaves, sliced them thin, and rolled them with a filling of tofu, mushrooms, and carrots minced into a vegetarian stuffing, shaping them into plump ingot-like bundles, then steamed them. Finally, he drizzled it with a golden sauce made from pumpkin puree and broth. The moment the dish was served, on the plate, gleaming golden ingots were piled high, exuding an irresistible aroma. The taste was soft and smooth on the outside, with a savory filling complemented by the mildly sweet sauce, an incredibly rich flavor. The children in the yard stopped being picky eaters, chasing after Zhao Lidong, calling him Uncle Ingot. On the 3rd day, he used an old block of tofu to create golden fortune bags. He mashed the tofu, mixed in eggs and a bit of flour to form a batter, then cooked it on low heat into paper-thin circular tofu skins. He then wrapped a stir-fried mixture of diced chicken, bamboo shoots, and mushrooms in the tofu skin, tying them with blanched chive leaves to form delicate, adorable fortune bags. This dish was all about cleverness and fun. When the children bit into the thin tofu skin and discovered the treasure inside, their joyful cheers could be heard 3 streets away. On the 4th day, it was a test of extreme knife skills. Golden silk entanglement made from potatoes. Zhao Lidong unleashed his divine knife technique, slicing a fist-sized potato into thousands of hair-thin shreds that floated in water, all within just 5 minutes. He deep-fried the potato shreds until golden and crispy, then tossed them in a syrup made from malt, sugar, and honey, finally sprinkling toasted black and white sesame seeds on top. The flavor was fragrant, sweet, crispy, and crunchy, the ultimate snack of the era. Even the adults in the yard couldn't stop eating, let alone the children. On the 5th day, it was a fish-flavored dish made from eggplant. He peeled the eggplant, cut it into strips, coated it lightly with starch, and fried it until crispy on the outside and tender inside. Then he drizzled it with a fish-flavored sauce made from pickled chilies, scallions, ginger, garlic, sugar, vinegar, and soy sauce blended in a golden ratio to perfectly mimic the real thing. The sweet, sour, spicy, and savory flavors, when mixed with rice, could make anyone devour 3 big bowls. On the 6th day, he turned winter melon into translucent melt-in-the-mouth amber winter melon. He sliced the winter melon thin, marinated it in brown sugar and jujube honey, then simmered it slowly over low heat until it became as transparent as amber, infused with the sweetness of dates and honey. This dish became a favorite among the older women in the yard, beloved for its beauty-enhancing properties. On the 7th, Zhao Lidong didn't make any elaborate dishes. Instead, he used simple white flour and sweet potato starch to cook a large pot of steaming secret recipe hot and sour rice noodles. The noodles were handmade by him, each strand chewy and smooth. The broth was simmered from pork bones and chicken. The soul of the dish, the chili oil and aged vinegar, was a special edition enhanced by his ingredient sublimation talent, elevating the flavors of the chili and vinegar to a whole new level. That evening, everyone in the courtyard gathered with large bowls in hand. In the cold winter wind, each person ate until they were sweating, with glistening beads of sweat on their noses and the sound of satisfied slurping filling the air. The tangy, spicy, and piping hot flavor warmed them from the tip of their tongues to their stomachs, dispelling all the chill and fatigue. Even the usually reserved Fong Deshang for the first time stepped out of his home, holding an empty bowl. Without a word, he handed the bowl to Zhao Lidong. Zhao Lidong filled it to the brim. Fong Deshang silently took the bowl back to the steps of his own door and ate it all alone in quiet solitude. After finishing, he looked at Zhao Lidong, his eyes no longer holding scrutiny or calculation, only a profound admiration. Then he turned and went back inside. 7 days, 7 dishes. With 7 of the cheapest vegetables, Zhao Lidong had completely conquered the stomachs and hearts of the entire courtyard. When the last drop of hot and sour noodle soup was drained, the long-awaited system notification chimed in. Zhao Lidong. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the 7-day Genesis challenge. Final mission. Ultimate reward, Junior Flavor Master skill has been granted. Chef points 1000. Boom. The moment the skill was bestowed, Zhao Lidong felt as though a gentle lightning bolt had struck his. His 5 senses were infinitely amplified and reorganized in that instant. Especially his sense of smell. He could distinctly smell the faint stale sweat on Jia Donglai, the burnt odor of cheap tobacco on First Elder Lu Guangfu, and the pleasant scent of sun-dried soap on Qin Shufan. He could even discern in the lingering aftertaste of the hot and sour noodles that the numbing molecules of Sichuan pepper were fading, while the burning sensation of capsaicin continued to stimulate everyone's oral mucosa. His tongue had become an ultra-precise mass spectrometer. His nose had turned into a live gas chromatograph. He could clearly perceive the molecular structure of every flavor, intuitively judging what chemical reactions would occur when 2 or more flavors combined, and what entirely new tastes would emerge. Was this the Junior Flavor Master skill? It was like a living microscope for the palate. Zhao Lidong's heart surged with unprecedented ecstasy and awe. If before his cooking relied on past life experience and system assistance, from this moment onward, he would truly wield the divine authority to create flavors. Just as Zhao Lidong was immersed in the overwhelming impact of his new skill, a discordant voice suddenly rang out in the courtyard. Eat, eat, eat. That's all you know how to do. Stuffing yourselves until you're bloated and not a single thought spared for the precious grain. It was Jia Donglai's wife speaking. She looked at the mess of leftover dishes in the yard, then at her own empty rice jar, and sneered with a sharp, bitter tone. Spring is just around the corner, and it's the lean season. Who knows when the relief grain from the street office will come? Some people are feasting like this every day, and when the food runs out, I wonder what you'll eat. Though her words seemed aimed at everyone, the barb was clearly directed at Zhao Lidong. The lively atmosphere in the courtyard instantly chilled. First Elder Lu Guangfu frowned, about to reprimand her, but Zhao Lidong raised his hand to stop him. He looked at Jia Donglai's wife, no anger in his expression, only a faint smile. Sister-in-law is right. We really should be frugal with the grain. He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone in the yard, and spoke slowly. But don't worry. I asked Sister Sun when I came back from the restaurant. The street office has already issued the notice. The spring grain distribution will start tomorrow morning. As soon as Zhao Lidong said this, the yard erupted in cheers. Only Jia Donglai, upon hearing the news, flashed a strange glint in his eyes and curled his lips into a smug, cold smile. The entire courtyard erupted in excitement once more. Wonderful. Finally there's food. Now we don't have to worry about going hungry. Lidong is always the first to know. In an era where eating was the paramount concern, nothing stirred hearts more than the words grain distribution. The worries on the neighbors' faces vanished, replaced by genuine joy and hope for the future. Zhao Lidong smiled, watching everyone's delight. Yet with a sharp glance, he caught a fleeting, eerie grin on Jia Donglai's face amidst the crowd. That smile carried a hint of smugness, calculation, and a touch of greed. Zhao Lidong's heart stirred slightly, but he kept silent. The next morning, before dawn had fully broken, the courtyard neighbors were already up, each clutching their own rice sacks and cloth bags, eagerly waiting at the entrance. The street's grain distribution point was set up in a large yard at the alley's entrance. A long table, a large steel yard scale, and several workers in street uniforms formed one of the era's most vital scenes. A long line formed, every face beaming with joy. As a single man, Zhao Lidong took his place at the very. Not far ahead of him stood Qin Shufan, also a widow with a child, equally vulnerable. When it was Qin Shufan's turn, a lanky young man with a pockmarked face handled the weighing. His eyes always slanted when looking at people, giving an unsettling feeling. Qin Shufan household registration book, the pockmarked man called out without lifting his head. Qin Shufan quickly handed it over. 2 people in the household standard ration, 20 gene of cornmeal, 5 gene of white flour. Muttering, he scooped a bag of cornmeal, hung it on the scale hook, glanced at the markings, and poured it directly into Qin Shufan's cloth sack. The whole process was fluid and dizzyingly fast. Next, Qin Shufan hoisted the not-o-heavy sack, but her face held a trace of doubt. She felt the 20 gene of cornmeal was a bit light. But seeing the long line and the pockmarked man's impatient expression, she opened her mouth, ultimately said nothing, and walked away silently. Soon it was Zhao Lidong's turn. Zhao Lidong, 1 person in the household, 10 gene of cornmeal, 2 gene of white flour. The same process, the same speed. As the 10 gene of cornmeal poured into his sack, he gave it a gentle lift, and his brow furrowed, almost imperceptible. With his system-enhanced, almost freakish perception of weight, he was nearly certain this bag of cornmeal was not 10 jin. At most it was just over 8 jin. He didn't make a scene, only gave the pockmarked man a quiet, deliberate look. Just then, he noticed Jia Donglai, who was in the middle of the line, didn't leave immediately after receiving his grain. Instead, he sidled up to the pockmarked man, and they whispered a few words together. Jia Donglai even patted the pockmarked man's shoulder with an intimate smile. In return, the pockmarked man showed a fawning, ingratiating expression. Seeing this, Zhao Lidong's mind was crystal clear. This pockmarked man was thick with Jia Donglai. He carried his sack away from the distribution point, but instead of heading straight back to the courtyard, he turned into a small alley. In the alley, Qin Shufan was crouching, struggling to lift her large cloth sack again. "Sister Qin, let me help you," Zhao Lidong said, stepping forward and taking the sack naturally. The moment he took it, his judgment was confirmed. Qin Shufan's so-called 20 jin of cornmeal was at most 16 or 17 jin. "Lidong, don't you think today's grain ration seems a bit off?" Qin Shufan asked quietly, her voice laced with uncertainty and worry. "It's short," Zhao Lidong replied simply and firmly. He looked at her and said in a low voice, "Sister Qin, don't say anything yet. Don't tell anyone about this when you get back to the courtyard." "Why, oi?" Qin Shufan was puzzled. "If our grain is short, shouldn't we go and reason with them?" "Reason?" Zhao Lidong shook his head. "If we go with empty words, will they admit it? They'll just say we're making a fuss over it. Then what do? Just let it go." Qin Shufan was anxious. This was half a month's rations for her and her child. "Of course we can't just let it go." Zhao Lidong's lips curled into a cold arc. Arguing is useless against a petty man who fiddles with the You need to produce evidence he can't deny and crush him with one blow. Back at the courtyard, Zhao Lidong carried both his and Qin Shufan's grain sacks into his small room. He closed the door and pulled out a small, exquisitely crafted steelyard scale from under his bed. It was a tool he had used in his past life to weigh precious spices accurate to the gram. After crossing over, he had gone to great lengths to acquire another one. He first weighed his own bag of cornmeal. The scale's tail and steadily pointed to the mark for 8 jin 2 liang, a full 1 jin 8 liang short. Then he weighed Qin Shufan's bag, 16 jin 5 liang, a full 3.5 jin short. Zhao Lidong's face darkened. This was no mere short measure, it was blatant embezzlement and theft. He was almost certain they weren't the only 2 households affected. Those honest, timid neighbors who dared not speak up had surely been cheated too. And where would all these skimmed grains eventually? Jia Donglai's smug, greedy face surfaced in Zhao Lidong's mind. "Good for you, Jia Donglai. A rabbit doesn't eat the grass near its own burrow, but you specialize in fleecing your own neighbors." Zhao Lidong didn't immediately confront Jia Donglai or go to the first elder. He knew evidence from just his and Qin Shufan's households wasn't enough. He needed a complete chain of evidence. He would make Jia Donglai admit defeat and never recover. In the afternoon, while everyone was napping, Zhao Lidong quietly slipped out of his room. His first stop was Aunt Liu's house, the most timid and easily bullied person in the yard. Aunt Liu was a widow with 2 half-grown children, usually quiet and almost invisible in the courtyard. "Aunt Liu," Zhao Lidong knocked on her door. "Oh, it's Lidong. Come and sit down," Aunt Liu said, looking a bit nervous. "No need, Aunt Liu. I just want to ask you something." Zhao Lidong got straight to the point. "Did you weigh the grain you got today?" "No need, Aunt Liu. I just want to ask you something." Zhao Lidong got straight to the point. "Did you weigh the grain you got today?" "Aunt Liu, I suggest you weigh it," Zhao Lidong said, his tone turning serious. Seeing his earnest gaze, Aunt Liu, though puzzled, retrieved an old steelyard scale from under a cabinet. When she hung her bag of cornmeal on it, her face went pale in an instant. "How is this only 26 jin? Our family of 4 should have gotten 30 jin. A full 4 jin short." For her already struggling family, this was like adding frost to snow. "Lidong, what's going on?" Aunt Liu asked, on the verge of tears. Zhao Lidong's expression grew even colder. He looked at her and said slowly, "Aunt Liu, don't panic and don't say anything. Let me handle this. Just trust me. Not a single grain of what you lost today will be missing. We'll get it all back for you." His voice was low but carried an incredibly reassuring strength. Aunt Liu looked at this young man, at his steady, resolute eyes, and somehow her flustered heart miraculously calmed down. She nodded firmly. Leaving Aunt Liu's house, Zhao Lidong quietly visited several other honest households, and without exception, every family's grain was short. Some were short by over a jin, others by 3 or 4 jin. And when Zhao Lidong finally passed by Jia Donglai's door, seemingly by chance, he heard Jia's wife's smug, boastful voice from inside. "Donglai, that cousin of yours is really something. Our family of 3 was supposed to get 15 jin of cornmeal, but he gave us a full 18 jin. We got 3 jin for free." Jia Donglai's voice was equally smug. "Of course. Look whose relative it is. I told him long ago to give us extra. Those widows in the yard and that fool Zhao Lidong are all pushovers. If we skim a bit from them, they won't dare make." Outside the door, Zhao Lidong's lips curled into a cold smile. "A pushover? Jia Donglai, you're about to find out exactly what you've grabbed." Zhao Lidong stood outside the door, the cold smirk on his face growing even more pronounced. He neither charged in to argue with Jia Donglai nor shouted in the courtyard. That would have been the most foolish and ineffective approach. Instead, he quietly turned and returned to his own small room. Closing the door, he sat down at the table and lit the dim kerosene lamp. From beneath his pillow, he retrieved a brand new notebook and a fountain pen. He had bought them from the supply cooperative just 2 days ago, originally intending to record recipes and culinary insights, but now they had a far more important purpose. Zhao Lidong spread open the notebook and meticulously wrote 4 large characters on the first page. Grain ration discrepancy statistics. Then he lifted his pen. First line Zhao Lidong entitled to 10 gene received 8. 2 gene deficit 1. 8 gene. Second line Qin Shufan entitled to 20 gene received 16. 5 gene deficit 3. 5 gene. Third line Aunt Lu entitled to 30 gene received 26 gene deficit 4 gene. Fourth line Grandpa Zhang's household entitled to 25 gene received 22. 5 gene deficit 2. 5 gene. He recorded the name entitled amount actual amount received and, most crucially, the deficit for every household he had visited that afternoon stroke by stroke clear and precise. Every single number was evidence of Jia Donglai and his cousin's crimes. Finally, starting a new line, he wrote down the most critical piece of information with a nearly frigid stroke. Jia Donglai entitled to 15 gene received 18 gene surplus 3 gene. After finishing all this, he performed a simple summary calculation at the end of the notebook. For the 7 households he had visited alone, the total amount of cornmeal embezzled reached a staggering 19.3 gene, nearly 20 gene of grain. In this era, that was enough for an ordinary family to survive the harshest spring famine in peace. Zhao Lidong stared at the table filled with cold, hard numbers, and the usual gentleness and calm in his eyes had vanished. He knew this piece of paper was the deadliest bullet he would fire at Jia Donglai. He did not act immediately. He was waiting for the most opportune moment. The next day, Zhao Lidong went to work at the restaurant as usual. In the kitchen, he methodically washed vegetables chopped and cooked as if nothing that had happened yesterday concerned him. His remarkable composure left Zhou Dimeo and old Ma, who had been secretly observing him, utterly bewildered. They had already heard about the courtyard's grain distribution through Sun Yulan. Based on their understanding of Zhao Lidong, this young man, though usually easygoing, was definitely not one to swallow an insult in silence. But why wasn't he reacting at all? Could it be, as Jia Donglai boasted, that he was just a pushover who dared not speak up? Only Zhao Lidong himself knew what he was waiting for. He was waiting for others in the courtyard to discover their own grain shortages. He was waiting for the panic and anger caused by the grain deficit to slowly ferment and brew throughout the entire compound. He wanted everyone to become victims to make Jia Donglai the common enemy of all. Sure enough, by the afternoon, unrest began to stir in the courtyard. Hey, did you weigh your grain? I feel like the amount is off. My family is short too. Short by nearly 2 gene. Oh my god, my family is short by over 3 gene. Those damn bastards. They're trying to kill us. More and more people discovered the problem, and the entire courtyard was soon filled with complaints, the atmosphere tense and oppressive. Jia Donglai and his wife hid inside their room, listening to the commotion outside, their hearts pounding with unease. Donglai, this isn't going to blow up, is it? Jia's wife asked, her voice trembling with fear. What's there to be afraid of? Jia Donglai snorted, bluffing with bluster. Do they have any proof? Who's to say their own scales aren't accurate? Besides, the law can't punish the masses. With so many people short, is the street office going to compensate each family? Though he spoke boldly, his heart was far from calm. He felt there was something eerily off about the whole situation. Especially Zhao Lidong. That kid was too calm, so calm it made him uneasy. That evening, when the resentment in the courtyard reached its peak, and nearly everyone had gathered talking animatedly about going to the street office to demand answers, Zhao Lidong finally made his move. He did not join the crowd's discussion, but instead went directly to knock on the door of Uncle Lu Guangfu, the head of the compound. Lidong, come in quickly. Lu Guangfu was also racking his brains over the grain issue, and seeing Zhao Lidong felt like finding a pillar of support. Uncle, you're worried about the grain distribution too, right? Zhao Lidong cut straight to the point. Aren't I just? Lu Guangfu sighed, taking a heavy drag on his cigarette. What a mess. Everyone's panicking and clamoring to go to the street office. But how can we go with empty words? We can't explain anything clearly. Zhao Lidong smiled. He pulled the notebook from his pocket and handed it over. Uncle, take a look at this first. Lu Guangfu took the notebook with curiosity, and under the dim light his expression changed the moment he glanced at it. His hands began to tremble slightly, his eyes grew wider and wider, and his breathing became rapid. He read the table line by line, staring at the shocking numbers. When he saw the last entry, Jia Donglai surplus 3 gene, his face turned a livid, almost dripping green. Slap. He slammed the table, making his old tea mug jump. Bastard. That Jia Donglai. He's absolutely lawless. Lu Guangfu trembled with rage. He had never dreamed that such a huge corrupt element was operating right under. Even more unexpected was the fact that Zhao Lidong, this usually quiet young man, had quietly and thoroughly gathered all the evidence in this manner. This table was clear, detailed, and logically rigorous. How could a cook have done something like this? This was clearly the work of an experienced investigator organizing a case file. Lu Guangfu looked up, examining Zhao Lidong with a new, almost reverent gaze. This young man was terrible. His mind was deeper than the deepest well in this compound. Lidong, you. Lu Guangfu opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but not knowing where to begin. Uncle, I didn't make a fuss and came directly to you because I trust you. Zhao Lidong's tone was sincere and humble. You're the head of our compound and a street cadre. It's most appropriate for you to report this to the street office. This respects procedure and preserves some dignity for Zhao Lidong's words were flawless, each one striking a chord in Lu Guangfu's heart. Lu Guangfu looked at Zhao Lidong, filled with both admiration and emotion. This kid had not only skill and brains, but also understood human relations and knew when to advance and when to retreat. He was no longer just a potential asset. He was a true dragon that had already begun to show its might. Good. Lu Guangfu nodded heavily. Lidong, you did the right thing. Leave this to me. He put away the notebook that would seal Jia Donglai's fate and spoke solemnly to Zhao Lidong. Don't worry. They'll go to the street office first thing tomorrow morning to see the director. He'll swallow my pride if I have to, but he'll get this matter settled clearly. I won't let a single honest person in our compound suffer such a grave injustice for nothing. Zhao Lidong smiled and stood up. Then he'll wait for your good news. He walked out of the room looking at the neighbors still anxiously discussing in the courtyard, his heart at peace. He knew that from tomorrow the skies over this compound would change. And Jia Donglai, the long-time troublemaker of the courtyard, his good days were over. Just then Qin Shufan, holding Xiaoman in her arms, quietly approached him, a trace of worry on her face. Lidong, you want to see uncle? Will this work out? Zhao Lidong looked into her clear eyes and said with a smile. Sister Qin, do you believe that sometimes a single sheet of paper can be more powerful than 100 mouths? Sister Qin, do you believe that sometimes a single sheet of paper holds more power than 100 mouths? Zhao Lidong's words were spoken with an air of nonchalance, yet they carried an uncanny, convincing magic. Qin Shufan gazed at his eyes, which gleamed with extraordinary brightness under the moonlight, and the anxiety and anger that had gripped her heart over the withheld grain rations inexplicably subsided. She nodded firmly, asking no further questions. The next morning, first Uncle Lu Guangfu indeed rose at the crack. He changed into a clean old-fashioned Zhongshan suit, carefully tucked the notebook documenting the evidence into his inner pocket, and without even eating breakfast pedaled his rusty old bicycle straight to the neighborhood office. An eerie silence pervaded the courtyard all morning. The neighbors held their breath, anxiously awaiting an outcome. Jia Donglai and his wife meanwhile cowered inside their room all morning, not daring to step out, like startled birds pricking up their ears for any sound outside. Time ticked by second by second. As noon approached, a commotion finally arose from the entrance of the alley. They're here. The people from the office are here, someone shouted, and in an instant everyone in the courtyard surged out. They saw first Uncle Lu Guangfu accompanying two office workers in cadre uniforms and red armbands striding with large steps toward the grain distribution point. One of them was the director of the neighborhood office, a stern-faced middle-aged woman. And the pockmarked man who had swaggered arrogantly just yesterday now followed behind like a defeated rooster, his head drooping, his face etched with terror and unease. Open the granary. Bring out the ledgers. We are conducting a re-audit now. Director Wang's voice was stern and brooked no argument. Trembling, the pockmarked man fumbled out the keys and unlocked the warehouse storing the grain. Without a word, the two office workers hauled out a standard weight scale and began a meticulous item-by-item check of the remaining grain against the accounts. The neighbors gathered outside, craning their necks in tense anticipation. Jia Donglai was also among the crowd, his face a mask of utter dismay, his palms slick with cold sweat. He couldn't fathom how things had blown up so massively. Why had the office suddenly sent people to audit the accounts? Who could have stabbed him in the back? His gaze swept frantically through the crowd, finally landing on Zhao Lidong, who stood there calm and collected, as if detached from the entire affair. It was you. It must be you. A torrent of seething hatred surged within Jia Donglai's heart. The verification work lasted nearly an hour. The outcome was beyond doubt. The numbers in the ledger simply didn't match the actual grain quantity in the warehouse. There was a shortage of nearly 80 gene of cornmeal. The moment this figure was announced, the onlooking crowd erupted into an uproar. My God, 80 gene. These heartless bastards. They're trying to starve us to death. They must be severely punished. No leniency whatsoever. Confronted with irrefutable evidence, the pockmarked man's psychological defenses crumbled completely. He fell to his knees with a thud, wailing and blubbering. Director Wang, I was wrong. I was blinded by— It was all instigated by my cousin Jia Donglai, he cried. He said the widows in the yard, and that Zhao Lidong fellow had no one to protect them, and were easy to bully. He told me to shortchange every household by a few gene, and we'd split the stolen grain 50-50. I'm not the only one to blame. His outburst was like a bomb detonated in the crowd. In an instant, every gaze turned like daggers, stabbing towards Jia Donglai in the crowd. Jia Donglai's mind went blank with a deafening buzz. The world seemed to spin around him, and his legs gave way as he nearly collapsed on the spot. It was over. Everything was over. Jia Donglai. Director Wang's icy voice sounded like a judgment from the deepest hell. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Jia Donglai's lips quivered, his face ashen, utterly speechless. He knew any attempt at denial would be futile. The final verdict came swiftly. The pockmarked man, as the directly responsible party, was summarily dismissed from his post in order to compensate for all the misappropriated grain. In light of his voluntary confession, he was spared from being sent to the police station, but a heavy black mark was etched into his permanent record, ensuring he would never again work in any position involving money or grain. And although there was no direct evidence proving Jia Donglai's participation in the theft, as the instigator and beneficiary, he too received severe punishment. Director Wang, in front of the entire courtyard, mercilessly tore apart his despicable schemes, stripped him of all eligibility for annual commendations, and ordered him to write a 10,000-word self-criticism to be read aloud at the next neighborhood residents' meeting. For Jia Donglai, who was always so concerned with face and loved to play the big shot in the yard, this was a fate worse than death. Killing someone through humiliation is the most devastating blow. Having dealt with everything, Director Wang personally oversaw the restitution of every single gene of the misappropriated grain to each household. When Aunt Lu received the weighty 4 gene of cornmeal, her eyes brimmed with tears of gratitude as she gripped first uncle's hand and thanked him repeatedly. And after reclaiming their own grain, the looks the other residents cast at Zhao Lidong had changed completely. They might not know exactly what role he had played, but they all understood that the swift and smooth resolution of this affair was undoubtedly linked to this ordinarily quiet. If before they had felt admiration and envy for Zhao Lidong, now their hearts held a deep sense of awe. The storm had finally subsided. Like a mangy cur, Jia Donglai slunk back into his room under the contemptuous and scornful gazes of the entire courtyard, not daring to emerge for the rest of the day. In the evening, Zhao Lidong was washing vegetables in the yard preparing dinner. The door to Jia Donglai's house creaked open. It was Jia Donglai. He carried a dust-laden chamber pot, his head bowed, intending to sneak out and empty it under the cover of darkness. As he passed by Zhao Lidong, his steps involuntarily faltered. He lifted his head and met Zhao Lidong's gaze. Zhao Lidong's face bore no trace of a victor's gloating, no contempt, no mockery. He simply looked at Jia Donglai and then slowly offered a warm, faint smile. It was a smile as ordinary as a casual greeting between friends. Yet to Jia Donglai's eyes, this smile was more humiliating and stinging than any vicious curse. It was the complete condescending disregard of a victor, as if to say, "You see, I can't even be bothered to step on you." Jia Donglai's body shuddered violently. He felt his dignity shattered by that smile, ground into the dirt. His face cycled from white to green to purple, his chest heaved violently, and his breathing became ragged. He gripped the chamber pot tightly, his bloodshot eyes burning with insane hatred and resentment. He opened his mouth as if to say something to save face, but in the end not a single word escaped his lips. He just turned and fled from the courtyard, almost in a panic. Zhao Lidong watched his retreating, pathetic figure, his smile gradually fading. He knew that his smile had planted a seed of hatred in Jia Donglai's heart, but he didn't care. For such an incorrigible, petty person, any mercy is cruelty to oneself. Just then Qin Shufan approached him, carrying a basin of freshly washed greens. She looked towards the yard entrance and let out a soft sigh. "Lidong, aren't you afraid he'll seek revenge on you for this?" Zhao Lidong turned to look at Qin Shufan's worried, pretty face and suddenly smiled. "Sister Qin, do you think an ant can take revenge on an elephant?" "Sister Qin, do you think an ant can take revenge on an elephant?" Zhao Lidong's voice was light, tinged with a smile. But to Qin Shufan it sounded more reassuring than any grand declaration. She gazed at the man before her, a few years her junior. Though his frame was slender, standing there he seemed capable of holding. That composure and confidence were something she had never seen in anyone else. Qin Shufan's heart skipped an uncontrollable beat, a faint flush warming her cheeks. She lowered her head, daring not to meet Zhao Lidong's eyes, and merely uttered an almost inaudible, "All right, don't overthink it. It's cold. Take Xiaoman inside quickly." Zhao Lidong smiled and ruffled Qin Xiaoman's hair. The little girl was clinging to her mother's leg, gazing curiously toward the courtyard gate. Jia Donglai's fleeing figure was merely a blurry shadow in her clear eyes. Though the grain distribution turmoil had ended in an almost crushing manner, the once lively atmosphere in the courtyard, stirred by the 7-day Genesis, was inevitably shrouded in a shadow. Jia Donglai's family had become complete outcasts in the yard, avoided by all. Meanwhile, the other neighbors, bonded by their shared experience of being shortchanged on grain, had developed a sense of common enmity. But their exchanges had lost some of their ease, replaced by the heaviness of survival and mutual wariness. Zhao Lidong keenly sensed this oppressive atmosphere. He understood that while the malignant tumor of Jia Donglai had been excised, the wound it left behind remained. If not addressed promptly, this resentment and suspicion could easily shatter the hard-won unity of hearts. A person's heart is like a fine soup. One must constantly watch the heat and simmer it patiently. Zhao Lidong. The next day, he made a special trip to the market, using his connections at the restaurant to buy a large piece of pork hindquarters trimmings with plenty of lean meat, a good 3 or 4 gene in weight. In the eyes of ordinary households, this was already a rare and precious treat. Back in the yard, he didn't start cooking immediately. Instead, he took out the potatoes that had been reissued a couple of days earlier and set up his workspace in the center of the courtyard. "Oh, Lidong, what are you up to?" "Making shredded potatoes." Third uncle Yan Bugawei, just returning from outside, saw the large basin of potatoes before Zhao Lidong and habitually began to calculate. "These potatoes aren't cheap. Can you eat that many by yourself?" Third uncle, "I'm not making shredded potatoes today. I'm making something new." Zhao Lidong smiled mysteriously. He washed and peeled the potatoes, then swiftly grated them into a fine mash using a grater. The process drew exclamations of wonder from the watching aunties. Next, he added a measured amount of sweet potato starch and a pinch of salt to the potato mash and began kneading vigorously. His hands were incredibly strong, his movements brimming with power. The once loose potato mash quickly transformed into a smooth, elastic giant dough ball under his kneading. Is Lidong making potato cakes? No, cakes don't need this much starch, do they? The neighbors gathered around chattering. Zhao Lidong offered no explanation. He placed the kneaded dough on the cutting board, rolled it into a long strip, then pinched off a piece, quickly forming it into a ball. Using his thumb, he pressed a small hollow in the center, creating a shape like a little bowl. A large pot of water was already boiling in the yard. Holding the potato bowl in his left hand and a pair of chopsticks in his right, Zhao Lidong began scraping thin strips from the edge of the potato bowl with dizzying speed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Strips of pure white, translucent noodles leaped into the boiling water like startled. They tumbled in the bubbling water for a few moments, soon turning transparent and floating to the surface. Noodles. He's making noodles. Auntie Lu exclaimed in surprise. My God, you can make noodles out of potatoes. This skill is incredible. The entire courtyard erupted. In this era, noodles were a rare delicacy enjoyed only during festivals. Who would have thought they could be made by hand? The noodles Zhao Lidong made were smooth and chewy, carrying the unique fragrance of potatoes. After being rinsed several times in cold water, they were distinct and piled in the basin like fine crystal. With the noodles ready, the main event was just beginning. He sliced the fatty and lean pork into thick, even pieces, stir-fried them in the wok until the oil rendered and the surfaces turned a light golden brown. Then he generously tossed in large sections of scallion, ginger slices, star anise, and cinnamon, stir-frying until a rich fragrance bloomed. Next came the blanched Napa cabbage. The sweetness of the cabbage perfectly balanced the richness of the pork. Finally, he layered the freshly made potato noodles on top, poured in a generous amount of boiling water, covered the wok, reduced the heat to medium-low, and began to simmer slowly. Gurgle, gurgle. An enticing sound emanated from the wok. The pork fat, the cabbage's sweetness, the complex aroma of spices, and the starchy texture of the potato noodles began their most beautiful chemical reaction within the pot. A bold yet comforting fragrance started to eagerly escape through the cracks of the lid. The aroma was entirely different from the delicate dishes of the 7-day Genesis. It wasn't complex or mystical, but it carried a power that struck straight to the heart. It was the scent of home, the most simple and mellow essence of the mortal world. The fragrance drifted on the wind, filling the entire courtyard and spilling out the gate, causing families throughout the alley to open their windows and crane their necks to catch a whiff. Whose house is that? Are they braising meat? This smell is too good. It's making my mouth water. I heard it's the chef god Zhao Lidong from the backyard cooking up something delicious again. The children in the yard couldn't bear it any longer. They each brought their own little bowls, gathered around the wok, staring with longing, drool flowing like little rivers. Even the Jia family, who had been hiding inside, was tortured by the aroma. Mrs. Jia swallowed hard and complained to Jia Donglai that Zhao Lidong did this on purpose. He's deliberately cooking something so fragrant to torment us. Jia Donglai's face was ashen and he remained silent, but the bobbing of his Adam's apple betrayed his inner craving. After simmering for about half an hour, Zhao Lidong judged the time was right and lifted the lid. Boom! An even denser cloud of white steam shot upwards. The sight in the wok made everyone gasp. The pork was braised to a tender perfection, the fatty parts were translucent and melted on the tongue. The cabbage, having soaked up the meat broth, was soft and flavor-packed. And the noodles were the masterpiece of the dish. They had absorbed all the essence, becoming glossy and oiled, each strand coated in the rich savory sauce. The entire pot was ruddy and glistening with an aroma that was simply intoxicating. Just looking at it was enough to stir up a ravenous appetite. Time to eat, Zhao Lidong called out. The children immediately cheered and eagerly thrust their bowls forward. Zhao Lidong wasn't stingy. He gave each child a generous ladleful brimming with meat, vegetables, and noodles. Next came the adults in the yard. First uncle, please have a taste. Third uncle, for you. Auntie Lu, take it carefully. Like a patriarch, Zhao Lidong methodically distributed this steaming comfort meal to every household. Each bowl was piled high with rich broth and sincere generosity. Even the few families who had previously been on good terms with Jia Donglai and had remained silent during the grain distribution incident were treated equally, by Zhao Lidong receiving the same full bowl. Those who received their portions wore grateful smiles tinged with a hint of guilt. They understood that Zhao Lidong was using this bowl of hot stew to dissolve all the estrangement and discord in the yard. Soon only Jia Donglai's family had yet to receive their share. All eyes instinctively turned to the closed door. Zhao Lidong filled a large bowl, bigger than any he had given out, and personally carried it to Jia Donglai's doorstep. Knock, knock, knock. He rapped on the door. Silence reigned inside. Zhao Lidong wasn't in a hurry. He said calmly, Brother Jia, I know you're in there. The pot is ready in the yard. I've saved a bowl for you and your wife. We're all neighbors in this courtyard. We see each other every day. There's no grudge that can't be settled. I've left the food at your door. Eat it while it's hot. With that, he placed the steaming bowl of braised cabbage, pork, and noodles firmly on the step before Jia's door, then turned and walked away. Inside, Mrs. Jia could no longer hold back. Peeking through the crack in the door at the bowl of stew, emitting white steam and a maddening fragrance, her stomach betrayed her with an uncontrollable rumble. She tugged at Jia Donglai's sleeve, her voice choked with tears. Donglai, what? What does he mean by this? Jia Donglai stared at the bowl at his doorstep, his expression a maelstrom of emotions. There was humiliation, rage, and resentment, but above all a profound, bone-deep sense of powerlessness. Zhao Lidong's move was more ruthless than slapping him in public. This was charity following a psychological blow. It was throwing a bone from a lofty height after trampling someone into them. But ironically, this bone was too fragrant for him to resist. Just then, from the other end of the yard, the door of Fong Desheng's house creaked open. This new neighbor, who had maintained an observant posture since moving in, was stepping out of his home for the first time of his own accord. He didn't look at the neighbors wolfing down their food, nor at the awkward bowl of stew at Jia's door. His gaze was fixed directly on Zhao Lidong, who was about to head back inside to eat. He straightened his collar and walked unhurriedly toward Zhao Lidong. Zhao, Fong Desheng stopped before Zhao Lidong, his voice steady and forceful. Got a moment? Let's have a— Zhao got a moment. Let's have a chat. Fong Desheng's voice was not loud, but it landed like a stone in a lively pond, instantly quieting the courtyard for a brief moment. All the neighbors who had been engrossed in their meals raised their heads in unison, their gazes darting between Zhao Lidong and this mysterious new neighbor. This was the first time since moving in that Fong Desheng had so formally and publicly interacted with anyone in the yard, and he had chosen to address Zhao Lidong, the man who now held sway here. Zhao Lidong was also somewhat surprised. He set down his chopsticks and bowl, looking at the man before him, who was about 10 years his senior. Fong Desheng wore a set of blue work clothes washed until they were nearly white, his posture upright and his gaze sharp. Even amidst the bustling, smoky atmosphere of this communal courtyard, the strict precision and steady composure of a factory technician still radiated prominently from him. Brother Fong, please speak your mind. Zhao Lidong smiled, his demeanor neither humble nor pushy. Fong Desheng did not speak immediately. He pulled a pack of Dakiamin cigarettes from his shirt pocket and offered one. It was a ritualistic gesture among men of that era, signaling the start of a serious conversation. I don't smoke, Brother Fong, but thank you all the same. Zhao Lidong naturally took the cigarette and casually tucked it behind his ear. This move was handled with great finesse. It acknowledged his own habit without offending the other, accepted the social currency, and demonstrated a mature approach to social interaction. A flicker of approval passed through Fong Desheng's eyes. He lit one for himself, took a deep drag, and the exhaled smoke blurred his features. Zhao, I'm not one for beating around the bush. Fong Desheng cut straight to the point. I've been observing you for a while. He paused. From the moment you made that braised vegetarian meat, to those subsequent dishes, to the grain distribution incident, and all the way to today's pot of pork stew with vermicelli. Fong Desheng tapped his cigarette ash. I find you an interesting man. You have skill, that's your talent. But your greatest strength isn't in your hands. Fong Desheng's voice dropped low, yet each word was crystal clear. During the grain distribution, you could have made a scene right then and there, let everyone know, and claim the moral high ground. You chose the safest, most effective, and least troublesome method, resolving it through the head elder. That's called having means, but abiding by the rules. For today's meal, you could have invited only those who spoke up for you, isolated Jia Donglai, or even humiliated him publicly. But again, you didn't. You treated everyone equally, even proactively sending a bowl to his family. That's called magnanimity, and also striking the heart. Zhao, Fong Desheng looked at Zhao Lidong, his eyes filled with genuine admiration. A man like you is either someone to befriend or someone never to make an enemy of. I, Fong Desheng, don't have much talent. I've just spent a few years at the steel mill and haven't made many friends. But from today onwards, you count as one. These words left the other neighbors bewildered, but Zhao Lidong understood them perfectly. He knew that this man had observed all his recent actions and had analyzed them deeply. He saw not the surface-level bustle and delicious food, but the underlying logic and strategy of navigating the world. This was a smart man, a truly intelligent one. Dealing with someone like this was far more satisfying than scheming against a petty man like Jia Donglai. Brother Fong, you flatter me too much. Zhao Lidong wore a humble smile. I'm just a cook. I only think about how to make good food and ensure everyone, neighbors both inside and outside the yard, should help each other out. His words were impeccably diplomatic. He neither admitted to his own cunning nor denied Fong Desheng's analysis, simply attributing everything to his duty and neighborly bonds. Fong Desheng burst into hearty laughter upon hearing this. Well said, duty. Well said, neighborly bonds. He stubbed out his cigarette and gave Zhao Lidong a firm pat on the shoulder. I really like making friends with capable and insightful people like you. If you ever need any help in the future, just say the word. Fong Desheng leaned in closer, lowering his voice. I won't make any big promises, but I might be able to help with some discarded old equipment, scrap materials from the factory, or some hard-to-get ration coupons. The weight of those words was immense. In 1962, what did access to a large state-owned factory mean? It meant he might have ways to get iron pots and steel knives that others couldn't. It meant he might be able to obtain rare parts and special tools that were otherwise unavailable. This was not just a favor, it was a precious channel to resources beyond the courtyard. Zhao Lidong felt a warmth in his heart. He knew that Fong Desheng was reciprocating, using his most valuable assets to secure Zhao Lidong's friendship. Then he'll thank you in advance, Brother Fong. Zhao Lidong said sincerely. If anything comes up I won't hesitate to ask. He made no immediate requests nor showed excessive enthusiasm. He simply accepted the favor steadily, intending to let it mature like a fine wine. True connections aren't built on one-time exchanges, but on long-term, steady cultivation. The two men exchanged a knowing smile, understanding passing unspoken between them. This brief, yet profound conversation marked Zhao Lidong's acquisition of another important ally in the Sihuan following Elder Lu Guangfu. One came from the administrative system, the other from the industrial system. One in the open, one in the shadows, one above, one below, solidifying his foundation ever further. The next day, Donglishan Restaurant. Manager Old Ma's mood was as bright as a sunny June day. The success of the city leader's reception event had not only earned him a personal mention of praise at the district meeting, but had also made the Donglishan branch renowned throughout the southern part of the city. Many came out of curiosity, wanting to taste the food that had earned such acclaim from the city leaders. The restaurant's revenue was visibly climbing. Fortune favors the bold, and Old Ma felt it was time to strike while the iron was hot with a big move. He gathered all the senior chefs from the kitchen for an emergency meeting. Comrades, Old Ma cleared his throat and waved his hand with great spirit. What does the success of our last reception task prove? It proves that Donglishan has the capability and the standards. But, he shifted his tone, we cannot rest on our laurels. Our goal is to enable the broad masses of working comrades to enjoy better, more affordable meals. This is our social responsibility. Therefore, I have decided to launch a dish improvement and innovation campaign across the entire restaurant. Old Ma's spittle flew as he spoke. We need to comprehensively upgrade and reform our existing mass-produced dishes and banquet menus. We must ensure every customer who dines here feels the warmth of home. After his impassioned speech, Old Ma's gaze fell upon the kitchen's anchor, Zhao Lidong. He walked over warmly, took Zhao Lidong's hand, his face full of trust and expectation. Old Zhao, you are my most trusted master chef, the ballast of our restaurant. The heavy burden of this improvement plan falls on your shoulders. Old Ma looked at Zhao Lidong intently. First, draft a proposal. It needs to be detailed, innovative, and reflect the standards of Donglishan. Tomorrow, I want to see your proposal by tomorrow. Tomorrow, I want to see your proposal by tomorrow. Manager Ma's words crashed down upon Zhao Lidong's shoulders like a mountain. In the meeting room, the other chefs cast complex glances at Zhao Lidong, a mix of sympathy, schadenfreude, and anticipation. Everyone knew this task was no easy feat. Improving the mass-cooked dishes sounded simple, but execution proved as arduous as scaling the heavens. Costs had to be controlled, flavors elevated, and serving speed maintained. It was like asking a burly, rough-hewn man to embroider a delicate peony blossom, awkward and incongruous. After the meeting, Zhao Lidong sat alone in a corner of the kitchen, puffing on his treasured pipe, his brow furrowed into an unyielding knot. Before him on the table lay a sheet of manuscript paper upon which he had written a few words in pen, proposal for meal improvement, and nothing more. He pondered for ages, but his mind churned over the same few ideas. Increase portions. No cost wouldn't allow it. Switch to better ingredients. Even less feasible. The restaurant's procurement channels were fixed. There weren't ample fine ingredients. Add more oil and salt. That was just fooling the fools, unsustainable in the long run. Frustrated, he scribbled a few dish names on the paper. Braised pork belly changed to potato, braised pork vinegar, stewed cabbage with extra sugar. Then he crossed them out. What kind of improvement was this? This was cutting corners. If word got out, where would Zhao Lidong hide his face? Zhao Lidong watched silently from the sidelines, saying nothing. He understood his master's predicament. Zhao Lidong was a traditional artisan, his skills honed on intricate, refined dishes like braised sea cucumber with scallion and 9-twist intestines. Asking him to figure out how to make a penny's worth of ingredients taste like 3 cents was indeed a tall order. All afternoon, Zhao Lidong locked himself in his office, wasting sheet after sheet of paper, his ashtray piled high with cigarette, but yet the proposal remained elusive. As the workday neared its end, Zhao Lidong cleaned his station and entered the office with a cup of freshly brewed tea. Master, take a break and have some tea. Zhao Lidong lifted his bloodshot eyes, grumbling irritably. Break. If I don't deliver by tomorrow, that Ma will skin. Zhao Lidong set down the teacup, casually glancing at the scribbled over paper on the desk. Master, I've been mulling something over, a rough idea. Hear me out, just to pass the time. Spit it out then. Zhao Lidong feigned impatience, but his ears perked up. Zhao Lidong smiled and spoke unhurriedly. I think the root of why mass-cooked dishes taste bad lies in 2 issues. 1, the base is too thin and lacks flavor. 2, the cooking is too rough and lacks soul. In plain language, I mean, when we cook mass dishes, we just toss ingredients into plain water with a bit of salt and soy sauce. The flavor relies entirely on the ingredients themselves. How could that taste good? Zhao Lidong explained. I was thinking, couldn't we save the pork bones, chicken carcasses, fish heads and tails, and vegetable scraps we trim every day instead of throwing them away? A flicker of light sparked in Zhao Lidong's eyes. We could simmer a big pot of stock daily. It doesn't need fancy ingredients, just those scraps gently boiled over low heat. From now on, for every dish, whether stir-fried cabbage or braised tofu, use this stock instead of plain water as the base. Imagine how the dish's foundation would instantly elevate. Zhao Lidong's fingers clutching his pipe unconsciously ceased their fidgeting. This idea had some merit. Using scraps for stock, simple, cost-effective, and immediately impactful. And what about lacking soul? He pressed. Lacking soul means our dishes are too monotonous, Zhao Lidong continued. Take the common tomato scrambled eggs. We always scramble the eggs, add tomatoes, and season with salt. That's it. But I've tasted it. Our tomatoes are a bit sour, making the dish sharp. What if we add a pinch of sugar just before serving? Sugar? Zhao Lidong frowned. Wouldn't that make it sweet? Not to sweeten it, but to balance the tomatoes. Sour and sweet complement each other. A hint of sweetness softens the sourness, highlighting the tomato's natural umami. It's called enhancing freshness. Zhao Lidong explained in simple terms using basic examples, yet conveying profound seasoning principles. Knowledge he had fully internalized after acquiring the junior seasoning master skill. Zhao Lidong fell into deep silence. He gazed at his apprentice, his mind in turmoil. Stock is the base, capturing the essence. Sugar-acid balance, adding the finishing touch. These two suggestions, seemingly simple, struck at the core of improving mass-cooked dishes. How did this kid's mind work? Also, I think we could serve some mass dishes in smaller portions. For instance, the braised eggplant. We could pre-fry the eggplants, then quickly stir-fry them with a prepared yuxiong or sauce when ordered. That ensures speed while giving better texture and presentation than dishes left stewing in the pot. Zhao Lidong continued to lay out his ideas one after another. Each point precisely hit the mark, balancing flavor, cost, and efficiency. From initial stubbornness to silent contemplation, and finally to awe, Zhao Lidong felt like a novice apprentice before his own disciple. After a long pause, he let out a deep sigh, grabbed the teacup, and took a hefty gulp as if to douse the fire within him. All right, I get it. He waved his hand, shooing Zhao Lidong away. Stop all this daydreaming. Get home now. Don't clutter my sight. Zhao Lidong smiled knowingly and left the office. He knew it was settled. That night, Zhao Lidong stayed up all night in his office. The next morning, a 5-page, well-structured, evidence-backed, and detailed proposal for enhancing the quality of our restaurant's mass-cooked dishes lay on Manager Ma's desk. The proposal elaborated on innovative concepts like standardization of stock, refinement of flavor profiles, and optimization of service flow. From theory to practice, macro to micro, it was a textbook-grade improvement plan. The signature bore only 3 characters, Zhao Lidong. After reading the proposal, Ma slapped his thigh in excitement. Old Zhao, you're a damn genius. This plan is... Zhao Lidong waved his hand modestly, but his gaze involuntarily drifted toward the young figure diligently washing vegetables in the kitchen. Ma made an on-the-spot decision. We'll implement this plan. All resources will be allocated to you. I want to see what Donglishun can become. He stood up, excitedly walked to the window, and gazed at the growing crowd of diners below, declaring with grand ambition, good. It's settled. Tomorrow. No starting from lunch today? Well, fully roll out the new plan. I'll personally stand at the door and call out, inviting everyone to taste how fragrant our improved mass-cooked dishes are. Excellent. It's settled. Tomorrow, no, starting from noon today. Well, fully implement the new plan. I'll personally go to the entrance and shout, inviting everyone to taste how delicious our improved stew really is. Manager Old Ma gave the order, and the entire kitchen of Donglishun instantly sprang into action like a wound-up machine. A massive soup pot was set on the innermost burner. Zhao Lidong personally directed 2 kitchen assistants to toss in the pork bones, chicken frames, fish heads, and various vegetable roots accumulated from the previous day. Without complex seasonings, only generous slices of ginger and a few scallions were added to remove the gamey smell. Then the pot was left to simmer over the lowest heat, maintaining a barely bubbling shrimp-eye water state, slowly extracting the essence. Time was the ultimate catalyst. The originally clear water gradually turned milky white under the slow simmer, and a rich, pure fragrance began to permeate the kitchen. This was the first step toward broth standardization. The other chefs, under Zhao Lidong's supervision, began preparing ingredients according to the new procedures. A small pinch of sugar was added to the seasoning bowl for scrambled eggs with tomatoes. The proportions of soy sauce, vinegar, and sugar in the sauce for vinegar-cooked cabbage were recalibrated precisely to the gram. The eggplant strips for braised eggplant were pre-fried and sorted aside, next to several bowls containing different flavors. The atmosphere in the kitchen was tense yet tinged with excitement. Everyone knew this was not just a simple menu adjustment, but a pivotal battle determining the restaurant's future. As 1130 approached, the lunch rush began. True to his word, Old Ma set up a small stool at the restaurant entrance and, like a storyteller, enthusiastically beckoned passersby. Don't miss out. Donglishun's dishes have been revamped. Same price, different taste. If it's not good, it's free. His vigorous shouts, combined with Donglishun's recently growing reputation, attracted many curious diners. Waiter, a bowl of noodles with sauce, a regular customer called out habitually as he sat down. Coming right up. In the kitchen, upon receiving the order, Chef Wong, in charge of pastries, immediately scooped up a bowl of chewy noodles from the boiling water. But the sauce he poured on was different from usual. This time he ladled a large spoonful of the milky broth into the original sauce. A seemingly ordinary bowl of noodles was served. The regular customer took a slurp of noodles, and his eyes lit up. Huh. He smacked his lips, took a sip of the soup, and his expression shifted from confusion to delight. The soup tastes different. It's several times fresher than before. His exclamation immediately piqued the curiosity of nearby diners. Really? Old Zhang, you're not a planner. Try it yourself. I could drink 3 bowls of this soup. Soon more diners noticed the changes. What's with the scrambled eggs with tomatoes? The flavor is so mellow, not sour at all, and incredibly fresh. Exactly. My vinegar-cooked cabbage has the perfect sweet and sour balance, much better than before. My fish-fragrant eggplant is stir-fried fresh. The skin is a bit crispy, the inside soft and flavorful, perfect with rice. Praise echoed through the dining hall. Those who had only come to try the new dishes became enthusiastic advocates after eating. Boss, give me another bowl of rice. Your dishes are too good with rice. Waiter, check please. We'll be back tomorrow. The restaurant's table turnover rate during lunch was at least 30% higher than usual. In the kitchen, all the chefs were busier than ever, but their faces shone with unprecedented excitement and pride. The dishes they had made with their own hands received the most direct and fervent approval from the diners, a sense of accomplishment no bonus could replace. Zhao Lidong stood by the stove, observing it all, his heart filled with satisfaction. He knew the seed he had planted was beginning to sprout. After the lunch rush, manager Old Ma rushed into the kitchen beaming. He hugged Zhou Dimeo excitedly like a child. Old Zhou, it's a success. A complete success. Listen to the buzz outside. Our improvements have triumphed. It's a success. A complete success. Zhou Dimeo was shaken dizzy, his old face creased into a smile like a chrysanthemum, yet he remained modest. It's all thanks to everyone's efforts. I just moved my pen. Old Ma released Zhou Dimeo and approached Zhao Lidong, his eyes full of admiration. Without a word, he gave Zhao Lidong a firm pat on the shoulder, a gesture that said it all. Then he pulled out 2 small red paper packets from his pocket and solemnly pressed them into Zhou Dimeo's and Zhao Lidong's hands. This is a special reward from the restaurant. Take it, don't refuse. Zhao Lidong opened the red paper to find several crisp banknotes and a small ticket printed with red patterns. A pork coupon, half a caddy. Zhao Lidong's breath caught for a moment. In this era, half a caddy of pork coupon was as significant as receiving the latest smartphone as a year-end bonus. It was not just a material reward, but a symbol of status and ability. Zhou Dimeo, clutching the half-caddy meat coupon, trembled with excitement. Old Ma looked at them both and said cheerfully, keep up the good work. Once our restaurant becomes the best in the South City, I'll apply for a forever brand bicycle for each of you. The kitchen erupted enviously. Zhao Lidong gripped the small meat coupon, but his mind had already wandered. In his mind's eye, a perfect piece of pork belly appeared with alternating layers of fat and lean. It was cut into neat squares tied with straw ropes and slowly braised in a blend of yellow wine and soy sauce until it glowed a bright red like agate, its texture soft and creamy like solidified fat. Dompa pork. Those 3 words struck his heart like lightning. Since arriving in this world, he had never truly cooked for himself the dish he was most proud of in his past life. Today the time had come. He looked up at Zhou Dimeo with a serious expression. Master, can I take the afternoon off? Zhou Dimeo was taken aback. What for? Zhao Lidong stared at the meat coupon in his hand and said slowly, I want to go home and cook a dish. I want to go home and cook a dish. When Zhao Lidong uttered these words, the clamor of the entire kitchen fell silent. Zhou Dimeo looked at his apprentice's eyes, which were startlingly bright, and then at the tightly clenched pork coupon in his hand. In an instant, he understood everything. This was the unstoppable heart of a chef who, upon obtaining the most precious ingredient, yearned to create an exquisite masterpiece. Go ahead. Zhou Dimeo waved his hand with a knowing smile. He'll handle things at the stove. Thank you, master. Without another word, Zhao Lidong shed his chef's coat, pocketed the half-jean, meat coupon and bonus, and left the restaurant with swift strides. Instead of heading straight home, he first detoured to the largest state-run butcher shop in the southern part of the city. Comrade, give me the best piece of pork belly you have, Zhao Lidong said to the burly master butcher in the shop. The old butcher glanced at him, and seeing his youth, was dismissive. They're all the same. There's no such thing as best. Unfazed, Zhao Lidong simply slapped the half-jean meat coupon and several large denomination notes onto the counter. Upon seeing the coupon, the butcher's attitude shifted instantly. He put down his cleaver and scrutinized Zhao Lidong. Young man, you know your stuff, he said with a grin revealing yellowed teeth. What kind are you after? I want the upper belly with 5 distinct layers of fat and lean 3 fingers thick. The skin must be clean without any stamps. Zhao Lidong recited a series of precise requirements. The old butcher nodded repeatedly, his initial contempt completely transformed into admiration. He took down a large slab of pork belly from the meat hook, gestured with the tip of his knife, and precisely cut a square piece that was neither too big nor too small, yet perfectly met all of Zhao Lidong's demands. The meat had distinct layers, red and white interspersed like a fine piece of jade, gleaming enticingly in the sunlight. Young man, this piece is truly exquisite. Zhao Lidong nodded with satisfaction, paid, and then went to a grocery store to buy a small jar of the finest Shaoxing rice wine and a bottle of Haitian soy sauce. When he returned to the courtyard carrying these top-tier supplies, everyone stared in awe. My God, Lidong, did you strike it right? Buying such a huge piece of meat. It's such a beautiful cut. Zhao Lidong smiled and greeted everyone before diving into his small room. He knew that making dompa pork demanded absolute focus and tranquility. First, he meticulously cleaned the perfect slab of pork belly, then brought a pot of water to a boil, blanched the meat to draw out the blood and impurities. Then came the most critical step. He lined the bottom of a small clay pot with a thick layer of scallions and ginger slices, creating a soft bed. He then placed the blanched pork belly skin side down firmly on the bed of scallions and ginger. He didn't add a single drop of water. Instead, he generously poured the entire small jar of Shaoxing wine into the pot. Sizzle. The aroma of the wine was instantly released, mingling with the scent of meat and filling the small room. He then added rock sugar, soy sauce, and a few secret spices. After covering the pot, he meticulously sealed the lid's gap with a piece of moistened rice paper, ensuring no aroma could escape. Finally, he placed the clay pot on the coal stove and adjusted it to the lowest flame. This was the essence of dompa pork: slow fire, little water, plenty of wine. The next 2 hours were a long and Zhao Lidong didn't idle. He sat at the table with his eyes closed, using his junior seasoning master skill to constantly monitor the changes within the clay pot. He could perceive the alcohol content of the wine slowly evaporating, carrying away the last trace of gaming. He could hear the fat of the pork belly gradually melting under the gentle heat, transforming into rich oil that blended with the soy sauce and rock sugar. He could smell the revolutionary changes occurring within the meat. Under the influence of the wine and heat, the meat fibers slowly relaxed, broke apart, and then reassembled. The texture was shifting from firm to soft and glutinous, and then to melt in the mouth. After an hour and a half, he removed the seal and opened the lid for the first glazing. The meat had already turned an enticing light brown. Using a spoon, he ladled the thick sauce from the bottom of the pot and evenly poured it over the skin again and again. This process was repeated 3 times. After each glazing, he resealed the lid and continued to simmer over the lowest heat. When 2 hours had passed, Zhao Lidong opened the lid for the final time. A brilliant, almost unreal red light burst forth from the clay pot, illuminating the entire small room. The dompa pork had completed its transformation. Its color was a lustrous red like agate, oily yet not greasy. The skin was slightly wrinkled like a piece of exquisite art. A gentle touch with chopsticks caused the entire piece to tremble softly like jelly. A complex aroma, a fusion of wine, meat, soy sauce, and caramelized sugar, surged out of the small room like a tangible force enveloping the entire courtyard. Oh my God, what is that smell? I can't take it anymore, my legs are weak with craving. Zhao Lidong, are you concocting an elixir of immortality in there? The neighbors in the courtyard went wild, all crowding at Zhao Lidong's door, craning their necks to look inside. The scene was more lively than a grand performance. Zhao Lidong smiled. He carefully transferred the perfect dompa pork onto a plate. Then he began his distribution. He first cut 2 largest, most perfect pieces and placed them in his separate bowls. One was for his master Zhou Dimeo in gratitude for his mentorship. The other was for Uncle Lu Guangfu in thanks for his care in the courtyard. Next, he cut 2 more excellent pieces and placed them in a clean enamel bowl with some of the tender braised scallions. This was for Qin Shufan and Qin Xiaoman. Finally, he kept a small piece for himself. Carrying the clay pot with the remaining meat and thick sauce, he walked out of his small room. Come on, everyone, don't just stare. Have a taste. The courtyard erupted in thunderous cheers. That evening, the air of the entire courtyard was sweet, fragrant, a taste that made one want to cry with happiness. Qin Xiaoman ate until her mouth was greasy, her little face rosy like a small apple. She looked up at Zhao Lidong, who was smiling at her, her eyes full of adoring little stars. Uncle Dong, you're even more amazing than the kitchen god in the stories. The kitchen god's cooking can't be as good as yours. The innocent words of a child made everyone in the courtyard burst into laughter. Zhao Lidong laughed too. He crouched down and gently tapped the little girl's nose. Qin Shufan stood by, watching the affectionate interaction between her daughter and Zhao Lidong, watching the man surrounded by the crowd. Her eyes overflowed with a tenderness and admiration she herself had not yet realized. Just then, Xiaoman tugged at Zhao Lidong's sleeve and said in a very serious tone, Uncle Dong, our teacher gave us homework today. We have to write an essay titled My Hero. The little girl looked at Zhao Lidong, her eyes sparkling. Can I write about you? Can I write about you? Qin Xiaoman looked up with her little face smudged with oil, her big black grape-like eyes sparkling with utmost seriousness. That soft, tender question like a feather gently tickled the hearts of everyone present. The entire courtyard fell into a peculiar warm silence because of this child's innocent remark. The adults who had been wolfing down the dompa pork just moments ago now put down their chopsticks, gazing warmly at the pair in the center of the yard. Zhao Lidong's heart felt as if struck by something. An indescribable warmth surged through his limbs and bone. In his past life, he stood at the pinnacle of the culinary world, hailed as the god of cookery by countless diners and media, hearing endless praises and flattery. Yet never had a word. Hero spoken by a 5-year-old, moved and shaken him more deeply. He crouched down to meet Xiaoman's eyes, gently wiping the grease from the corner of her mouth with his finger, his voice carrying a softness he himself hadn't noticed. Why do you want to write about Uncle Dong? Isn't Uncle just a cook? No, Xiaoman retorted immediately, her little lips pouting high like a loyal guardian defending her faith. Uncle Dong can do magic. He can turn white radish into meat that's tastier than real meat. He can turn potatoes into long, slippery noodles. She counted on her fingers, reciting like a treasured list. Uncle Dong also protects us. When that bad kid from second Uncle Jia's house snatched my rubber band, you just glared at him and he ran away scared. And last time when the grain distribution wasn't enough and Mom secretly wiped her tears, you chased away the bad guys and got all the grain back. The little girl's voice was crisp and loud, every word clearly reaching the ears of everyone in the yard. Those neighbors who had been bullied by Jia Donglai or wronged in the grain distribution now felt their eyes grow hot listening to Xiaoman's words. Yes, in the hearts of ordinary folks like them, what kind of person is a hero? Not the distant models in newspapers, but the one who gives you a bowl of hot soup when you're hungry and stands up for you. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Lidong had become the backbone of everyone in this courtyard. And Xiaoman suddenly leaned close to Zhao Lidong's ear and whispered in a voice only the two could hear. Since Uncle Dong came, I've seen Mom smile more times than in the whole year before. Zhao Lidong's body stiffened slightly. He instinctively looked up at Qin Shufan standing nearby. That woman, always carrying a hint of resilience and aloofness, was now with her head bowed, her cheeks flushed with a charming blush, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her clothes. The moonlight gently bathed her, casting a hazy glow over her graceful figure. Especially the nape of her neck, exposed from her collar, dazzlingly white in the night, causing Zhao Lidong's Adam's apple to involuntarily bob. He let out a hearty laugh to break the slightly romantic atmosphere, reached out and lifted Xiaoman into his arms, seating her on his forearm. All right, then our Xiaoman will write about Uncle Dong. If you write well, and the teacher praises you, Uncle Dong will make you something even more delicious as a reward. Really? Xiaoman's eyes lit up instantly. Of course, a man of his word is hard to catch up with. Hooray! The little girl happily planted a kiss on Zhao Lidong's cheek. Seeing this, the aunties in the yard all showed knowing, auntie-like smiles. Oh my, look how skilled Lidong is at holding a child. He'll definitely be a good dad. Exactly. Shufan, you'd better seize the opportunity. Such a fine young man, so many people have their eyes on him. Qin Shufan's face turned even redder, almost bleeding. She shot a reproachful glare at those meddling aunties, walked over quickly, and tried to take her daughter from Zhao Lidong's arms. Lidong, you've had a long day, put her down. The child is heavy. As her hand took the daughter, it inevitably brushed against Zhao Lidong's sturdy arm. Through the thin layer of clothing, the scorching heat and firm touch made Qin Shufan's heart jolt, as if electrocuted, and she quickly pulled her hand back. But Zhao Lidong acted as if he hadn't noticed, just smiling and saying, It's fine, Sister Qin, Xiaoman isn't heavy at all. Come on, Uncle will take you to see if there's any meat left in the pot. In the following days, Xiaoman truly treated writing her composition as a top priority. Every evening, Zhao Lidong could see a small figure hunched over the desk under the faint light of the kerosene lamp in Qin Shufan's house, earnestly writing stroke by stroke. Qin Shufan sat nearby, stitching shoe soles while occasionally helping her daughter with unfamiliar characters. The scene was as warm as an old oil painting. One afternoon, just as Zhao Lidong returned to the yard from work, he saw a little figure charging in from the gate like a happy little cannonball. Uncle Dong! Uncle Dong! It was Xiaoman. Her little face was flushed from running too fast, holding a composition book high in her hand, her eyes full of excited pride, as if presenting a treasure. Our teacher read my composition out loud to the whole class today. Really? Our Xiaoman is so amazing. Zhao Lidong smiled and crouched down. Xiaoman proudly puffed out her little chest and handed over the composition book. The teacher said mine was the best and drew a big red flower for me. Zhao Lidong took the slightly curled composition book, which had been flipped through many times, and opened to that page. In childish, crooked handwriting, a title read, My hero Uncle Dong. My neighbor Uncle Dong is a very, very amazing person. His cooking is the best, his dongpa pork is brighter than the stars in the sky and sweeter than honey. The adults in the yard say that before our yard was always quarreling and no one liked to talk. But since Uncle Dong came, our yard feels like New Year's every day. Uncle Dong says there's nothing a good meal can't fix, and I think he's right. My mom works very hard. She has to go to work and take care of me all by herself. She used to smile very rarely. But now Uncle Dong always cooks delicious food for us and fixed the leaky roof for Mom. Mom's eyes now have little stars in them when she smiles. The teacher asked us who a hero is. Some classmates said heroes are the PLA uncles who beat the bad guys. I think they are heroes. But I also think Uncle Dong is a hero, because he makes everyone eat their fill and laugh happily. When I grow up, I want to be someone like Uncle Dong. Zhao Lidong looked at this composition full of childlike innocence and genuine emotion, and the softest part of his heart was deeply touched. He looked up and saw Qin Shufan had also followed out, standing not far away, her eyes red as she watched them. Zhao Lidong closed the composition book solemnly, returned it to Xiaoman, and then reached out to ruffle her hair. Xiaoman wrote so well. To reward our great writer Uncle Dong, we'll make something especially delicious for you tonight. What is it? Xiaoman asked expectantly. Zhao Lidong smiled mysteriously. Sugar pancakes, ever had them? Crispy sesame on the outside and inside sweet brown sugar filling, that'll make your teeth ache. Wow, sugar pancakes. Xiaoman jumped for joy. Zhao Lidong stood up, walked over to Qin Shufan, looked into her moist eyes, and lowered his voice, carrying a warmth only she could understand. Sister Qin, don't cook tonight. Just have sugar pancakes with porridge. He paused, then added, his voice soft, but like a pebble dropped into Qin Shufan's heart lake. From now on, I'll take care of you two's meals. Qin Shufan's heart leaped, and she looked up, meeting Zhao Lidong's smile. Just at this tender moment, the cold system notification sounded unexpectedly in Zhao Lidong's mind. Detected that the host's people cohesion in the specific area courtyard has reached adoration level and obtained the hero title from a future blossom. System core energy reserve, full upgrade conditions met. System upgrade commencing, estimated time 10 minutes. Some functions will be suspended during upgrade. New core functions will be unlocked upon completion. Zhao Lidong was stunned. Such a good thing. Writing a composition could trigger a system upgrade. System upgrade countdown 10, 9, 8. Qin Shufan seeing Zhao Lidong suddenly freeze. Lidong, what's wrong? Lidong, what's wrong? Qin Shufan's worried voice pulled Zhao Lidong back from the system's notification. He looked at her face full of concern, quickly waved his hand, and put on a relaxed smile. It's nothing, Sister Qin. I just suddenly thought of a new idea for cooking and got a bit distracted. The excuse was reasonable, and Qin Shufan didn't suspect anything, only giving him a playful glare. All you think about day and night is eating and cooking. That glance carried a hint of girlish charm, stirring a slight flutter in Zhao Lidong's heart. At that moment, the countdown in his mind reached 0. Ding. System upgrade complete. Congratulations, host. The Divine Chef system has been upgraded to LV. 3. New feature unlocked. Taste memory. As the system notification faded, Zhao Lidong felt his mind flooded by a gentle, yet immensely vast stream of data. His 5 senses, especially taste and smell, were restructured and enhanced in an unimaginable way. If before his nose and tongue were like a precision chemical analyzer, now his entire sensory system had become a supercomputer with a massive database. He closed his eyes. Memories of his past life surged like a flood breaking through a dam. No longer vague or fragmented, they were incredibly clear and real, and re-experience. He saw himself in a Michelin 3-star restaurant in Paris, carefully placing a slice of Alba white truffle as thin as a cicada's wing onto a half-cooked onsen egg with tweezers. He could even clearly smell the unique, domineering aroma of musk garlic and earthy soil. He tasted the sip of Gikuro tea from a kaiseki restaurant in Kyoto. The sweet richness of the first steep, the elegant lightness of the second, the slight astringency of the third. Every nuance of flavor was perfectly recreated on his tongue. He could even feel the most authentic boat congee he had eaten late at night in Guangzhou. The smoothness of the congee, the tenderness of the fish slices, the crispness of the fried dough sticks, the softness of the egg shreds, the nutty fragrance of the peanuts. All the flavors and textures of the ingredients wove together in his mind like a perfect symphony. This was taste memory. It could perfectly record, store, and recall every flavor, every dish, every detail he had ever tasted. This meant that the vast repository of dishes he had painstakingly accumulated over decades in his past life, encompassing the essence of French, Chinese, and Japanese cuisines, was now completely transferred into his mind, and it was 100% replication down to the millimeter. Zhao Lidong trembled with excitement. This was true divine ability. With this ability, the lost recipes in the system's shop became child's play. He himself was a living, walking divine recipe book containing countless dishes from East and West, ancient and modern. The rich depth of Buddha jumps over the wall, the pure clarity of white boiled cabbage, the exquisite knife work of Wincy tofu, the perfect union of puff pastry and meat juices in beef Wellington. One after another, top-tier dishes that existed only in legends, or another time, churned and collided in his mind like countless brilliant stars waiting for him to pluck. His breathing quickened, and an unprecedented surge of creative desire and lofty ambition swelled in his chest. He wished he could rush into the kitchen right then, awakening these sleeping delicacies one by one, letting them shine with the most dazzling brilliance in this barren era. But a harsh dose of reality quickly doused his fiery heart. He had the recipe for beef Wellington, but where could he find top-quality filet mignon and Parma ham? He could replicate a perfect French consommé, but he couldn't even buy a decent bottle of dry white wine. He even knew how to slice a truly authentic Peking duck into 108 pieces, but he couldn't get a single force-fed duck. Possessing the skill to slay a dragon, but lacking the dragon-slaying blade. This immense sense of disparity quickly brought Zhao Lidong down from his peak excitement. He understood. Taste memory hadn't given him a shortcut to instant success. It was an incredibly detailed map leading to the path of a culinary god. The road must be walked step by step. Rice must be eaten one mouthful at a time. In this unique era, what he needed to do was not aimlessly try to replicate castles in the air, but to use this divine ability to start from the most basic level, turning the mundane into the miraculous. For instance, his memory held a long-lost autumn soy sauce brewed only from soybean salt and well water exposed to the sun and dew for 14 days. Its umami was unmatched by any modern industrial soy sauce. Though he didn't have time to brew it now, he could use taste memory to add stir-fried shiitake mushroom stems and kelp, natural umami enhancers, to the existing soy sauce, simulating and approaching that flavor to the greatest extent. Similarly, he could use his precise memory of spices to combine the most common ones, star anise, cinnamon, Sichuan peppercorns, in a completely new, unprecedented ratio, creating a unique secret 13 spices blend that belonged solely to him, Zhao Lidong. This was the most correct and most terrifying use of taste memory in this era. Not replication, but creation. With this realization, Zhao Lidong felt his horizons broaden and his entire mental state elevated to his gaze toward Qin Shufan and Qin Xiaoman grew more intense. He wanted them, and everyone in this courtyard who cared about him, to taste the most delicious food in the world. Uncle Dong, why are you daydreaming again? Where's my sugar cake? Zhao Man tugged at his clothes, pulling his thoughts back. Coming right up. Zhao Lidong laughed heartily, waving his hand with grand ambition. Not just sugar cakes, today I'll show you another trick. A vegetarian dish more fragrant than meat, something you've never tasted. He was going to test that idea about creating flavors. That evening, Zhao Lidong's kitchen became the center of attention in the entire courtyard. First, he deftly kneaded dough, incorporating lard to create a flaky, crumbly oil pastry. For the brown sugar filling, he ingeniously added a bit of roasted flour, so that when the sugar cakes were pan-fried, the filling wouldn't be too runny and burn the mouth, but instead form a semi-solid lava-like, wonderfully textured center. Golden, crispy sugar cakes sprinkled with sesame seeds came out of the pan, their sweet aroma making the children in the courtyard drool. But when he started on another dish, everyone was baffled by his actions. He took a few shiitake mushroom stems, discards from the restaurant, some dried kelp, and a small pinch of Sichuan peppercorns, and slowly roasted them over low heat until everything was fragrant and crisp. Then he ground them into a fine powder using a garlic mortar. An incredibly complex and unusually savory aroma filled the air. He added this homemade super MSG to the most ordinary home-style braised tofu. When the plate of tofu was served, everyone who tasted it was astonished. Though there wasn't a single piece of meat in the tofu, it had a rich, robust, and dominant umami that far surpassed meat. Lidong, what heavenly ingredient did you put in this tofu? Elder Lu Guangfu, his eyes wide with shock, stammered. Zhao Lidong only gave a mysterious smile, trade secret. He knew that from this day forward, he held a trump card capable of reshaping the taste landscape of this era. As he reveled in the joy of his new ability, he was unaware that an opportunity, one he must seize, was. The next morning, the moment Zhao Lidong stepped into the kitchen, he sensed something amiss. The chefs were huddled in small groups, whispering excitedly and nervously. When they saw him enter, they all stopped talking and stared at him in unison. Before Zhao Lidong could ask, manager Ma rushed out of his office like a whirlwind, waving a paper stamped with his face was a complex mix of excitement, anticipation, and a hint of anxiety. Lidong, Chef Zhou, everyone come to my office immediately. Emergency meeting. Ma's voice was strained with excitement. The district has sent a notice. The district has sent a notice. Manager Old Ma's shout froze the air in the kitchen. The chefs exchanged uneasy glances, their hearts pounding with uncertainty. A notice from the district was no trivial matter. Whether it boded good or ill, no one could tell. Zhao Lidong and Zhou Dimeo locked eyes, both catching a flicker of gravity in each other's gaze. What are you all standing around for? Move it, Old Ma urged. The group quickly wiped their hands and followed him into the cramped office. Old Ma stood behind his desk, cleared his throat, and wore an expression of utmost solemnity. Yet the spark of excitement in his eyes was impossible to conceal. Comrades, he slammed the red-headed document onto the table with a sharp smack. This is phenomenal news. In response to the city's call to elevate service industry standards and enrich the people's dining tables, our district's Commerce Bureau has decided to host the first district-level state-run catering unit culinary skills competition. A culinary competition. The moment those words left his mouth, the office erupted in stifled gasps and murmurs. In this era of rigid routines and seniority-based promotions, a competition was the most legitimate and swiftest path for an ordinary person to climb the social ladder. For this competition, all 12 state-run restaurants and canteens in our district will send their finest chefs. Old Ma's voice grew more impassioned, as if delivering a pre-battle rally. This is not only a contest of personal honor, but a battle for our restaurant's reputation. Whoever secures a place in this competition will become a big shot in Nanchang's culinary scene. He paused, then dropped the heaviest bombshell. Moreover, the district has promised that the top 3 individuals will be awarded the honorary title of district level, a major merit recorded in your file, and a 2-grade salary increase. Whoosh. Those 6 words, a 2-grade salary increase, exploded like a depth charge in every chef's heart. In this era where a monthly wage was only 20 or 30 yuan, a 2-grade raise meant nearly 10 extra yuan. That added up to over 100 yuan a year, a fortune capable of transforming a family's quality of life. Not to mention the honorary title of outstanding chef, a golden badge one could boast about for a lifetime. In an instant, every chef in the office began breathing heavily, their eyes ablaze with the fire of ambition. Old Ma was thoroughly pleased with their electrified state. He shifted his gaze to the kitchen's anchor, Zhou Dimeo. Master Zhou, Old Ma said with respect, you are the pillar of our Donglashan, our most skilled veteran chef. For this competition, our restaurant's honor depends on. Before Old Ma could finish, Zhou Dimeo waved a hand to cut him off. Manager, these old bones of mine won't compete with the youngsters. Zhou Dimeo took a puff from his tobacco pipe, a proud smile spreading across his face. He pointed the pipe stem at Zhao Lidong, who stood behind him. If you ask me, there's only one person from our restaurant who should go. Let Lidong go. Zhou Dimeo's voice was low but resolute. He's young and driven with a sharp mind, and his skills have surpassed his master's. The reception for the city leaders last time proved everything. I have full confidence in him. These words drew nods of agreement from most of the chefs, who wore expressions of natural, right? Master Zhou is spot on. Lidong should go. Lidong's craftsmanship is undeniable. He'll bring glory to our restaurant. Zhao Lidong's prestige in the kitchen was no longer what it once was. From the Dragon Gate leap to the 7-day genesis and the subsequent improvements to the communal pot dishes, his demonstrated prowess had won over the vast majority. Old Ma was of the same mind. He grinned at Zhao Lidong, ready to make the final call. But just then a discordant voice rang. "Manager, I disagree." Everyone turned to see Wang Taizhu pushing through the crowd, his face flushed with agitation. Ever since he had taken the wrong side in the grain distribution incident and been utterly crushed by Zhao Lidong's dish of jade tofu dumplings, Wang Taizhu had learned his lesson. He had kept a low profile in the kitchen, working diligently and speaking sweetly, calling everyone senior brother and treating Zhao Lidong with utmost deference. Everyone thought he had been thoroughly reformed. Yet faced with this life-altering opportunity, he could not suppress the lingering resentment in his heart. "Wang Taizhu, you disagree. What right do you have to disagree?" An older chef close to Zhou Dimeo immediately scolded. Wang Taizhu was momentarily choked, but he mustered his courage and addressed manager Old Ma. "Manager Master Zhou, I have no issue with junior brother Lidong. I admit that junior brother Lidong's skills are exceptional, and he is the pride of our kitchen." He first flattered Zhao Lidong, then shifted his tone. "But this competition is no small matter. It represents the face of our entire Donglishan. Junior brother Lidong is still young, has been with the restaurant for a short time, and has almost no competition experience. What if on the stage, due to nerves or unfamiliarity with the rules, something goes wrong? That would disgrace all of us." His argument was well-reasoned, positioning himself on the moral high ground of thinking of the restaurant. "I believe that for such an important contest, it's safest to send someone with more experience and steadier nerves." In the end, he puffed out his chest and declared loudly, "Manager, I want to sign up too. I want to win glory for our restaurant." The office fell silent. It had to be said, Wang Taizhu's words struck a chord with some. Zhao Lidong's youth was his greatest strength, but also his greatest weakness. Zhou Dimeo's face darkened with rage, and he was about to curse. But Zhao Lidong gently placed a hand on his master's arm and shook his head. Old Ma furrowed his brow. He certainly favored Zhao Lidong, but with Wang Taizhu having spoken so pointedly, forcing the choice would invite accusations of nepotism and suppressing the veterans, harming kitchen unity. After a moment of deliberation, his gaze flickered between Zhao Lidong and Wang Taizhu, and he made a decision. "All right, Comrade Wang Taizhu's desire to contribute to the collective is commendable, praiseworthy." He first affirmed Wang Taizhu's attitude, then slammed the table. "Since that's the case, we can't have a one-man show. Let's do it the fairest way, an internal selection. You Wang Taizhu and you Zhao Lidong. Both of you will participate in the selection. Whoever wins will represent Donglishan in the district competition. Does anyone have objections?" Old Ma scanned the room. "No objections. Wise decision, manager. Right, let the best man win. That's the fairest." The chefs voiced their agreement. A smug smile crept onto Wang Taizhu's face. He felt he had at least earned a chance. Zhao Lidong, however, remained utterly composed, as if none of this concerned him. He merely nodded calmly at Old Ma. "No problem. He'll follow the manager's arrangements." His serene demeanor stood in stark contrast to Wang Taizhu's feverish determination. "Good." Old Ma waved his hand grandly. To avoid disrupting the afternoon service, he decided to act swiftly. "The selection will be held this afternoon. It starts right after the lunch rush. You have 1 hour to prepare." He walked to the wall, grabbed a few items from a hanging basket, and tossed them onto the table before the two men. "The challenge is simple. Use what's at hand." All eyes fixed on the table. Half a pound of slightly wilted chives, a piece of old tofu that had sat for at least 2 days, and a small bowl of leftover rice. With these ingredients, make one dish within an hour. Old Ma announced. "Whoever's dish wins, everyone's approved." Seeing these scraps, Wang Taizhu's face fell instantly. What decent dish could he possibly make from this? He racked his brain, coming up with nothing but chive stir-fried tofu, or a fried rice with the leftovers and chives. But such ordinary fare could never beat Zhao Lidong's genius. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Zhao Lidong, however, looked at the items on the table with a glint of barely perceptible excitement in his eyes. His mind's flavor memory function activated instantly. Countless combinations of chives, tofu, and rice flashed, collided, and recombined in his thoughts. Finally, a bold and ingenious dish, one that would leave everyone astonished, took shape in his mind. He glanced at the anxious Wang Taizhu, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Wang Taizhu, thank you for giving me a warm-up opportunity. So, have you both decided what to make?" Old Ma asked. "Well, have you both decided what to make?" Manager Lao Ma's voice was deep and grave as his gaze swept across Zhao Lidong and Wang Taizhu's faces. Everyone in the kitchen held their breath. The tension of this internal showdown, which would determine the restaurant's honor, was no less intense than a real competition. "I've made up my mind." Wang Taizhu gritted his teeth and spoke first. Beads of sweat covered his forehead, evidence of a fierce internal struggle. All he could think of were chives stir-fried with tofu, or chive and tofu fried rice. But both were too ordinary, utterly unworthy of presentation. In a flash of desperation, he recalled a slightly more complex dish. "He'll make a pan-seared tofu box," Wang Taizhu announced his choice. The moment the dish was named, even Zhou Dimeo couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The pan-seared tofu box was a classic of Shandong cuisine, not overly complex, but a true test of fundamental skills. It required slicing the tofu, stuffing it with a filling of chives, and minced meat, coating it in egg wash, frying both sides until golden, then simmering it slowly in broth to infuse the flavor. If done well, the dish would boast both excellent presentation and taste. But we don't have any minced meat or eggs, a kitchen assistant muttered quietly. No meat. I'll use this leftover rice instead. Wang Taizhu was clearly burning his bridges. I'll mince the rice and mix it with chopped chives to make the filling. No egg wash. I'll make a thin flour paste to substitute. It won't be authentic, but it's still better than dry fried rice. His idea was a stroke of desperation, the boldest attempt possible under limited conditions. Many of the veteran chefs nodded silently, acknowledging that Wang Taizhu had put real thought into it. Lao Ma nodded too. All right, not a bad idea. Zhao Lidong, what about you? All eyes turned back to Zhao Lidong. He smiled faintly and unhurriedly uttered, "I'll make dragon and phoenix bring prosperity." What the hell? Dragon and phoenix? What kind of dish is that? The office erupted in clamor. The name was too grand. Dragon. Phoenix. How could he create such things with these meager scraps? Wasn't this just boasting? Wang Taizhu sneered disdainfully, convinced Zhao Lidong was being pretentious and seeking attention. Only Zhou Dimeo's pupils contracted sharply upon hearing the dish's name. He stared intently at Zhao Lidong, trying to discern from his disciple's face whether he was joking. Lao Ma frowned as well. Zhao Lidong, are you sure about this? You can't just throw around a name like that. Manager rested. Zhao Lidong's face radiated confidence. You'll understand when you see the dish. Fine then, no more talk. Lao Ma slammed the table. The competition begins. You have 1 hour. At the command, the two sprang into action. All the kitchen chefs formed a large circle, and even servers from the front quietly sneaked in to watch. Wang Taizhu took a deep breath and immediately began processing the ingredients. He carefully sliced the firm tofu into even blocks, then used a knife to carve a shallow pit in the center. He finally chopped the chives, placed the leftover rice on the cutting board, and repeatedly pressed it with the back of his knife before mincing it finely with the blade to mimic the texture of minced meat. His movements were steady and solid, revealing decent fundamental skills. On the other side, Zhao Lidong's actions left everyone wide-eyed with disbelief. He picked up the block of firm tofu, but instead of slicing it, he placed it directly into a large bowl of clean water. Then he picked up a pair of chopsticks. What was he doing? Cooking with chopsticks. Amid everyone's bewildered gazes, Zhao Lidong gripped the chopsticks with both hands, plunged them into the water, and began stirring the whole block of tofu rapidly and rhythmically. His wrists blurred into afterimages, the chopsticks tracing complex patterns in the water as if performing a flowing martial arts form. The tofu in the water slowly began to break apart, but not in a chaotic shattering. After a few minutes, the water in the bowl had turned murky and the block of tofu had transformed into a bowl of fine uniform grain, no even smoother than tofu pudding. It was like tofu cream. My God, how did he do that? Shredding by water control. That's the technique from Sichuan cuisine used for chicken tofu. He's applying it to tofu, an experienced chef, but it wasn't over. Zhao Lidong filtered the stirred tofu cream through a fine cloth to remove excess water, yielding a bowl of thick, silky tofu cream. Then from the wilted chives, he selected only the freshest green leaves, placed them in a mortar with a pinch of salt, and vigorously pounded them into a vibrant green chive juice. Next, he divided the tofu cream into 2 halves. One half was carefully mixed with golden minced rice. The other half received a few drops of the emerald chive juice, dyeing it a tempting jade color. Only then did everyone vaguely grasp his intent. Using the simplest ingredients, he had physically created 2 new materials with different colors and textures. One was the golden phoenix marrow representing the phoenix. The other was the emerald dragon paste representing the dragon. This godlike creativity and execution left Wang Taizhu, who was still laboriously digging holes in his tofu, utterly stunned. His mind went blank, leaving only one word: finished. How could he even compete? The other was already soaring in the skies of creativity while he was still digging in the mud. Zhao Lidong ignored the astonishment around him. He lit the fire and heated the wok, adding just a drop of oil, coating the surface evenly over the lowest flame. With a spoon, he scooped up a dollop of the golden phoenix marrow and carefully spread it into a shape resembling a phoenix wing on the left side of the wok. Then he scooped up a spoonful of the emerald dragon paste and spread it into a winding, coiling dragon body on the right side. Gold for the phoenix, green for the dragon. He was painting with the wok. As the gentle heat slowly cooked the tofu, the proteins coagulated, releasing a marvelous aroma, blending bean, rice, and chive fragrances throughout the kitchen. Once both paintings had set, Zhao Lidong's wrist jerked suddenly. Shing! The large iron wok arced perfectly in his hand, the dragon and phoenix within leaping into the air, performing a beautiful somersault before landing steadily back in the wok. Shing! The large iron wok arced perfectly in his hand, the dragon and phoenix within leaping into the air, performing a beautiful somersault before landing steadily. Wang Taizhu's face turned ashen. The tofu box in his hand fell onto the cutting board with a clatter, shattering into pieces. He knew he had lost utterly, completely, and humiliatingly. Zhao Lidong carefully placed the seared dragon and phoenix onto a prepared white porcelain plate. On the plate, an emerald dragon coiled, and a golden phoenix spread its wings as if to take flight, entwined together in a lifelike and vivid form. Zhao Lidong carefully placed the seared dragon and phoenix onto a prepared white porcelain plate. On the plate, an emerald dragon coiled, and a golden phoenix spread its wings as if to take flight, entwined together in a lifelike. The entire kitchen fell into dead silence. Everyone was utterly awed by the unimaginable creativity and supreme skill embodied in the dish before them. Lao Ma and Zhou Dimeo exchanged glances, both seeing profound shock in each other's eyes. They picked up their chopsticks, and each took a small piece of the dragon paste and phoenix marrow. The dragon paste melted on the tongue with extreme tenderness and smoothness, the fresh fragrance of chives perfectly sealed within, refreshing and delightful. The phoenix marrow offered the crispy, slightly sweet aroma of pan-fried rice with a firmer, more layered texture. Two flavors, two textures, yet they complemented each other flawlessly. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Lao Ma exclaimed the word 3 times, his face flushed with excitement. He pointed at the dish, then at Zhao Lidong, unable to form a complete sentence for a long moment. Zhou Dimeo let out a long, deep sigh. He walked over to Wang Tieju, patted him on the shoulder, and said nothing. But the meaning in his eyes was clear. Son, accept your fate. You and he are not from the same world. Wang Tieju, dejected, approached the plate of dragon and phoenix, bring prosperity. He too picked up a small piece with chopsticks and placed it in his mouth. As that wondrous flavor burst upon his tongue, his heart, once filled with jealousy, resentment, and struggle, seemed to be utterly purified in that instant. All his negative emotions dissipated before the miraculous culinary skill displayed in that dish. What remained was nothing but the purest, most profound awe and admiration. He slowly turned, walked up to Zhao Lidong, and bowed deeply. This time his back bent lower than ever before, and with more sincerity than ever. Junior brother Lidong, no, Master Zhao. He lifted his head, his eyes devoid of any remaining venom or defiance, replaced only by a relieved clarity. I concede. This time I am completely and utterly convinced from the bottom of my heart. Zhao Lidong looked at him and smiled faintly. Senior brother Wang, you're too kind. Just then Zhou Dimeo walked over and slapped Zhao Lidong heavily on the back, his voice booming like a bell. All right, stop with the mutual praise here. The old man grinned, happier than anyone. The district competition won't be this easy. Creativity alone isn't enough. Your fundamentals must be top-notch. He looked at Zhao Lidong, his eyes filled with both sternness and expectation. Starting tomorrow, don't go home after work. Stay behind. They'll give you personal training. From tomorrow onward, don't head home after work. Stay behind. They'll personally give you extra training. Zhou Dimeo's gruff, booming words landed like a command, yet more like a weighty expectation, pressing heavily upon Zhao Lidong's heart. The surrounding chefs, including Wang Taiju, who had just been won over with genuine admiration, cast envious glances at Zhao Lidong. Offering extra training to an apprentice in the traditional master-disciple relationship meant the master would unveil his closely guarded true skills for unknown secret core techniques. This was an immense kindness. Thank you, master. Zhao Lidong, without superfluous pleasantries, simply bowed solemnly to Zhou Dimeo. He knew this bow honored the bond between master and disciple and the grace of imparting all knowledge. Over the following week, the kitchen of Donglashan became Zhao Lidong's exclusive training camp. Every night after work, when others dragged their weary bodies home, the kitchen lights blazed on. Zhou Dimeo shed his usual irritable temper, becoming unusually serious and patient. He poured out his decades of Lu cuisine expertise without reservation to Zhao Lidong. The district competition isn't like our small-time games here. The judges are lifelong gourmands with sharp eyes and picky palates. Fancy, flashy ideas won't impress them. You need solid skills. On the first day, Zhou Dimeo taught knife skills. But not the showy carving of dragons and phoenixes, instead the most humble yet foundational angled slicing. A piece of pork kidney lay on the cutting board. Zhou Dimeo's knife rose and fell the blade, forming a tiny angle with the board swiftly slicing across the kidney. Slices as thin as cicada wings wide, yet unbroken, fell like snowflakes, each astonishingly uniform in thickness. Watch closely. This is called phoenix tail kidney flour. Once blanched, the cuts curl into beautiful phoenix tails. It tests your wrist stability and even force. Your turn. Zhao Lidong picked up the cleaver. With his divine-level knife skills as a foundation, learning came twice as fast with half the effort. Yet he sensed Zhou Dimeo's technique held a unique rhythm and qi belonging to traditional Chinese cuisine. It wasn't merely about precision and speed, but a harmonious resonance between man and knife and ingredient. He calmed his mind and practiced over and over. Sweat soaked his clothes, his wrists ached until he could barely lift them, yet he found joy in it. On the second day, Zhou Dimeo taught heat control. He had Zhao Lidong practice the most representative Lu cuisine technique, explosive stir-frying. A massive iron wok was heated until red-hot. As soon as oil hit it, thick smoke billowed. Ingredients were tossed in and stir-fried rapidly for a dozen seconds, then immediately removed. The entire process couldn't exceed half a minute. Explosive stir-frying is all about the wok hay and the ingredients' crisp tenderness. A second too early, the flavor doesn't infuse. A second too late, it's overdone. It all depends on the chef's instant judgment of heat. Zhou Dimeo personally demonstrated a dish of oil-exploded double crisps. The resulting chicken gizzards and duck gizzards were so tender they seemed to bounce in the mouth. Zhao Lidong practiced with equal abandon, even using his flavor memory to analyze the formation principle of wok hei, transforming that elusive sensation into quantifiable temperature and time data. His progress was so rapid it even startled Zhou Dimeo. On the third day, Zhou Dimeo began teaching his closely guarded seasoning secrets. Lu cuisine emphasizes pure savory flavors, but the true essence lies in using broth. Zhou Dimeo pointed to the pot of stock simmering slowly over low heat in the kitchen. This stock we have now is just rough stock, good enough for large dishes. But for refined dishes we need clear stock. He taught Zhao Lidong how to use chicken and meat purees as brooms, repeatedly sweeping away impurities and oil from the rough stock, ultimately yielding a pot of crystal clear, yet supremely flavorful top-grade clear stock. Remember, a good chef relies not on MSG and seasonings, but on this pot of broth. While his master imparted knowledge unreservedly, Zhao Lidong didn't idle either. He obtained the detailed rules for the district competition. The scoring criteria, as he expected, were divided into 4 parts: knife skills, heat control, seasoning, and plating, each accounting for 25. He knew the first 3 items posed little problem under Zhou Dimeo's training and his own system's boost. The only variable was plating. In his past life as a Michelin-starred chef, he excelled at French plating, emphasizing negative space, 3-dimensionality, and color coordination, an abstract art. But Chinese plating of this era prized concreteness, symmetry, and symbolism. For instance, using cucumber skin to fashion a pine tree, or carving a carrot into a crane, symbolizing longevity of pine and crane, or arranging ingredients into a blooming peony, signifying wealth and honor in bloom. He had to adapt to this aesthetic quickly. So every night when he dragged his exhausted body back to the courtyard, he didn't rest immediately. Instead, in his small room, he took out a few potatoes and carrots and practiced carving by the dim light of a kerosene lamp. His divine knife skills allowed him to master techniques swiftly, but capturing the spirit required extensive practice. His hardships were not lost on the courtyard's residents. Qin Shufan was especially pained. She dared not disturb his training, but silently supported him in her own way. Every night, when Zhao Lidong returned late, he always found a thermos filled with hot water on his doorstep. His grease-stained chef uniform, changed out, would be discovered the next morning, washed clean, neatly folded on the windowsill by the door, carrying the pleasant scent of sunlight and soap. He knew all this was Qin Shufan's doing. This outwardly strong, inwardly soft woman was caring for and warming him in a gentle, unobtrusive way. One night, Zhao Lidong practiced carving a phoenix. After several attempts, he felt the tail feathers lacked liveliness, growing frustrated. Just then a soft knock came at the door. It was Qin Shufan. She stood at the entrance holding a steaming bowl, looking a bit shocked. Lidong, I saw your light still on, so I boiled you 2 poached eggs to fill your stomach. In the bowl, 2 perfectly round golden eggs lay in clear broth sprinkled with scallions, emitting an enticing aroma. Zhao Lidong's heart was instantly filled by this simple bowl of poached eggs. Sister Qin, please come in and sit. He quickly took the bowl and stepped aside. Qin Shufan stepped into this small room that belonged solely to Zhao Lidong, appearing somewhat restrained. It was her first time entering a man's room alone at night. The room was small but tidy. The air carried a faint mixed scent of ingredients and masculine presence, making her heart beat inexplicably faster. Thank you, Sister Qin. Zhao Lidong took a bite of the poached egg, feeling warmth spread from his stomach to his heart. Don't push yourself too hard. The competition matters, but your health is the real capital. Qin Shufan said, looking at his slightly tired face with concern. I know. Zhao Lidong looked at her with tender eyes. After the competition, I'll rest a couple of days and take you and Xiaoman to the park. The words going to the park in this era were almost equivalent to the most formal dating invitation. Qin Shufan's face flushed instantly. She lowered her head, her heart pounding wildly like a caged rabbit. The atmosphere in the room grew ambiguous and sweet. Zhao Lidong, seeing her bashful look, felt a stir and was about to say more. Dong, dong, dong. Suddenly, urgent knocking came from the courtyard gate. Lidong, Zhao Lidong, are you home? It was the postman's voice. Why would the postman come so late? Zhao Lidong and Qin Shufan exchanged puzzled glances. Zhao Lidong opened the door to find the postman holding a letter. Recognizing him by the courtyard light, he handed it over. Comrade Zhao Lidong, your letter, express delivery. Zhao Lidong took the letter, stunned. The envelope bore no return address, only a postmark showing it came from Shanghai. Shanghai. He didn't know anyone in Shanghai in this world. Filled with confusion, he tore open the envelope. The letter paper contained only a single line of hastily scrawled, yet forceful handwriting in ink. Zhao Lidong glanced at it, and his expression instantly turned grim. Qin Shufan saw his face change dramatically, even carrying a hint of murderous intent. She asked worriedly, Lidong, who sent the letter? What does it say?